Chapter 111. No, I didn't. Shuah Hui said loudly. It was Ji Hung who wanted to follow this Su to Huangyang Star and leave. What does it have to do with me? If he had chosen to team up with me, that wouldn't have happened. But Major Sun said the rules don't allow students from the school team to team up together. They have to be separated. In your team, there were 2 backups from the school team at the time, plus Ji Hung, there were 3. And don't reverse the order. Ji Hung joined the team first, and then Major Sun stuffed me into the team. Su Xiaokai spoke clearly, and told everyone the situation at that time. The school has set good team rules, so you can't blame Ji Hung for taking the initiative to abide by them. Shuah Hui said angrily, Shut up, you have nothing to do here. Su Xiaokai spread her hands and said nothing. Ji Lei was very powerful and continued, Then why did you install anti-interference on the mecha in advance? Don't say you were prepared for a rainy day, you know very well how the few lickers around you died. Because you knew what would happen in advance, you knew what kind of person was behind the door of the warship control room, so you encouraged them to die. I didn't, don't slander me. If I could predict everything, why didn't I go with you to Huangyang Star? I could have made greater contributions. You make it sound like you have the ability to go. Where does your confidence come from? Su Xiaokai complained in her heart. Ji Lei laughed sarcastically, because you have the life to go, but not to return. Ji's mother listened and went completely crazy. You knew in advance that there would be an insect plague on Huangyang Star, but you didn't stop my child? Death Star, are you colluding with spies? Ji's mother picked up the cup and threw it over. Shuah Hui was drenched in juice. The purple juice was sweet and sticky, and it was the hardest to clean. Ah! Shuah Hui screamed. She had never felt so wronged. Enough, you guys are bullying me together, right? Okay, if you have the guts, fight the Shuah family. She has never been afraid of anyone. She used both hands to flip the table. Su Xiaokai stood up, and put her hands on the table to stabilize it. The table was as steady as an old dog. Shuah Hui almost sprained her waist. She picked up the bowl and threw it over, and Su Xiaokai caught it. Ji's mother picked up the plate again, and slapped her face. The 2 sides fought back and forth, and Ji's mother and Shuah Hui even wanted to fight on the table. Yi Shuai was shocked, and Shuah fighting hugged her and pulled her aside. Ji Hung and Ji's father tried to stop their mother from wasting tableware. In order to respect the wishes of both parties, Su Xiaokai pulled the dining table with one hand and pulled it away from the original place. Without the table as a barrier, Ji's mother stretched out her teeth and claws to scratch Shuah Hui. Yi Shuai rushed over to protect Shuah Hui. Shuah Hui was so angry that she waved her hand to push Shuah's mother away and wrestled with Ji's mother. Although Ji's mother is old, she also graduated from military training. She has been practicing martial arts to keep in shape and has good physical strength. The 2 were so angry that they followed their instincts to fight, pulling hair, twisting flesh, scratching faces and necks. They were as insidious as they could be. Ji Heng's father and Shuah's father and mother all looked incredible. Their fighting postures were too ugly. Ji Lei said, Separate them quickly. He said it, but he didn't do it, letting others do it. Su Xiaokai was a little tempted and wanted to step on Shuah Hui. Ji Lei stuffed a big bowl into her hand, which contained a lot of meat and vegetables. Have you forgotten that you are injured? Eat first. Oh! There was chaos 3 meters away, but people were eating quietly here. The father and son of the Ji family, and the 2 people of the Shuah family were helpless against them, so they could only let them fight for a while, and intervene when they were tired. The 5 cleaners of the Ji family stood far away, and they deeply realized a fact. The eldest young master was a killer, and a few words triggered a war. You can stay out of the muddy water. They can offend anyone but him. Su Xiaokai finished a bowl of rice, and then had a second bowl. Seeing that Ji's mother had the upper hand, she ate 2 more mouthfuls. The 2 of them fought until they were exhausted, and pulled each other's hair. You will not die well, Miss Shuah's daughter. You idiot, you will not live long. Your son is short-lived, and you will not live long either. Su Xiaokai put down her chopsticks. Oh! You live longer than Ji Lei and Aunt Ji? How did they die? One died of a genetic disease, and the other was hit by a car. Shuah Hui was shocked, put down her hands, and covered her mouth. Mother Ji wanted to attack fiercely, but the 2 men behind her quickly pulled her back. The people present didn't realize what Shuah Hui revealed for a moment. Mother Shuah was very sad, as if she had never seen such a daughter before. Hui, how can you talk like that? Who did you learn this from? Mother Ji didn't care about her image. What did she learn? In my opinion, she was born to be a bad person. She is an adopted daughter, and I don't know where she got the sense of superiority from. How dare she curse our Ji family? Oh, what a shocking news. Ji Hung and Ji Lei were both shocked. Shuah Hui is an adopted daughter. Why did the Shuah family declare that Shuah Hui was their biological child? Shuah said angrily. How did you know? Shuah Fighting held her back, regretting that he had not brought more bodyguards with him. The mother and daughter were typical of confessing without being asked. Ji's mother sneered. Don't even think about denying it. You must know what my family does. Don't forget, my mother is from the Rescue Association. No matter how confidential your adoption procedures are, can you hide it from me? Although the documents were inexplicably destroyed the next day, I definitely would not have read it wrongly. There is always a loophole in 100 precautions. If you don't want outsiders to know. Su Xiaokai suddenly spoke up, interrupting Ji's mother's threat to Shuah Hui. I am an outsider, I know. Are you going to kill me? Ji Lei understood the reason why Su Xiaokai stopped her. Threatening a ruthless person like Shuah Hui is useless. She will be radical and go to extremes. As Shuah Hui revealed, Ji's mother is likely to die because of this, and the Ji family may also face various accidents. It's better to make it clear at the beginning. Ji Lei, we don't want to get involved in your Shuah family's affairs anymore. The Ji family can't afford vicious allies. I advise you to consider changing the air. Shuah Hui is an ungrateful person. Now that so many people know that she is an adopted daughter, you can be prepared to deal with it, but don't expect so many people here to keep it secret. Ji's mother stretched out her hand. There is also the engagement token. Return it to us. I don't care where you lost it, or if it is broken, you must return it in pieces. You are not qualified to have it. Shuah Fighting straightened his clothes. In the past 10 years, this daughter has earned so much reputation for them, but in this year, it has been lost without a drop left. But he is a father after all. Shuah, help Hui up. Let's go. Shuah Hui didn't want Shuah to support her. She didn't have such a stupid mother. Shuah Fighting next to her had a warning in his eyes, but Shuah Hui held back. Before leaving, Shuah Fighting left a murderous remark. Your family is not united at all. The eldest son is treacherous. The second son has no opinion. I am waiting for the Ji family to fall. Ji Lei said with a smile. Fall and rise again. Which family can remain unchanged for 1,000 years? You should think about how to protect yourselves. Maybe there is a bottomless pit behind the ungrateful wolf. You Shuah family should not be unable to recover because of this. Although Ji Lei believed in Su Xiaokai, he was skeptical about Shuah Hui's rebirth. Shuah Hui was useless, and even her reputation was faked. Rebirth, such an incredible thing, happened to her. What's the difference between her and a useless chess player? Shuah Hui thought Ji Lei was an idiot, pretending to be profound all day long. She didn't know what the deep trap was, so how could Ji Lei know? Shuah Fighting also said, the cooperation between our two companies is going on normally, but there is no need to cooperate again on some new projects. The Shuah family is in its heyday. If they stop cooperating, the Ji family will suffer a greater loss. Ji's father nodded. Whatever. The Ji family can go downhill, but they can't lose their backbone. The Ji family is mainly engaged in aerospace business, warships, passenger ships, and space station construction, transportation. The Shuah family does provide a lot of technical support, and they rely on him for some of their technology. But the Shuah family will also have a lot of trouble without them. Auntie, see you off. The 3 members of the Shuah family walked out of the Ji family, feeling depressed. Shuah Hui in the car took out a mirror to look at her face. There were several nail marks crisscrossing on her face. It was very itchy when she touched it lightly. Shuah wanted to help her apply the medicine, but Shuah Hui refused and said she would do it herself. After returning home, Shuah Hui hid from Shuah Fighting and went to pack her luggage. Shuah comforted Shuah Fighting in the room. What are you going to do about today's incident? What can you do? Shuah Fighting was also very upset. His daughter was not easy to worry about. It would be fine if she wanted to break off the engagement. If Ji Hung was really at fault first and mentally cheated, he could still have the upper hand. Who knew that Shuah Hui was hiding a big explosive trouble? Shuah Fighting certainly didn't believe that Shuah Hui was related to the spy. The trouble was that Shuah Hui might have known something in advance. If he really investigated it carefully, he might be implicated. Shuah hugged Shuah Fighting. I'm sorry, I can't give you a healthy child. There are reasons for raising an adopted daughter as a biological daughter. The first reason is that after giving birth to Shuah Fighting, and she knew that their genes were problematic, and it was difficult to have a healthy child. The Shuah family's business was not as influential as it is now, and every technology introduced was deeply controversial. The fact that Shuah Fighting could not have a normal heir became a point of criticism for many opponents. In order to have a normal offspring of the Shuah family, The elders even forced Shuah Feijuan to have a child. However, the two were more stubborn than each other, and would never give up. As the eldest brother, he faced pressure from many sides, but he could not be irresponsible for his offspring. On the other hand, national laws prohibit genetic screening and parenting, and they could not take risks when their careers were soaring. So they thought of adopting a child from a remote planet and raising him as their own. At first, they wanted a boy, but boys were difficult to settle down and could easily hurt their own sons, so they adopted a girl. Originally, they wanted to adopt a child between 2 and 5 years old. After all, children under 5 years old are easier to educate. Later, Shuah Hui performed so well, she was smart, clever, and helpful. After observing her for a long time, they decided to adopt her. Don't talk nonsense, relax. The elders couldn't force the second and third brothers, and now they can't force us. Z can take care of herself, but she can't face the outside world. First, let's talk about Shuah Hui's personality. We watched her grow up. Don't let her contact the third brother in the future. Feijuan dotes on her too much, so she is lawless. If it doesn't work anymore, Shuah Fighting is not worried that Shuah Hui is hopeless. If it doesn't work anymore, at most, he can adopt another one. They are young and can raise another generation. It is also feasible. Shuah Hui is an excellent child. At least in terms of grades, Shuah Fighting is satisfied. Hui must have been instigated by someone. Replace all the people around her. Don't let her good friends get close to her. The couple discussed how to teach Shuah Hui, but Shuah Hui outside the door only heard the 3 words, if it doesn't work anymore. What if it doesn't work anymore? Will they abandon her? Shuah Hui's eyes were filled with fear. She knew that she was adopted and could never be as good as Shuah Zi. Shuah Zi, that fool, could be praised for everything he did, but she had to work hard and make achievements to get a little recognition from the Shuah couple. What's funny is that Shuah Zi couldn't respond to them normally. Only she looked like a qualified heir. Shuah Hui looked gloomy and felt powerless. If the Shuah family really didn't want her, how would she live? With the capital she had, she only had a few unmovable houses and a game company. If she had known earlier, she would have asked for more property. Shuah Hui came to a conclusion that she should not confront Ji Lei and Su Xiaokai for the time being. The two of them were a pair of idiots, and no one could defeat them. She vaguely remembered Su Xiaocai's bad smile just now. Her sense of shame was rising. If she had a chance, she would definitely kill Su Xiaocai. This idea was very stubborn, and it was a thought deep in her heart. But she did not forget that there was Isuelu, who was watching her closely. At this moment, she was like a poultry with its feet tied up, with a pair of wings that were soft and weak, unable to move forward or backward. Over there, the Shuah family was thinking anxiously about how to correct Shuah Hui. The cleaners at Ji's house cleared the place quickly and exchanged glances with each other. The employer didn't say not to publicize it, so the matter could be spread. There was something good to share in the evening. This melon is guaranteed to be very delicious. Su Xiaogai cleared most of the food on the table and ate it with relish. Ji's mother, who was furious, saw Su Xiaocai's little foodie look and thought she was not very smart. Ji's mother couldn't help but look at her a little more. Her eldest son was still calmly picking food for her. It was okay. It seemed that it was okay to be not smart in life. Shuah Hui was smart enough to set her sights on the 2 heirs of the family. She was angry and started crying again. She was blind to match her son with Shuah Hui. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Shuah Hui is like a sweet potato with worms. It looks good on the surface, but the taste is all rotten inside. Ji Hung had to comfort her softly, telling her not to be sad in the future. He never blamed her. Ji Lei whispered to Su Xiaokai, "Is the show good?" "It's good, it's worth it." Adopted daughter, what a surprise. Although she knew that Ji Lei would tell her later, it was better than hearing it with her own ears. "Can I make a request?" "Go ahead." Su Xiaokai knew very well that Ji Lei was not the kind of person who would suffer a loss. She, an outsider, saw the ugly behavior of the Ji and Shuah families, so it was only right for her to give some compensation. "Don't say you're sending a tortoise." Ji Lei leaned close to her ear. "Your technological products should be able to provide technical support for the Ji family's industry." "Oh, what a big appetite. You are so cunning, you want to take advantage of the situation." "Thank you for the compliment. Don't push your luck." Su Xiaokai pinched his chin and said in a soft, warning voice, "I hope you won't do anything that will harm my interests, or our friendship will end here. I can guarantee that you will be the only one who will suffer." Ji Lei raised his eyes and said with a smile, "I can guarantee that I won't harm you, but my family, you should sign the contract before cooperating. I'm just the lead." From the outside, the two seemed to be quite close, but there were undercurrents inside, and they fought for 2 rounds. Let's go. Ji Lei was really perverted. He could still laugh even when being abused. I take you there. After watching the show and eating, they were about to leave. Ji Lei said to them, I'm leaving. No one paid attention. He took Xiaai out the door, and when he came to the car, Ji's father chased him out. You too. It's so late. Rest at home for a night, and go back tomorrow. Ji Lei had just had an accident not long ago, and he didn't want Ji Lei to experience danger again. No need, Dad, comfort Mom. Since Ji Hung has broken off the engagement, you should also persuade him to concentrate on his studies, and not have any sympathy for Shuai. No matter what happens to her in the future, it has nothing to do with him. She deserves it. Ji Lei gently pushed Xiao's back, and motioned her to get in the car. The house was filled with the sound of Ji's mother scolding and crying, and it was not suitable to keep guests. Ji's father patted Ji Lei's shoulder. This eldest son was born when he was the busiest in his career. Almost in the blink of an eye, he has reached an independent period. He does not need his parents' love, and is unwilling to go home. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me, don't bear it yourself. Father Ji didn't care about Shuah Hui's words, but he knew his son's physical condition. I'm a doctor, I know my own physical condition. Don't worry, I'm much better. Just don't let Mom believe in those folk remedies anymore. Father Ji didn't know how much he believed it, and glanced at the girl in the car. He said, You won't do anything to such a young child, right? Dad, I won't. Ji Lei really didn't mean that. Xiaai is a sober person, and will never do anything to a patient. He is even more sober, he can't do it. Such worries are unnecessary. Ji's father, just know what you are doing, wait until the other person is an adult before considering it, and don't let anyone get killed. Ji Lei turned around and left without staying for a moment. Whoever is engaged to his underage son should take care of his wife first. Ji Lei closed the car door, and went back to school. Send Xiaai to the dormitory downstairs, and then see each other. As soon as Xiaai entered the dormitory door, she was surrounded and asked many questions. When her roommate heard that Shuah Hui was actually the adopted daughter of the Shuah family, Wu Qingqing opened her mouth wide. Adopted daughter? All these years, those daughters who flattered her must be regretting it so much that their faces turned blue. I still remember the first time Shuah Hui appeared in public. At that time, she was so elegant, like a real little princess. How did she become an adopted daughter? Wu Qingqing counted her fingers, and saw how old she was at that time, about 6 or 7 years old, and her age was not far from Shuah Hui. Because artificial breeding had already been done at that time, the Shuah family suddenly announced that they had a daughter, and everyone was not very shocked. Someone secretly investigated, but they only found out which medical institution Shuah Hui was artificially conceived. In short, you can only get what the Shuah family wants you to find out. Soon, everyone tacitly accepted that Shuah Hui was a member of the Shuah family. Chapter 112. But lies are always lies. Shuah Hui has always regarded herself as the Shuah family's biological daughter, and is self-important. When her identity as an adopted daughter is revealed, I don't know how much gossip she will face. After getting to know her in depth, everyone feels that she has a problem with her mentality. Once the wave of haters comes, she is likely to have a mental breakdown. Wu Qingqing used to admire her, and looking back, I feel so realistic. Then she said, after knowing that she is an adopted daughter, I actually feel that she has no halo. When she first entered university, Shuah Hui was the most popular. Mecha design and mecha driving skills were both Shuah Hui's strengths, and she could be called the best in the university. Within a few months, Xiaai broke Wu Qingqing's inherent perception, and made her realize that truly powerful people are very low-key, and will not deliberately publicize how powerful they are or how much they know. Without this filter, Shuah Hui can only brag about her family background in front of her. And today, adopted daughter, this identity is very embarrassing. Shuah Hui is already an adult. If the Shuah family wants to break off relations with her, they can completely remove her from the household registration book and completely draw a clear line. Family background shouldn't be seen as a halo. Xing Miao smiled and tapped Wu Qingqing's brow. You've been in that circle for too long. They are used to using family background to evaluate people's value, and you've also acquired that kind of thinking habit. Wu Qingqing smiled awkwardly. She didn't think she looked down on others before, and she thought she got along well with other classmates. When it comes to the circle of rich people, tinted glasses are automatically put on. I've changed, I swear. Wu Qingqing likes her master very much. If she doesn't change, her master can disown her as a bad disciple at any time. Compared to the beginning of last semester, Wu Qingqing has changed a lot. She no longer complains that she is not as good as Wu Feiyang. She has less sense of superiority and more care for others. The roommates all smiled. Yes, Wu Qingqing has become better. Xing Miao sighed in her heart. Fortunately, she did not make herself a nobody like Shuah Hui. She knew that she was different from Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing was originally in that circle, and had been subtly influenced by the cultural atmosphere. It was completely understandable that she was a little willful like a princess. Look, Wu Qingqing has also changed a lot of bad habits, which is good. She is different. She doesn't want to stay in the contempt chain of the rich circle for a moment. As soon as she graduates, she will stay away from home. She would rather follow Su Xiaokai to grow vegetables than go home. Feng Wansha held up her glasses and asked Su Xiaokai curiously, "Did you intervene in this?" "What can I intervene? She is an adopted daughter. I just found out today." In fact, Su Xiaokai has some guesses, but she dare not conclude. First, Shuah Hui does not look like the Shuah family. Even if she has undergone minor adjustments, Shuah Hui's appearance is still different from that of the Shuah family. Then there is Shuah Hui's behavior towards Su Xiaokai after her rebirth. The second and third generations of the rich are generally more confident. As long as there is normal logic, it is understood that a boy with Ji Heng's personality would hardly have an affair with an ordinary girl, especially when he has a fiancée. So why is Shuah Hui afraid? The answer is obvious: she is inferior. Stingy, stealing, flattering, vain, second-rate acting skills. All these characteristics are superimposed together. Without counting on one's fingers, it can be basically concluded that this person probably had a bad life experience. In simple terms, Shuah Hui was once a poor person in thought. She did not have enough knowledge and good memories to enrich her inner self. So she was extremely inferior in her subconscious, and even had paranoia, always thinking that Su Xiaokai was her enemy. Feng Wansha, then don't care whether she is an adopted daughter or not. As long as the Shuah family recognizes her, she will be the daughter of the Shuah family. Yes, if you want to pull Shuah Hui down, you still need some east wind. Let's stop talking about this. Wu Qingqing chuckled. I never thought Aunt Ji could fight like that. A noble lady. What else do you think? They are ordinary people. Think about who your mother and grandmother are, and you will understand. Xing Miao said. Aunt Ji has been very restrained. She knew that Shuah Hui wanted to kill her two sons, but she was able to control herself and didn't beat her to death. Su Xiaokai nodded in agreement. The noble lady has an even worse temper. When the two sides are at loggerheads, scratching and pulling someone's hair is the most peaceful way to vent anger. Wu Qingqing suddenly realized, yes, her grandmother would also hit people with a cane when she got angry. After saying that, Xing Miao shifted his gaze to Su Xiaocai's ribs. You still eat melons when you were injured. Shouldn't you change your career to a melon farmer? Su Xiaokai said modestly. It doesn't interfere with my two careers. Vegetable farmers and melon farmers are similar. It's very different. Okay, melon farmers have great risks in eating melons, and there is no award for being physically disabled and mentally strong. Xing Miao rolled his eyes. Okay, that's it, sleep. Our patients can't work too hard. Do you need me to ask for a leave for you tomorrow? No, I just broke my ribs, not my legs. Su Xiaokai used her foot to touch Hua Hua, and her soft fur seemed like the finest blanket. Her expression was soft, and what Su Xiaokai didn't expect was that Hua Hua would share the food in her mouth with her. This little greedy cat is becoming more and more like Maruko, which is a bit heartwarming. Hua Hua meowed in dissatisfaction. Su Xiaokai got up and went into the room, and it followed in with its short legs, just like a responsible little guard. The next morning, classmates came to ask about Su Xiaocai's injury. They asked her how she dealt with the bug man yesterday, and what abilities it had. Why did it get into the space station, and how did she get involved? Questions came to her one after another, and Su Xiaokai could only reply, we have to wait for the official news release. I can't tell you privately. Wu Qingqing hurriedly said, don't ask too much about the bug man. Our roommates don't ask. Don't embarrass her. I heard that it might be some secret, which aroused the curiosity of the classmates. But Su Xiaokai was really tight-lipped, and nothing could be found out. As for the injury, Su Xiaokai took the initiative to say that her ribs were cracked and then broken, and it took a long time to recover. You are too miserable. No wonder you lost so much weight. It must be very painful. Come, eat something good, and replenish yourself. Some classmates were smart, thinking that Su Xiaokai loved to eat, and had already prepared food to improve their relationship. They were all unopened snacks, and there was absolutely no way they were poisoned. In order to make friends with Su Xiaokai and avoid the risk of being suspected, the classmates took great pains. Without waiting for Xiaai Hui to refuse, they threw down the snacks and left. The snacks on the table piled up like a mountain. Xiaai Hui did not refuse. In the math and physics class, she opened a bottle of pure natural coconut milk drink and drank it slowly to feel the kindness of the classmates. After class, the math and physics teacher also came to ask about her well-being and asked her when she could solve the problem. "Teacher, I just happened to know how to solve the problem last time." "Oh, you need more time, right? It's okay, we're not progressing fast here. If you have any questions, you're welcome to come to our lab to discuss." The math and physics teacher gave her 2 boxes of eggs in a very down-to-earth way. "You've lost weight, so you need to eat some more. Look at your wrist, poor kid. You can think about problems when you're 20 pounds heavier. Don't work too hard. If you want to eat anything else, the teacher can buy it for you. Eat some more and gain some weight." Xiaai Hui, is my love of food so deeply rooted in people's minds? But you can't get fat in one bite. So Xiaai Hui drank something during class, and was fed after class. Her space was almost overflowing with snacks. The afternoon class was mainly about the graduation project of the agricultural college, and she had completed the project in excess. So Xiaai Hui, who was afraid of accepting the warm hospitality again, simply asked for leave and went to the laboratory. At this moment, she was not doing experiments, but practicing over and over again. The girl with a serious expression, wearing a black sportswear, standing in the newly built garden behind the laboratory. Holding the whip, he concentrated his chi into his dantian, and then aimed at the metal pillar on the open ground and swung it out. The intensive attack stirred up a strong wind, which looked like an unbreakable semicircle from a distance. It only stirred up the wind, which was useless, and did not reach the level of severely injuring the insect man. How did he use it at that time? The power gathered, like a dragon running through the whole body, a very magical feeling, which cannot be expressed in words. Xiaai Hui continued to attack until her chest hurt a little, and then she stopped. Unconsciously frowning, she sat cross-legged on the bamboo stool under the eaves, supporting her cheek. The breeze blew away the sweat on the body, and brought a little coolness to the body. This weather was too hot. Looking up at the starry sky, Xiaai Hui tried to recall the scene of severely injuring the insect man. That kind of breakthrough at the moment of life and death was very mysterious. It has obviously been touched and broken through the barrier once. It is very difficult to use it again. The security guard happened to be patrolling at night. Seeing the young boss with a sad face and holding a whip, he couldn't help but persuade him. "Boss, your body has not recovered yet. Don't work too hard. Your health is important." "Yeah, I didn't use any force, I was just practicing a unique skill." Xiaai Hui started to make up a story. "When I become proficient, I might be able to create a miracle in the universe." "Is it that powerful?" The security guard was fooled. "What is the name of this skill?" "It's called Su's Invincible Chi Sensing Thunderbolt Whip." It didn't sound very reliable, so the security guard asked tentatively, "Boss, did you come up with this name temporarily?" Xiaai Hui turned away. "Well, how about you try it too?" Security guard, Young boss, you have a lack of sense of boundaries. You even want to start with him." The security guard cooperated with her performance and replied, "Such a powerful and unique skill, I joined in the middle, I am afraid of going too far. When you are fully accomplished, I will come to ask you for advice. And now is my patrol time." Xiaai Hui waved her hand. "Okay, you go on patrol, I will practice more." The security guard was worried about her. "It's 11:30. If you don't go to bed, I will tell Dr. Ji that you don't take care of your body." "Damn it, who is your boss?" Xiaai Hui was afraid that Ji Lei would really come to her. This man had a terrible magic, especially when she did something wrong. Injured and tormented, he might risk breach of contract and take back the laboratory. With her 2 lifelines in Ji Lei's hands, Xiaai Hui had no choice but to put away the whip and go back to the bedroom in the laboratory to rest. She wiped her body with a wet handkerchief, opened the medical bandage, and changed it to a clean one. The wound on the outside was gone, but the inside could not be seen. External medicine was needed to accelerate bone healing, and there was also a nutrient nail inside to accelerate bone healing. When the nutrient nails are fully absorbed, the bones will probably grow back. For more than a week, Xiaai Hui would take more than an hour at night to practice whipping. She tried to use her strength as much as possible, and not to hurt the wound. And for a week, there were thunderstorms every day, bringing some coolness to the sultry weather. Although the training did not produce any results, the body's recovery speed was accelerated, which was also good news. Go to the school clinic for another checkup. Ji Lei said that her recovery ability was like that of a beast. You are a beast, you are a turtle. This time, Xiaai Hui really gave Ji Lei a turtle as a gift to thank him. She gave him 2 mini turtles, the largest of which was only the size of a palm. This kind of turtle has a very special advantage. It is lazy and has strong vitality. When there is no food, they can bury themselves in dry sand and go without food or water for more than a month. However, the living conditions of mini turtles are more particular. The range of activities should be larger, and the tank for raising turtles should be large enough, with half of it being dry sand and the other half being water. So you bought 2 turtles for a few hundred yuan, and you also asked me to buy a tank for a few thousand yuan? Don't care about delivery? Ji Lei pointed at the turtle lying motionless on the table and laughed angrily. It will arrive in the afternoon, and you need to pay for it on delivery. Xiaai Hui whistled and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. How could I not care about you? I'm not that kind of person. You should look me in the eye when you speak, Ji Lei thought. If he didn't say it, Xiaai Hui really didn't care. He wanted the turtle, she delivered it, and of course, he had to do it himself later. Ji Lei wanted a full set of turtle paintings, not real turtles. He looked into the small eyes of the 2 turtles, feeling miserable. Ji Lei pinched her cheek, which was a little fleshy, and said viciously, You are very good. You gave me this turtle, and you also provided the turtle food. Then you give me the turtle and I will return it. Xiao's face was pinched, and she could only speak vaguely. Don't even think about it. I heard that you are disobedient every night, and you whip for fun. Who told you that? Traitors, all traitors. Don't worry about who it is. Xiao's face was pinched until it turned red. Just at this moment, her communicator rang. Ji Lei let her go, and put the turtle in a large beaker. The 2 turtles lay on the edge of the beaker. Hui jumped onto the table, and stretched out her claws to catch it. Ji Lei held down the cat's claws. Your personality is becoming more and more like your master, curious about everything. Not being able to touch the turtle, Hui turned around and pushed his ceramic cup, tilting her head as she pushed, as if to say, I'm going to push it, what can you do to me? You take care of your Hui. Ji Lei took the cup back, and put it on the other side. The fat cat raised his fists, and pretended to scratch him. Xiaai Hui stroked Hui's head. I have something to do. Hui will be in your care. I'll be back later. Ji Lei, can I hit it? It's getting more and more naughty. She took out 2 pieces of dried meat, and stuffed them into his hands. Can you bear to do it? Hui, please, I have some business to do. It's not suitable to take it with me now. The principal called someone, specifically asked her to go to his office, saying that the military and the competition organizing committee wanted to see her. What's the matter? I don't know, the principal didn't say. Be careful. If you have any problems, you can contact me directly. Well, Brother Ji, you are the most loyal. If there is any problem, I will definitely ask you to protect me. Ji Lei, then don't do it. I can't afford to protect you. Xiaai Hui sighed, and took a car to the principal's office. Knocked on the door, and went in. There were a total of 10 people in the principal's office. Yu Haiming huddled on the sofa at the end, with the weakest momentum, and a little pitiful. The other 5 people were wearing military uniforms. The other 3 were dressed in suits and leather shoes. They should be members of the organizing committee. They all looked very young, not the old men I saw last time. Among these people, Xiaai Hui only knew General Bai's secretary. She had no choice but to smile and nod to them. Xiaai Hui walked to Yu Haiming and sat down. There was not enough sofa, so she sat on a stool. She asked Yu Haiming, what happened? I don't know. Kay informed me that someone from the military was looking for me, and then sent me to the school. Because he was called in a hurry, he didn't wash up, but only changed his clothes. His hair was messy, like a typhoon. The principal introduced the visitors to Xiaai Hui and Yu Haiming. They are all organizers of the 10-star competition. For the first and second events, they want you to plan the venues on Finalizing Island. Huh? Yu Haiming was confused. What venues would Finalizing Island provide? Although the company made a little money, it didn't buy any land. Are you talking about the simulated venues? Xiaai Hui said again. Do you want to use the game mechanism of Finalizing Island to create a competition venue? Yes, we had a plan before, and wanted to get more students involved. But the games developed by many companies did not meet our expectations, so this plan had to be shelved. They pushed a part of the paper materials of the competition plan in front of her. The simulation competition is divided into 2 parts, a competition and a team competition simulating various scenarios. Xiaai Hui looked through the documents of the competition. Other companies can do this competition, so there is no need to hand it over to us. The representative of the organizing committee smiled and said, the Extraordinary Island project is the game that is closest to real operations. We have another competition later that requires students to compete in reality, so in the previous competition, the student's strength must be in line with reality. The representative of the organizing committee even praised, we have compared tens of thousands of games, and only Fifandeo games can do it. The words are so nice that people who don't know them really think they are telling the truth, and their company has become the only choice. Xiaai Hui doesn't want to hear those empty words. Then, how much time do you plan to give us to do this project, and how to calculate the remuneration? The 10-star competition is an official project, and bidding must be conducted. What are the requirements for bidding, and what qualifications are required? They should also be discussed here. She didn't want the competition mode venue to be intercepted by someone midway. She would be sick to death if she knew her stuff was better, but was replaced by a disgusting copycat stuff. We can offer 50 million yuan as reward. Xiaai Hui thought she heard it wrong. The organizing committee repeated the figure of 50 million yuan. Xiaai Hui laughed. 50 million yuan, I think it's not enough even for a script. Ahem. The principal said, listen to other people's ideas first, don't rush to make a conclusion. The organizing committee member didn't blush, the decision was not made by him. He just came to talk about the needs. What can the organizing committee do about the competition mode proposed by the military? Just do it, and submit a plan first. And the military gave priority to recommending this game company, so they can only pinch their noses and make big promises. Chapter 113. The organizing committee is more inclined to large companies, but overall, Fifan Island does have more amazing technology. You can set up tickets for these two events, and all the proceeds from the tickets belong to you. But there is one thing, your server must cover more than 80% of the planets in the 10 galaxies. Ensure that students from most planets can participate. The military people hesitated to speak. They didn't mean that. They just recommended this company, and wanted Fifan Island to cooperate with the organizing committee for a win-win situation. How much time is left for the competition preparation? Everyone knows that the server of Fifan Island is very special. It takes time to produce it, not to mention rolling it out. The organizing committee said that, do they not want Fifan Island to participate? Then what is the point of their rushing here? Xiaai Hui looked calm, knowing that it might be that General Bai was too eager to do it. So you, the organizing committee, thought of this trick of getting something for nothing, and then let us retreat when we see the difficulty? How dare the organizing committee say that this is right? But it is not entirely right. They came here with two meanings, contradictory meanings. One is to make Fifan Island give up. The other is to really make this project work. The reason is simple. The members of the organizing committee have joined the military supervisors. The opinions of the members of the group are divided into two groups. One wants to maintain the traditional competition format. The other wants to innovate and select more talents. The two sides have different opinions. As the younger brothers below, they thought about it day and night, and came up with this idea. They told Xiaai Hui the truth. Only the game mechanism and game environment of Fifan Island meet their competition environment requirements. Give Fifan Island a difficult task. If Fifan Island agrees to bid under such circumstances, the organizing committee must establish the project and then open the bidding. It is a show for the military and the upper echelons of the organizing committee. Only the success or failure in the end depends on Fifan Island itself. After all, in an open bidding, the product is good in the public eye, and there is no way to cheat. The organizing committee staff said, if you need to rent the military's server equipment, the military can also provide it. They think that after the virtual competition venue is made, the beneficiary is basically Xiaai Hui. After all, after the product is made, she can continue to operate it in the future. They also doubled up the idea of making money out of nothing as giving Xiaai Hui a chance to make money. Heh. Yu Haiming couldn't help but laugh. Everyone looked at him. He was a homebody, not a social phobic. He was the general manager of the company, and he considered the interests of the company. Let's not talk about what 50 million can do. You guys came here so urgently, so you must not have much time. General Bai's secretary raised his lips, and it was clear that the young man that General Bai appreciated would not be easily overwhelmed by the surprise of the organizing committee. If it were an ordinary small company, they would work overtime and take out loans to get the project first. If they can't do it, they can just entrust it to other companies. They should try to get this honor first and put their name on it. The reason why he was sent here was to watch Xiaai Hui and prevent the organizing committee from taking advantage too much. There must be a lot of funding from the top. If the organizing committee doesn't want to take it out, do they want to pocket it? General Bai's secretary knocked on the table. I don't know what you say internally. Our military only requires that the quality of the virtual venue must be up to standard and can really select talents. We cannot do the project through an intermediary, and we don't want to use your old-fashioned selection method. If you have a better screening method, we don't care, but it must be held under our noses. The military is warning the organizing committee not to use your old-fashioned way of doing things, because they don't like it. If they want to select people, they must audition at large. What's the point of just competing between schools? They want to select talented young people from the public, not just those selected by schools. Who doesn't know how to do this? In the military, almost all the top brass have powerful backers. If this continues, it will develop into a warlord regime. The insects have not been dealt with successfully, but they have started internal strife. None of the 5 generals want to see this happen. The organizing committee members choked. They didn't mean that, but they always did this when discussing projects in the past. I lower the price, and you raise the price. Both sides save face, and then negotiate the price in the next round. It's a normal process. General Bai's secretary crossed his arms and looked gloomy. I don't want to waste time with the organizing committee. The 10-star competition is in a hurry. They also want to argue with Fifen Island, which is meaningless. Unless you develop a better plan to get more students from the 10-star systems to participate, can you be more practical? Is this how the organizing committee works? Dealing with these organizing committees is troublesome. Even though time is tight, they pretend not to care, saying, I know you want this project, but we have to be a little cautious and don't let you think the money is easy to get. Such a project is expensive, and they don't want to pay. General Bai's secretary is so embarrassed. You need to talk about it. If you don't, just stop doing it and don't hold the competition. The organizing committee members felt wronged. Under the urging of the military, the organizing committee had to talk about the key points. The leading organizing committee members were a little embarrassed to speak. After all, the time they gave was not sufficient. As soon as the task was given, they had to start working on it, and they couldn't wait until the bid was successful. The deadline is to complete it within 2 months. We can make the project public within a week. You'd better come up with a plan within a week. Xiaai Hui smiled and said, Still 50 million? That smile didn't look kind at all. The organizing committee whispered, If it can be completed on time, the maximum will be 200 million. Xiaai Hui pondered for a while, raised his hand, and said, 500 million. I will write 500 million in the bid. You can ask for whatever you want. But one thing is that we will still collect the entrance fee and the like. You have the right to set a cap, but you can't interfere with anything outside the venue. Whenever they heard anything, the secretary and the principal said in unison, fearing that Xiaai Hui would get into trouble. You can't have a gambling game. What do you think of me? Xiaai Hui rolled her eyes. Of course she couldn't do it. After getting the project, she knew that it represented the official's face. She knew about face projects, and would never get involved in any of the 3 bad habits. General Bai's secretary confirmed with her, Can your company really complete this project within 2 months? How many people do you have? It may need to be modified when it is delivered, which means that you should give the results at least half a month in advance. You don't have to worry about this, because I'm already working on this project. Xiaai Hui didn't lie. When she thought of giving Chibi Maruko a place to play, she considered building a stadium. She even said that she wanted to build a simulation city for people and artificial intelligence to play. The city has complete facilities, and can be built into a more fantasy city. Artificial intelligence can be integrated into it. The scale of this simulation city is too large, so she only built a foundation. If the organizing committee is willing to pay, then this simulation stadium can be built in advance. The organizing committee was surprised and said, You knew we were going to do this project in advance. No. Xiaai Hui said calmly, It was originally for friends to have a place to practice and play. Since you are willing to be the scapegoat, she will take it on. Is there anything wrong with that? Puff. The principal sprayed tea again, and the tea spilled on the table. He quickly wiped it with a tissue. Excuse me, sorry. Please continue. The organizing committee was speechless. The reason was too far-fetched. They didn't believe it, and turned to look at the secretary of General Bai, who was calm and composed. General Bai's secretary spread his hands. Even if you suspect that she might be reborn, you can't doubt our character. We haven't told her anything. Xiaai Hui said seriously, You don't believe it? I really wanted to build the stadium for my friends to play. I'm not a businessman in the traditional sense. The more he talked, the harder it was to believe. But 2 months was really too short. The organizing committee and the military wanted to start selecting talents during the summer vacation. The organizing committee didn't want to be eliminated, so they had to hold the event as soon as possible. The military wants talents, and they hope to absorb more geniuses among ordinary people. If a country does not want to be corrupt, it is inevitable to use more ordinary people. Only with the participation of all people can there be supervision by all people. Organizing committee member, let us discuss it. Then they walked away and reported the opinions of Fifendeo company to the higher-ups. They also notified other companies of this project, and many large companies expressed their willingness to undertake it, but they asked for a higher price. Xiaai Hui only asked for 500 million, and they were also worried. Well, make a decision quickly, I have to go to the vegetable garden later. Xiaai Hui calmly walked to the principal's collection cabinet, and asked the principal to order some tea leaves for tea. The principal twitched his lips. The tea leaves that Xiaai Hui pointed at were his favorite. Not only did they taste good, but they were also hard to buy. In front of so many people, he couldn't spoil the fun, so he squeezed out a sentence, "You are so smart, you specially pick my good things. I bring honor to the school." Xiaai Hui whispered to the principal, "If I accept the task, can the principal open a back door for me? I won't go to some teacher's classes. Can the credits, points and scholarships still be counted?" In fact, Xiaai Hui has no intention of taking the scholarship, she just wants to play a trick and fight for it. The principal stopped her beautiful idea. "No, it's not enough class hours. If you pass the exam, I can give you credits, but no scholarship. You are a boss now, and you are competing with ordinary students for money. You should be more noble." Noble has no money. People with noble character mostly regard money as floating clouds. Xiaai Hui couldn't do it. Fuyun was her lifeblood, and she could do more. "Give me the scholarship. I'd be very useful to you." No discussion. The principal advised her to fart less. TSK. Xiaai Hui went to the side to make tea, and Yu Haiming came over to ask for a cup. It was fragrant at first, sweet after going down the throat, and the aftertaste stayed on the tongue, making people savor it. Good tea. Yu Haiming drank a cup, and then another cup. The principal was about to have a heart attack. He was chewing a peony like a cow. Young people who don't know how to taste tea should not drink it. "Boss, can we really deliver within 2 months? Do I need to hire technical personnel?" "No, you just need to do the work of rolling out the whole line, and leave the technical issues to me. If the project bidding is completed, you will immediately ask several shareholders for money, and get all the money they want to invest before. It's only 500 million, plus the shareholders' money, it's not enough. It's far from enough." Yu Haiming moved his lips. "Conservatively speaking, it will cost 3 trillion to roll out the whole line, and it's difficult to do it even if we take out all the money of our company. Do you want to borrow money from the bank? The bank can't lend so much money." "It's okay, I borrow from the turtle owner, he must have money." "Turtle owner? Who? Which turtle owner can have so much money? Who else?" "Of course it's Ji Lei, that guy looks weak, but he is a rich man. The house in the center of the capital star is worth billions. He said to buy it, and he bought it. The deposit must be quite a lot, at most, write a formal IOU, and give him more interest." Anyway, Xiaai Hui said she would take care of the money, so Yu Haiming was relieved. "Should we give out a few more accounts? Last time, hundreds of billions of dollars came in, and the effect was very good." "No, it depends on the simulation cabins in the market. There are only a few mid to high-end simulation cabins. If we give out so many accounts, they will soon be saturated." Xiaai Hui still thinks it's better to play it safe. She believes that after 2 rounds of competitions, the pressure of money will definitely ease. The only trouble is where to put the server, and after it is placed, someone needs to guard it. People are the most difficult resource to get back. Secretary Bai, who felt Xiaai Hui's gaze, looked up and nodded to Xiaai Hui and smiled. He was suspicious. Why did Su's smile have a calculating taste? The organizing committee went to another room and contacted the people above to express Xiaai Hui's intention. It also showed that there were military personnel on the scene, and they were slightly biased towards Xiaai Hui. This discussion lasted more than an hour. The principal knew Xiaai Hui's physical condition, and that she was quite greedy, so he specially asked people to bring a lot of snacks for her to chew. Xiaai Hui was very rude. She was really hungry, and the food on the table disappeared quickly. After the organizing committee came back, they gave her a specific plan directly, expressing her request, and they agreed. But there is one thing. In order to ensure fairness, she, as one of the organizers, cannot participate in the competition. Puff. The principal spit tea for the 2nd time today. He was counting on this dark horse to win the championship, but you banned it for me? Xiaai Hui nodded. Wait. The principal stretched out his hand to stop. If you can't be a contestant, Then what about being a mentor? What? Teacher, you are not kidding. Looking at the principal's face, it really doesn't seem like a joke. We will send technicians to supervise. Make sure none of you cheat in the background. Supervision or stealing? It's better to make it clear at the beginning when it comes to technical confidentiality. Yu Haiming doesn't believe the organizing committee of the 10 Stars tournament. They have always used private companies, like Xingheng Entertainment, to organize and hold events. Although multiple companies participated together, the fairness of the competition was guaranteed. What if the people they said were technical personnel from these companies, who wanted to steal secrets under the pretext of supervision? Yu Haiming, we don't want people from the organizing committee to supervise. If we have to send someone, we should send someone from the military. I only trust General Bai. Su Xiaokai also said, I don't want people from your organizing committee. She didn't believe that the people from the organizing committee had no power behind them. She would rather her technology be taken away by the military than be given to private enterprises. Especially some. Murder and arson. They have all worked for the same company. The organizing committee was frustrated again. When they cooperated with the company, it was always the other party who tried to please them. Su Xiaokai was also a weirdo. She was on guard against them. No matter how amazing her skills were, was her reputation important? Well, the other party didn't take the technology too seriously, and still welcomed the military. In the game between the two sides, Su Xiaokai was obviously better. The eyes of General Bai's secretary flickered. Lieutenant General Bai had always wanted to arrange someone to Su Xiaocai's side. This event would be an opportunity. Lieutenant General Bai couldn't find an excuse to transfer people there, and the technician's application for leave was rejected. The reason is obvious. After the war, there was not enough manpower. If they wanted to take leave, they would transfer technicians to other places for support. The competition was about to be held, and Su Xiaokai asked General Bai's people to go there, so that they could go to her laboratory to learn new technologies. Killing two birds with one stone. The military watched from the side, hoping that they would make a decision quickly. That look seemed to say, how long will you keep nagging? Very insulting. Don't worry, we will assign someone from the organizing committee to go there. No, I want someone from the military, or someone from the government, who is not related to any family, but not from the organizing committee. Su Xiaokai remembered very clearly that all those old people had identities and backgrounds. The composition of the upper-level members of the organizing committee was all like that, so how fair can we expect the people below the organizing committee to be? Most of them must be the people behind the old people. Under the constraints of many parties, the so-called fairness is maintained. General Bai's secretary said, don't worry, I will meet your request on behalf of General Bai. The organizing committee was almost vomiting blood. This is not okay, that is not okay. It is clear that they don't trust you. They want to leave. The organizing committee thought, you two have already discussed it, what do we have to do with it? Fortunately they came. If the seniors above came, they would have slammed the table and shouted that it was ridiculous. If the military wants to intervene, they can't do anything. After all, they know better what kind of talents they need. Every time, those old men make the decision, and the military has long been fed up with their covert operations. It's not that the people selected are not good enough, but a large proportion of the top-ranked people among the selected people are their people. Imagine that in a few decades, all the mecha divisions in the competition will be the power of those people. It's better to recruit soldiers from the public like before, and then select them in the army. But that method also has disadvantages. People with some connections will work hard to move up. As long as they are healthy and have similar qualities, they can always squeeze out children from ordinary families. We will issue the bid within a week. The organizing committee can only agree to this first. Whether the top officials of the organizing committee will regret the project is none of their business. Su Xiaokai said sarcastically, okay, no problem. If you go back on your word just to trick me, and make me spend a lot of money to do this, then I can also cut off the source of the problem, and sell the finished products directly to those in need, so that they can choose the people themselves. This is definitely none of the organizing committee's business. I'm too lazy to argue with them. Selling to the military will definitely be more than 500 million, and it will be 100 times higher. You cross the river, and I demolish the bridge. I counter your moves. If you have the technology, you are the boss. I don't expect you to become rich. The organizers, choked again, could only smile. I hope you can successfully bid. Bidding is always unpredictable. If another company bids lower and produces what they expect, then the project is not yours. In their private minds, they just want to make sure that there is a company that can undertake the project. If the project is established, but no one can produce anything and no one bids, they will be embarrassed. Chapter 114. Xiaai Hui doesn't care. If someone else can do better than her within 2 months, she can only say she admires him and swallow this loss. But Xiaai Hui is confident that Fifan Island will be their only choice. Only she can complete their plan perfectly. Before leaving, General Bai's secretary greeted Xiaai Hui on behalf of General Bai and arranged a dinner on Saturday. General Bai's secretary whispered, "Are those mechanical arms ready? I found that you will never forget to exploit me at any time." Xiaai Hui half-jokingly said, "If I say it's not done, what are you going to do?" No contract was signed, no deposit was paid, and she had the final say on how long it would take. "I'd like to say hello to you anyway. Judging from your mental state, your injury should not be serious." General Bai's secretary replied very smoothly and politely, "Dear Professor Su, can you complete the ordered robotic arm before Saturday?" As expected of General Bai's secretary, he could change his attitude freely. But did he think that changing his attitude would make her speed up? The other party operated a few times on the phone without leaving any trace. Xiaai Hui's eyes flashed when the message popped up immediately. "Yes, it will definitely be done before Saturday, I promise." General Bai's secretary put his hands behind his back skillfully. No one likes to do nothing all day. If there is, it must be because there is not enough money. They have a group of people who need to install the robot arm first. These people will appear in the competition field at that time as judges or security guards. The factory that customizes the robot arm cannot be built just by building it, so let's customize it for a few people first. General Bai had given a list of people before. Xiaai Hui had already made the arms, and they wanted to help them install them first. Those who returned to the team would be given priority at the dinner. They needed to install the mechanical limbs as soon as possible and then train. As long as people saw their value, more people would be able to rejoin the team. "Okay, I go to dinner. Thank you General Bai for the invitation." After Xiaai Hui finished speaking, she went to the vegetable garden first. She was not rushing to the vegetable garden to fool the organizing committee. There was really something going on in the vegetable garden. The little robot just sent her a message, saying that mushrooms have grown on the tree stump. After being delayed for so long, she was afraid that small animals or insects would come and eat the mushrooms. When Xiaai Hui arrived, the little robot was standing next to the mushrooms, catching the small flies that were attracted by the mushrooms. "Hello master, you look really energetic today. Where did you learn these words?" Xiaai Hui glanced at it, and then saw the mushrooms on the tree stump. Blue umbrella, golden edge, white handle, wrinkles under the umbrella. After comparing many features, Xiaai Hui was sure that it was the kind of bacteria given by Professor Li. "Your classmate, a boy who passed by said to a girl wearing red clothes that you look really energetic today, and then the girl touched the boy's body. 2 taps, very loud. You also wore red clothes today, so I also praised you for your spirit. Do you want to give me 2 taps in return? That's called showing affection." Xiaai Hui patted its little head lovingly. If it continues to imitate, it will become abnormal. Well, she couldn't stop it. "Thank you, Xiao Duya. You're welcome." The bean sprout continued to be in a daze, staring blankly at the mushroom. Xiaai Hui helped it take off the bamboo leaves that fell on its head. The diligent bean sprout has a strong ability to imitate, but it is not an artificial intelligence. The backward chip prevents it from evolving into an artificial intelligence. When her city is built, she will upgrade it so that it can play with other artificial intelligences. On the tree stump, 2 mushrooms have already opened their umbrellas, and the diameter of the umbrella cap is 10 centimeters. 3 small ones are only as big as the little finger, and the golden edges are not yet seen. Open the robot's data log to check the growth of the mushroom. It has been 8 hours since it grew out of the wood. During this period, the robot sprayed it with water mist 8 times. Apart from this, it did nothing else. Other seniors have done similar things, and there are many similarities with their cultivation process. So what is the decisive factor? Xiaai Hui looked at her hands. Is it really a desperate situation? Take a picture of the mushroom growing and send it to the sophomore group. After a few seconds, a bunch of seniors showed up. Please give me the fungus, all my mushrooms have died. Miracle vegetable, magical vegetable. Wait for me, give me one. Junior sister, how did you do it? My mushrooms didn't grow. Xiaai Hui, I don't know anything. The fungus the teacher gave me, I just smeared it on a tree stump, and it worked. Good guy, do you have any specific data? What kind of tree did you smear it on? And what about the air and temperature changes? Professor Li, who was giving planting instructions in the greenhouse, was told by his students that Xiaai Hui had successfully planted the blue-gold healing mushroom. He immediately put down his work and checked the pictures in the group. He put on his glasses, compared carefully, and nodded happily. It was indeed this kind of mushroom. The most rare thing was that the mushroom shape was perfect, without any insect pests or rot. Professor Lee, I go to your field. His fingers were shaking with excitement. Professor Lee almost sent the message to the wrong person, and he couldn't wait to go and see it. Unexpectedly, his school became the first to successfully cultivate bluegold healing mushrooms. Other schools have not even touched the edge of the process. Professor Lee was secretly happy. All the students around him saw the message in the group. They looked at the professor like pitiful puppies. Professor Lee only pointed out a few people, who were members of the team established for the new research project, specializing in mushroom cultivation. They were the ones Xiaai Hui had instructed. Others looked at them away with resentment, crying they also wanted to go, but unfortunately missed the opportunity. Several people arrived at Xiaai Hui's vegetable garden. Xiaai Hui's vegetable garden is very different from other people's gardens. The fruits and vegetables are arranged very neatly, giving people a sense of being carefully taken care of. The bamboo forest is not large, but it can provide shade and is very refreshing. Xiaai Hui sat in the shade of the bamboo forest, fanning herself and eating bananas. The little robot in the vegetable garden was diligently turning around the tree stump. It was so relaxing, so envious. The seniors couldn't bear to see her so relaxed. They rushed over and threw all kinds of questions. Don't ask me, I don't know how they grow. You have studied mushrooms more deeply, so you should know more than me. Xiaai Hui pushed all the recorded data to them. She had too much work on her shoulders, and being able to push things to them would not be in vain for her little robot's contribution. Faced with such a generous junior, the seniors were moved and wanted to give her a big hug. Xiaai Hui refused to hug. I am injured. Oh, I almost forgot that you fought against the insects again, the senior said with concern. Yeah, I got beaten pretty badly, Xiaai Hui said lazily. People on the internet say I've regressed. The senior sister clenched her fist and stood up for Xiaai Hui. Those netizens are too idle. You've worked so hard. They also watched the videos taken by the public. The density and intensity of the insect man attacks were obviously higher than those encountered in the square before. Those who said Xiaai Hui had regressed must have only watched the slowed-down version. Only after the video is slowed down can the eyes of ordinary people keep up. The normal video is not clear at all. Even the eyes can't keep up, let alone analyze. But Xiaai Hui smiled with her legs crossed. The seniors knew that she lacked the nerve to care. Netizens are all strangers, and we can't meet them in real life. Even if we meet, so what? Xiaai Hui is sure that she will never be friends with those who slander her. Now the most important thing is the mushrooms. 2 mushrooms are ripe and can be picked. The professor put on gloves and waved for the students to help. They immediately turned around and cooperated, patting the 2 mushrooms to let them spread spores and leave some seeds for follow-up observation. The senior said, we want to come and see how your mushroom grows later. Of course, we will only observe and will not interfere with its growth. Do you mind? No, you can even take over its cultivation. Xiaai Hui was also surprised that it could grow. She had been looking at the data for a long time. She also used the seniors' data for reference and comparison, and there were similar control experiments for humidity, temperature, and growth environment simulation. When the senior heard Xiaai Hui's generous speech, she waved her hand and refused. It was not easy for someone to successfully cultivate it, and they couldn't take it away and mess around. Just leave their spores on the wood piles and wait for the next harvest, sustainable development. They observed for a long time and discussed in a low voice. Could it be related to the material of the wood? What kind of wood is this? Xiaai Hui, I just picked it up, it should be pine. Could it be related to the bamboo forest? It's impossible, I saw many people took pictures of it, there is no bamboo forest. Could it be related to the water used for irrigation, the water in this small pond? Xiaai Hui has been looking at the things recorded on the tablet, and she finally noticed a special place. Thunder, the previous week, there were thunderstorms. Could this be related? It seems that some plants grow only when there is thunder. This mushroom, can't it be so unique that it only grows when there is thunder? Junior, what are you mumbling about? I'm looking at the recent weather records. Xiaai Hui told them that there have been frequent thunderstorms recently. One of the conditions for mushroom growth is probably thunderstorms. The senior sister widened her eyes and said in surprise, Are you going to be scared? Nonsense. If someone hears it, they will laugh their heads off. Professor Lee asked them to be serious, as mushrooms don't have auditory nerves. It may be that after the thunder, the content of certain elements in the air increased. With a hypothesis of direction, it is much easier to do experiments. Science is sometimes really about luck. When luck comes, it can save a lot of effort. Very good, very good. Classmate Sue is worthy of being the light of our college. The senior students clap their hands happily. Although their experimental project has not yet started, if the blue gold therapeutic mushroom is successfully cultivated, they will not have to worry about credits this semester. Go back and share it with other students. Let's see who can grow it faster. Xiaai was willing to share it, and they couldn't hide it. Professor Lee was still beside them, and couldn't tolerate their selfishness. After they collected the information and left happily, Xiaai gently picked one of the mushrooms that hadn't opened its cap, leaving a small one on the stake. She had grown it, and it was destined that she really grew the mushrooms alive. Maybe great luck would come to her. Metaphysics is so wonderful. After picking it, she gave it to Xiaai and Ji and put it in its stomach. Let's go to the laboratory. Xiaai handed the mushroom experiment to Xiaai and Ji. She gave instructions and Xiaai and Ji practiced. The careful Xiaai and Ji was fully capable of doing delicate work and could help Kai in other areas. Xiaai and Ji walked in a floating manner these days. The experiment did not involve the company's money, all of which came from Xiao's private treasury. Xiao's private treasury shrank rapidly. Having agreed to be the venue for the competition, it was naturally not just talk, but action must be taken. Xiaai began to work hard, cooperating with Wisdom 02 and also bringing in Wisdom 03. Xiaai had her own ideas about the design of the competition venue. She definitely wanted to make it convenient for the general public to watch, not just what the tender required. She hoped that everyone would feel involved. The next day, the tender was announced. Xiaai had already urgently hired someone and approached Fanqi, hoping that he would find more trustworthy people to guard the server area. It was also okay to find local people, and it must be completed within a month. Xiao's chip production line is also working overtime. The purchase of servers and chip consumables are entered into the company's accounts. Money pours out like a waterfall. A large amount of money is spent. It shocked the two major shareholders, Mr. Hu and Wu Xiaoxiang. I haven't seen the company issue a large number of accounts recently. How can it be spread out all at once and play so big? In just 2 or 3 days, hundreds of billions are gone. The two of them took the opportunity to come to Finalizing Island Company. They don't have the management rights of the company, but they can ask about the company's recent business status. They wanted to meet Xiaai, and only Xiaai received them. What are you doing recently? Mr. Hu said frankly. Xiaai knew that he was not blaming, but just curious. We are planning to take on the competition project recently. The bidding documents for the competition were sent out, and many game companies saw them. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that this was a project for a big company. The content required too much precision, and the key was that the time they gave was too short. Except for a few companies that were notified in advance and had templates ready to participate in the competition, it was difficult for others to even bid. However, there are also several companies that want to fight for it. Maybe they can use their connections. We take this? Can it work? It's not that Mr. Hu underestimates his own company, but the company was established too recently. The scale of the competition is spread all over the universe, and they have just installed servers on more than 10 planets. Not to mention the server. When did our company develop games related to the competition venue? Xiaai did not hide it from the shareholders, developing now. Wu Xiang's eyes almost popped out in surprise. How many people are there in our technical team? Can we do it in more than a month? The account book didn't show who was in the technical team. This was what puzzled Mr. Hu and Wu Xiaoxiang. No matter how mysterious it was, there would be a shadow. They hadn't even seen a shadow. Anyway, there is a month to bid. Don't worry. Even if the bid is not successful, we have other plans. With Xiao's pursuit, it must be more than just developing a venue. In terms of game venue design, no one can surpass Finalizing Island. Xiaai is very confident. He promised. When has the boss ever let you down? That's right. Mr. Hu and Wu Xiaoxiang spread their hands. Anyway, it's the first year, and it's not the end of the year yet, so there's no chance of dividends. It's not that they're trapped in an economic scam. They're just afraid that Xiaai is too young and his decision is too radical. He's making a bet agreement with someone. But they still don't feel good that they can't see the technical team. Xiaai is hiding too deep. A project like that would definitely require thousands of people. They don't know where the person is hiding. They're so mysterious. Mr. Hu and Wu Xiaoxiang are a little curious. Students and young people are all excited to know that the competition is about to start. The project bids have come out. Judging from the content, the first and second rounds will be held online. Is this going to lower the threshold infinitely? It is no longer limited to the university level, which is great. This screening is very beneficial. There is no need to undergo classified training in the military camp. Talented people can be directly compared online. I don't know if there is a registration fee. Don't think too much about the problem. There is a possibility of fraud in online competitions. Not only that, but the control of the simulation cabin will be much simpler, unless it can improve the sense of reality like Fifen Island. Lowering the threshold is conducive to balance, and I hope that such competitions can be fairer. Even if you win online, there must be actual competitions. What should those poor people do? Or is it limited to school students participating, and the school will pay for the expenses? Will Fifen Island accept the project? Will it accept it? Please give me a definite answer. If it does, I will sign up and only trust Fifen Island. It's too difficult. Fifen Island is hard to follow. How much money will it cost to cover so many places? It's also difficult to achieve in time. Maybe a big company knew the news in advance and took on this big production. I'm really looking forward to it. First of all, to complete such a large-scale online competition project, it must be a big company. Can you circle the scope? Maybe someone knew about the project in advance. Anyway, it's not our company. I'm an employee of XX Game Company, and the boss just knew about this project. We don't have the confidence to do it at all. There may be too many bugs in the middle. Once there is a bug, the students will lose the game. I dare not imagine how badly we will be scolded. Our company wants to do it, and we have a plan, but we dare not take it. This project, without tens of billions of support, it is difficult to even start preparations. Can high school students, who are not college students, participate? It should still be limited to college students, otherwise what will happen later, abstain? Again, it depends on the situation. If an online competition can be launched, the threshold will definitely be lowered. The conditions are too harsh, and the time is too short. It's clearly for companies with resources. Why don't you guess that Fifen Island will take it? They are a small company that hasn't even got service weapons. Unless they play big and bet tens of trillions at a time. Is it possible that Fifen Island really failed? They came to our remote planet today and bought a warehouse. The technicians are also working inside. Netizens raised many questions. Some went to the communication platform of large companies to ask if they would take on the project. Of course, some people asked about Fifen Island's website. Other companies are fine. Some said they are already writing bids and are confident that they will win the bid. Some simply said that it is not their area of expertise, so they will not bid. Only Fifen Island is calm. Chapter 115. Only Fifen Island is peaceful and calm. They look like they don't care about anything. The account is the same as usual, with a limited number of grants issued every day. Outsiders assume that they will not take this project, but who knows? They are busy, so busy that they don't even have time to answer. Yu Haiming has never written a bid, and there are few experienced people in the company. So they can only learn and do it now, and study how to write a bid. A qualified bid must be accurate in wording, professional, and complete. Because it is so important, Yu Haiming cannot just leave it to his subordinates to do, he must participate in it. It is fine to use accurate and complete words. Professionalism must reflect spirituality. The plan Xiaai Hui gave him was too detailed, with many professional terms, so he had to write selectively. Some of them are not related to the organizing committee, such as Xiao's use of multiple ways for spectators to watch the game. There is no need to write in detail here, just write how many viewing modes there are, and then set the price of the admission ticket. This is the combination of rhetoric and professionalism. The fees should be collected according to the requirements of the organizing committee. However, how to operate is the business of Fifen Island itself. But he should not use strong words. It is necessary to fully consider that the other party cannot catch a certain point during the delivery, thus delaying the payment. Although 500 million is a drop in the bucket for the money spent by Fifen Island, Yu Haiming has to plan for the company's welfare in the last few months of the year. Every sum must be carefully calculated before it can be spent, and every penny must be used to its full potential. Yu Haiming has a lot of things to worry about, and Xiaai Hui also has a lot of things to worry about. This time, she was destined to miss out on the scholarship. She frequently took leave, and stayed in the lab night after night, to build the virtual venue. Her hair was so oily that it could be used for cooking, but she still couldn't stop. The scenes derived by Wisdom 02 required her to adjust them over and over again. Then let Wisdom 03 simulate the dummy to experience it. The project was only half done. Watching the simulated person walking around in the virtual venue, Xiaai Hui always felt that there were many shortcomings. 02, This sightseeing elevator gives tourists an option. Whether the floor is transparent or not, they can choose it themselves. Virtual cities are full of imagination and can be done as you like. But they must also conform to people's common sense, simplify operations, and add more novelty. On Saturday, Kay reminded her that she had to go to a private restaurant at noon. Xiaai Hui looked at the time. It was Saturday. Chibi Maruko, let's go. We agreed to go to a private restaurant. We have a meal with Admiral Bai again thanks to him. Chibi Maruko, okay. I feel that my cooking skills have not improved recently. Kaikai is thinking about things while eating. In the past, Kaikai was very focused on eating. Xiaai Hui felt guilty, not because Xiaowanzi's food was not delicious, but because she had no intention of tasting it. She either went back to school to attend classes, or ran to the fields, and then came back to the laboratory. She had been in the dormitory, and her mind was always in the thinking stage, so it was difficult to appreciate the enjoyment of the tip of the tongue. Thank you Xiaowanzi for reminding me. Today, Xiaowanzi knew that she had to meet guests, so she changed her shell specially, a vermicelli shell, with a black ball on her head. You're welcome, you are a wounded soldier, you should eat more, otherwise I will be angry. Okay. Chibi Maruko is the best and most stable artificial intelligence in the world, bar none. Wawa is now standing on top of Maruko, looking far from a height. It doesn't like anyone to hold it recently. The weather is too hot, so it would rather lie on Maruko's cool head. Maruko is good-tempered and lets it lie there. It's mainly because of Su Xiaotsai's order. Wawa, who has an independent personality, likes to stay in places where others can't find her. The laboratory is too big, and the garden wall can't hold it. Xiaai Hui put 1 or 2 pieces of dried meat in Maruko's stomach to hook it, fearing that it would run out of curiosity. The effect is remarkable. Wawa will play with Xiaowanzi when she is not sleeping. If Xiaowanzi is busy, the security guard will take care of it. A tracker is installed on its neck. After spending a long time together, Xiaowanzi and Wawa have become close friends. Xiaowanzi said she was going to learn skills, so Wawa naturally wanted to follow. Kate parked the car on the rooftop where the private restaurant is located. Xiaai Hui got out of the car, and Wawa jumped to the ground first. Unexpectedly, the ground on the rooftop was so hot that her paws were burned by the sun. Meow. Wawa jumped back to Xiaowanzi's head with her hair standing on end. The temperature outside was terrible, and the heat wave was blowing in my face. The temperature-controlled parasol was useless. When I left the car, my forehead was covered with sweat. Xiaai Hui hurried to the elevator. Admiral Bai happened to arrive, pushing a wheelchair with a sharp-eyed woman sitting on it. The woman had prosthetic legs and hands, but she wore long sleeves and long pants, as if to cover up the defects. Xiaai Hui smiled at them in a friendly way, but did not go forward. Instead, she followed the waiter of the private restaurant to the private room first. The woman mocked General Bai, "Your people are so arrogant, just like you, a dictator." Xiaai Hui heard this, but she didn't stop, but walked faster. "General Bai, sister, it's just inconvenient for us to meet in public. I'm not a dictator, I just don't want you to become more extreme and irritable day by day." The person who was called sister was General Bai's biological sister. 3 years ago, she survived the outbreak of the insect people, but she lost her hands and legs, and her temperament changed drastically. General Bai, also, you shouldn't vent your anger on her. Bai Ling's words are not credible. She was spoiled by her cousin. As an aunt, you should distinguish right from wrong. Don't believe everything you hear. Don't try to teach me a lesson. I'm not fooled. Xiaai Hui embarrassed Bai Ling at the banquet. Isn't that too arrogant? She just doesn't take the Bai family seriously. General Bai retorted, "We are ordinary people. Only insect people have noble blood." Xiaai Hui just doesn't take Bai Ling seriously. Bai Ling, that girl, has no merits other than being sweet-talking. I heard Uncle Grandpa's call, you shouldn't still protect her. Even if it was a child from his family tree, General Bai didn't give him face and scolded him. If it was Bifu who was still in the army, she might have picked up a cane to beat the child. Bai Ling's company made her feel a special feeling for Bai Ling, even though she knew that Bai Ling's purpose was not pure. You brought me here today to find a girl to accompany me? Bifu pursed her thin lips and speculated negatively about General Bai's arrangement. General Bai did not defend himself. Sometimes, using facts to slap someone in the face can be very effective. However, he did not want Bifu to think of belittling Xiaai Hui from the beginning. She has a lot of things to do. I can't afford to hire her, and she won't give up her career to accompany you. You think too highly of me and yourself. You introduced me to her, so why did you bring me here? You will know in a moment. Pushing open the door of the private room, the owner of the private restaurant was also there, and General Bai nodded to him. The private restaurant owner also nodded, and said, "Hello, hello, sir. You're welcome, please do as you please." Then the private restaurant owner continued to exchange cooking tips with Xiaai Hui. Xiaai Hui really knows how to cook, although her skills are mediocre and her food is delicious, far from the level of a first-class chef. But she has eaten a lot of ingredients, many of which he has never even heard of. It seems that in her eyes, there is nothing that cannot be eaten as long as it is not cooked or detoxified. From Xiaai Hui, the boss learned that there is a kind of fungus with hallucinogenic toxins. As long as it is heated for a period of time, the toxicity can be removed and extremely delicious food can be made. The boss was amazed and said, "I must try it when I have time." Xiaai Hui rubbed her hands. The boss's cooking skills can definitely improve the taste of the ingredients countless times. I wonder if I can ask for advice when the time comes. Maybe I can record a video. Little Maruko kept absorbing cooking knowledge beside her. The boss would talk about the heat, how to cut the ingredients, and how to season to increase the flavor of the ingredients. There is a lot to learn, and Xiaai Hui wanted to kneel down and become his apprentice. But General Bai was staring at her, so she had to give up the opportunity. Time is long, and she asked more questions every time she came. One day, little Maruko can become a master on her own. Seeing that Xiaai Hui was getting more and more excited and obsessed with cooking, General Bai started to order dishes, and the boss left first. Before the dishes were served, for retired veterans with hand and foot problems were welcomed into the box one after another. The pain did not change their mental outlook. They were still energetic, and their eyes were bright. "Hello, sir, Miss Bai, and Teacher Su." The 4 people who came were all talkative types. Xiaai Hui quickly entered their chat circle to understand their current situation. Some of them did not leave the army after becoming disabled, but instead went to work as civilians. Some started their own small businesses, and some became General Bai's housekeepers. They were all soldiers who were disabled after the war some time ago. General Bai said that if there was a chance to transfer them back to the army, they came. After all, they would not be able to go back if they retired for too long. They were mentally tough and had no social problems. When it came to many issues related to the inconvenience of life, they did not deliberately avoid them, but told Xiaai Hui how they did it. Xiaai Hui somewhat understood why General Bai wanted to perform mechanical transplants for them first. Such retired soldiers would adapt to military life as quickly as possible after returning to the army. "Sir, are you here today just to introduce the children to us?" "No." General Bai had transferred a large sum of money to Xiaai Hui, and he must have put it to good use. He asked Xiaai Hui, "Can we start?" Xiaai Hui made an okay gesture and took out a medical box. "Please take off your clothes." It was no big deal for the first person to have his arm installed first. He was the only one who knew about it. As General Bai's former right-hand man and one of his adjutants, he is also the only one of the 4 retired soldiers who can still work with General Bai, and now works as a housekeeper. Xiaai Hui first removed his mechanical palm. Half of his forearm was eaten by the insect man, so it cannot be reattached. The incision is now very smooth, so smooth that you can imagine the tragedy at that time. In fact, ordinary mechanical hands do not affect life, but they are not sensitive and move much slower. Just 2 beats slower is enough for them to leave the army and cannot go back. Xiaai Hui opened the medical kit and disinfected the place where the joint would be connected. Then she took out the newly made mechanical hand, tore off the covering film, and fitted it to his broken arm. The historic scene reappeared, and the metal made up of countless silver dots extended directly to the arm. When the covering was completed, the mechanical hand turned into the same color as the skin. Everyone's expression was stunned. Even Bifu, who seemed a little mean, couldn't help but glance at it several times. The color of the mechanical hand completely imitated human skin and looked exactly like a real arm. The adjutant moved his fingers, and then, as if he had found a new toy, the chopsticks he held snapped. He stared with eyes wide open, in disbelief. After saying sorry, the adjutant took out a walnut from the space button. He clenched his fist, and the walnut broke into pieces in his palm. This is too exciting. Although many machines can do this, the feeling it brings to the brain is different. It feels very real, as if your arm has grown back, and it has become stronger and stronger. The strength can be adjusted. If you want, it is not a problem to bend the iron chopsticks with one hand. Xiaai Hui gave him a manual. Different sizes of mechanical arms have different functions. Considering that you will return to work with Admiral Bai, I installed an anti-snooping device on your mechanical arm. Turn on this function. As long as you are within 5 meters of Admiral Bai, any conversation will not be heard. If you are in the room, it will be even more difficult for people outside to use instruments to detect your situation in the room. The adjutant couldn't hear what Su Xiaokai was saying, and his eyes were filled with tears. He was so excited that he covered his eyes. The surprise of regaining what was lost was like a dream. The existence of this mechanical hand is of great significance. The adjutant's throat seemed to be blocked by a stone, and he choked and said, thank you so much. This is the significance of the existence of technology, not only bringing safety, but also bringing hope. You're welcome, Su Xiaokai said. Other retired soldiers were jealous and asked the adjutant about his feelings. Very good, better than ever before. Like a new life, he wanted to experiment with other movements, but there was not enough space, so he had to suppress his excitement. The adjutant suspected that the reason why General Bai chose to install the mechanical arm here was to suppress their desire for experimentation. They wanted to punch and test the power of their fists. After that, Su Xiaokai installed mechanical arms and legs on the other 3 people. In less than 15 minutes, the 4 retired soldiers were transformed. If you don't look at the green line on the inside of the arm, you can't tell that the arm is any different from a normal hand. The movements were even faster. They even compared their hand speeds. This test was even more amazing. The hand speed is so fast that it leaves after images, and it can be precisely controlled. No matter what height you want to stop, you can always maintain it, which is more stable than your own hands. The 4 of them were like children, gesturing happily. The adjutant put forward a hypothesis. If all soldiers are replaced with these mechanical arms, will the soldiers be able to improve a lot? Su Xiaokai shook her head and stated again, such a transformation is only suitable for disabled people. The human body is full of wonders. Like General Bai, I dare to conclude that even if your whole body is transformed into a machine, you are not his opponent. Human beings are always full of possibilities, while machines have limitations. The adjutant seemed to understand what Su Xiaokai said, and he smiled with relief and said, thank you, seeing you, I know what is full of possibilities. He didn't expect to achieve arm repair in his lifetime. Although this repair does not refer to physical recovery, with this arm, he can be sure that he can return to his post and fight again. Finally, of course it is Bifu's turn. Admiral Bai asked Bifu to wait a little longer, and serve the food first. Bifu's attitude of looking down on Su Xiaokai just now was too obvious. General Bai treated Su Xiaokai as a partner, with equal status. So he would not come forward unless Bifu apologized proactively. During this meal, Bifu was restless. Looking at the flexible arms of the 4 disabled people, she regretted it. During the whole meal, Su Xiaokai ignored Bifu. She only talked to the adjutant and General Bai. She didn't want to put her face in the cold, but a sister of General Bai, who wanted her to bow down just because of General Bai's affection, was impossible. Xiaai Wanzi turned her head and thought about the difference between her own food and the boss's, and why Kaikai was so happy eating. Su Xiaokai hadn't enjoyed the food so relaxedly for a long time. Did the boss's cooking skills improve? Why did he feel that today's food was even more delicious? Su Xiaokai cleared the food on the table, wiped his mouth, patted his stomach and prepared to leave. Bifu couldn't help it. Student Su, wait a minute. What's the matter? The clear eyes were like a deep pool, which could illuminate people's desires. Bifu lost her aggressive arrogance. I'm sorry, it's my bad attitude, I'm prejudiced against you. Su Xiaokai sat down again. She was very satisfied with the dinner. She was willing to give face to General Bai, mainly because General Bai was generous and paid all the money in one lump sum, including the cost of Bifu's mechanical limbs. The soldiers saw that the atmosphere was a bit stagnant, and they sat as obediently as possible. After observing for so long, Bifu realized that the cards Su Xiaokai held were too high-end, and it was indeed possible that Bai Ling had provoked her first. I apologize for my prejudice. I took my anger out on you. I'm really sorry. Bifu didn't hesitate to put down her pride. She really wanted to restore normal human movement. Although her prosthesis could still allow her to walk, the mechanical hand was very weak, and these parts had no sensation. No matter how flexible they could not get sensory feedback. This could easily make people frustrated, just like a person who originally had a normal sense of taste suddenly couldn't smell fragrance, and everything they ate tasted like chewing wax. The adjutant and the retired soldiers kept talking about the feeling of the new mechanical hand at the dinner table, which made her look forward to it more than ever before, so she quickly installed it. Even if she couldn't return to the army, she wanted to regain the feeling of a normal person. Bifu understood why Admiral Bai brought her here. That was her dream. She even tried to clone her arm, But it didn't work. That arm was not born by her, so it was never her own. After the transplant, there would be a serious sense of stagnation, very stiff, and difficult to control. And it's not cloned, it's not rejected, it means that things will not break 100%. The feeling of necrosis and decay of the arm made her feel worse. Xiaai Ji looked at General Bai, and General Bai glanced at Bifu's hand. The meaning was very clear: stop playing. There are too many people in the Bai family in the army. Bifu can't join the army again. The patents have been approved, and the confidentiality level has been slightly reduced. Xiaai Ji stopped being petty and installed Bifu's limbs. The 2 mechanical arms were just installed. Bifu carefully rubbed the smooth arms and the texture from the fingertips. It was so touching. It was exactly the same as a real arm. Bifu will not be a soldier in the future, just an ordinary person. The mechanical arm is made of simulated leather, and the function is reduced, but it is more durable. Pay attention to maintenance, and it will definitely not be a problem to use it for decades. Chapter 116. Bifu's hair stood up all over her body. She was excited and unbelievable. Her mouth opened wide, and her smile grew bigger and bigger. Without realizing it, has technology advanced to this extent? The emergence of mechanical limbs means that disabled people have the opportunity to live a normal life. This is another great invention that changes the world. Bifu admired herself, and Admiral Bai whispered to Xiaai Ji, "Have you developed mechanical eyeballs or something like that? I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Do you know how busy I am? When we go out to eat, we are completely looking at the boss's cooking skills. Foodies have a high level of awareness." In other words, in her heart, your reputation as General Bai is not as important as food. Well, I'm just asking. With a tentative sentence, General Bai learned that Xiaai Ji can do it, but she doesn't have time to do it. It's a pity that we have to wait. Where are the promised staff? You haven't given me any, so I can't make time. Xiaai Ji said bluntly. Ji Lei has recommended a manager to me. General Bai also looked for people, but they didn't know the value and said they didn't want to come. Only one person was willing to interview, and General Bai felt a little embarrassed, but he couldn't force him to work for Xiaai Ji. It's not good to have resentment. Some retired technical soldiers in the barracks have their own world and good development prospects, so it's understandable. If they don't want to, I do it. Bifu suddenly said that she had come down from the peak of her career, and if her hands and feet hadn't restricted her development, she would have wanted to revive her career long ago. It was because of her ambition in the past that she was depressed all day long. She heard everything. If Xiaai Ji wanted to build a machinery factory, she wanted to manage it. The 4 soldiers were very quiet, reducing their presence. The big guys were talking, and the little brothers were drinking tea, pretending not to hear anything. Xiaai Ji thought, what did you do before? General Bai said disapprovingly. She was an armament coordinator before she was injured, and she has been away from the army for some years. Bifu continued to recommend herself. As a sister, she wanted to do something, and her brother couldn't control her. I graduated from Junwei Dream Academy. I was a colonel in the army and participated in more than 1,000 wars of all sizes. I am familiar with the work processes of multiple departments, and my subordinates describe me as fair and rigorous. If you hire me as a manager, I can ensure that your factory runs smoothly, and you will never make any low-level mistakes or have any quality problems. Others can see that Xiaai Ji has a promising future, and Bifu can see it even more. This little girl doesn't have much ambition in her eyes. Those who have ambitions would have been eager to find someone themselves. Since Xiaai Ji has no ambitions, then Bifu will help her stabilize her territory. She admired technicians, who benefited the country, and the people the most in her life. It happened that she could realize her ambitions without any scruples here with Xiaai Ji. Xiaai Ji drank a sip of tea, which was far inferior to the tea collected by the old principal. Xiaai Ji refused. I'm sorry, you are not suitable at the moment. Why? I am very capable and can prove it to you. No, you are very good, but you are too emotional. You are not suitable at the moment. Xiaai Ji was very accurate in judging people, and hit the point at once. General Bai nodded slightly. Bifu was very good, with outstanding abilities. Normally, she had a spirit of never giving up. But she has a problem of nitpicking, even for herself. After injuring her limbs, she became self-doubting, decadent, irritable, and had too many negative emotions. Bifu looked directly at Xiaai Ji. The pair of clear and cool eyes were full of frankness, without discrimination, just stating the facts. She was telling her that her mental state was not right. I can go see a psychologist and adjust my mood. Bifu even said humbly, I can definitely adjust in a short time and become better. Can you give me a chance? I need your job. A job that she thinks is meaningful and can help people. Xiaai Hui knows that some people cannot waste their time, so they like to do a lot of things that can help others to achieve self-improvement and maintain a normal mental state. Although she can't do it, she admires people like Bifu. It's not bad to use this kind of people. As long as you don't take the initiative to alienate her and abandon her, she will be very loyal. But as a boss, you have to know your limits when facing her. If you can adjust your state before the interview, which is about a week later, you can try it. Xiaai Hui looked at General Bai. You won't refuse to give me a candidate just because Ms. Bifu is coming for an interview, right? General Bai wouldn't dare. It would be better if Bifu didn't pass the interview. She could be her own boss instead of working for Xiaai Hui. Seeing Bifu's high morale, General Bai could only swallow his opinion. If Xiaai Hui could get along well with Bifu, he couldn't stop her. Bifu was happy. That was the most important thing. At their age, they couldn't settle down. Maybe it was determined by the genes of the Bai family. They were born like this. With Xiaai Hui's reply, Bifu went back and started to receive psychological treatment. She would definitely be able to usher in a new mental outlook before the interview. Xiaai Hui kept sneezing when she returned to the laboratory. Xiaai Wanzi prepared delicious medicinal food for her. Is Kai too thin and caught a cold? No, my nose is itchy. Someone is probably scolding her. You guessed it right, someone is scolding her. The person who scolded her was Bai Ling. In order to adjust her state, Bifu first scolded Bai Ling for relying on her relationship to cause trouble. Then he ordered the servants not to welcome Bai Ling to come again, unless she changed her rude character. Bai Ling went to inquire later, and found out that General Bai had arranged other girls to replace her. And he successfully changed Bifu's attitude. Of course, she was wrong. But it didn't stop her from cursing at the girl who replaced her, and also scolded General Bai, which happened to be heard by her parents, who came back and beat them up. Regarding the bidding for the competition, Yu Haiming tried his best to write a good bid. He ignored everything else and focused on expanding his server. He told everyone clearly that he didn't care much about the result of this bidding. It seemed that they were just going through the motions, and God knew whether they would be selected or not. However, he and Xiaai Hui didn't care much. Other large companies also didn't regard Fifen Island as a competitor. A company that didn't even have a complete server was not to be feared no matter how good its technology was. The large companies secretly competed with each other to win the project. The competition of 10 galaxies covered too wide a scope, and getting the project was equivalent to telling everyone that they were the best in the industry. For a while, the bosses used their own methods, either to change the feng shui of their own office or to destroy the feng shui of the other party. The metaphysical battles were all unexpected. Those who knew the inside story discussed behind the scenes that the boss had a brain problem. Those who didn't know the inside story always felt that there were new things happening in the office every day. Occasionally, the bosses would get furious and make comments such as, "Why is there one less fortune fruit in my office? Who moved this table? Why hasn't my green rosary pendant arrived yet?" There are countless small actions, just for psychological comfort. Xiaai Hui is not very interested in short-term competition. If they really win the bid, she will complete the simulation city at her own pace. Those who have connections have already contacted the upper level of the organizing committee, hoping to intercept through connections. After all, this kind of operation is too common, taking advantage of others, dividing the money, and flowing it back into their own pockets. It has almost become a routine operation. But this event is watched by the military, and all connections are useless. The organizing committee members are very active at this time. After receiving the bid submitted by all parties, they immediately held a meeting. The main members of the organizing committee are 30 people, all of whom are senior management, and will take turns to sit in the chairman's seat. However, this event is very special. The chairman is not one person. There are two people. One is the old man of the Yi family, who was originally the organizer of the event. He is respectfully called Yi Lao. The other is a military man, who is a familiar face. The military sent Colonel Bai. Since they need to supervise, of course they can only place someone who has power, and has no relationship with the organizing committee. The political commissars are better at balancing than the organizing committee. General Bai is famous for his fairness, and there is no one from the Bai family in the organizing committee, so he is very smooth. He squatted in this important position. Colonel Bai has several professional personnel around him, including people in network technology. The organizers of the event should not be too blatant in favor of the company behind them. Everyone has read the bid documents. To be honest, most of the bid documents come from big companies and cannot be bad. Many of the bid documents also include semi-finished videos of the event venues. It is only Fifandeo that is so honest that it is scary, let alone the videos. The text and pictures are extremely simple, in the crowd of flowery and fancy. As bids, particularly conspicuous. Let's vote first and recommend the two that you think are good. Oldie took the initiative to say. Although EP111 of the E family is engaged in network technology, no one in the E family is involved in game development. Among the relatives of the E family, only those who do real-world simulations, such as the training grounds of the 022 mechanical planet, have projects belonging to the E family. So no one has any objection to Oldie being the chairman this time. Colonel Bai has a clear goal and only voted for Fifan Island. The other vote was abstained. It was not because he was deliberately partial, but because he had played the Fifan Island plan. With the Fifan Island project, other games are made to look like small toys. That level of sophistication is something that many big companies cannot achieve. What is missing from Fifan Island now? It lacks the simulator upgrade. The existing simulator cannot keep up with the Fifan Island project. But the simulator is imperfect. What does it have to do with Fifan Island? The voting results were quickly displayed on the screen. Unsurprisingly, out of 60 votes, the Fifan Island project had 28 votes. The organizing committee members looked at each other, shocked at their mutual understanding. Everyone knows why it was chosen. Some knew that Fifan Island was not competent, some just used it to make up the numbers, and some really thought that Fifan Island's bid was well written. By some strange coincidence, Fifan Island became the company with the most votes. But the vote cannot be the final result. It is also necessary to consider comprehensively, and ask the company to provide more information. The top 5 companies in the vote all have a chance. These companies seem to have received inside information that the funds are controlled within 500 million. Only Fifan Island is so honest, and fills in 500 million as it says. First, confirm with these 5 companies whether they can meet our requirements before the competition. For those who can meet the requirements, we will take people to experience it within a month. If not, don't waste your energy. Oldie said. Someone raised his hand and asked, suppose they all say they can, which one should we go to first? There is no doubt that everyone wants to see the Fifan Island plan first. The sooner the better, so that it can be eliminated first. The votes are so high, it's too dazzling. But they can't bring it up first, so everyone looks at Colonel Bai, because they will be the experiencers to evaluate whether the company meets the standards. Colonel Bai, wait for the company's reply first. He then added, you can experience it only after the project is completed. If the other party says it will be completed within 20 days, and the organizing committee members insist on going ahead, then that's cheating. The organizing committee members, who are not stupid, nodded one after another. Then let's investigate the 5 companies first. This competition not only includes mecha technicians, but also maintenance technicians, designers, and even logistics. So the goal of the team competition is to get straight to the point and recruit talents from all walks of life. The military is hungry, and they can eat any talent. Therefore, it would be very costly if it is not carried out online. Su Xiaokai, who has been working overtime for days, received a call from Yu Haiming, asking about the progress of the competition project and when it can be completed. About 10 days, there are still some details that have not been dealt with. What's wrong? Yu Haiming was silent for a while, then said, the organizing committee needs to check the progress and determine whether it can be completed within the deadline. Well then, I can complete it here. Are you having difficulties here? Big Boss Su guessed correctly, he didn't have enough manpower. How much is needed? Su Xiaokai also knew that it was a bit difficult to ask for help. Technical problems are easy to solve, but it is really difficult to gather manpower. No matter how many human resources General Bai has, it is impossible for him to help her solve all the problems. Su Xiaokai thought of Father Su, who is the owner of a ball and has a lot of connections. Should I take advantage of Father Su again? Yu Haiming said, I have some friends who are good people, but they are not well educated. It's okay, just decide for yourself, as long as you have good character. Tell me how much is missing, how is the progress, and how many people you can find. Currently, about 30% of the habitable planets are covered, and about 10% can be added in the next week. It is estimated to take 3 months to reach a coverage rate of more than 80%. The later it is, the harder it is to find people, and they are all hard bones. Especially for mining planets and garbage planets, not many people are willing to stay for a long time. Try your best. If it doesn't work after trying your best, then take it slowly. The money has been spent, and you have to find a way to earn it back. With Su Xiaocai's promise, Yu Haiming's apprehensive mood finally came to reality. Okay, I reply to the higher-ups and tell them that the project you're working on now will be completed within 12 days. The time can't be too tight. With 2 days of grace, Xiaai Hui should be able to complete it more smoothly. Yeah. Turning around, the mature and steady Xiaai Hui turned into a naughty kid. She acted like a spoiled brat to Su Laodi again. Dad. Su Laodi hung up the phone directly. My daughter is calling. It must be bad news. Xiaai Hui, She had no choice but to change her voice to a normal one and called for the second time, asking Su Lao for help. You're always annoying me. Tell me, what's the matter? Xiaai Hui told her current difficulties. She wanted to find some people to go to another planet to find a safe place to install the server. Just this? Su Lao scratched his ears. His daughter was a bit useless. She was supposed to be a social hero, but she was useless at the critical moment. Do you have a solution? Xiaai Hui said, I need a lot of people, and they must be responsible. Even if they want to resign, they must have someone to take over the position before they can resign. And they need to take care of the small maintenance robot, so that our technicians can remotely control the maintenance. Although Father Su only occasionally meets with a few close friends during the more than 10 years he has raised Xiaai Hui, it does not mean that he has no human resources. Tell me the planet you need to go to, and see how much I can help you with. I will give you a quote when the time comes. Xiaai Hui, Dad is generous. Dad, you are the best. You always praise me with the same few words. Do you have other ways to praise me? Not only can I praise you in different ways, but I can also take practical actions to make you the most beautiful child in the crowd and send you a colorful robot arm. Beep beep. The communicator interrupted the conversation. Xiaai Hui snorted coldly. If you don't listen to your daughter, you suffer. The mechanical arm in his hand pretended to have a single function, imitating the prosthetics on the market. He didn't listen to her nagging and changed the mechanical arm. He was too impatient. Since Su Laodi was forced to retire, many of his old subordinates were also cleared out one after another. Those who could be his teammates had real skills in their hands, and could directly grasp the technical aspects. Su Laodi remembered that there were several people doing special personnel recruitment, and they had a lot of talents. He sent Su Xiaozi's recruitment information to the group and asked if any of them had connections to find someone to do this job. Is there an age limit? Someone suddenly asked. After all, this job seemed to be tailor-made for retired cadres. As long as they found a place and placed the server, they could be a comfortable security guard without anyone to supervise them. If the server broke down, they didn't have to repair it. They just needed to know some knowledge about starting the robot, and the rest would be left to the people in the head office. How comfortable. Look, at our age, is it suitable? Old man Su was suspicious. How old are you? You've all retired? Nothing to do? It's not nothing, but too many things to do. I want to find a beautiful place, where I can stay, get paid, and not have to worry. They are tired of their current jobs, which are 997 and not free. As they get older, they like to live a more comfortable life. Old man Su is hard to say. They went to Su Xiaozi's company and planned to be sweepers. If you don't make a sound, you make a splash? You decide for yourself. If there's a place you'd like to go to, please let me know. My kid said that the place we rent should be both commercial and residential, and it needs to be guarded day and night. If you have such a place, please let me know. Thank you. A comrade in the group spoke up. He was still working in the army. The job offered by old man Su was like a spring breeze blowing into his heart, ironing and warming him. It came just in time. Boss Su, I have hundreds of retired logistics soldiers here. Can you take them all? They just have some minor defects, such as missing 2 fingers, some psychological trauma, and some missing ears. I guarantee that they are not criminals and have decent character. The comrade said again, as long as you accept it, I can teach you a trick. Before Su Lao said yes, the comrade told him, for those garbage planets with fewer people, you can find the space station there. You don't have to deploy the server on the ground. You can also rent a small house in the space station. In this way, you don't have to worry about the frequent conflicts on the ground. Chapter 117. That makes sense. Father Su adopted the advice of his old friends. Renting a small space in the space station would not cost much, but it would save labor. Those places are the main source of income for the garbage planet, and there are many patrols and guards on weekdays. Give these people some money, and they will naturally take better care of it. If the server is broken, spend some money to find the nearest staff to go over it. Best of both worlds. Father Su thanked his old friend, chatted with him for a few more words, and then went to work for Xiaai Hui. While working, he sighed that he was soft-hearted. But who could be so extravagant as him, with hundreds of acres of land all worked by robots? Too decadent. Su Laudi pinched his nose and admitted defeat. 3 days later, he gave the list to Shuah Hui. There were nearly 300 people listed, where they wanted to work, what kind of salary they were willing to accept, all put into the form. The moment she opened the form, Shuah Hui jumped up. Su Laudi solved the company's workload for more than 10 days, with just one move. The manpower that could not be found even by begging was sent to her like this. After Su Laudi gave her the file, he took credit for it in a subtle way, and proudly wanted to praise his daughter. Shuah Hui realized, Dad, you are my role model, you are my support, you are like a hero, always behind me, holding up an umbrella for me. In Su Lao's ears, the elementary school level composition was the most pleasant among all the compliments he had heard in the past, so he resisted hanging up the phone. But he forgot that his little cotton-padded jacket was leaky. After reading it for a while, Shuah Hui couldn't make it up anymore. Dad, your daughter still needs a few $100 million. Beep, beep, beep. Shuah Hui looked around and saw no one, so she pouted her lips, which were full of oil, and said to the communicator, my praise is worth some money, isn't it? Xiaai and Ji heard, very valuable. Kai, how much money do you want? You praise me, and I will give you money. Shuah Hui, be good, keep your money yourself. No matter how poor she is, she will not exploit Xiaai and Ji's wallet. She just said that she would not accept the money from Su Lao's father, and she would not take it, just a daily quarrel. She forwarded the file to Yu Haiming, and asked him to arrange it according to the file. Yu Haiming happened to come to the cage house where he lived before, and saw that Shuah Hui really gave it to hundreds of people. It was a blessing from heaven. Fortunately, the boss had a wide network of contacts. He almost asked the 3 shareholders for help. At night, the corridors in the cage house were lit all day, but no one in the residence was brightly lit. It is a tacit understanding of all residents here to save as much as possible. So when Yu Haiming came over, he saw many people sitting at the door, using the light in the corridor to turn on the communicator to watch the news and free videos. Yu Haiming thought of himself a few months ago, also in this narrow corridor, sewing puppets and doing accounting part-time, trying to make use of his spare time and work harder to make money. Life was not very bitter at that time, but it was not sweet either. Every day, he was thinking about how to solve the problem of food and clothing and have a place to live. Apart from that, there was no more fun. Yu Haiming came here to find his roommate, who had helped him before, the old man in the bed next to him. After not seeing him for a while, the old man's face looked older, with wrinkles all over the corners of his eyes. The elder brother's surname is Xiaai. He was surprised and worried when he saw Yu Haiming coming here. You are already a manager. Why are you still here? Let's find a place to get together. Brother Xiaai couldn't find a place for Yu Haiming to sit in his small bed. He felt a little uncomfortable, and wanted to invite him to a small restaurant outside. No, I came to see you on purpose. Is there anything I can help you with? Yes, there are some things I need your help with. Brother Xiaai was stunned. Yu Haiming is now a man of high status. What else does he need his help with? Brother Xiaai, do you want to go back to your hometown to see your wife and children? Yu Haiming asked. Brother Xiaai was silent. He thought about it, but what's the use of thinking about it? The salary in his hometown is too low. He has to work here for at least 20 years before he can go home. Brother Xiaai felt that he couldn't figure out Yu Haiming with his IQ. Just tell me, I can help, I will definitely help. I have a job now, I can let you go back to your hometown to do it. I guarantee that your salary will not be deducted, and the remuneration is reasonable. It only takes a few days of training, and then you can start working right away. Are you willing? Yu Haiming knew that it was difficult for migrant workers with little education to find jobs, and most of them were coolies. Coolies do have good wages, but if they meet a black-hearted boss, it is equivalent to working for nothing. That's why Brother Xiaai didn't dare to stop. It was not the first time that he didn't get his salary. Yu Haiming also encountered such a situation. Sometimes, it is too easy for those powerful people to bully others. It is difficult for poor people like them to apply for labor arbitration for a few $100s of wages. Labor arbitration takes time. In that time, they may have earned back the money. Brother Xiaai asked softly, Really? He was afraid that Yu Haiming had changed and deliberately came back to deceive him. Yu Haiming directly gave him the recruitment information. You can show it to someone you trust, and then come to apply. Different places have different wages. Generally speaking, it is safer than illegal work. The money will definitely not be low, and the benefits are also guaranteed. On Brother Xiaai's planet, it is considered a high-end and leisurely profession. Brother Xian couldn't believe that such a good thing could fall on him. Does this kind of job really exist? Can't we just rent servers from other people's warehouses? Why do we need to rent a place and find someone to watch over it? Because we may rent servers to others later. Since it's open source, we should make the best use of it. We can't just use it for our own company. Yu Haiming expressed this idea. We need someone we trust to watch over it, and no one knows the situation of the planet better than the locals. Our company will also need a supervisor to go to other planets from time to time to observe the work situation. We just need training. Brother Xian, if you are willing, come to me tomorrow. We have an interview process, and then we sign a contract. But I just graduated from junior high school. Can I really do this? For the technical issues, we will send people over, and there will be robots to follow up later. But Brother Xing, to be honest, if you are hired and want to stay for a long time and learn more, our boss plans to give you some online courses and training every month. It will be a good idea for you to learn more at that time. No one can guarantee that a company will prosper forever. Opportunities depend on yourself. If you learn more during this period, you will have more promotion opportunities than others, and you don't have to do hard labor in other places. After Yu Haiming became the general manager, he unconsciously learned to paint a rosy picture for Brother Xian, painting a rosy picture of a promising future where talents would not be buried. You can introduce anyone you think is trustworthy to the interview. The interview will last for 10 days, and there is no limit on the number of people. Yu Haiming once again emphasized that many people are needed, and he really wanted the kind-hearted Brother Xian to live a good life. If you continue to endure, it will be easy to die. Brother Xian was very moved, and his eyes turned red. His throat choked and he said hoarsely, "Thank you, brother. I didn't expect Yu Haiming to still remember him after leaving the cage room." He wanted to learn some skills, but he didn't have time. If he could learn something and go back to his own planet and live with his children, it would be a great opportunity. But he still had to ask. Brother Xian was more realistic. Does the training cost money? Free. Yu Haiming was bragging. Su Xiaokai never mentioned employee skills training. At worst, if Su Xiaokai didn't agree, he would record a video himself and teach them some easier-to-learn techniques. Brother Xian tilted his head and picked up the photo on the table. This was a family photo he printed out and looked at every day. The people in it all had simple smiles. It was too difficult to find a high-paying job in his hometown. Even if you find one, it comes with high risks. With Yu Haiming's promise, Brother Xian decided to take a chance. He would not ask for leave tomorrow and go to Yu Haiming's company for an interview. I go for the interview first. If it's suitable, I bring others. Is that okay? Everyone has their own selfish desires. They must be sure that they can make the cut before introducing others. If he takes the person with him, he will be rejected, which will be a waste. Sure, please do it as soon as possible. I need the person urgently. Yu Haiming left after talking to Brother Xian, leaving a small bag of fruit. It was not expensive, but it was something he was reluctant to buy. Because he left in such a hurry, his roommates could not help but be curious. The strong man and the rat-faced younger brother, who had been hiding in bed, and dared not show their heads, lifted the curtains. Brother Xian, what does boss you want to see you about? Yu Haiming came in person, fully demonstrating his sincerity. It was definitely not a simple chat. It was also Yu Haiming's fault for speaking too softly, so they only heard the words work and learn skills. They also wanted to learn skills, but after entering society, learning skills requires money everywhere, and they were reluctant to spend money, and did not have the patience to learn. Brother Xian watched the news every night, read the forum, and learned free little knowledge. Brother Xian did not tell the truth while lying on the bed. He did not want the person on the opposite bed to have other thoughts. He asked me to get together, and I agreed. It's rare that he still cares about me. Fortunately, I treated him well before. The implication is that the bully on the bed opposite can't expect Yu Haiming to be polite to them. The strongman felt very uncomfortable, and he also wanted to meet powerful people. If he had known that Yu Haiming would become rich one day, he would have been better to him. The rat-faced little brother curled his lips and thought. Even if Yu Haiming became rich, he would not be able to become rich with him just by remembering the little kindness that Brother Xian showed him. Maybe he will live better than them in the future. Working for others is not as easy as being your own boss. He has joined an organization to learn how to be a boss. When he learns, he will move to a big villa. With women and money, he can do whatever he wants. The rat-faced little brother fantasizes about Yu Haiming kneeling in front of him and calling him boss, like a dog. It's so cool. Brother Xian glanced at the wretched rat face reflected in the dim light. He felt sick in his heart, And he didn't know what he was imagining. It was really disgusting. Wait a few more days. If he passes the interview, he can go home. Brother Xian was excited, but he didn't dare to show it, so he had to hypnotize himself to sleep as soon as possible. The next morning, Yu Haiming prepared the information for the interview and gave it to his subordinates, telling them that some people with low education might come today, and asked them to fill in the information to see their literacy. Those who were too bad were not accepted, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't fill the company with illiterate people. At present, no matter how good a person's character is, without cultural background, he can be easily fooled. He must at least ensure that those who join the company must understand the company's instructions, and ensure that there will be no mistakes when executing the instructions. At this time, Brother Xian also took the bus to where Yu Haiming worked. The security guard at the door was very imposing. He asked the security guard where he was going for the interview. The security guard told him, "Wait here first. When the people are almost here, the front desk will come to take you in." Okay. Brother Xian sat at the door of the security room. There was a cool breeze blowing from the door. This environment was no different from that of a big company. It seemed that Yu Haiming had come to a good place to work. When the front desk came to take people away, there were already dozens of people waiting at the door. Brother Xian followed the receptionist in, and he looked around the office quietly. Brand new tables and chairs, and expensive simulators were placed in the entertainment area on the other side. The receptionist said that the simulators were free and open to the public. Many jobs on Finalizing Island have flexible working hours. As long as the work is completed, the general manager will not care about you. What about receptionists like you? We always have 2 receptionists, and we have 8 days off a month. If you apply, you can take 8 consecutive days off. The premise is that your colleagues are willing to switch shifts with you. The front desk guided them to the interview room, where they could see the working environment behind the glass door. Turning a corner, they could see the cafeteria. Brother Xian's eyes were full of longing. He had worked as a temporary cleaner in many large companies. He looked down at his clothes and found that they were very ordinary in the crowd. He could see that few of the people who came for the interview were highly educated, only 4 or 5 young faces. These young faces were probably high school graduates. Because the recruitment only said that anyone who was not illiterate could come for the interview. In order to prove that everyone is not illiterate, the front desk gave them a form and asked them to fill it out flexibly according to the template. After filling it out, the interview can begin. This is not the first time that Brother Xian has participated in such a formal interview, but it is the first time he has applied for the position of administrator. He wiped the sweat from his hands on his trouser legs and concentrated on filling out the form on the electronic device. There are many open-ended questions about the 3 views in the form. There is no template for these, and they need their own real thoughts. Brother Xian fills in slowly, while young people fill in faster, and they are given priority for individual interviews. After he finished filling out the form, the people who went in for the interview came out. Seeing the young people who came out looking weak, Brother Xian became more and more nervous. When he was called, he went in with his hands and feet together. Yu Haiming obviously didn't want to do anything behind the scenes, so he left it all to the HR department. He only made introductions, and it was up to Brother Xian himself whether it would work out. He was questioned for a full 20 minutes, asking about his family situation, where he had worked, and whether he could stick to his job for more than 2 years. If you are required to study again, are you willing to learn? Brother Xian can guarantee this. I am willing to spend as much time as possible. But I am stupid. If I cannot learn it by then, will you fire me? It depends on what aspect you are stupid in. It doesn't matter if you cannot learn it. At least you should learn the process of checking the server rental room. Looking at the simple inspection process, many people cannot learn it within 1 day. We also have a simple training process. If you can complete the training within 3 days, then congratulations on your official employment. Their salesperson has found a place to rent on this old man Xian's planet and signed a 1-year lease contract. If he can pass the test, he will buy a ticket immediately and ask the technicians to go and install the server immediately. Is that all? Yes, we mainly ask if you have any concerns, see what your character is like, and whether you are illiterate. The position of server administrator originally requires a higher level of requirements. After all, the population of a small place is not large, and the number of servers required is relatively small. There are not many sales of the highest simulation cabins, so how many people play games? So they want the administrator to have more knowledge and do miscellaneous work. But the company is in urgent need of people. Even the training knowledge must be compressed and learned within 3 days. How can such high requirements be achieved? Oh! Brother Xian was a little happy, but he suppressed his excitement. Thank you, thank you. Then what time will I come for training in the afternoon? No need to go. I will go to the canteen to finish eating, and then go directly to training at 1:30, and the training will last for 4 hours. To be honest, they are all very anxious. In the past 2 days, it has become increasingly difficult to recruit people. The conditions have been lowered again and again. General Manager, you even sent people to recruit locally. Can't recruit. Many people don't even know what a simulator is. All the newly graduated students are heading for the commercial planets, and not many are willing to stay on the remote planets with uncertain development prospects. Coincidentally, the competition project requires a sufficient server coverage scale to participate, so they can only select people from the capital planet. The canteen is free, there is still some time before dinner, you can go to the entertainment room to wait, and if you are interested, you can also play the simulator game. After the interviewer finished speaking, he asked him to call the next person in. Brother Xian couldn't hide his happiness, and he became eager in his heart. It was too real. The results would come out in 1 or 2 days. If it succeeded, it would succeed. If it didn't, it wouldn't delay him too much time. When he walked out of the interview room, his legs were a little weak. It turned out that a good company gave people such a comfortable feeling. It's just that people with culture and quality will not be bossy, but more polite and speak nicely. It was also the first time for him to be treated with courtesy. In the places where he worked before, the managers treated him coldly. It was as if they were not valuable, and could be replaced at any time. Following the guidance of the front desk, Brother Xian entered the entertainment area of Fifen Island Company. There were about 10 people sitting inside, with some happy expressions on their faces. They were all quite old. They kept silent collectively, fearing that the people in the company would dislike their noise. Within 2 minutes, a girl holding a cup entered the entertainment area. All of them could see what was in the transparent cup. It was lemonade, with carbonated water. After drinking the lemonade, the girl opened the simulation cabin, pulled out a data cable from it, connected it to the computer, and typed on it. After a while, she felt the gazes around her, and raised her head. What are you doing? We are here for an interview, and the boss said we can wait here. Then why are you waiting here? If you want to stay, you can try the game of Fifen Island in the simulation cabin. Only after playing it can you have more confidence in our company. The girl pointed at the simulation cabins. The interviewer should have asked you to try it. Don't be shy, just play it. Brother Xian was embarrassed. He could touch the most advanced things, which were cleaning robots and food delivery robots. Moreover, those things were said to be obsolete, but they were still usable, so they have been used until now. We haven't played it before, so we don't know how to play it. Press the green button to open the hatch, then lie down, and then use your voice to command it to open the Extraordinary Island game. The hatch will automatically close and take you into the game. The girl was very patient in her instructions. We are here for an interview, so it's not a good idea to play this. Brother Xian was at a loss, and wanted to try it, but was afraid that the company was testing them. Yes, we don't dare. Sister, which department are you from? Can you tell us about this company? They were afraid that the girl was here to cheat them. I'm not from any department. If I let you play, you can play. I'm the legal representative of this company and one of the bosses. You don't have to be too restrained. Letting you play is also part of the training process. Familiarizing yourself with the company's products will help you carry out your work in the future. Although you may only manage the server in the future, who knows if you will be asked to manage the business on the planet in the future. Wait, you're the boss? Yeah, don't they look like him? Su Xiaokai smiled. She looks just like the sweet girl next door. Brother Xian remembered that she was the girl who kicked the rat-faced boy. He still remembers that kick. I didn't expect that this girl was the boss. Then, is the other man also the boss? Well, the boss is the boss. There is no difference between like and not like. Since the boss said so, the interviewees tried to enter the simulation cabin one after another. Most of them were in the first contact. Some of them had experienced the simulation cabin before, but it was not the latest model, and the experience was very poor. It was the first time for Brother Xian to play with it. He reached out and touched the shell of the simulator. It had a matte texture. It looked like an egg from a distance, and a big egg from a close distance. Forgive him for his lack of adjectives. He had seen a similar simulator in the boss office at his former part-time job. The boss didn't even let him touch it, saying that they were uneducated and would easily break it. It was a pity for Brother Xian that he didn't have the opportunity to go to high school. It was a great experience to have the opportunity to play the latest version of the simulator. If he didn't get the interview, He could brag to his children at home about how good his life was. Seeing their cautious look, Xiaai said nothing more, but used the computer to adjust the new game venue. She would go in and experience it later, and then make more detailed modifications. Xiaai sat cross-legged on the carpet to work. After a while, the stupid little cleaning robot passed by her and reminded her, "Master, please make way. Only your place is left to be cleaned, and I have to go eat later." "Oh, sorry, I will make way now." "Thank you." Brother Xiaai had not officially entered the simulation cabin yet, but when he heard Xiaai whispering to even the robot, he couldn't help but laugh. As Xiaai said, if you want to stay in a company for a long time, you need to understand the company. An idea was circling in Brother Xiai's mind. This might be his only chance to change his appearance. Even if it was for the sake of survival, he had to learn everything. Whatever the boss said, just do it. Workers, working souls, workers are all superior. Do it. Chapter 118. Today's interviews are all over. At noon, the front desk took people to the canteen. Brother Xiai came out of the simulator and looked at the last simulator in the entertainment room, which was still on. He asked, "Is the boss not going to eat?" "No, the boss has a separate restaurant." The front desk added, "It's not that the boss dislikes our canteen. There are many delicious meals in our canteen. It's just that the boss eats a little too much. She eats so much that the chef in the canteen doesn't want her to come. He has requirements for his cooking skills. There are 7 or 8 dishes every day, and the dishes must be delicious, so the quantity cannot be too much." Once Xiaai signed up, it meant that no matter how big the pot was, it would not be enough, so the small boss could only rely on himself. Others went to eat, and what Xiaai was doing was simulating the capacity of the venue, so that the crowds would feel spacious instead of crowded after entering. Fortunately, this is a virtual network, where there is no need for vehicles or aircraft carriers, because you can teleport. Xiaai entered the north gate of the competition venue. After about 2 seconds of darkness, he appeared in a completely new place. He did not feel dizzy, but he felt a little light, and it took a few seconds to land on the ground. After adapting, Xiaai turned around and looked up. The sky was blue sky and white clouds, but those clouds had more specific images, allowing people to distinguish the world they were in. In some places, Xiaai deliberately made them particularly unreal and false, so that people could tell that there was a difference between the real world and the virtual world. She was standing in front of the entrance staircase of a stadium that was suspended more than 10 meters in the air. It was magnificent. People would feel particularly small under a giant. Xiaai wondered if she needed to make some adjustments. Then she didn't care. It was difficult to satisfy everyone. As the chief designer, she just needed to make something that she thought was beautiful. Besides, there was more than one stadium, and the appearance style of the stadium in each city was different. If someone with giant phobia insisted on choosing this as the login place, she could only persuade him to cancel his account and choose a new login place. Then she turned on the night mode, rain curtain mode, etc., and tested the changes. After the test, Wisdom 03 reported that the teleportation point under Xiao's feet could accommodate up to 100,000 people. If more than 100,000 people rush in at the same time, it will become crowded. Voice guidance or virtual people are needed to maintain order. This is the play channel, where you can experience the scenery and visit the venue. Go up the stairs, and you will reach the competition venue. It contains a variety of events. At present, Xiaai has only developed the track required by the organizing committee. If there are other events in the future, they can also be included. Let the competition venue embrace all rivers. If the audience wants to skip the scenery along the way, they can enter directly with a viewing ticket. Xiaai tore open a viewing ticket, immediately disappeared on the spot, and entered the viewing seat. Wherever she went, Wisdom 03 simulated. Surrounded by virtual characters, Xiaai felt unprecedented excitement. She touched her chin, as if something was missing. In order to mobilize the enthusiasm of the audience and the participation of the contestants, you can get a ticket with a passion value. Every audience member who buys a ticket has 1 vote. She only needs to give up a little profit to allow the majority of poorer participants to have some money to earn. However, this thing cannot be messed with. Some people will use it as a means of profit. She has to think about how to prevent villains from making profits more efficiently. Xiaai tried several ways to watch. Not bad, the experience is really good. After that, the competition venue for the team, the equipment inside, and the place for coordinated command were all prepared. She checked the boxes on a form. Now all that's missing is a free entry system for mecha data. Some people's mechas are specially made and need to be entered separately. We can't let everyone use the prescribed standard mechas. This is not a question of fairness or unfairness. But in reality, some people have capital and better equipment. This is the general environment. People with talent but no capital want to go against the current, break through the siege, and get attention. The best way is to use standard mechas to defeat those who have special mechas. After 2 hours in the simulation cabin, I was a little hungry when I came out. Xiaai turned to the canteen to take a look. In the canteen, everyone who came for the interview looked satisfied, and they were obviously very satisfied with the food in Fifen Island. Fifen Island's meals are really good, the meat and vegetables are very fresh, and the taste has been refined many times. The company's employees unanimously believe that it is better than some good restaurants outside. Brother Xiaai, needless to say, rarely gets to eat such a rich dish. After the meal, the distance between everyone is shortened a lot, whispering to each other, happily discussing how much salary and benefits they will get after passing the training. Xiaai took a walk, feeling very proud. Just as she was about to leave, Yu Haiming suddenly appeared in front of her. He was not worried about the staff, but Yu Haiming was worried. He felt like sitting on pins and needles. "Boss, I have something to tell you." Yu Haiming waved at her stealthily like a thief. Xiaai raised her eyebrows. "What is it?" Yu Haiming told her that he had promised employees free skills training in the future. "You really know how to make trouble for me. Most employees, like Brother Xiaai, need a lot of energy to teach them a skill. You can't just buy them an online course to learn." Xiaai rubbed his temples. "First, do a good job of this competition project and make a lot of money. Then we will do a more comprehensive skills training. After the 6-month internship period, you can learn for free. If you can't even stay for the internship, forget it." It's good that the boss didn't blame him for taking the initiative. Yu Haiming breathed a sigh of relief. The company trains talents, and also trains people who can be retained. "How much have you done now?" "With Uncle Su's help, it should be all rolled out within a month." "Is there any money left in the account?" Xiaai tried to squeeze Ji Lei, and Ji Lei was almost squeezed dry. She borrowed money in the name of the company, and she couldn't squeeze out more. Boss Wu and Boss, who are two cunning foxes. If you can't borrow money from them, don't borrow money from them. Once you borrow money, they will definitely ask for shares. It's enough for now, but it would be better to sell a few more accounts to make the funds turn around. Too much money has been spent. Ji Lei is not a big complainer. His money has to be paid with interest, and he has to pay the interest every month. If he can't even pay the interest, the company will soon be dragged down. If the employees can't be paid, the situation will be serious. If Xiaai makes a wrong move, it's not just bankruptcy, it's poverty, and most of the patents can be used to pay off the debt. "Boss, how is the progress on your side?" "I think it's going well. Do you want to see it?" "See," Yu Haiming said firmly. Xiaai threw him an account number, the simulator at the back of the entertainment room. Yu Haiming felt relieved and worked hard to put it together again. The boss of 666 technology is fast in progress. Fifen Island can lose anyone, but it can't lose the backbone boss, the strongest backing in history. Time passed quickly, and 3 days later, Brother Xiaai set out on the road home. He is full of hope for the future, because the internship salary offered by Fifen Island is not low, enough to cover the expenses of his family. After working for half a year, if the performance is excellent, the company will provide them with several simulation cabins for rent. They can control the operating expenses of the simulation cabin, most of which are handed over, and a small part is their commission. Brother Xiaai was relieved to accept this pie, because Yu Haiming was his friend, and Yu Haiming said that he would give priority to arranging a simulation cabin for him. This cost would be higher than the preparation of the server. Yu Haiming made the decision after visiting Xiaai's work and entered that extraordinary world. He completely understood why Xiaai dared to spend so much money. It can be said that the competition organizers did not choose Fifen Island, which was a loss for them, and the loss was heavy. The project was almost completed, and Xiaai began to think about his unique skills again. She didn't believe that she couldn't chew this hard bone. So many problems had been solved. She had to conquer just one move. The feeling of hitting was too good. The insect man melted away. There was no more fascinating attack method than this. Xiaai understood that the blow that severely injured the insect man was definitely related to the sense of qi. Without that move, Xiaai could only practice the sense of qi exercises every day. Improve your sense of qi exercises as soon as possible, hoping to break through that boundary in one fell swoop. Sometimes, the final step is just impossible to cross. Xiaai doesn't know that she still has a long way to go to reach her goal. That day, Xiaai, who had finally completed the project, returned to the dormitory with a freshly made new simulation cabin. As soon as the door opened, Wu Qingqing rushed over, very excited. Master, do you know? The competition is really going to resume. The coach of the school team said that the school team will be reorganized. I don't know if I can be selected. You don't have to be selected, just form your own team. Wu Qingqing was stunned. What do you mean? This time, we are not selecting talents by school, but from the entire universe. Xing Miao showed her the bidding project of the organizing committee. She analyzed it item by item, and it was correct. With this scale, it is clear that anyone can participate as long as they are within the age limit. In other words, the threshold for mecha masters has become lower. Why does the school still have to select people from the whole school? Select the elites. The school must want to win for the sake of face, but do you want to follow Su Xiaokai or the coach? Feng Wansha knew that the team competition also included mecha designers and maintenance technicians. If Wu Qingqing joined the school team, she would probably have no chance. Wu Qingqing didn't think twice, of course with Master. Su Xiaocai's training for them is much more interesting. They can improve their strength while playing. I heard that the school team coach's training method is very traditional, strict, and not very flexible, commonly known as, can't keep up with the trend, very boring. Su Xiaokai is different. While she requires discipline, she will let them get in touch with more new things to increase their knowledge and adaptability. Then you'd better tell Wu Feiyong and the others quickly, you two can form a team together. Xing Miao gave Wu Qingqing an idea. As long as the two of them form a team together and qualify together, the Wu family will have no way to deal with them. That's right, you'd better recruit teammates quickly, otherwise the only option left is the individual competition. The individual competition will only be more intense and cruel. It is very difficult to stand out. The competition limit is only age, not academic qualifications. Before Wu Qingqing sent a message, Hu Ping and Lu Sun sent her a message. They also sent invitations to Xing Miao and Feng Wansha, hoping to team up together and strive to complement each other. They usually play FIFA Island together, and they know their professionalism. Instead of running in with others, it is better to train with familiar teammates. In team competition, not everyone needs to be strong, tacit understanding is the most important. Of course, Su Xiaokai has more invitations than them. Some people even asked her through social accounts whether she would participate in the competition. Wu Qingqing also asked Su Xiaokai to try. Master, do you want to be our captain? You can be a backup. Su Xiaokai shook her head. I don't think I can participate. Why? Don't use the interface of being too strong to participate to fool me. You know my company is bidding, right? As the boss behind the scenes, do you think the organizing committee will let me go? Even if FIFA Island's bid is unsuccessful, the military will do everything they can to kick her out. She is not suitable to appear on the field. It's too buggy, it will make the game unbalanced. Okay. Then Master, when can we have special training? Wu Qingqing's words just reminded Su Xiaokai of the purpose of coming back here. Yes, each of you will have one. There are only 11 new simulation cabins. Give one to each of your team members. The simulation cabin will not be sold on the market for the time being. Remember to sign a confidentiality contract. Roommate, ? Looking at the brand new simulation cabin without decorative paint, it looks like a metal egg. Feng Wansha licked the corner of her mouth. Isn't Su Xiaocai's speed of inventing things too inhumane? They had previously guessed that there would be new types of toys. The result? Who would invent a new simulation cabin just to train roommates? So perverted. Feng Wansha touched it, and wanted to take it apart to see what the structure was inside. This spirit didn't seem to be much better. Kai, where on earth did you come from? Xing Miao hugged Su Xiaokai. Damn, it was the feeling of suffocation again, and Su Xiaokai, who was getting flatter and flatter, was envious. Pushing away the soft attack of the royal sister, don't thank me, I'm very poor now, and I can only do this much at most. Su Xiaokai warned them not to commit suicide, and to use the simulation cabin according to the instructions. Especially Wu Qingqing, who was a little too curious. Wu Qingqing trembled, still remembering the insidious slap on the face, and the slap on the buttocks by the Rubik's Cube robot. Master, I only tried it once. Once? Su Xiaokai didn't believe it. Wu Qingqing's curiosity was as silly as a roe deer running out of the forest. This simulation cabin has added a gravity control device, which enhances the sensitivity of touch simulation. Training in it can exercise the human body. But at the same time, it may also be shattered to pieces. The roommate shuddered several times. Let's study it first. Feng Wansha hurriedly read the instructions to avoid the simulation cabin training them in the future. The simulation cabin for Wu Qingqing and the others to practice in is the most advanced simulator that Xiaai Hui can currently build. It can even give people the feeling of drowning in the sea or under a waterfall. It is dangerous because it pursues realism too much. No one is willing to research this kind of simulation cabin. It is too easy to have accidents. Because it needs to stimulate the human body's limits, it is not like an ordinary simulation cabin. If you feel dizzy or hot, the alarm will sound and the operation will be stopped. Every time you play, someone must be guarding outside the simulation cabin to prevent accidents. These 11 simulation cabins do not need to be guarded by people. During this period, Xiaai Hui made Wisdom 04, which is responsible for safety and life monitoring. As long as the life of the people inside is in danger, the simulation cabin will be terminated immediately and teammates will be reminded to rescue. One artificial intelligence guarding 10 people is a bit overkill, but it can minimize the probability of accidents. Xiaai Hui kept silent and did not tell them this. People should have a sense of crisis. Using high-tech products safely and in accordance with regulations is a respect for one's own life. When you go online, I can train you online. You can also move the simulation cabin to Fifen Island during the summer vacation, so that everyone can discuss tactics together. Xing Miao and Feng Wansha immediately understood Xiao's intention. It turns out that there are people who can work hard and invent instruments that make it easier for themselves to be lazy. It's really hard to judge whether this is laziness or hard work. Xiaai Hui has no feelings about laziness or hard work. After all, this thing was a very basic training prop in her previous life. There is no superstandard discovery like Qi. Training props are particularly important. Continuously strengthening the body and adapting to the mecha with higher level technology is a way of becoming stronger in another world. Give me a list of your team members when the time comes, and I will see how to arrange your training. According to the team competition rules, a maximum of 10 people can be formed. The organizing committee of the competition only gave a rule that 5 people will go to the battlefield in each game, and the rest will be logistics and replacements. As long as they can win, the team can be configured at will, and the logistics will also be counted as the 10-person team contestants. You must have logistics support. Don't listen to the online bragging about all-out offensive. The project clearly states that there is a simulated repair procedure after the mecha is damaged. That is, if the team member's mecha is damaged, they can either buy a new one or repair it. You have to make a plan yourself. Xiaai Hui kindly reminded them to prepare various response plans, and it would be best if they could check the opponent's information. She couldn't help with other things for the time being. Afterwards, Xiaai Hui asked if there were any major events in their school recently, and to learn about the school's trends. It's nothing serious. I just know that Miss Shui was ostracized. Feng Wansha smiled harmlessly, looking at the forum. She moved out of her original dormitory. Many people speculated that her identity as an adopted daughter was exposed, and she was disliked by the people in her original dormitory. There are many rumors online about Shuah Hui being an adopted daughter. It's really exciting. We don't know the truth, and we haven't spread it. Shuah Hui lost face in the Ji family, and her identity as an adopted daughter was exposed. Many people took advantage of her in a short period of time. It's just that it hasn't been exposed yet. If Shuah Hui was ostracized and moved out of the dormitory, Xiaai Hui would be the first one to not believe it, probably because she was playing the sympathy card. If the Shuah family thought someone had led Shuah Hui astray, would anyone believe it? She was so old, but she could still be led astray. That can only mean that she lacks self-control. Shuah Hui's image as a fairy would plummet, and no fans would want to see that. Being ostracized is much easier to accept. That's what the school is saying. Let's just take it as it is. Xingmi felt sorry for Shuah Hui's former roommate. It was too miserable. Xiaai Hui was happy to see Shuah Hui lie. The more lies she told, the bigger the snowball would roll. She should also participate in the competition, right? Come on, try to defeat her early and kick her out. Chapter 119. Okay. Wu Qingqing happily invited Ji Hung and others through the communicator. What? Wu Qingqing said loudly. Ji Hung and my brother were invited by the coach. This is terrible. How could I forget this? The school team will be reorganized, and they will definitely be called back by the coach. What should we do? If they don't come, won't we have no replacements? Does Hu Ping know? Feng Wansha said. You can ask this fox. Xiaai Hui, will Shuah Hui join the school team? Wu Qingqing's eyes lit up. Yes, the coach can invite Ji Hung and Wu Feiyang to return to the team, so Shuah Hui must be invited as well. With a player like Shuah Hui, why would she go back? The honest Wu Qingqing learned to be roundabout. Feng Wansha reminded her that some things will be effective if they are handed over to a cunning fox. Wu Qingqing did not ask Ji Hung again, but went to Hu Ping again. Is Ji Hung going to join the school team? Why did I hear that Shuah Hui will also join the school team? Can you confirm the situation? Hu Ping, who was trying to confuse his brother's engagement, was stunned for a moment. He had no intention of teaming up with Ji Hung. Ji Hung and Wu Feiyong's strengths were there. They were the elites among the elites. The school had plans for them. Hu Ping touched his chin. For the sake of his brother, he had to find out. The result came out in less than 2 minutes. Shuah Hui was really invited. Hu Ping quickly found Ji Hung and told him about it. Really? Ji Hung was surprised. What could Shuah Hui do in the team? Repair mecha? Her driving skills were not that good, and she could barely be called an expert by her fanatical fans online. And the real experts disdained her flashy tricks. For so long, Ji Hung had not seen Shuah Hui repair the mecha with her own hands. All the dirt seemed to be away from her delicate hands, and her long nails were painted with nail polish to keep them exquisite. If the nail polish fell off a little, she would complain and repaint it. She was too delicate to be a vase. Ji Hung, are you sure Shuah Hui joined the school team? Hu Ping showed him the information. The first person the coach invited was Shuah Hui. Shuah Hui's followers posted it on the forum to show off. Ji Hung couldn't understand the coach's train of thought. If he knew that the coach invited Shuah Hui, he would have refused immediately. Then how should I refuse the coach? He and the coach have a teacher-student relationship. The coach is a good person, a strict teacher. He is not stingy in teaching tactics and mecha driving skills. Turning around and saying that he has formed another team seems a bit unkind. Hu Ping said, hesitation will only lead to failure. If you don't refuse now, it will be even harder to refuse later. Are you willing to share your achievements with Shuah Hui? Ji Heng's expression darkened, and his narrow and beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed, full of resistance. Hu Ping took advantage of the victory, and said, Wu Qingqing and I have formed a team. The coach is Su Xiaokai, and she is willing to be our instructor. What else do you want? Who should I choose between the school coach and Su Xiaokai? I will choose Su Xiaokai unswervingly. With a powerful weapon, and a great technique, and full buffs, there is no better choice than her. The school didn't have a strict rule about returning to the school team, so Ji Hung had to cling to Su Xiaocai's thigh. So he apologized to the coach in a stiff tone, and said he would not return to the school team. He had just broken off the engagement, and in the blink of an eye he was on the same team with his ex-fiancée, earning her reputation. Even if Ji Lei didn't scold him, Ji's mother would rush into the school and beat him up. Ji Hung just agreed to Wu Qingqing's invitation to form a team, and Wu Feiyong, that idiot, also agreed. Just because Wu Qingqing said Su Xiaokai would personally coach her. She was so hot-headed in love that she immediately abandoned the school team coach. Even if he can't date Su Xiaokai, he definitely can't give other boys a chance. This is the way that twisted straight men like. Cut off all peach blossoms that admire girls. In addition to this, there are some insignificant factors. For example, Ji Hung and Hu Ping are teammates he agrees with, and it's fun to take his cousin flying. Since then, 9 people have formed a team. Wu Feiyong, for people in Ji Heng's dormitory, 3 people from Xing Miao's side, plus Li Lei. 1 more person can join. This teammate is to be determined, and it can be added or not, and it will be decided on the day of registration. Maybe Su Xiaokai can join. So 5 unique simulation cabins were placed in Ji Heng's dormitory, and the boys gathered there. The girls also cleared some decorations, cabinets, sofas, etc. in the dormitory to place the simulation cabins. The day after getting the Su brand simulation cabin, they entered Su Xiaocai's training process, and began their inhumane training career. The school coach waited and waited, only to be rejected, and felt very uncomfortable. He hurried to find Mei Lan, hoping that Mei Lan would come forward and persuade the elite students to join. Mei Lan frowned. Who did you invite? How did you train them before? How do you plan to organize and train them now? You just barged in and asked me how I could help you get your students back. Besides, did the school notify you? When the competition organizing committee decided to hold a simulation competition, Mei Lan approached the principal and wanted him to hold a meeting with several experts from the school to come up with a solution. See if the competition venue can be opened in advance after a company wins the bid, so that the school can have a warm-up competition and select students. The school hasn't issued any notice yet, but the teacher is already thinking about regrouping the previous team. Isn't that a bit too hasty? The coach has to be anxious. Only by forming a team can he get more money. He must first secure the elites, so that when the school comes, he will have the confidence. Am I not anxious? What can students train themselves to produce? systematic training in advance is conducive to winning the championship. The coach spoke in a high-sounding manner, and then said earnestly, I have invited Shuah Hui and 2 forwards to join the team. They are very qualified. I also invited Xiaai Hui. Xiaai Hui? She agreed to it? Don't you know that she doesn't get along well with Shuah? Mei Lan didn't believe that Guy would agree to it. Xiaai Hui likes to be beautiful alone. She doesn't need a tutor at all. She can sweep the whole field by herself. The principal said that there is no need to spend time on Xiaai Hui because she was kicked out of the competition by the military at the beginning. The bidding result can't change this decision. The coach didn't know the inside story, and said, as a matter of course, Xiaai Hui hasn't agreed yet. She probably can't see the information. The coach was very confident, just like Mei Lan was at the beginning, too confident. As a result, Mei Lan was almost pushed to the ground by Major Sun, which was very embarrassing, but fortunately Major Sun didn't care. Remembering what she had done in the past, Mei Lan's face began to heat up. The school coach was still talking to himself, don't worry about the players getting along. Shuah Hui took the initiative to be a reserve player, and will not conflict with Xiaai Hui. The coach's idea was simple. He thought that since Shuah Hui, the daughter of a rich family, had given in, Xiaai Hui should also consider the overall situation. Mei Lan covered her forehead. This coach has become arrogant. It is better to return to the ranks of teachers and sober up. As long as Shuah Hui is in the team, Xiaai Hui will never make wedding clothes for her. Don't be busy, the principal has not decided what to do. Mei Lan didn't want to offend Xiaai Hui again. The principal has opinions on your way of selecting people. If you still want to be a coach, why not take out the plan? We will discuss whether it is feasible, and then restart the training. The coach was obviously stunned. Is that so? Without the school's financial support, he couldn't have set up a team. Mei Lan was right. Yes, wait for the news. Don't rush. The school intends to let students form their own teams. When the time comes, the school will give sponsorship rewards to those who qualify for the finals and the simulation competition to let them continue. The competition organizing committee has not yet released the competition rules, only saying how many people can form a team. If the coach is eager to recall the team, it may also suppress the enthusiasm of many students. The students are in good condition now. Every student feels that they have a chance and make progress together. The principal is happy to see it. The coach's spirit was drained away at once. Mei Lan had a complicated expression. Everyone wanted to be successful and show their own value. But the coach's actions were undoubtedly forcing the school to recognize him as the exclusive coach of the Mecha Division team again. Mei Lan would never allow it. In dealing with Su Xiaocai's affairs, Mei Lan had many coercive actions. From Su Xiaocai's perspective, he was not a good person. He was stubborn and liked to talk about human relationships, but he was not very good at being a human being. But everything he did was for the benefit of the school. So from the school's perspective, he is a good worker, has a good vision, and can run around for school affairs. In this regard, Mei Lan firmly stands on the principal's side, and did not recommend the coach to the principal out of sympathy that he is working hard. The coach's appeal can only be left unresolved. Xiaai Hui arranged the training content for Wu Qingqing and others, and returned to the laboratory in the afternoon. Standing on the roof, she could see hundreds of people standing outside Fifandeo's office. She knew that more than 200 of them were sent by General by this time. They had mild post-war stress trauma, and were not suitable for going to the battlefield again. It just so happened that Xiaai Hui had another job that was more suitable for their current status. It was a little different from the one sent by Su Laudi. The one sent by Laudi could never go back to the battlefield. The one sent by General Bai did not officially leave the army. They could only be regarded as temporary workers, doing part-time jobs and exploring the situation of various planets. If they can recover during this period, they will return to the team. If not, they can still work in this position and become a member of Fifan Island. Each of them has a different mental state from ordinary interviewers. They are disciplined and will not look around. Compared with newcomers who have just entered the society, Xiaai Hui is more willing to accept such employees. Some defects can be ignored. The one Yu Haiming found is not bad, hard-working, but I don't know if he can do the job for a long time. Father Su also solved many manpower problems for her. Next, let's see when the organizing committee will come. I really look forward to the day when her virtual world goes online, when Chibi Maruko and Wisdom 01 can go online at the same time, without burdening the body. Chibi Maruko is picking onions in the backyard at this time. Today, she is making dumplings with mincemeat and onion, ginger, and Xiaai Hui always loves to eat them. Hua Hua also likes them, but she only likes mincemeat. Hua Hua is catching butterflies nearby, jumping up, catching the butterflies, and pressing them to the ground. Only playing, not eating. The meat scraps are not enough to fill the gaps between teeth, very picky. Fifandeo works overtime day and night, and other companies participating in the bidding are no less. Shuah Hui's company also bid. Her company's manager was forward-looking, and knew that the military had lost a large number of personnel, and would need to be supplemented. So they put some energy into building competitive games that could be participated by many people. Now, the opportunity has come. Shuah Hui also praised the manager for his good vision. Seeing that Fifan Island also participated in the bidding, she smiled with satisfaction. No matter how powerful Fifan Island is, it can't compare to the Shuah family. Shuah Hui was full of confidence. Although she was frustrated by Ji Lei and Wu Feiyang and the coach couldn't call back people, it was expected and she was not angry. Shuah Hui made no secret of her intentions when she called Shuah Feichuan. She wanted him to help increase the success rate of the bid. Uncle San, can you help contact the organizing committee of the 10-star competition and ask them to raise the score of our product? Shuah Feichuan said calmly, no. Shuah Hui, why not? We are competing for the same bid. You have connections. Why can't you use them? I can guarantee that what our company makes fully meets the project requirements. In front of the same type of products, Shuah Hui felt that her company had an advantage. If she did it ahead of time, she could also complete it ahead of time. It will be easy to fix bugs when the time comes. It's the best of both worlds. There's no reason for Shuah Feichuan not to help. Shuah Feichuan simply made it clear to avoid her nagging. The organizing committee has military personnel supervising this year. Even if it's my company, we can only know the detailed rules after the competition rules are released. I can't even find a connection myself. What do you think I can do for you? If you really make a product, just bid quietly. If you don't win, wait until next year, or release it to make money. Shuah Feichuan didn't want to get into trouble for helping Shuah Hui. The elder brother always disliked him now, thinking that he spoiled Shuah Hui too much, causing Shuah Hui to be ignorant of the world. Even if he wanted to spoil her now, he had to avoid the limelight now, so that he would have a chance to help her get back on track. Is there no other way? Just pass on a sentence. There are only a few bids, and our company can pass the preliminary review, which proves that we have strength. Just one sentence, help me. Shuah Hui begged like a spoiled child as usual. But this time, she was destined to return empty-handed. Shuah Feichuan hardened his heart, and hung up the phone. What a sentence, knowing how much thought and money he had to spend on one sentence. Shuah Hui didn't understand how much effort was put into a simple sentence. She thought that she could cover the sky with the power of the Shuah and Yi families. The Shuah family didn't get to where they are today without any smooth sailing. They put in a lot of effort and sweat, and even sacrificed their dignity. How could Shuah Hui understand? Later, Shuah Feichuan still sent her a message, warning her not to engage in bribery, as the organizing committee would investigate very strictly. If you are caught, my brother, and I will not protect you. You can do whatever you want. Shuah Hui was angry. She felt that people would not help her anymore. Without the Ji family, no one would help her. She knew that there were many people from the Shuah family in the organizing committee. Even if they were unwilling, Shuah Feichuan was also a person who looked at people and treated them differently. Shuah Hui thought obsessively that she would wait until she found a powerful fiancé and see who would still look down on her. On the other hand, the organizing committee was just as Su Xiaokai expected. Yu Haiming said that the product could be seen in the 12th day, and the organizing committee notified them on the 13th day, saying that they would come to experience it. They were not optimistic that Fifandeo could finish on time, and they looked at her work in advance so that if they found any bugs, they would have a reason to eliminate her bid. So the people on the organizing committee were very active, and they called on the military as if they were injected with chicken blood. Especially the old guys on the upper echelons of the organizing committee. They were as annoyed with Su Xiaokai as they were looking forward to it before. They were annoyed with her small company. Why was she confident that she could beat the big companies? They generally believed that Su Xiaokai had a special background, which was why the Bai family recommended her so much. Since she wanted to be the first to come forward, she had to bear more attention and criticism. So the 30 members of the organizing committee who could sit at the meeting table, the older ones, those who had worked in the organizing committee for more than 10 years, and those who had a little say came. There were 20 of them alone, plus some secretaries and assistants, a total of more than 50 people. One bus could not accommodate them. And they could not take the bus, they had to travel by private car. Rarely, the parking spaces in Fifan Island's multi-story parking lot were full. The two receptionists were a little nervous about the scene, But fortunately Yu Haiming came out to greet and entertain them. The chief organizer, Yi Lao, looked around, as if looking for someone. Where's your boss? Yu Haiming smiled. Of course not. Look at the judges behind you with judgmental eyes and rolling eyes. Su Xiaokai must be stupid to come here to be humble to you. The young boss has already said that she is very angry recently, and doesn't want to come. It would be bad if she choked some old guy, so she had to take a step back to save face. What's more, Su Xiaokai had many excuses, and said, I have no time to train Wu Qingqing and others. The burden was easily thrown to him. What could Yu Haiming do? He had to bite the bullet and go ahead. The boss has other things to do, so I can explain it to you. Have you confirmed the product? If you haven't done it yet, we will do the same next time. A member of the organizing committee next to Mystery said, You only know that there are many companies bidding. If it is postponed, I am afraid that there will not be enough manpower. Colonel Bai sneered in his heart after hearing this. He looks 50% similar to General Bai, and his inner personality is also similar. I don't like to procrastinate, and I always say what I mean. How can we not have enough manpower for something like this? You don't have enough manpower, but I have more people here and can help. The soldiers on leave can be recalled at any time. Organizing committee. The secretary beside Colonel Bai is very good at making jokes. Colonel, they are euphemistically saying that Fifendeo company must do what it says. Don't say no in the middle of the process. It's not that you really don't have time. Colonel Bai, just say it like my subordinates do. It's clear and understandable. I don't know whether Colonel Bai did it intentionally or not. Let's assume it was intentional. After hearing this, the organizing committee members' mouths were zipped up, their teeth itching and looking frustrated that they couldn't bite. This amused Yu Haiming. He lowered his head slightly, tried his best to keep his face straight, and held back his laughter. Yu Haiming led them to the entertainment area, stopped, and said, Do you want to experience it first, or do you want me to call someone to explain it first? Colonel Bai strode to the entertainment area, and his actions said it all. No matter how good the words are, they are not as good as the actual experience. Colonel Bai, who preferred to experience the game, didn't even look at the faces of Yi Lao and others. He was ordered to be a member of the organizing committee. Colonel Bai knew his position clearly. He couldn't be afraid of offending people when he sat in this position. Singing against the organizing committee was also one of his tasks. The government and the military had long been dissatisfied with the way the organizing committee did things. Starting from the highest level simulation cabin 2 or 3 years ago, the military asked them to change the way of competition. I don't know whether it was to make money, to consolidate the current position, or to maintain the screening method. They didn't make any substantial progress. Previously, no technology company could meet the military's needs, so they turned a blind eye and regarded it as difficult to implement, allowing the competition committee to gloat for a few more years. Until Fifan Island came out of nowhere, Su Xiaokai was raised by Su Lao, who was a legitimate father. The military took the opportunity to implement the plan. They spent a little money, and someone would solve the technology for them. It was great. What's even better is that the money spent was the competition committee's money. The military not only received the talent they wanted, but also joined the investigation, uncovered the cancer in the competition committee over the years, and did a big internal cleansing. Finally, they could send people to Su Xiaokai to learn, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 120. The ineffective competition organizers could only smile, and could not blame Colonel Bai for his decision. Colonel Bai arrived at the entertainment area. Can we go in now? Yu Haiming could see that Su Xiaokai was closer to the military. She couldn't name many of the organizing committee members, and she didn't know them well, so she kept her distance. The boss's attitude was Yu Haiming's attitude, so he naturally gave priority to building good relations with the military. The organizing committee members standing behind could see it clearly. They were a little surprised that Yu Haiming was so young, but he didn't waver or show any fear in front of so many big men. What gave him the courage? Soon, they will understand. Of course, it was Su Xiaokai who gave him the courage. He could handle the technical bosses with ease. He was so nervous about dealing with them, who were just the organizers of the event. None of them could fight. Colonel Bai entered the simulation cabin first, and his subordinates automatically stood guard outside the cabin and were not allowed to approach. Yu Haiming first introduced Colonel Bai to several must-try projects in the venue, and then gave him an account. I wish you a happy time in the new world of Fifan Island. When Yu Haiming said this, he was confident and proud. The scene inside represents the unshakable technical strength of Fifan Island. After Colonel Bai entered the simulation cabin, other members of the organizing committee also sent younger people to enter the virtual venue. There are not many simulation cabins, so not everyone can enter. Those who are older can wait and enter. They sat on the sofas specially placed in the center of the entertainment area for them to rest, and asked Yu Haiming various questions. You call the competition project FIFA Island New World. What does it mean? The order is not this generation, the new world is the new world, and the competition project can only be regarded as a part of the new world, not the whole. In other words, you have been working on this new world for a long time? The organizers of the competition became interested. Can you tell us about the concept of the new world? The concept of the new world is to reduce the communication barriers between the regions of the 10-star systems. Yu Haiming answered fluently and relaxedly. The confidence emanating from his heart made the old guys more curious about what magic the virtual arena had. Listening to the introduction, the investment in New World must be huge. Can FIFA Island support it? It must be difficult for FIFA Island to even deploy servers. Young people have such big dreams. They are not afraid of falling and getting hurt. About half an hour later, people climbed out of the simulation cabin one after another. Without exception, their faces were full of shock and numbness. I originally thought that Xiaai Hui would just make a game as a battle competition. She not only made competition projects, but also made cities, a lot of huge cities. The moment they entered, their whole bodies went numb. It was too scary, especially after they had experienced various live broadcast angles. They knew that in the absolute domain of FIFA Island, it would probably take a long time for them to be defeated. It can be said that at this stage, FIFA Island is the king. They have almost determined that the competition can only be FIFA Island, and must be FIFA Island. There is no other company. How is it? Oldie asked the young man who just came out. They know that FIFA Island has great technology, but they don't like playing games. So most people here have not experienced the FIFA Island plan, so there is a slight deviation in information. Mr. E, you should go in and experience it. I can't explain it. It's really hard to express it in words. Can you imagine the feeling of a primitive man suddenly falling into a high-tech world? The new world of FIFA Island can reshape people's cognition. I think yes, there should be such a thing in the world, and the virtual competition project should be held in such a place. The young man looked at Yu Haiming, and it was difficult to keep calm. The new world of FIFA Island is great. When I think about it, when I am bored in the future and don't want to go out, I will definitely stay in the new world and don't want to come out. No wonder he can be the president at such a young age. With that kind of technology, he still looks calm and unhurried. Stable, too stable. FIFA Island Project Company is like a supernova, emerging with a tyrannical attitude, unstoppable. Yi Lao's eyebrows drooped, and he touched the goatee on his chin. Then go in and take a look. His grandson is the Network Technology Director of the Law Enforcement Department. He has heard that FIFA Island's technology is more advanced than what they have now. The Law Enforcement Department wants to introduce it, but remains on the sidelines. Only those in the military who are so careless would ask for the technology of this company. Something that suddenly appeared without any signs must be guarded against no matter what. So when Sun Zi talked to him about this issue, he would wait and not rush. The new round of organizing committee members entered the experience, waiting for them to enter the new world. Colonel Bai came out. He let his men enter the experience, and then came to Yu Haiming, with a serious expression and murderous aura. Yu Haiming thought he was going to fight. With a little panic, he said, "Colonel, are you feeling okay?" Colonel Bai still didn't hold back his momentum. He was still immersed in the experience just now. Yu Haiming had already simulated in his mind whether it was more handsome to take out the bodyguard robot or stand in the posture of being beaten. Colonel Bai patted him on the shoulder. "You are very good. You have completed the task beyond the specification. If every company is like you, the world will definitely be a better place." Yu Haiming, I won't be proud if you praise me like this. I just feel disgusting. Colonel Bai smiled. This smile melted all his coldness and seriousness. His eyes were full of joy, and he looked very much like Admiral Bai's heroic appearance. Yu Haiming breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he didn't want to beat anyone. He smiled and asked Colonel Bai if there was anything that needed to be improved. "If you have any suggestions, you can directly raise them, and we will try our best to meet them." "Not yet." Colonel Bai mainly wanted to know, "Your new world must not be completed yet. Can you divide it into an area for us? We want a separate area for the 022 mechanical planet." "Want it again so soon?" General Bai and Lieutenant General Bai both entered the shopping mode. When it was Colonel Bai's turn, he also asked for it. People from the same family are really the same in their bones. "Yu Haiming, don't worry about this. My boss has taken this into consideration. Time is limited and many places are not completed yet." Colonel Bai nodded and felt more relaxed. He had just played in it for a long time. The new world is the same as the game of the extraordinary island plan, bringing infinite novelty and excitement. As a soldier who has been on the front line for a long time, he still can't resist the unknown adventure. Admiral Bai has a hunch that Fifen Island Company has more than just the breakthrough of the new world, and there are still good things to be discovered in the future. The two chatted for a while, and added contact numbers to get closer. If they can't find Xiaai in the future, they can find Yu Haiming. The front desk refilled them with 2 cups of tea, and Yi Lao and others also left the cabin. Yi Lao was helped to sit down by his assistant, and was silent. In the room, except for Colonel Bai and Yu Haiming's low discussion, there was no one else. So they were all thinking. They deeply understood that the gap was not a line, but a big rift valley. The company they supported was at the bottom of the valley, and Fifen Island was at the top of the mountain. There was no point in hesitating which company to choose. Whether in terms of technology or concept, Fifen Island was far ahead, and could be described as unparalleled. Yi Lao had to admit that Fifen Island, this new company, was very clever. It was a big deal without making any noise. After everyone took turns to experience the new world, they could not find any shortcomings. The only thing that can be questioned is how many servers have been deployed. Currently, our servers have covered 50% of habitable planets, and the rest will be in place in a month. They are really bold, and they spend over $1 trillion as soon as they say it. These people came here, and they went through the motions, and tacitly agreed that the project can only be handed over to Fifen Island. If they can't compete or fight, they can only join. If they use other companies, and Fifen Island launches her new world at the same time, all 10-star systems will be furious and question their fairness. When leaving, Yi Lao lowered his status, shook hands with Yu Haiming, and said, "You have a lot of capital behind you. Congratulations." No, we are very poor. The debt on my head is like a mountain, I just hold it up. You are too modest. They didn't borrow from the bank, and you still say they don't have a lot? There must be a big boss behind them. Yi Lao doesn't think about him. Maybe he is far away or close at hand. He glanced at Colonel Bai. The Bai family in the military is really well hidden. Ji, huge capital manager, his wallet was scraped by Xiaai until only a layer of skin was left. After picking his toes, he had to consider whether to wash his hands or not. After all, the tap water charges in the capital were not cheap. Poorer than him was Xiaai. She had to pay interest every month, and now Ji Lei dug bamboo shoots at will. In front of Xiaai, Ji Lei was no longer the old brother Ji, but Uncle Ji. She didn't pay back the money, and waited for him to reason with Su Lao. If he couldn't reason, he would dig in the bamboo forest of her hometown every day, until he dug all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. This move strangled Xiaai's life, and the bamboo forest was her place to make money after retirement. Xiaai could only be a slave to money, and work hard to make money. Xiaai trained her apprentices, got off the line, and hurried to another place. Today was the day when the organizing committee came, and it was also the time for her to interview the new factory managers. The place was in the newly rented factory, a little far from the laboratory, but it was a military base, surrounded by high-tech factories. Even thieves and spies dared not come here. It was said that the level of security would be locked by weapons if you walked through a door. The factory's water and electricity had been arranged, and only the production line and safety measures were left. This time she had to interview 3 people in total. Ji Lei and General Bai had both found people, and Bifu was one of the 3. The other 2 actually didn't know who the boss was, but they came because of the recommendation. The interview was originally scheduled 2 days ago, but the boss repeatedly postponed the interview time. They all speculated whether this boss was the president of a large company and a busy person. As a result, the boss's appearance and age were very different from what they imagined. Xiaai stepped into the factory and looked at the 3 people who came for the interview. She originally meant to communicate online first, and then come here for the second interview. But they wanted to have a face-to-face contact with the boss. As the top-level candidates among the workers, they have long understood one thing. The boss must choose people with the same values in order to work for a long time. Real contact can better understand who the other person is. Another very important point is the working environment. The high-level workers and the bosses are originally chosen by each other. So Xiaai met their requirements. The moment Xiaai came in, the 2 of them felt their hearts break. She was too young. She looked like a minor. When they saw her face clearly, they calmed down. They knew who she was, the boss of the Fifen Island project. "Hello. I won't waste my time. I want to hire you to manage the factory. Let's talk about the salary first." The monthly salary offered by Xiaai was not high among the same industry. It was similar to Yu Haiming's treatment. He still enjoyed stock dividends, which was the bulk of his income. He was provided with food and accommodation. But she is dealing in medical products, and the profits are not as lucrative as the Phi Island project. And considering the quality issue, the cost will also be high. Good quality also means a long service life. In history, many industries have been dragged down by quality, as long as you have studied history. So if they want to stay, they must consider whether they can do this while ensuring quality, and continue to inject vitality into the factory. If there are alternative products in the market, they must have a strong ability to respond, rather than waiting for closure. After Xiaai Hui explained this, she demonstrated her level of mechanical limbs. Although they only had videos to watch, the 3 interviewers were all aware of the technical content of the mechanical limbs. I have mentioned these basic conditions. You can bargain. Who will go first for the individual interview? Ladies first? Bifu, thank you. I go first. Since she changed to the mechanical limbs, her personality has returned to the iron lady she used to be. She is much more cheerful. Come on, let's talk outside. There are no partitions in the factory, and it is empty, and the echo is too loud. An area outside the factory was full of weeds. A few sheep that were placed there raised their heads from time to time, and looked over vigilantly, which was quite wild. Is the mechanical limb useful? Xiaai Hui spoke first in a friendly manner. Very good, better than ever before. Bifu raised her hand, and picked a piece of grass. It feels like it's growing on my body. But I feel that it's still not perfect in some places, and it occasionally reacts a little slowly. This is your version. It's a beat slower, maybe it's judging whether you want to hurt yourself. For example, if you want to clap your hands, it may think that the signal from your brain is hurting you, and it can only do it after sending the clap signal again. The version used by the military will be more advanced, and the civilian version cannot be too advanced at the beginning. Bifu was full of question marks. If this is not advanced, what is advanced? You are too modest. Bifu was wearing a khaki suspender dress, and the whole person was very cool. The gloomy between her eyebrows dissipated, and the change was really big. The two did not talk too much about salary and work, but it was like two strangers getting to know each other and slowly becoming friends. Use very common topics to express your personality and your values. Finally, for the outlook of the factory, Xiaai Hui hopes that civilian mechanical limbs can benefit more disabled people with average living standards. If it can be popularized on planets, like the garbage planet, it would be the best. This is difficult. Unless this technology becomes a common thing, such mechanical limbs are not suitable. On planets, like the garbage planet, mechanical limbs are super valuable items. Walking on the road will attract people's attention. But no matter how difficult it is, you can try it first. Bifu, who used to be disabled, and Xiaai Hui have the same idea. First, we need to deal with military needs, and then develop civilian use. Xiaai Hui nodded. We have talked so much, and it has delayed your time. I want to interview the next one. I am glad to see you stand up again. It is nice to meet you. I can accept the result of the interview no matter what it is. The two shook hands gently, and Xiaai Hui continued to interview the next one. The other two people have some work experience. One of them was Lu Qin, who had just been out of the army. He had a very good resume, and had participated in many military projects. He was hardworking. He had a good temper, and spoke politely. It was obvious that he was very stable. The other one was introduced by Ji Lei. He was over 60 years old, Zhu Yang. He looked very young. He used to be the general manager of a technology company. Because the boss of the company had a bet with someone, he lost and gave the factory to someone else. Then he had an argument with the new boss and resigned. The reason for his resignation was not just because of the unpleasantness, but because the boss asked him to lay off 70% of the employees within half a month. The reason for the layoffs was simply that these employees liked their former boss and did not respect him as a boss. So he had to resign overnight. Of course, these words did not come from his mouth. As a qualified manager, no matter how bad the previous company did, he would not tell the interviewer in the form of complaints. This information was told to her by Ji Lei. Zhu Yang was very well-mannered, and had a very unique development insight into this company. Both interviewers had additional demands, and salary was second. They wanted to ask more about the treatment of workers in the future. The boss of a company was reluctant to spend money to treat employees well, and put all the pressure on the managers. They didn't want to work under such a boss, who was not pleasing to both sides. The salary and benefits given by Xiaai Hui were absolutely no problem, and she also promised to give half of the shares as employee benefits. The two interviewers had no objection, And the fact that they could give dividends proved that the boss was a kind person, at least verbally. Xiaai asked them to go home and wait for news, and she would give a clear reply tomorrow. What should I do, Maruko? They are all great managers. I don't know who to choose. Maruko picked up Hua and put her in Xiao's hand. Kai, will you only open this factory? You have already opened a laboratory, a factory, and a game company, so it doesn't matter if you open a few more. She was reluctant to do so, but she didn't want to cause trouble. Xiaai thought about it, and couldn't make a decision. She picked up a dice. Should she try some metaphysics? At this time, a phone call came in, and it was General Bai again. What's the matter? You don't even call me Grandpa Bai anymore? Every time she called, she would add to her workload. She was considered good-tempered if she didn't argue with her. After Colonel Bai came, she knew that Colonel Bai would call. Xiaai repeated again. Women are in a bad mood for a few months every month. If there is something, they will talk about it. If there is nothing, they will withdraw. The law enforcement department wants to invest in your virtual city. Want management rights? It is not difficult to imagine that the development of the virtual city will be a large project covering 10 star systems. With this scale, it is difficult to feel at ease without official intervention. Chapter 121. It's okay to use AI to monitor, so there's no need to invest. Xiaai doesn't want the government to intervene completely. You have the right to monitor security, but not the right to manage. The company is mine, and I don't want you to interfere in my world at will. This monitoring power does not mean that the AI of the law enforcement department monitors the new world in all aspects. When the AI on her side detects a criminal act, it will directly report it to the AI of the law enforcement department, eliminating the need to report to the police and going through the process. The AI of the law enforcement department will decide what to do. Whether to notify the law enforcement department to file a case to track the detainee, or to kick him out of the new world and prohibit him from entering, or to continue collecting evidence, it is up to the law enforcement department to decide. Xiaai understood this from the beginning. The new world is too prone to shady transactions and crimes. Even if she is in charge, she can't manage it. She is short of manpower, and has no firepower. With the law enforcement department joining, she saves a lot of effort. From then on, if someone in the new world commits a crime, she will not be implicated. She has done everything she should do. Cooperating with law enforcement is a great person. Only the criminals are unhappy. That's what I mean. What do you think? General Bai felt that Xiaai was too good at crossing the line, which made him feel no sense of accomplishment. Their bottom line is the intervention of artificial intelligence in law enforcement. They don't really want to share. After all, the military is still grateful for Xiao's help. Thank you. After you win the bid, we will intervene according to your requirements. If you have any other conditions, please tell us together. General Bai is not stingy. If Xiaai asks for a planet, they can give it to him. I hope that the person in charge of handling the network security of the new world will not be from the Yi family. Xiaai was very stingy. She still remembered that Yi Wenling bailed out Yi Suelu, a pervert. He condoned the criminal. No matter how fair he was to the outside world, Xiaai looked down on him. Yi Wenling made one mistake, and then another. He had hopes of promotion, but because of Xiao's words, many efforts were in vain. I also want the information of an orphanage, all the information, including the sealed ones. Xiang Qian's recent investigation has reached a bottleneck. The former address of the orphanage was occupied by an illegal armed force. The environmental damage was too serious. It took a lot of time to get in. That place had experienced another fire, burning everything to ashes, and the electronic documents were gone. The individual identity file records may only be found by the official. But Xiang Qian did not dare to invade the official identity files. Now we can only start from people who have had contact with the orphanage, but so many years have passed, and there are few people who have memories. So it takes too much time to gather the resources of the orphanage. Father Su is a straight man. When he adopted her, he didn't know her past at all. Oh, and can't your AI be upgraded? It's too lame. General Bai, will you help upgrade? Aren't you afraid that I do something? Xiaai is not the kind of person who is reluctant to give up technology. Send someone to learn. I'm too lazy to upgrade your technology. I've been shouting for so long, but you guys are just making a lot of noise, but not taking any real action. I prepared all the teaching materials, but where are the people? He's the opposite of Tiangang. Xiaai is the most generous person General Bai has ever seen in his life, and she is abnormally generous. Let me ask you a question. Don't you care about your technology? Yes, I do. If I didn't, I wouldn't have applied for a patent. Su Xiaokai gave him some basic knowledge about the confidence of a technical expert. I have a lot of wonderful ideas in my head. If I want to realize them, I just need to do it. That is, just think about it. I can definitely make it. General Bai, then can you upgrade the mecha? I need a super 5-star mecha. Huh? Didn't Lieutenant General Bai tell General Bai that he was making a mecha suitable for him? Su Xiaocai's eyes rolled around, wondering if he should cheat again. Give me several billion, and I make it for you. I need to apply for several billion. Can I pay it in installments? Several billion? I can give it to you right away. Hiss, for a mecha, he's really willing to spend. General Bai, of course he's willing to spend several billion to get a super 5-star mecha. Do you know how many researchers have worked hard behind the scenes, but still failed to make it? Time is money, and human life is more valuable than money. With several billion, he can customize a super 5-star mecha, which is a big profit. Su Xiaokai, no, I'm very busy, I don't have time, I have trillions of dollars on my head. She changed the subject back to the orphanage. Please take care of the orphanage, it may be related to my life experience. General Bai couldn't give her an accurate answer. I can only help you retrieve it and take a look. If there are confidential files. You know, I don't care about them. But I will try my best to apply for permission to view it for you. There are some small secrets between departments that cannot be easily revealed to others. Su Xiaokai was not embarrassed. Xiangqian also had Yu Haiming, an orphan from the orphanage, to investigate. It was a bit tedious, but he could always find something. Thank you. Please try to help me look through it. If you have my information, give me all of it. General Bai, if you need anything else, tell me. There really was something. Su Xiaokai, can the person you gave me help me run the official department like Yu Haiming did and open a new factory? I want to produce a medical drug. Drug? From vegetable farming to gaming, and then to machinery, cross-industry entrepreneurship. General Bai touched his chin with interest. What medicine? Without a drug production license, I won't tell you for now, just give me the people. To produce any kind of medicine, you need to register and get qualifications in the early stage. Only after that can the factory exist legally and formally. But you have to go to many places to open a factory. The mechanical limb production factory can trouble Ji Lei and General Bai more. Other factories can't do that. There must be someone to go through the whole process. General Bai paused and said, you are free. He is a free man. You should ask for his opinion. Uncle, you are lying. You hesitated. The introducer came here to keep an eye on the quality of her mechanical limbs. Now he changed to open a pharmaceutical factory. He felt that it was a bit of a waste of talent. But he thought of the scientific and technological resources she had in the past. It is not impossible to give up a management talent, as long as the talent himself has this intention. General Bai considered, you talk to him, on the principle of voluntariness. It's a deal. If you give me your man, I use him. Some money is worth making. This year, the Su planet has increased the bamboo forest planting area, which should help her relieve the economic pressure. Su Xiaokai also wants the man Ji Lei gave her. She can let him first settle the competition with Yu Haiming, and then open a Rubik's Cube robot factory. In this way, her wallet will be empty, and she can't even afford to eat. Starting a business and becoming a boss does not mean reaching the peak of life, but more of owing a lot of debt. Su Xiaokai was in such a state. But once she started, it was as if countless hands were pushing her in this direction. It was a bit like in her previous life. If she made a contribution once, she would make a second and third contribution, and she could never stop. No matter how many times she tried to break, it was impossible. She didn't want to die in the mouth of insects, and she wanted to protect the people behind her, so she had no choice but to carry the banner and move forward. After hanging up the phone with General Bai, she played with the cat decadently and started to contact the 3 people who were interviewed. She explained the situation to them. Bifu was once a soldier, a strong woman with a sense of professional responsibility. Because of this, when her hands and feet were disabled and she had nothing to do, it was harder for her to accept reality than anyone else. Su Xiaokai was impressed by her ambition and sense of responsibility. When producing mechanical limbs, she would definitely be able to control the quality. I hope she can control the price well, and not let her lose money. Bifu happily shared the good news with her brother, and said that the people he introduced were not as good as her. General Bai wanted to tell her that his people were also selected, but it was just another industry. As for the other 2 interviewers, Zhu Yang thought for a long time, and replied to Su Xiaokai that he was willing to accept her arrangement. He took office, and became the deputy manager of the Fifan Island project. He shared Yu Haiming's work pressure. Because Su Xiaokai explained in advance, Yu Haiming was relieved to have an additional deputy manager. He was afraid that he would not do well, so Su Xiaokai asked another person to assist. Lu Qin came to Su Xiaokai on the third day to understand what medicine she was going to make. In the meeting room of Fifan Island, Lu Qin, who had a handsome face, couldn't help but slap the table. Drugs that repair genes and increase strength? Lu Qin, ? Is this the drug in the game? Lu Qin rubbed his fingers. General Bai had already explained that this boss, because he was young, often had wild ideas. And there is only a fine line between genius and madness. So Boss Su finally crossed that line and went crazy? I'm not lying. Su Xiaokai gave him 2 boxes of pills. I know you have 2 master's degrees, one in engineering and one in medicine. If not, Su Xiaokai would have chosen Zhu Yang to work in medicine. After all, Zhu Yang knew Ji Lei, and Ji Lei was a doctor, which was better than Lu Qin. She didn't know Lu Qin's family, so she didn't know why he wanted to study 2 unrelated majors. But it was certain that if these 2 majors were good enough, the salary would be very high. The 2 bottles of medicine were quietly placed in front of him, and Lu Qin didn't know what to say for a while. After a long time, Boss, have you applied for a patent? No, I have only tested it on animals and 2 people, and I don't know whether the specific efficacy is strong or not. You need to collect relevant data. The patent application for medicine is a bit troublesome. I know you understand this. If you work under me, you can help me get patents and certificates. Lu Qin said cautiously after a while. Can I ask who are the 2 people in the experiment? One is me, and the other is not convenient to reveal the name. Su Xiaokai didn't care, and her tone was very light. There was a kind of bone-chilling coldness. The boss is really a ruthless person, and he didn't even let himself go. Lu Qin's hands were sweating, and he grabbed the bottle of gene repair medicine. Can I ask what the raw materials are for making it? Before asking this question, I promise you that I am willing to be the manager of this pharmaceutical factory as long as it is effective. Bamboo shoots, a kind of bamboo shoots. You should also know my family background. Su's planet now grows bamboo on a large scale. Okay, no need to say. Lu Qin interrupted Su Xiaokai and said, sign the contract. A confidentiality agreement is also required. Before signing the contract, Lu Qin made a request. Can you give me a monthly dose of this medicine for 1 person? Does anyone in your family need it? My wife. I met my girlfriend in college and have been married for 6 or 7 years, but we don't have any children. When they wanted to have a child, his wife suddenly found that her physical condition was different and her genes were problematic, and she was in a state of collapse. In order not to implicate him, she filed for a divorce. She was very calm and determined, and it was not a momentary anger. So he retired from the army and spent more time with her. This may be a bit of love brain, but not completely. He didn't want his wife to be lonely in the last part of her life. But his resignation did not bring happiness to his wife. She was still depressed and in very poor health. Su Xiaokai, you can't take the medicine. Lu Qin pinched his knees with both hands, looking gloomy. Don't be disappointed. Su Xiaokai explained, this is medicine, you can't eat it casually, but bamboo shoots can be eaten? Bamboo shoots are ingredients, you can buy them from my father every day. Lu Qin instantly understood Su Xiaocai's intention. Giving medicine directly to people would be a responsibility. The definition of eating fresh ingredients and taking medicine is different. In the future, all raw materials will be imported from the Su planet. If you don't mind, your wife can move to the Su planet for a few years. The environment on the Su planet is more suitable for her to recuperate, and then it won't be awkward for you to go to the Su planet frequently. After the bamboo shoots are picked, they must be processed on site to become unrecognizable. Preserving the medicinal properties, and then transporting them back to the capital planet for processing is the best way to keep the formula secret nowadays. Thank you, boss. Lu Qin is very active. After signing, he said he would take 3 days off and move to the Su planet with his wife first. This eager look, anyone with a discerning eye can see that he loves his wife very much. Su Xiaokai looked at Lu Qin's walking posture that was about to jump up, and said that she was not in love, tut. Lovely person. The reason why she is so good at socializing is the same. She wants to meet all kinds of people and understand human nature. Every time she meets a new friend, she can find interesting things. The things on hand have come to an end. Su Xiaokai can be lazy for a while again. She asked Yu Haiming to open a few more game accounts, at least to earn enough interest and pay employees' salaries. Then she looked at how the experiment of Xiaai and Ji was going. The experiment of the blue-gold healing mushroom did not make much progress. Su Xiaokai did not want to do the healing experiment. She was biased, and so biased that she set her sights on the insect man again. But it was just her idea. The experiment did not succeed, so she could only change the experimental method. Take it slowly. The experiment is too tiring. It is useless to rush. Fortunately, she has Xiaai and Ji, who is well-rounded in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor development. Xiaai and Ji, what does Kai want to eat? Shuah Hui hugged Xiaai and Ji. No, I want to act like a spoiled child to you. Chibi Maruko, okay, Kai, you can act like a spoiled child. I recently watched a drama. You can learn this part. I really want to tell you that in my heart, you are everything to me. I don't ask you to love me more. I just want your comfort and understanding. Shuah Hui, I thought hugging was already acting like a spoiled child. So, do you have to say such cheesy words to act like a spoiled child? Shuah Hui opened her mouth and chose to shut herself up. Chibi Maruko, I'm going to exercise. Get up and practice whipping. Chibi Maruko's eyes turned into question marks. Is that the end? Well, my own Kai, her way of acting cute is unique in the world. She is playing the king's new clothes, and her acting cute is equivalent to not acting cute. Su Xiao's 2 factories were quietly built, and the Fifen Island server was completed and rolled out as scheduled. On the day of her last exam, the project announced the results. When Shuah Hui came out of the examination room, Wu Qingqing and Hu Ping came over to hug each other. They were going to her Fifen Island company for training during the holiday. The base was in her company, which was convenient for meetings and for understanding the latest news of the competition. News is coming. Lu Sun quickly refreshed the public notice section. Then, if nothing unexpected happened, he saw that the company that undertook the competition project was Fifen Island Project Game Company, Ltd. Great, I knew that Fifen Island would not lose. The friends were very excited and came to congratulate Shuah Hui. They surrounded her and said that they would hold a celebration banquet and treat her to a good meal, with all kinds of delicacies from land and sea. Yes, Hu Ping will pay. Lu Sun said. You have to pay too. Hu Ping slapped him on the back of his head. You only care about your brother whose money bag. Lu Sun, Master, there are so many people chattering on your account. Wu Qingqing's fingers quickly typed. She wanted to scold those who questioned her. It's human nature, don't be angry. Are you going to treat me to a meal? Let's go quickly. If you are not enthusiastic about eating, there is something wrong with your thinking. What do you want to eat, master? Lobster. Hu Ping's pockets were deflated. I also want to eat top-quality beef, only the sirloin. Ji Heng's wallet shrank rapidly. And then some delicious tea. Wu Qingqing couldn't keep her remaining pocket money. The 3 little rich people became little losers. The pocket money of other friends was not spared either, and all went to buy food and into Su Xiao's stomach. After it was made public, many people felt incredible. This newly emerging small company is playing too big, isn't it afraid of choking to death? And those big bidding companies knew the result in advance, so they accepted it very calmly. Except Shuah Hui. She was losing her temper in the office. She couldn't find anyone to help her. She couldn't vent, and she scolded the manager whenever she caught him. They said he was useless, invested so much money, and made a useless product. It was as bad as it could be, and the technicians outside heard it. Everyone felt sorry for the manager. What kind of boss was he? The manager had worked very hard, and the general direction of the decision was correct. If the bid failed, it would be the same as selling it as an ordinary game. 10-star systems are so big, the capital star is not profitable, but other planets have a market. The manager is also a human being, and he was scolded by a little girl who knows nothing. His dignity was completely thrown to the ground and crushed. The manager tried to hold back. His fists clenched behind his back were bruised. He kept reminding himself that this was the daughter of the Shuah family. Even if she was adopted, she was still a member of the Shuah family, and he couldn't use violence. But Shuah Hui's scolding was too harsh. The manager closed his eyes and made the most impulsive decision. Since Miss Shuah thinks I can't do it well, I resign. Please find someone to replace me within 30 days. He didn't want to be scolded by her. What do you mean? You made a wrong decision and caused the company to lose so much money. You plan to just leave. Shuah Hui said viciously. If you dare to leave, I will let the entire industry ban you. Bandit. The manager snorted coldly. If I am not welcome here, I will find another place to stay. Even if he works as a toilet cleaner, he will have more dignity than working under her. Once he leaves, the whole company will be disbanded. With Shuah Hui's dictatorial and overbearing personality, this company has no future at all. Shuah Hui was disdainful. If this person is unwilling to work, then hire the next one. There are so many talents, it's not like someone will not work if they are gone. After Shuah Hui's company lost this manager, several technical talents also resigned. Without a manager, the company is like a hedgehog with all its thorns plucked out, at the mercy of others. When a company loses its competitiveness, no one will support it for the sake of the Shuah family. Shuah Hui ran around everywhere, but still couldn't find the talent she wanted. In the end, she had to become the general manager herself. When she became the general manager, the company was not far from bankruptcy. Chapter 122. After receiving the notice of winning the bid, the whole company cheered, "Great, great, the efforts over the past few days have not been in vain." Yu Haiming and Zhu Yang hugged each other, very excited. Staying up late, trying hard to find people, all kinds of difficulties, running around everywhere, the difficulties are hard to describe in detail. But everything is over, everything is meaningful. Yu Haiming's eyes were filled with tears, hard work, but rewarding. "Thank you, Brother Zhu." "You're welcome. We will have to cooperate for a while, work hard, and then it will be a hard battle." Yu Haiming smiled and said to Zhu Yang, "Yes, it's a tough battle, it's time to make money." Carrying so much debt, Yu Haiming is eager to pay it back, and he must guard the next level well. Zhu Yang nodded calmly. It's a wise choice for them to choose Fifan Island. If they dare to pick other companies at this event, don't blame Fifan Island for giving the rival company a fatal blow. You do the first day, I do the 15th. Once the pilot film is released, the whole world will be quiet. The organizing committee was helpless. Sometimes, it is really not possible to achieve the goal by just pushing from behind. Fifan Island's technology is impeccable, and the price is also within a reasonable range. If they don't choose it, it means they are hiding something. Others have quoted, so they only do things within the quoted range. Fifan Island has longer-term considerations. Not just for a competition, but from now on, the competition may only be held in the new world of Fifan Island. So after the organizing committee went to other companies to check the formalities and confirm that Fifan Island had already laid out the server, they decided on Fifan Island without hesitation. The internet is once again abuzz with hot topics about Fifan Island. Originally, Fifan Island was not the favorite to win the competition. After winning the bid, Fifan Island really entered the public eye. People who didn't know about Fifan Island were looking for news about the company everywhere. He didn't have any hope of winning people over with a brick before, so he didn't pay attention to it. As a result, it was like a pie falling from the sky, hitting him so hard that he saw stars. His Kaikai and Fifan Island have something to brag about again. Fanfan kept it a secret from us so hard. The official website is still so quiet at this time. I really want to see Fifan Island's stadium design. It must be great. Don't flatter me. It's not bad if it's just average. That's great. If other companies hadn't won the bid, I couldn't imagine the embarrassment of seeing one side stuck in place while watching the game. It's too late. Isn't Fifan Island a game company? It hasn't opened a 10-star account yet. How can it do a 10-star system project? No malice, just asking for help. Every word and sentence above is rhythmic. It's hard to believe that there is no malice. Waiting for Fifan Island to release news, it feels like they are holding back a big move. Small company, say there is no power behind them. I don't believe it. Yes, knowing it is a small company, the organizing committee, and the military will support it together. If you speak without thinking, the other company's bidding will have no strength and no background. Big companies can't compete with Fifan Island, which proves that Fifan Island's products are superior. So many evaluators, not all of them are blind. The smaller the company, the more confident it is. Who knows if it is because the bid is too exaggerated? I don't believe it can host a competition. This is a galaxy-wide event. I want to change the company. You want to change? You haven't even seen their products. Don't bother, you idiot. Fifan Island was established too recently, and the boss is still a child who has not experienced the world. I feel that such a serious matter, as the competition is more stable when it is handed over to a big company. The competition is for the whole galaxy. We don't want Fifan Island. Pull it down. Is there a shady deal? A girl can do big things? What a surprise. I thought it was XXX company that won, but it turned out that a little-known company won. As far as I know, Fifan Island's technology was stolen from others. They obtained the project through illegal means, and we demand a strict investigation. The remarks became more and more exaggerated, and game fans who had played Fifan Island project continued to join the comments. Wait, what did I see? Steal? Who did they steal? Name them. It's impossible for a small company to have such strong capital. Then where's the source of the technology? Why can't we see it? The boss is a genius. I heard that the Fifan Island project was being worked on several years ago, and this project might have been done before that. With the Fifan Island game as a premise, isn't it normal to be technologically advanced? You are against Fifan Island. I support Fifan Island. Yes, I support Fifan Island. You are definitely the Navy hired by Fifan Island. I don't know where this fake company came from. Please don't ruin my competition. I don't believe it. I don't listen. Anyway, the haters want to blacken Fifan Island for no reason. A group of people who have never played Fifan Island and have never watched the live broadcast were incited to think that Fifan Island was not qualified. Xiaai Hui looked at the comments of various haters and was in a very good mood. Haters' jealousy? She was really generous. She would share the soup residue after eating the big part. But she would take revenge. Those who hated her would have to pay a high price to have a taste of soup. Xiaai Hui suppressed the project pilot film and sorted out everything before publishing it. On the third day of the project release, the haters of Fifan Island had overwhelmed the fans, and the firepower was so strong that Fifan Island was completely blackened. The only thing left was to restart the investigation. They were so proud of themselves that they seemed to have nailed Fifan Island to the pillar of shame. At this moment, the organizing committee released the procedures for the first 2 games of the competition. The competition was indeed divided into individual combat and team competition, and the threshold was also much lower. Anyone under 30 years old and over 15 years old could participate. People from all walks of life could join. The prizes of the competition were not announced, but the organizing committee directly sent a link to the registration channel. At the other end of the link was the registration interface provided by Fifan Island, and there was also a pilot film. Some netizens are experienced, and went into the simulation cabin to watch. Brick is one of the smart ones. He stood in front of Xiao's photo, and wiped the frame devoutly. Goddess, I'm here, wait for me to clear your name. Brick entered the simulation cabin and played the pilot film. What came into view was the green grass. He stood in the middle of the stadium. The view turned, and there were countless spectator seats on the high wall. Among the audience, some faces were blurred, and some were clear. Brick immediately realized that this was a choice. The audience can choose to make their virtual appearance public or private. In this situation, Brick put himself into the role, and was inexplicably nervous. After a while, a black mecha walked out from the opposite side. A string of red countdown time appeared in the air, and the venue changed. From a piece of grass to an endless desert. The surrounding audience was disappearing, and only the sky full of yellow sand, and 2 mechas were left on the field. The black mecha drew out its weapon, lowered its body, and prepared for an attack. Furen swallowed his saliva, feeling that he was being stared at by a beast. He tried desperately to escape, but his sight was fixed. The black mecha rushed over. Furen scratched his face, move faster, move faster. His sight finally moved under his prayer. Bang, sparks flew. Furen was shocked that he actually watched the game from the perspective of the opponent. His sight moved so fast that he could hardly see what he did. In less than 10 seconds, the 2 mechas fought for 5 or 6 rounds. The flashing of swords, the continuous artillery fire, and the use of bricks to subdue people made him excited, as if he was driving a mecha himself, but he soon couldn't hold on, felt dizzy, and his stomach was uncomfortable. He wanted to vomit but couldn't. It was too fast, so fast that it didn't seem like a real person was playing. It turned out that this is how the mecha pilot drove the mecha. People who watched the video on the computer had an indescribable dizziness, let alone watching it in the simulation cabin. Based on this consideration, the pilot film quickly switched angles, exiting the driver's vision and watching the game with a third-party vision. The 2 mechas were fighting fiercely. Standing in the stands and looking at the stadium below, you can zoom in the picture and only see your favorite mecha. The surrounding audience excitedly waved cheering sticks to cheer for their favorite players. The scene of the stadium only lasted about 30 seconds, and the video field of view suddenly pulled up, higher and higher. Then all the audience saw a huge city, a green city with floating islands. It was like a fairyland growing in the forest. Pavilions and towers were built on the floating islands, connected by sightseeing ladders, and tourists shuttled inside. As a bird flew away, it landed on the ground. There were more buildings integrated with nature on the ground, with 1 or 2-story shops stretching for more than 10 kilometers. Inside the shops, various goods were sold, and the vendor shouted funny words, like singing, which was particularly interesting. Suddenly, there was another loud bird call, and a big red bird flew over. The sky was dyed red, the sky was full of red clouds, and the clouds formed various romantic and lovely images. As the big bird flew away, across the city border, they arrived at another city with completely different scenery. The train rumbled overhead, and the sky was full of sightseeing passages. The only thing in common in the cities was that they all had stadiums. At the end, they stayed in their birthplaces and chose where to create their accounts. The pilot ended, and it said, "Everyone is welcome to participate in the exploration, merchants are welcome to settle in, and welcome to the new world of Fifen Island." The man walked out of the simulation cabin with a brick, sat there in a daze, and pulled his slightly long hair. What an exaggerated world. This must be a huge project. Someone had proposed this concept of a virtual city before, but no one has ever built it. First, the cost is huge. Second, there is too much follow-up maintenance. And third, the server capacity is not enough. And Fifen Island has realized this dream. Netizens cried. Beautiful? Can we see the scenery online in the future? I think each planet can cut into some real scenery, so that I will be more motivated to travel. When will it be opened? Oh my god, it's beautiful, crying. When will Fifen Dad be open? I knew that I was right to fight for dozens of hours to scold the haters, and I was not disappointed. Big surprise, the long-awaited virtual city is finally out. Oh my god, Fifen Island is a big production. It must have taken a long time to plan. No wonder it won the bid. We are still thinking about how to become the strongest on the surface. Fifen Island has already broken through the atmosphere. The haters' remarks are self-defeating. Tell us, how else can we hate them? It's so funny. Our boss used to fight Feng Shui every day, hurting each other. Now it's good. Everyone is happy. Fifen Island is really great. Finally, I have the opportunity to say it. Feng Shui war? Ha ha, so funny. Our boss even put 2 animals representing wealth in the toilet. What a nice ritual. No need to say more. Our boss has asked us to call Fifen Island like crazy. This wave is indeed Fifen Island's plan for the company to win. The organizing committee is bidding. Xiaai Hui is recruiting investors, and sitting back to collect rent. It's so cool. At present, only Fifen Island can do it, and others want to unite like this, but they can't do it. It was a complete loss, but it's not a loss. No one in Xiaai Hui ate meat. Fifen Island New World issued an announcement that the virtual world will be open at 1 a.m. 5 days later. Audiences can enter not only from the simulation cabin, but also through computers. Although computers will reduce the experience, all aspects are taken care of. At that time, contestants can rent the competition venue for free for training, and non-contestants will be charged according to the number of hours or days used. Details can be found in the instructions. This news undoubtedly tells all merchants that the best time for you to enter is these 5 days. If merchants want to join, they can go to the official website to learn more or call, and artificial intelligence will serve you. If you are sure you want to move in, someone will prepare the contract for signing. Those who have cheated her will rent shops at a higher price than other merchants. There is no reason not to make money if you can, and you can make more money to get rid of your anger. Xiaai Hui has never suffered losses. This move has invisibly resolved the dissatisfaction of many companies, and also given a warning to many people with bad intentions. Fifendeo Company knows who is behind the scenes, and we are not afraid of cheating. This time you only lose money, but next time you come, you will know what it means to be hungry. The merchants who have cheated Xiaai Hui regretted it, and beat their chests, and stamped their feet. They were wrong, really wrong, and they didn't expect Xiaai Hui to have this trick. The companies under the names of Mr. Hu, Wu Xiaoxiang and Ji Lei were the first to get the store locations. They don't have to queue or wait, and can pick any 3 stores with the best locations. These stores are also divided into zones. The best flow of people does not mean the best business, so they need to decide which 3 places they want. Mr. Hu asked Secretary Bai to choose, while he went to show off offline. There is no way, people just need luck and a little vision. Once Mr. Hu got on Su Xiaotsai's car, he immediately entered the top business circle. Congratulations, Mr. Hu. Some merchants were trying to get a good store as soon as possible on the phone, so as not to leave too many others behind. That won't work. You know, I'm just a shareholder, I don't have management rights, I just sit and collect money. Mr. Hu's words made people want to slap him twice. If he doesn't have management rights, then he doesn't have management rights. Why did he add the word sit and collect money? Can you help me contact your boss? Give me a chance to get to know him, okay? I have a lot of celebrity resources, I can introduce any celebrity you want to be a spokesperson. Boss Hu curled his lips. Do I need your ugly ones? Those celebrities are neither as charming as his wife nor as powerful as Xiaai Hui. He is greedy for money, not lustful, and he made a wrong decision. The forest farm is indeed in need of a spokesperson recently, But it is more practical for him to find a farmer than a celebrity. Boss who refused, brother, it's really not possible. My niece hates me, her uncle, interfering in her affairs. I have no say in front of her. If you have time to find me, you might as well get in line to sign the contract. He even called me niece. How ridiculous. Do you think I don't want to? There are more than 1,000 people in the line to sign the contract. You may not be able to get in even if you wait for 3 days. He still wants to change the contract to make it more favorable to him, but he has this idea, and so do others. Not wanting to listen to Mr. Hu's boasting, the merchant hung up the phone and continued to think of a solution. Less than a minute after hanging up, the official of Phi Island New World gave the latest news that the contract would not be changed, and there was not so much time. Moreover, the contract will be signed by the merchants themselves. They will only give a price, and then sign it. No more queuing, no need to bargain and modify the contract. The contract period is 1 year, and the shortest is 3 months, so the merchants will not lose too much. However, if they want to renew the contract, it will be a different price, and they will consider it themselves. Once the plan is released, everyone can quickly get a similar contract, but the price is completely different. Generally speaking, it is still much cheaper than renting a physical store. But some merchants still want more discounts. They are relentless, thinking that Phi Island makes more money, and is black-hearted. Yu Haiming doesn't care, he doesn't have time to deal with people who just want to take advantage. It costs money to maintain the server, it costs money to work, and the energy required to run artificial intelligence is also very large. For this reason, Xiaai Hui created several artificial intelligences to divide and manage, striving to make the simulation city run smoothly. These are all costs, tens of trillions. Yu Haiming was troubled by these weirdos, and finally had no choice but to ask employees to temporarily block these people. Every contract has to be checked against the ID card, company name, or business number, etc. There are a lot of things to do. Artificial intelligence screening is the first step, and the second step is manual confirmation. All the employees who can be mobilized from Phi Island have been mobilized, and many employees who have gone to other planets have also helped to confirm the information as long as they can read the characters. Finally, Yu Haiming, Zhu Yang, and several supervisors signed. They signed electronic documents for 5 whole days. If it weren't for the artificial intelligence that helped to eliminate errors in the front, they would all be exhausted. The current state is not much better. I am so tired that I don't even want to move my fingers. Xiaai Hui didn't show up during the whole process. She was lazy, and said she was taking the apprentices to train. As soon as the exam was over, the new simulation cabin was placed in the company's entertainment area, and face recognition was required to enter. The apprentices came here to train every day. Under Xiaai Hui's encouragement, they made great progress. After the training this morning, everyone looked like they had been fished out of the water. Hu Ping lay on the ground, groaning in pain. The muscles in his body are about to dissolve. Who will save him? Xiaai Hui does not let them drive mechas, but wants them to survive in various harsh environments. Sometimes, in order to solve the problem of hunger, they require them to use their knowledge to the extreme. They even have to fight against wild beasts with real people. Hu Ping just fought with a beast weighing thousands of pounds, and finally killed it with a desperate struggle. Xiaai Hui squatted down and poked Wu Qingqing's face, then showed a devilish smile. Starting tomorrow to play with the insect man, you can only use exoskeletons. Li Lei and Feng Wansha, be ready for support. I won't remind you again, you can coordinate it yourself. Chapter 123. Everyone was horrified and sat up. They had just finished fighting the beasts, and they were going to fight the insects so soon. Xiaai Hui rubbed her waist. It was too exhausting to train these guys. I take you to the new world to have fun in the afternoon. The 9 people instantly wanted to escape. Xiaai Hui said it was fun, so it must be a place that she thought was fun and they thought was scary. Coach Su. Coach Su. Every time Ji Hung said this word, he felt weird. He said, the school coach invited me again. He said that there will be a competition for selecting players from the whole school. He asked me if I would be willing to be the captain after I selected the players. The coach's original words also include. The first part Ji Hung did not read out. No need to ask me. Xiaai Hui said, just discuss it among yourselves. I will not stop you from doing anything. Hu Ping pulled the screen over to read the information and read out the rest. You are a very good seed player. I know you have emotional problems with the people in the school team. But this cannot be a reason to escape from the impulsiveness. A rational person should know what is best for himself. I hope you can cherish this opportunity and train with professionals, otherwise it will delay you. I can't read it anymore. The whole article is full of life philosophy. Can you do it just by saying it? The coach only knew that Ji Hung and Shuah Hui broke up, but he didn't know that the two had become outright enemies. It's okay not to know this, after all, there is not enough evidence to spread the murder, and the coach is not in the same circle as them. He even hinted at other coaches, namely Su Xiaokai, who was unprofessional, who gave him the confidence to be so arrogant that he could belittle Su Xiaokai and elevate himself. There was another meaning in the message he sent. He had school resources that others did not have, and his network was wider. Ji Hung would regret missing a coach like him. Hu Ping turned his head to look at the simulation cabin. In terms of professionalism, who could compare with Su Xiaokai? The school coach still operated in a traditional way, writing a planned course and letting the mecha pilot work hard to achieve the goal in his way. Such training in the early stage can lay a good foundation, but it is difficult to develop one's own advantages in a short period of time. Su Xiaokai directly took more advanced and scientific training, exercised in the virtual field, and let them practice in different directions. Comparing the two, Su Xiaokai is more suitable for their current state. They have a solid foundation. For example, Wu Qingqing and the other two have greatly improved their physical strength and close combat through a period of training with the Rubik's Cube robot. It would be a waste of talent to carry out the same type of training in a training camp. Seeing Ji Hung pursed his lips, Hu Ping said, "You are not going to give the school coach some face now, and then go back. This guy will kick people out of the team if he doesn't like it. Do you believe he will hold a screening competition at school? As long as you go back and everyone is gathered, he will immediately announce that the formation is complete." "No. I'm just thinking about how to refuse politely." A polite child always wants to take both sides into consideration. The school coach has carefully cultivated Ji Hung, so it's not easy to say anything too unpleasant. Ji Hung finally told the coach that he had formed a team, his personal strength had improved, and he also had a coach, so it was not easy to dismiss the current coach. The school coach was helpless. It was summer vacation, and without the restrictions of the school, students could only contact each other by phone. Ji Hung already had a coach, and it was not easy for him to ask the coach to break the contract and let Ji Hung transfer to him. But Ji Hung's refusal meant that the school team had no seed players, and Su Xiaokai, the dark horse, was also missed. The school coach was very anxious and annoyed that Ji Hung didn't know what was good for him and didn't understand his painstaking efforts. Joining the school team and winning honor for the school was not more important than his personal grudges. The principal's meaning was very clear. He could allocate some money to him to form a team, but he couldn't enter the competition under the banner of the school in the early stage. If he couldn't lead the team to a good result in the top 50, he could just be a good teacher in the next term and stop thinking about this. The principal actually tried to persuade him not to bother. They are a military school, and as long as they see that students have potential, the military will definitely give priority to them. The internet competition is completely different from the past training methods. The advantage of the internet is that you don't need to look for resources everywhere. As long as you have a brain, you can plan a whole set of plans. Traditional coaches need to accumulate resources, and if they don't have enough money, they can't train people at all. The principal didn't want to use traditional means to maintain the so-called honor inheritance when he knew about the changes. This was inconsistent with the military's philosophy. But the school coach had been running around for the school in the past few years, and he had seen that if he wanted to try again, the principal was willing to give him a chance, but only one chance. So the school coach tried every means to recruit talents and form a team that would not be much inferior to other schools before the registration deadline. After Ji Hung refused again, Hu Ping felt better. He had some negative emotions towards the school coach, so he could not accept his brother returning to the school team. If Ji Hung chose to go back, he would have no choice but to secretly draw circles and curse Ji Hung as a fool. "Let's go eat." Su Xiaokai would not be affected by their decision. Ji Hung had already paid the canteen, and it was agreed that it could not be refunded. If he didn't eat, she could still make some money. A large group of students gathered in the canteen, and the canteen chef's cooking volume increased dramatically, but he did not complain. With these young people who enjoyed everything, the canteen chef turned the pot dozens of times more, and he loved these young people who even licked the plates clean, and felt a great sense of accomplishment. Su Xiaokai also ate with them, but her dishes were all made by Xiaowanzi, and the dishes were much richer. When the meal was almost over, the canteen chef came over and patted his symbolic belly. He said loudly, "Hello, boss." "Hello, Chef Li, the kitchen is not busy anymore? You come here to cook for me." Chef Li was speechless. If the boss asked him to do it, he would do it, and he didn't need to come over to ask. It's just that the boss is sometimes very picky and has various requirements. She eats by the bucket, and the chef in the canteen can't satisfy her. He really has a request, boss. I'm sorry, it's really an unreasonable request. Xiaai Ji was puzzled. What? I heard that the company has made an amazing product that allows students to participate in the mecha competition. Yes. Xiaai Ji pointed to the seat next to him. Don't be too polite, sit down and talk. The chef shook his head. What I'm going to say may offend you, so I mention it first. I heard from the employees that Brother G's team is short of one person, and you are their coach. A look of embarrassment appeared on his honest and lovely face, and he said, I have a useless nephew at home. He has good driving skills, but no team wants him. Hu Ping was used to a team of 9 people, and felt that there was no need to add one more. Why? With good driving skills, many people should be vying for him. The chef scratched his oily apron with his fingertips, lowered his voice, shrank his neck, and wrinkled his fat chin. He is bad because he offended you, the boss. I only found out about it yesterday. He hid in the room and cried, so I forced him to tell me. Lu Sun was curious. Who? There were many people who offended Xiaai Ji, but I couldn't think of anyone who was hiding and crying secretly. Li Shanchun. After the name was said, Xiaai Ji remembered the boy with the baby face. This world is really small. After many twists and turns, the chef and Li Shanchun are actually related. That boy has a decent outlook on life in some aspects, but he is a bit hypocritical. It would be better if he just kept his mouth shut. So no one in the school wants to team up with him. Not really. He has great potential, and is willing to work hard. I don't dare. If it weren't for his nephew crying, he wouldn't have known that he had this relationship with his boss. People in the school, as long as they think of Li Shanchun's feud with Xiaai Ji, dare not team up with him. Don't ask Shuah Hui why so many people team up with her. People are bullies and fear the strong. Li Shanchun's family is just well off, and he doesn't have any special rights. Of course, there is no special care. That won't work. He has a poor eye for making friends. What if he is brainwashed and betrays the team? Wu Qingqing doesn't like this person. Although the police let him go, it means he is innocent, but it's too much to become a teammate. Lu Sun suddenly felt that the soup in the bowl was not tasty. Li Shanchun can only sign up for the individual competition. He has no criminal record, so it's okay if he doesn't participate in the team competition. He is a sensitive child and has no friends. I think he has become very withdrawn recently. It's all our fault. His parents are often on business trips and don't pay much attention to him. As an uncle, I am often immersed in my own affairs and rarely care about him. He is just too lonely. I am afraid that he will go astray and go astray. The chef did not force Xiaai Ji's team to accept him. I just want to say, can you give him a chance, let him atone for his sins, at least he will feel less uncomfortable. Chef Li blinked his round eyes, tears streaming down his eyes. It can be seen that he cares about his nephew very much, but he just doesn't know what to do. So he believes that the person who tied the bell should be the one to untie it. Everyone's eyes are focused on Xiaai Ji. She is the victim, and she makes the decision. Xiaai Ji, let him come, don't join the team for the time being, and see if he can integrate. Before the deadline, if he can't integrate, it's best not to force him. Huh? Really bring him in? Wu Qingqing was puzzled. Xiaai Ji naturally had her considerations. Talents delivered to her doorstep might be arranged by fate. Don't forget that the chef is the guy's uncle, and everything he eats comes from his hands. With a little trickery, the whole company can be paralyzed. Unless she fires the chef's team. But Xiaai Ji is not the kind of person who is suspicious and makes a big deal out of small things. By observing Li Shanchun closely, she can also understand him better. Enemy or friend, it needs to be observed. Thank you, boss. Chef Li was grateful. Boss, come to the canteen to eat in the future. I promise that you will be well fed. Xiaai Ji's smiling electronic eyes turned into an angry state. This chubby uncle wanted to take its place. Xiaai Ji grabbed Xiaai Ji's sleeve. It was Xiaai's cook. Others also resisted, not because the chef's cooking was not delicious, but because Xiaai Ji ate separately. There would be many dishes on her table, and they could eat secretly. There are many styles and good taste. Who should I choose? Of course, I support Chibi Maruko-chan. No. No thanks. Xiaai Ji's mouth twitched. There were a bunch of dads around, so she needed to take care of her emotions. You have to thank me. If you don't eat in the cafeteria, you can bring some snacks. I go to the kitchen to get them for you. The snacks are for afternoon tea for the company's people, and it's the same for Xiaai Ji. He just make them again. Plates of snacks, nut chocolate, small cups of milk jelly, dried fruits, dried fish. They looked delicious. Wawa jumped onto the table and quickly stretched out his claws to pick up a dried fish. Chef Li smiled innocently. Does Prince Wawa also like to eat dried fish? I will prepare more in the future. Xiaai Hui took Wawa off the table. Do you know that your paws are very dirty? You have been rubbing them on the ground for so long. Wawa was chewing on the dried fish, with round eyes that did not look away. The shoveler was too nervous. It was very good at cat skills, and only scratched its own dried fish. The cat stepped proudly, and squatted at Xiaowanzi's feet to eat delicious food. Prince Wawa, Xiaai Hui said, don't use this title in the future. It is arrogant enough. If it is crowned as the prince, it will be able to fly to the sky. The chef laughed, went back to the kitchen, called his nephew, and asked him to come to Fifen Island. If he didn't come, he would never be able to enter the simulation cabin. Li Shanchun saw the message from his uncle in the quilt, and felt like the sky was falling. What did his uncle want to do? Was he going to embarrass him in front of Xiaai Hui again? The baby-faced boy showed a rare timidity and retreated. His arrogance was gone. His uncle's words were like an imperial decree, which affected his meals and competitions during the summer vacation. Li Shanchun dawdled the next day, and finally arrived at the gate of Fifen Island Company on time. It was his first time here, and he stretched his neck to look inside the gate of this legendary company. Outside the gate, there were 3 layers of people. Most of them were reporters, who wanted to apply for an interview with the top management of Fifen Island. The private numbers of the top management were very hidden. Yu Haiming was unknown, Zhu Yang was a low-key person, and Xiaai Hui only appeared on the internet. If he could get an interview opportunity, he would definitely be promoted, so there were so many reporters. Unfortunately, Yu Haiming was a homebody, and Zhu Yang made it clear that he would only serve as the deputy manager of Fifen Island for a short period of time. Xiaai Hui was even more indifferent. She had no interest in increasing her fame. She didn't want to maintain the face of a serious businessman. She was fine with being funny. The security guard stopped a group of reporters outside. His sharp eyes glanced around. The noisy reporters could only move their stools and wait for an opportunity. At this time, a little kid was not stopped from entering. The gossiping reporters were very itchy. Security uncle, whose child is this? How can he enter Fifen Island? Is he the legendary technician? Don't use your imagination too much. This is the nephew of the canteen chef, who is here to work part-time. The reporter was shocked. How could they not think of this network of relationships? If I had known that they would get in through part-time jobs, I wonder if Fifen Island still accepts part-time jobs. The security guard fooled people with a random lie, and the reporters continued to wait dejectedly. Li Shanchun successfully entered the company, and the front desk took him to the entertainment area. Instead of seeing the friendly uncle, he first felt a fierce aura. 10 familiar faces stared at him, as if he was a lamb to be slaughtered. Li Shanchun looked at the receptionist with horror. Did I go to the wrong place? The receptionist was helpless. No, your uncle said that you will be trained by them next. This is a training team specially found for you. Li Shanchun hadn't had his hair cut for 2 months, and his hair was pure wool curls. The curly hair was frizzy and stiff, and his uncle betrayed him. He turned around and tried to leave, but the front desk lady closed the door. Let's get along well. Xiaai Hui touched Shuah Hui, whose sleeping posture was very standard, lying on the ground like a cat cake. Seeing that Shuah Hui was not alert, Xiaai Hui looked up and down at Li Shanchun and said in a commanding tone, "Come here." Li Shanchun, who was alone and weak, looked around and had no way to escape. Xiaai Hui repeated, "Come here." He reluctantly moved in front of Xiaai Hui. He lowered his head and put his hands behind his back. "Student Su is there. What's the matter? Are they going to bully him? When will his uncle come? Will he believe him when he comes? Your uncle wants you to train here in the future. Do you have any objections?" Xiaai Hui's tone was very calm, which gave people a lot of pressure, a kind of coercion that was hard to describe. Li Shanchun didn't dare to lie, and said hesitantly, "But Coach and Senior Shuai have invited me to the school team." "Shuah Hui invited you to the school team? Tell me more." Xiaai Hui crossed her fingers and supported her chin. "Look, isn't this fate? Destiny is magical." Li Shanchun simply showed Xiaai Hui the message to prove that he was not lying. Shuah Hui's message was very simple, a brief greeting, and then asked him if he wanted to join the school team. She was very cool, and didn't invite him humbly. It seemed that as long as she made an invitation, Li Shanchun would agree. The coach was testing him, and asked Li Shanchun many questions. There was a lot of doubt in his words. In the eyes of the coach, Li Shanchun was at most a substitute player. Do you know why they invited you? Li Shanchun suddenly became proud and said, what else could it be? The coach has a good eye for talent. As for the school team, he is at the top among his graders. It is normal for someone to appreciate him. He just made the wrong friends and didn't know people well, not because of his character. Others smiled and didn't smile. Can you tell people by your own eyes? Dare to compete with us? Compare with the freshmen. Enter the new world for a practice. You should really want to go in and take a look. Xiaai Hui pointed at the 3 roommates around him. As long as you can beat any of them, I let you go. If you can't even beat them, don't make such a joke as knowing people by their eyes. Li Shanchun said vigilantly, the new world is your family's system. What if you improve the attributes of their mechas? It is the dream of all military training students to join the school team. Does Xiaai Hui want to take his place? His expression reveals his inner thoughts. Hu Ping sneered, you came here because of your uncle's idea. We are not idle. Ji Hung and Wu Feiyang are both in our team. Do we have to stop you from entering? We are just kind-hearted and want to stop you from joining the school team. My master will not lose his character for you. Don't cry if you lose. Wu Qingqing herself disdains to win him in terms of data, which is not fair. I am not crying, so who is crying? Li Shanchun's face turned red. Looking at Wu Feiyang and Ji Hung sitting in a corner, the rumor turned out to be true. They found another way out and abandoned the school team. Can this place be better than the school team? Holding this doubt, Li Shanchun agreed, let's compete. Chapter 124. He wanted to see what was so great about this team. Besides, he could enter the new world and have a look. How many people were looking forward to it online? Li Shanchun was so excited that he didn't even need Xiaai Hui to tell him to start. He climbed into one of the simulation cabins by himself, fearing that others wouldn't notice his curiosity. He looked so anxious that he looked like a bumpkin. Hu Ping, who had the biggest problem with him, realized that this guy was stupid. Then everyone entered the simulation cabin. An account was required to log into the new world, and Xiaai Hui opened a temporary account for Li Shanchun. Li Shanchun's face flushed as he took the account. The login location had been fixed, and the new world had not yet been fully opened, so they were restricted to the competition venue. Xiaai Hui picked the most open arena for him. Have you decided who will be your opponent? Li Shanchun was indeed simple-minded and upright, so he named Wu Qingqing as his opponent. His idea was simple. He didn't want to bully Xing Miao and Feng Huaxia, 2 girls who were not majoring in mecha masters. Besides, he had wanted to fight Wu Qingqing for a long time. In school, he became the object of everyone's suspicion, and Wu Qingqing usually didn't bother to pay attention to him. Competing with Wu Qingqing was more in line with his concept of fairness. Xiaai Hui was in the stands, and her voice was amplified countless times through the loudspeaker, and she spoke clearly, you can choose your own mechas. The mechas are all standardized. It's best to choose the one you are good at. Li Shanchun immediately chose the mecha style he currently has, which is the most familiar to him. Wu Qingqing also took the type she is good at. You can warm up first, and start in 3 minutes. Li Shanchun felt the reality of the arena, jumped a few times, and made various adjustments. He found that except for a slight change in strength, which did not require so much effort, everything else was very similar to reality. This made him excited. Xing Miao lifted her long curly hair. Who do you think will win? Feng Huaxia said slowly. If Wu Qingqing dares to lose, she will have a hard time this afternoon. Su Xiaocai's intention is easy to understand, to crush Li Shanchun's pride and let him know that he is just the last one in the team, and he can't even beat the freshman. He promised Shuah Hui to join the school team, but it can't change this fact. 3 minutes later, Li Shanchun attacked first. Wu Qingqing's fighting style changed so much that sometimes Wu Feiyang wanted to ask Wu Qingqing if she had changed her mind. She no longer followed Wu Yang's style of opening and closing her hair. She avoided the sharp edge at the beginning, and her movements were erratic, causing Li Shanchun's first long-range attack to miss. Li Shanchun changed to a more mobile weapon and pursued him relentlessly. This happened to be the case. Wu Qingqing's physical skills were taught by a training robot, and she was also guided by Xiaai Hui, so she was very insidious. Even Ji Hung didn't dare to be arrogant and fight Wu Qingqing in close combat. Li Shanchun was dying, and he had to sacrifice his life. Ah! Oh! Lu Sun looked at Li Shanchun's miserable condition through his fingers. Wu Qingqing rubbed him like noodles. Wu Qingqing's close combat is very unique, combining a set of dirty tricks developed by Feng Huaxia and her, specifically attacking the mecha's weaknesses. Ensure that the mecha is put into a state of stiffness with the first blow. By the time the mecha master reacted, it was too late. In less than a minute, Wu Qingqing pressed Li Shanchun to the ground. Li Shanchun, who had excellent willpower and perseverance, had no resistance. Do you admit defeat? I haven't lost yet. No one can make me admit defeat. Wu Qingqing imitated Su Xiaokai and forced the demolition. Hard-mouthed, let you be hard-mouthed. I didn't lose. Parts were flying everywhere. Everyone was amazed. The more I look at it, the more it looks like a scene from a restricted film. Hu Ping's long legs were resting on the front seat, and his glaring fox eyes revealed his evil taste. Su Xiaokai glanced at him. Clear the crap in your mind, it looks like picking up dog shit. Hu Ping covered his mouth. Once he accepted this setting, this image would be hard to get rid of. He said, I lost. Coach Su, you are dirtier than me. Thank you. Li Shanchun held on for another 2 minutes, but the mecha couldn't move. Finally, he waved the white flag. Once Wu Qingqing entangled him, it was like having a snake on his body that he couldn't get rid of. Snakes like to entangle and kill, curling their bodies and strangling their prey tightly until they die. Li Shanchun felt this way. Wu Qingqing waved to the surroundings. Although the audience could not be seen once the ring match started, it did not delay Wu Qingqing showing off. Hu Ping whistled, good job, you are worthy of being Su Xiaocai's #1 disciple. The scene disappeared, and Wu Qingqing and Li Shanchun exited the simulation cabin. The curly-haired boy sat on the ground, looking like he was about to cry. He had never thought that he would be surpassed by his junior sister by so much. He was very proud of his close combat skills before. It would be fine if he lost to Su Xiaokai. After all the teachers said that she was a rare genius. But if he lost to Wu Qingqing, how could he, a sophomore, save face? I will keep my promise and not join the school team. Li Shanchun seemed to be hollowed out, with his forehead against the simulation cabin, sniffing. He was destined to be alone, and no one would make friends with him. Self-doubting Li Shanchun was sad for a while, and said with a nasal voice, You called me here just to isolate me? Su Xiaokai, are you sure we called you here? Is your memory not very good? Yes, it was his uncle who called him here. So what does his uncle mean by deliberately selling out his nephew? I've already said that your uncle asked you to train here. Su Xiaokai repeated what he said at the beginning. What do you mean? It means that your uncle entrusted my master to teach you and be your coach. Wu Qingqing raised her chin proudly and said, Do you have any questions? I dare not. The little curly-haired girl stopped sobbing, squatted on the ground, and looked up at Su Xiaokai. Suddenly, Su Xiaokai felt tall and majestic. She was angry with him. After all, it was she who indulged her friends and caused her things to be stolen. Okay, let's start training. Su Xiaokai handed him a confidentiality contract. Sign it. Your uncle will hand you over to me, and I will be your boss from now on. If you don't listen, I will let you know why the flowers are so red. Li Shanchun looked at the contract, and signed it without even looking at it under the gaze of 10 pairs of eyes. Why did the spy target him? The case was solved. This kid didn't even know that he was sold by others, and he just signed it. He was very arrogant, but in fact he was weak inside. If Su Xiaokai wrote a few legal overlord clauses and set a text trap, he would have cried hundreds of times. Go into the simulation cabin over there. That simulation cabin is yours for the time being. You can't reveal a word about the training content here. You can't tell anyone what happened in this room. If you dare to tell anyone, you may not be very sad, but your uncle will be very sad. Su Xiaokai clearly warned him to be careful. Hu Ping grabbed his neck. Little brother, from today on, you have to learn to shut up, and if you dare to chatter again. Li Shanchun glared. Feeling too aggrieved, he wanted to resist. Is it great that they are powerful? Can you do whatever you want if you have better conditions than the school team? Even if he beat him, he would not succumb to their tyranny. I will definitely become a first-class mecha master in the future. Just when he was about to say something profound, the door to the entertainment area opened. His mouth was suddenly pressed down, and Chef Li's chubby fingers pinched his weak spot. Are you trying to piss me off to death? I never taught you to be double-standard. Su Xiaokai is your coach. You should be respectful when you speak in the future, and stop being so arrogant and trying to scare anyone. He just wanted to talk about his dream. How could it be linked to double standards? The chef knew his nephew very well. I don't care how great your dream is. Learn to shut up first. If people here complain to me that you are talking nonsense again, I will make you eat Houtuinia cordata and coriander every day. So we have this food called Houtuinia cordata in our canteen? Chef, please consider making more of it. I love it. Hu Ping smacked his lips. The old man at home loved this strange taste, and his mother also loved it. So he ate it from childhood to adulthood, and that taste became the taste of home. Others also thought that these things were nothing. How Tuinia Chordata had a smaller audience, but coriander was not unpalatable here. As a spice and condiment, coriander can really add a lot of color to the food. Li Shanchun collapsed. You are all sick. How Tuinia and coriander are the most unpalatable things in the universe. Let me eat shit instead of those. Okay, I didn't expect you to have such hobbies. If you can't control your mouth, eat shit. It's settled. The uncle made the final decision. The new teammates were eager to try. They must try to make Li Shanchun talk nonsense. They wanted to see what the shit in the chef's mouth looked like. Li Shanchun grabbed the ground with his head, which was too bullying. Woo 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 woo, he really wanted to say, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor young. The pathetic boy officially became a member of the temporary team under the threat of his uncle. He could not leave the Phi Island area, so he naturally could not agree to join the school team. After the contract was signed, he rejected Shuah Hui and the coach's invitation in front of 10 pairs of evil eyes. His heart was so painful. He had vowed to become a member of the school team before, but now it was all in vain. When the coach saw Li Shanchun's refusal, he said it didn't matter, he would find someone else. He didn't believe that he couldn't teach another Ji Hung under his careful teaching. Shuah Hui was not so easy to let go. She knew that Li Shanchun's future was only slightly worse than Ji Heng's, and he also had unlimited potential. She had previously thought that Ji Hung would return to the school team, and there was no place for him anywhere else. As a result, Ji Hung directly teamed up with that idiot Hu Ping. Shuah Hui then remembered Li Shanchun, and found this person among a pile of classmates' information, so she thought of winning him over as soon as possible and pulling him into her team. It was difficult for her to accept Li Shanchun's refusal. The school team has Shuah's investment, and there are coaches from the military training school in terms of training. They have a strong trump card. Why don't you come? As far as I know, no one wants to team up with you. Besides us, who else invited you? Don't worry, as long as you join, I will definitely provide you with the best training resources. Li Shanchun glanced at Su Xiaokai. It was his uncle who threw him here, and no one else invited him at all. But it was so embarrassing, he didn't want to say it. Hu Ping leaned over. Boy, do you like the one with the surname Shuah? Or does the one with the surname Shuah have a crush on you? Did you know each other before? What did you say? Li Shanchun was about to say that he was talking nonsense, that he was a pure and straight man, a tough guy, and that he wanted to be with a soft girl, and that he didn't like women like Shuah Hui, who looked very strong at first glance. But he remembered his uncle told him to learn to shut up, and with a sour face, he replied simply, no. Since there is no, why don't you reply to the message? Hu Ping stared. Li Shanchun became serious, thought for a while, and typed, give up, I won't team up with you. People like me are suitable to go alone. Women will only slow down my pace of becoming stronger. Puff. Hu Ping laughed so hard that he held his chin up and worried that he would dislocate it. Wu Qingqing asked him what he was laughing at. Hu Ping told him Li Shanchun's reply. Everyone laughed. What are you laughing at? Nothing, we are laughing at Shuah Hui's self-conceit. It was no good. They had already imagined Shuah Hui's constipated expression after seeing this text. Li Shanchun looked through his own reply. Nothing was wrong. What were they laughing at? Miss Shuah Hui invited him so politely. She must be interested in him. Shuah Hui felt very unhappy when she saw Li Shanchun's reply. She was in a trance, seriously doubting that she was not reborn, but in another parallel world. In her impression, Li Shanchun was very eager to make friends. She sincerely invited him, but he didn't agree. Everything was off track. Not only Ji Hung and Su Xiaokai, but even people like Li Shanchun didn't match her memory. Without Ji Hung and Yi Suelu, she didn't remember who would have significant achievements in the future. Who else could she choose as a teammate? Looking at Li Shanchun's answer again, Shuah Hui felt sick. She would never have contact with this person again, absolutely not. A man who barely came from a well-off family actually thought that she would like him. He was overestimating his own abilities. It was wishful thinking. Shuah Hui became angrier and angrier, and she smashed 2 glass cups. Shuah Hui's follower walked into the villa where Shuah Hui was imprisoned with a pot of juice. Miss, if you smash it again, there will be nothing to drink. Shuah Hui was still not honest even after freezing funds and restricting her freedom. Don't worry about it. I can just use my hands. Shuah Hui turned around and went upstairs with her skirt lifted up. Everyone looked down on her. Even the follower came to scold her. All students are training intensively. The business invitation activity of the new world of Phi Island is also in full swing. Merchants who get the shops in the new world can enter the new vision in advance and decorate the shops. Therefore, there are various staff members showing off on the internet these days. Hey, I came to see it first. Promote the boss, I'm here to decorate the new store. Not only can you watch the game in the new world, you can also decorate the cabin. I like this feeling. The new vision is really eye-opening. After entering, there is only one feeling: I'm rich. With only a few hundred to a few thousand yuan in rent, you can own a potential sales location. Think about the customer flow at that time. Even if you don't buy, you can still look at it and advertise. How much does real advertising cost? The key is that it is free for the first decoration. You can decorate it however you like. There are many styles. You can also upload data to build a store. It's a good deal, too good a deal. As long as you upload your own three-dimensional product data, you can put the real virtual products in the store. Then enter the weight, and pick it up as if you are holding the real thing, which makes the merchant smile. If the business is good, many physical stores will not need to be opened in places with good traffic in the future. They can just open a store in a remote place, a place to operate, and then come to the new world to open a store. Isn't this a sure way to save money? Many merchants visit each other, look here and there, and find something missing. Is there no food store? The current simulation cabin can only simulate the smell of mud at most. Why would there be a food store? What a pity. Such a good place, but there is no delicious food. What are these empty shops used for? Can we rent them? There are empty shops in many areas, and they are marked with catering signs. If you think about it a little more, you will understand what is going on. The merchants took a deep breath. Has Fifen Island solved the problem of taste simulation? If so, Fifen Island is really going to be extraordinary. It's not that there are no places to eat, but they are all the kind that you have to order offline after buying. So the stores are very small, and customers only need to order like they do on the food delivery app. Before the official opening, only the shop area of the new world was open. The rest of the world was covered with thick fog, as if in an unknown world. The exteriors of most shops were completed in a hurry, quietly waiting for the opening of the new world. The new vision was opened at the moment of everyone's attention. Xiaai Hui was sleeping, and the 10 friends were so tired that they fell on the bed, not knowing what year it was. Only the top executives of Fifen Island, Yu Haiming and Zhu Yang, were still awake, staring at the registration status of the new world nervously. Within 10 seconds of opening, the number of registered people jumped to 1 million, and in less than a minute, it was already over 100 million. A large number of people waited for the opening time of the new world, and rushed into the virtual world they were looking forward to as soon as possible. Fantastic Island Dad, I love you. Oh my god, where is this? Where am I? It's so beautiful. The pavilions and towers of Wenxian City are full of floating islands, and mysterious and beautiful creatures fly from the sky. The fireflies of Dark Night City light up the sky, and the fantasy-colored light castle stands on the mountain. There are bursts of shocking roars coming from it. You can imagine what monsters are hidden inside. There are too many different types of cities, and you can't tour them all. You can't tour them all at all. I can finally travel without leaving home. What's so great about this? I should say that I can finally relax on weekends without leaving home. It's just a virtual place. Look at you guys, you look like you've never seen the world. It's nothing special. It's just a few more robots, and a few more strange creatures. There's really nothing special about it. There are many games with them. You may be jealous, but these creatures have prizes, and all kinds of stories hidden in them. The sheep-like creature passing by me started talking. He said that completing the task of watching the competition and punching and can get a hidden skin. I got a task from a certain old man. If you complete the task of the 10-star competition, you can get an admission ticket to the unopened map of the extraordinary island. You must not have as much experience as I do. I saw a well in this city and jumped in. Isn't there a warning sign next to it? Hang up? Go to the login point again? Speak halfway, where is your conscience? There was a sign, but I jumped in without hesitation and arrived at an underground city. The underground city is a biological science site, probably only half open, and cannot be entered at will. Anyway, after I entered, a mechanical voice introduced me to the creature in front of me, and then I was knocked away and went to the login point. Good guy, I go and see. The brother who was knocked away and died, you will definitely remember that creature forever. The chief technical director of Fifen Island New Vision must be a talent, very good at playing. The Fifen Island game itself reflects the rich imagination of the technicians, and the story logic is also very high. A film company has also approached Fifen Island to make a movie about the stories in it. Chapter 125. The film company came to film the story, But Shuah Hui didn't know about it, so the business was handed over to Yu Haiming. If it can expand more business, it will be a good choice. Back to the vision of the new world. The new world focuses on surprise. You are safe in the city, but once you leave the city, you will be in trouble. Because the construction outside the city is not completed, some places are even restricted areas, such as military strongholds, and some places may be built into the characteristic landforms of a certain planet. That way, we can promote some backward planets and increase the connection between planets. Furthermore, Shuah Hui wants to leave some land, start the farming mode, and cultivate people's hobby of growing vegetables. Farming can also be done online. Life is so beautiful. Whenever Shuah Hui thinks of this, his blood boils. Many users of the New World obviously have simpler ideas. They don't care about the follow-up of the New World. They are more willing to take risks and challenge new things. Playing the Fifen Island game costs money. Entering the Fifen Island New World does not cost money. Rounding it off, it is equivalent to not having to pay for one death, and even saving the tombstone. Free experience of the ending method, and understanding of extraordinary life. If the king of suicide is a professional requirement, then they are purely for excitement. Artificial Intelligence 05 to Intelligence 10 are all novice artificial intelligence, unable to respond flexibly to special situations, and multiple warnings are ineffective. They had to report the matter. Yu Haiming and Zhu Yang were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. They are really a group of little experts in suicide. After being messed up by them, the superiors thought they deliberately condoned suicide. Yu Haiming immediately responded and told the artificial intelligence, issue a notice. In the new world, those who seek death more than twice a day will be banned from entering for 24 hours. Those who are banned more than twice in a month will be banned for 30 days. A group of people wailed and said they would accuse Yu Haiming, the powerful man, of restricting the freedom of netizens. Yu Haiming sneered, 5 scums, don't even think about him being in the same boat with them. He himself hasn't had time to try it yet. At the same time, Yu Haiming was also afraid that some people would not be able to distinguish between reality and virtuality, so he asked artificial intelligence to brainwash those players, making sure they knew the world they were in. If you find an addicted player, throw him out of the real world in time to sober him up. Even so, there are still people who are stuck with bugs and take risks in different ways every day. At 10 o'clock in the morning on the capital star, the number of registered people exceeded 10 billion, and the data continued to grow, with a trend of achieving full registration of 10-star citizens. A full 1,000 huge virtual cities were registered with the expected number of people, and registration was slow until noon. On the other hand, the Law Enforcement Department's artificial intelligence entered the new world to monitor possible illegal activities. As a result, it was shocked by the number of artificial intelligence here. As a younger brother, it didn't know what to do about this matter, so it could only go and ask Wisdom 03. The little idiot also wanted to become a big boss, and it was fed up with the hardware and system that often froze. Boss San, I feel that it has become more stuck after entering the new world. Do you have any good ideas? Wisdom 03 gave it a suggestion, asked the people in the Law Enforcement Department to hold another bidding. The upgrade can be done smoothly. This is learned from the military. Ask the organizing committee to bid, and the new world will come. The little idiot in the Law Enforcement Department secretly calculated whether he could hold a bidding this year. The answer is definitely no. This year is almost the end, and a lot of money has been spent due to the previous Bugman incident. The Law Enforcement Department does not have much money to transform it. The little idiot had to report the problem to the Law Enforcement Department and let the Law Enforcement Department solve it. It asked Wisdom 03 and told the Law Enforcement Department very clearly. Due to the excessive loading of the new world, the system and hardware need to be upgraded. Please update this system as soon as possible to prevent overload and crash. If it is not upgraded, it will really become a little idiot and go on strike. Of course, it is impossible to strike, it does not have this function. But the little idiot's desire to upgrade is getting stronger and stronger. Xiaoji, you have to hold on, just hold on for this period of time. The person in charge is very afraid that the artificial intelligence will not work at this time. He is one of the technical developers of artificial intelligence. He is responsible for checking Xiaoji's various functions on weekdays. He can't afford it. He has no choice. He heard that the military has a quota to participate in the supervision work on Fifen Island, and he can learn from it. So he shamelessly wants to ask General Bai for a quota to supervise Shuah Hui. Shuah Hui doesn't like too many people, there are only 10 quotas in total. There are too many monks, and too little meat, no one wants to give in. The technicians of 022 Mechanical Planet have been waiting for so long, they must occupy the majority of the quota. Admiral Bai took up 2 more quotas. The military saw Su Xiaocai's potential and advanced patents in this project, and also stuffed people in. Several forces argued until the end of the competition registration period, and then there was a result. The law enforcement department wants to stuff people in. Wait, Xiaoji really can't continue to connect with the new world, so he will switch to manual contact. Now it has to hold on even if it has to. That night, the little idiot whimpered and cried to Wisdom 03. He cried for a long time, but couldn't make any sound. But he just wouldn't leave. Wisdom 03 had to agree to secretly share more work for him, and he was satisfied. That day, a group of technology bosses who came from afar stepped into the gate of Fifendeo Company, and Yu Haiming still received them. Where is your president, Su? There were 10 of them, some with white hair, some with wrinkles that could kill flies, and 2 of them were too young. Yu Haiming suspected that they were not yet adults. But General Bai said that everyone who came was an adult, so they just look young. Yu Haiming, the boss is at the other end of the laboratory. She will be here soon. Just as I said the devil appeared. Su Xiaocai led Shuah Hui to the reception room. Shuah Hui was too lazy. She would lie down after walking a certain distance, and wanted to be hugged after walking a certain distance, which almost made her late. Little lazy, hurry up, it's hot, you are covered with hair, believe it or not, I will shave you. Shuah Hui rolled on the ground, and although she had arrived at the reception room, she was unwilling to take 2 more steps. Su Xiaocai was so angry that she grabbed the cat by the scruff of its neck and threw it into the reception room. Everyone present knew that Su Xiaocai had trained a cat that could identify insect people. No one felt offended when she brought it here to check people, but instead thought she was quite cautious. The military said before they came. Su Xiaocai is young, and because the military has put a lot of tasks on her, her temper is more irritable. Everyone who comes here must keep a calm mind and don't conflict with her. The most important thing is to learn the knowledge. Anyway, General Bai promoted Su Xiaocai as having a bad temper and being argumentative. So everyone who came to learn should be mentally prepared. It was a free course, so you can't expect too much. They thought Su Xiaocai would have a bad face, and would show them a bad face. But it turned out that she used all her bad temper to deal with a cat. Shuah Hui was thrown high, but she was not frightened. When she turned around and saw so many people in the reception room, she quickly fled back to Su Xiaocai's feet. The timid look did not have the aura of a rogue just now. Su Xiaocai confirmed that no one in the reception room was pretending to be a bug man. It just breathed directly in front of the bug man. Su Xiaocai pushed it away and walked into the reception room. Yu Haiming said, "The bodyguards of these people are in the front hall. I will take them to the dormitory to settle down." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Yu Haiming left the reception room, and Su Xiaocai said, "Hello, my last name is Su, and my name is Xiaocai. I believe you all know me. Let's get to know each other first." She called out the names and recognized the faces first. Then she said, "Because I am the coach of 10 students from the same school, in order to avoid running around, your class will be held in the new world." All the simulation cabins in the entertainment area were requisitioned by her, and the company's employees dared not have any opinions. Mainly because they had no time to have opinions. In order for the competition to proceed smoothly, they had to deal with many problems between merchants, and no one had time to play in the simulation cabin. "Mr. Su, I want to ask, since you don't have time, how do you teach in the new world? Do you prepare the courseware first?" Su Xiaocai first explained a few points. "I know you are all very powerful and smart people, and it is not my turn to teach you anything, but I have a few rules here, and I hope you can abide by them. If you don't like the conditions I mentioned, you can always change people." 10 people sat and listened to the lecture. "First, don't question my teaching method. Secondly, I have the final say on how much time I give lectures a day. You can't push me. If you push me, I won't teach. The course is not necessary. In addition, during this period, you will get along with my 10 classmates. They are not extremely smart people, and there may be language barriers in communication with you. I have already prepared them mentally. I will get along well with you, and you should also get along well with them. Finally, I am not an encyclopedia. When you ask questions, please focus on the content of the class. Above, can you do it?" Su Xiaocai did not embarrass them, nor did she say that there was anything she could not agree to. 10 people nodded, and not long after they sat down, a group of students, young and old, were taken to the entertainment area. The entertainment area has currently changed the access rights, requiring facial recognition and permission codes. The permission code is updated every day and will be sent to you at 6 o'clock every morning. One code corresponds to each person and cannot be used interchangeably. In the recreation room, 10 students sat on newly bought bamboo mats with sweat towels hanging around their necks. When they saw the technicians coming in, they all smiled tiredly. It was the first time for both parties to meet, and they didn't know what to say. It was very quiet. Xiaai asked, "Have you rested well?" "Master, it's only been 15 minutes. Give us another 5 minutes to catch our breath." Wu Qingqing's fingertips were shaking. It was terrible. She could feel that her body's limits were constantly being broken. Xiao's agility training was in a closed field, with weights added, dodging balls launched from all directions, up and down, left and right, and at any angle. The balls were full of elasticity, and would bounce back against science. The rebounding ball is outrageous enough, and there are also small arcs that can turn. When you get hit, it feels like a needle prick, painful and numb. "Master, can you use less arcs?" Xiaai said coldly. "The small arc attacks are not to torture you, but to relax and massage your muscles. These soreness that are not considered attacks can cause trouble for you. If the insects really attack, you will lie flat." Besides, Xiaai is not just watching from the side, she is also training. She tried it herself to make sure that these attacks will not hit the vital parts and endanger life before continuing. Moreover, she spent more time training than them every day, and during this period, she would also practice Qi multitasking, which was much more difficult than them. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. Only Wu Qingqing dared to act like a spoiled child. Everyone had learned to keep quiet and strictly follow the training indicators given by Xiaai. Xiaai frowned, and Wu Qingqing didn't dare to sit down right away training. "Rest for another 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, I want to see you at the training ground." They lay down at the same time. 10 salted fish were poured on the bamboo mat. Before, they thought Xiaai was too simple. Xiaai was not only innovative in training, but also very good at whipping them. She was cruel to them, and even crueler to herself. Thinking of her injuries, although they were almost healed, she completed 3 times as much training as them in the same period of time. 3 times was not her limit. So when she assigned seemingly impossible tasks, they all accepted them obediently. The power of leading by example is too amazing. No matter how much Xiaai does, they want to catch up. Think about catching up. That is the strength of the war bug warriors. All the hard work is worth it. Enter the simulation cabin. Xiaai took the new students into the new world, collectively known as military students. The military students had entered the new world before they came. The strange world inside was shocking every time they saw it. Every city seemed to have a worldview. Even religious beliefs were not spared. There were hundreds of newly set gods, and these religions happened to be very consistent with their 10 galaxies. Believe in yourself, believe that man can conquer nature, you can worship when you have something to do, but don't come when you don't have anything to do. This kind of sectarian concept has destroyed the faith of many believers. Many believers have complained that Xiaai did not establish their sect. Xiaai does what he wants. You can do it if you can. This is a virtual world, not reality. Before entering, the system will remind you that everything in the new world is fictional. Don't take it seriously. So these complaint letters are only treated as waste, and after being read by artificial intelligence, they are submitted to the law enforcement department for processing. The law enforcement department would never punish Xiaai for these religious reasons, so after the first day, Xiaai still sat on the Jiaoyu Islands. Of course, many people regarded these as the settings of the game world. The game characters can use chickens, ducks and geese as mounts, and all kinds of weird things can happen. So no one takes this kind of religious belief seriously. After entering the new world, Xiaai went straight to an ancient castle building in the forest. In front of the building, you can see many people in strange clothes riding brooms, which is absurd and weird, but also feels fantastic. Xiaai led them into the castle, and pushed open a hidden door. After entering, the door gradually disappeared. This is a closed secret room in the new world. It cannot be located or peeped into, and its position changes frequently. This kind of secret room needs to be generated through application, and artificial intelligence cannot know the content of my lectures. You can save this location, and you can teleport to the class location in the next month. The military students cooperated very well, and saved the location. Okay, I don't want to waste any more time. I am not your teacher today. This is Professor 3. Xiaai invited Wisdom 03 to come out. Today's course is relatively simple. It teaches the raw material structure and operating principle of chips. It does not involve specific industrial manufacturing, but there are many things to learn, which are more complicated, and there is a lot of theoretical knowledge. So Xiaai Ji made a video for them to watch, and let Wisdom 03 explain it with the video. Wisdom 03's image in the new world is a penguin wearing a purple suit, a little coquettish. Xiaai Ji always thought that Wisdom 03 would be a more stable and indifferent type, but it turned out that it is not only cute, but also sultry. As soon as the penguin appeared, several old professors from the military students stared at it, as if they wanted to see who was inside through the thick fat skin. It was a pity that Wisdom 03 spoke without any emotion, and simply taught. Professor Su, don't you teach us? I will teach you in 2 days. You don't need me to come to the current course in person. Xiaai Ji snapped his fingers, and a blue chip floated in front of him. Listen carefully to the class to see how well you can accept it. The classes in the past 2 days are relatively basic. If you don't understand, Xiaai Ji's half-smiley expression said it all. If you don't understand, change people as soon as possible. Then she teleported away. Leaving now? The two young faces were a little speechless. Are we wasting time here? If we can learn this, it will be worth the trip. One of the old men pointed at the blue chip. Listen to the class. After listening to this class, we will know whether we should stay or not. At this time, it was still early. Wu Qingqing and others had not arrived at the training ground yet, so Xiaai Ji started training first. Standing in a basketball court-sized secret room, Xiaai Ji inputted the training data. A thin arc appeared out of thin air behind her, and Xiaai Ji dodged sideways. The arc was like a boomerang, touching the wall of space, and then returned to rush towards her. At this time, the second arc began to form. In 10 minutes, as many as 30 arcs in the room were chasing Xiaai Ji from all angles. It was extremely difficult to dodge completely in a closed space. Occasionally, she was pricked by a needle, but Xiaai Ji survived. Not long after, she suddenly had sweat on her nose. Her whole body was hot, and her energy seemed to be bursting out. This feeling lasted only a short time, and soon she had used up all her strength, and she felt dizzy again, like hypoglycemia. Wisdom 04, who noticed her condition, immediately stopped training. Xiaai Ji knelt on the ground, supporting herself with her hands. What had just happened? She was simply training her body's reaction. She did not deliberately mobilize her qi. Xiaai Ji told Wisdom 04, save the video of my training just now. Wisdom 04, okay. Wu Qingqing, who came into the training ground again, saw Xiaai Ji's weak appearance and hurried over to see Xiaai Ji. Master, what's wrong with you? It's okay, maybe it's hypoglycemia. The simulation cabin gave me glucose, and it will be fine after a while. Master, you don't have to participate in the competition, and you don't have to work so hard. We won't embarrass you. Believe me, from this moment on, I will practice for 15 hours a day. Okay, I'm not talking about training. Xiaai Ji gave each of them a training schedule for today. Wu Qingqing looked down at the training. Today she had to complete the long-range attack on a specific number of targets in the forest while avoiding the pursuit of small electric arcs. None of these targets were moving, and the hit rate had to reach 100%. If one shot missed during the process, she had to start over. Each small arc represents a person. If you hide well, they will not attack you. Once you are exposed, they will haunt you like a thorn in your flesh. There are 30 targets in the forest, and Wu Qingqing is carrying 30 kilograms of luggage on her body. Wu Qingqing feels her shoulders getting thinner and thinner with the weight. They train separately. Ji Hung and Hu Ping have heavier tasks. They have to sneak and kill insects. Li Lei and Feng Wansha complete the support mission in the hail of bullets. Use limited resources to quickly dig traps, repair machines, occupy enemy energy signal devices, and lead people to evacuate. Lu Sun takes Li Shanchun and Pan Mingjie to learn how to harass the enemy from the rear and move in a snakeskin manner. They all perform in different scenarios. Chapter 126. Xing Miao became the commander of everyone, doing 3 or 4 things at once. She was responsible for controlling the overall situation, mobilizing Wu Qingqing to move, and giving Ji Hung and Hu Ping more information. If she made a slight mistake in her command, it would cause irreparable damage to her teammates. Xiaai Ji's coaching content was mainly aimed at Xing Miao, teaching her how to issue orders quickly, how to obtain key data, and how to distinguish between human and insect combat ideas. At the same time, other people were also listening to these words. Xiaai Ji must make them understand that any order Xing Miao gives in the future has her intentions, and they must understand all the terms and hidden meanings in the words in advance. Able to achieve speed. Xing Miao was fully focused, giving out instructions one by one. When someone died, and she had to start over, she would have to rearrange and adjust the tactics in a short time. After training for several hours, sometimes her teammates could not keep up with her instructions, or she made a wrong decision, and the death of her teammates would appear in front of her. Every time they failed, it was a mental oppression for Xingmiao. It almost broke Xingmiao's nerves. At the end, Xingmiao squatted on the ground and cried after leaving the cabin. How cool she was when commanding, how embarrassed she is now. Su Xiaocai's requirements for command have reached a strict level. Feng Wanqi's face was full of fatigue. She held Xingmiao's hand and conveyed warmth. Wu Qingqing also wanted to comfort Xingmiao, but she was so tired that she didn't want to move her fingers. She could only cry while holding Hua passing by. She couldn't squeeze out a single tear. All the water in her body turned into sweat. The boys lay in a mess, their faces pale, and their chests heaving violently. Listening to the crying, they fell into memories and digested today's learning content. Su Xiaocai's training was undoubtedly very cruel. The pain was really painful, and they were often troubled by exhaustion and helplessness. I had a midnight dream of the day when they fought on Huangyang Star. Facing the overwhelming Zergman, they still gritted their teeth and defended with mental pressure. They finished their training. The military students also had a good class. During the class, they left for a few minutes to go to the bathroom. But no one dared to leave for too long. They left in a hurry. It was really that Wisdom 03 spoke the hard stuff right away, without any nonsense. The military students seemed to have returned to the time when they were teenagers studying hard. If you miss a few words, you may regret it for half your life. After leaving the cabin, I saw 10 people lying on the ground like dead pigs, and I instantly felt the same. 20 people finished the class. The courses were different, but their demeanor was the same. Their steps were weak and their eyes were dull. If you didn't know them, you would think they had been fooling around all day. When they appeared in the canteen, Chef Li in the canteen hurriedly called people to serve them food. The military students did not eat for free and paid double the board and lodging fees. Wu Qingqing and others also paid for their meals. Su Xiaocai did not keep any of the meal expenses and gave them to the canteen chef, asking him to arrange some for these people. Chef Li did not dare to be careless at all. His nephew had to trouble the boss to train him. He felt guilty for not paying the coaching fee, so he deducted the food that could not be eaten. The long table was filled with delicious dishes. Although they were not all delicacies from land and sea, the meat and vegetables were all fresh. There was plenty of soup and rice. Wu Qingqing and the others had no appetite, so they first took a bite of pickled cucumber slices to wake up their appetite. When their bodies clamored for food, they quickly ate the rice. They ate a lot because they had consumed too much energy. The military cadets were completely different. They didn't seem to feel hungry. They muttered something in their mouths, took a bite of rice, and then looked at their notes. Chef Li took a glance. It was all formulas, which would make anyone's eyes hurt. Don't look at anything inappropriate. Although he couldn't understand it, it didn't mean that others couldn't understand it. He thought about it, and went to the kitchen to get a cleaning warning sign. Be careful of slippery floors, no entry. Other employees consciously took a detour, and Chef Li was satisfied with his cleverness. After a while, Chef Li's eyes began to look at the military students again. He felt sad. He felt sad that there were so many leftovers on the table, and wondered if it was his own cooking skills. Is it not delicious? Wu Qingqing looked up from the bowl, thinking that he was asking her, and was confused. It's delicious. Li Shanchen never cared about whether food was wasted before. Ever since a group of old 6 people fought with him for food, he has learned to fight for the soup now. He pulled the big plate of chicken in front of Wu Qingqing over, and scraped the soup with a piece of vegetable leaf. Even so, he didn't dare to reach out to take the food of the military student next to him. Regarding the rich leftovers, he poked the arm of the young student sitting next to him, and asked the same question as Chef Li. Aren't you going to eat? The answer was very perfunctory. Well, it's delicious. The food doesn't look good when you can't swallow it. Su Xiaocai tapped the table with her fingers to remind him. Eat well. You can only eat for half an hour. If you have any ideas, go back to the dormitory and think about it. It's getting dark. Go back to take a shower and go to bed. Don't let someone fall down before a day. I won't be responsible for your hospital expenses. Gather in the entertainment area at 6 o'clock tomorrow. The military student swallowed his heart, fearing that he would displease Su Xiaocai, and hurried to eat, swallowing the food whole. Seeing the delicious dishes gradually decreasing, Wu Qingqing and others looked disappointed. If these people didn't eat, they could help them eat. If you're not full, there's still sweet soup. Don't be greedy for others. Chef Li gave them coconut milk and taro sweet soup. Thank you, Uncle Lee. This is your dessert. It's just the right sweetness, and it's cold. It's just right for us, who do heavy physical labor. Hu Ping gave a thumbs up. The straightforward praise made Chef Lee blush and regain his confidence. I have studied the taste of you young people. If you like it, eat more. The leader of the military students, Ai Shiping, found the bright spot in Hu Ping's conversation. Didn't you follow us into the simulation cabin? When will we exert our physical strength? This team leader is neither too old nor too young among the students, and has a high emotional intelligence, which makes it convenient for him to take care of seniors and juniors. However, his high emotional intelligence is compared with his teammates. Compared with Hu Ping, he seems a bit straightforward. Hu Ping, you shouldn't ask me this. I have already said that we are manual laborers. Do you expect us to have enough brains? After his explanation, it was obvious that he didn't want to say it. Ai Shiping could only look at Su Xiaokai. Su Xiaokai said lightly, you will always come into contact with it when you eat. Ai Shiping, oh. 10 pairs of eyes withdrew their curiosity. This time, they concentrated on eating until they finished the food on the table. Chef Lee asked them if they wanted dessert. Ai Shiping thanked Chef Lee for the hospitality and declined. No, our appetite is just right. Eating too much is not conducive to thinking. It was free time in the evening. Each of them returned to the dormitory. The 10 military cadets lived in the dormitory of Phi Phin Island. Their rooms were modified to isolate the sound. Because the dormitory was limited, the 10 people squeezed into a large suite, which had only 2 rooms, with upper and lower bunks. The young ones slept on the upper bunks, and the seniors slept on the lower bunks. The remaining 2 people slept in the hall. The beds in the hall were made of sofas. The environment was not very good, but it was not crowded. The conditions were limited, but they did not complain. They took turns to wash up and gathered in the hall to discuss what they had learned today. They were all smart people. After studying for a few hours, they had already put their knowledge into practice and had expanded their minds to several application directions. The excited state made them constantly discuss and write down simple experimental steps so that they could carry out experiments later. At around 9 o'clock, General Bai contacted them. Ai Shiping was talking to an old scholar about material application, and he answered the phone. General Bai, what's up? Are you busy? General Bai certainly wanted to know what they had learned for most of the day. If Su Xiaokai dealt with it casually, he couldn't let the scholars in the army go for nothing. Ai Shiping, it's quite busy. Report on your learning experience today. Well, did she keep something to herself? It's human nature to keep something to herself. General Bai tried to test her, but he actually cared more about whether these academic leaders treated Su Xiaokai arrogantly. How do we know if the other party is hiding something? Ai Shiping wore thick black-framed glasses. He didn't know General Bai's real purpose. He said with a serious face, don't ask such stupid questions. Su Xiaokai didn't lie. What she taught was indeed very new. Since we can't record in the secret room of the new world, we need to rush to reproduce what we have learned. In other words, she generously shared theoretical knowledge. That's right for now. As for whether the theory is correct, it needs further verification. If we can learn and do experiments at the same time, we will gain more. Su Xiaokai doesn't have much time to teach. After the competition, they will leave. So they need to hurry up to learn. Of course, the 10 of them are already calculating the accuracy of Su Xiaocai's teaching content. There are experts in mathematics and physics, as well as honorary masters in mecha designers. If they stomp their feet, the academic world will be shocked. Don't worry, we know how to treat Su Xiaokai, and we will never lose our temper. Listen first, General Bai has personally experienced the scene of old men scolding people. You continue, it won't hinder your discussion. After hanging up the phone, General Bai lay comfortably in the chair. I am glad that Su Xiaokai did not go back on her word and perfunctorily handle things. It is amazing that as a businessman, she should be committed to making money, but she tends to spread the knowledge in her mind. When the 10 students return after completing their studies and promote technological progress, then Su Xiaokai will probably be given the title of honorary master. The student status is not commensurate with her. The 10 students quickly digested what they learned today. It was almost 12 o'clock. Ai Shiping said, we have to get up early tomorrow. If you don't sleep, I will sleep first. You go to sleep. I want to sleep too. The paper kings can stay awake, but if one person wants to attend more classes tomorrow, they will have to study harder. Only when they are energetic can they learn more. Ai Shiping, as expected of me, I can easily control a group of stubborn people. Late at night, dark clouds covered the sky, blocking the bright stars. The lights in the laboratory were bright, and Su Xiaokai sat on a swivel chair, studying the video recorded today. She had watched it for no less than 10 times, and did not understand the principle of the whole body. Deflation. Her pen scribbled unconsciously on the white paper, and the chaotic lines were like her thoughts, which could not be sorted out. Xiaai Ji moved a lifelike mannequin to her side. Kai, this is said by Dr. G. He said your turtle takes up too much space, so he gave you the mannequin that was originally placed in the clinic. Xiaai Ji turned to look at the mannequin. The mannequin was not very delicate. Half of the face was normal, and the other half was peeled. The eyes were empty and creepy. Xiaai Ji suddenly had a strange idea. Would there be a mysterious passage in the human body that was difficult for him to detect? After all, the sense of qi itself was not very scientific. Xiaai Ji ignored the scary appearance of the mannequin and restored the place where the small arc pierced according to the video. After pointing it out, Xiaai Ji touched these places on herself and felt the difference with her fingertips. She closed her eyes and carefully explored every inch of change. Gently pressed the skin and pulse, and then she pressed the philtrum. I still remember that when I was a child in my previous life, there were old people in the countryside who would press the philtrum for people who fainted. Later, this practice disappeared for some reason, and they all performed chest compressions and oxygen inhalation for resuscitation. She opened her eyes, and her fingers started from the starting point again. It was not obvious, but it was real. The qi was flowing slowly, like a small trickle, and there would be some subtle differences every time it reached a place. Xiaai Ji was not sure if she felt it wrong. She searched the cabinet and took out a few needles for human suture. They were too thick. It would be very painful if they pierced the flesh. She wanted the pain of a small electric arc touching the skin. She instinctively wanted a needle as thin as a hair, and not easy to break. Opening the online platform, Xiaai Ji searched the keyword needle. Many options popped up. She selected the thickness and size, and flipped through several pages, but there was nothing. There was nothing, so she just made her own. Anyway, we have all the machines here, and we can make any fine equipment we want. Working overnight, at 3 in the morning, Xiaai Ji couldn't stand it anymore. Xiaai Ji, help me watch, there can't be any mistakes in this batch of needles. Xiaai Ji, yeah, Kai, go to bed. 2.5 hours later, the needles were ready, and entered the disinfection phase. Xiaai Ji said, Kai, go to class, I can help you install it. Careful and cute Xiaai Ji. Xiaai Ji loves her so much. She blew a kiss to Xiaai Ji, holding a super large sandwich in one hand and Hua in the other, and ran to the Fifendeo office building. Xiaai Ji arrived at the entertainment area at 6 o'clock on time. She hadn't finished her breakfast yet, and she hadn't combed her hair. She just tied her hair into a ponytail. Her hair was a little frizzy, and she looked like she hadn't woken up yet. She saw a few more tea tables in the entertainment area, and cute tea pets were placed on the tea tables. Her sleepy state improved a lot. It was strange enough to put bamboo mats in the entertainment area, and overnight, there were a few more tea tables and tea pets, which was very disjointed. Professor Su, would you like some tea? After breakfast, a cup of tea can help relieve the greasiness. Ai Shumping handed Xiaai Ji a cup. Thank you, you don't have to call me Professor Su, just call me Xiao Su. Many of them are honorary professors and honorary masters. They are truly respectable scholars. She is just a little ahead of them, because of her more knowledge in her previous life. The reason why they call Xiaai Ji professor is that after several hours of struggle at night, they are sure that what Xiaai Ji teaches is basically fine. You know, what Xiaai Ji teaches is not only new, but also very important chip technology. Just the selfless spirit is worthy of being called a professor. Ai Shumping, call him Teacher Su? Xiaai Ji rolled her eyes at them. What's the difference between that and Professor Su? Just call him Coach Su. It's the same as us, private concentration camp training. Hu Ping didn't know these people, but he was very experienced. From their conversations, he knew that they were scholars in certain fields. Since they were all here for short-term learning, it's always right to call him Coach Su. Ai Shumping, what does Coach Su think? Whatever. It's time for class. Xiaai Ji yawned. Then, there was a whole day of classes, and everyone looked tired. Xiaai Ji, on the other hand, was full of energy and left quickly to return to the laboratory. Ai Shumping compared the young generation around him and shook his head and sighed. No wonder you have achieved so much at such a young age. I can't compare. The young student ate with his mouth full. The delicious food soothed his hungry stomach, but it couldn't relieve his swollen and dizzy head, so he didn't receive Ai Shumping's disappointed look. They were in relatively good condition, Wu Qingqing couldn't even hold the chopsticks steadily. Look, are my fingers drunk? She was shaking like she was seriously ill. Her muscles didn't hurt. The simulator had already helped them with muscle massage while training. After being in the new simulator for too long, the nerves reacted too quickly, causing them to lose control. Just go back and take a bath and relax. Ji Hung also had some trouble holding the chopsticks, but he knew that at this moment, if a bullet came at him, he would have a chance to dodge it. It is true that the simulation cabin can make the body stronger, and it takes some time for the body to adapt to the brain and nerves. But at this growth rate, Ji Hung is a little worried about the collapse of genes. Others did not think as much as he did, and the momentum of grabbing food grew. The bamboo shoots on the table are a must every day. Shuah Hui asked them to eat it every day. I don't know why, but they just obeyed and ate it. The key is that it tastes good. Wu Qingqing sucked a bamboo shoot. The bamboo shoots mixed with vinegar and red oil were particularly sour and refreshing. What are you eating? After 2 days in the same space, the two sides no longer have a strong sense of alienation, and the military students are bold in getting closer. Bamboo shoots are a special food, which no one else has. Fried, stewed, or cold, they are all delicious. Hu Ping put the bamboo shoots into his mouth with great enjoyment. Special? Can we try it? No, the master said that we can only eat what is given to us. Just a few bites a day, even if you eat it every day, it is not enough to satisfy your appetite. Shuah Hui controlled it just right. Long-term voluntary intake will make you feel better and absorb more than eating as a task. Ai Shiping looked at it for a while and wanted to try it. The military training students ate it so deliciously. When Chef Li came in to deliver dessert, he asked the military trainees if they could add bamboo shoots to the dish tomorrow. Chef Li shook his head. A good cook cannot cook without rice. This is sent by Su Xiaotsai's father. There is only this much every day. Sorry, I can't provide it. Don't apologize. The children all said it was a special supply. It's our greed. I asked the boss if we can send more, but this stuff is not cheap, 30,000 per pound. Puff. Damn? What? Lu Sun almost vomited the bamboo shoots, and covered his mouth and tried to swallow them back. This stuff costs 30,000 per pound? Li Shanchen stroked his stomach. No matter how wealthy his family is, it's impossible for him to be so extravagant every day. Wu Qingqing's pupils trembled. The food they paid was not enough to pay for this small dish. If anyone says that farmers are not rich, she will be the first to throw bamboo shoots in that person's face. That large bamboo forest, with bamboo shoots growing everywhere, how much money is it? Chapter 127. Kai Kai's family doesn't sell it to the public, so it's just a bamboo shoot. Xing Miao elegantly took another piece with chopsticks. Don't eat more secretly. Hu Ping also took a piece with chopsticks, and there was only a pitiful one left on the plate. 5 pairs of chopsticks rushed over at the same time, fighting for it. If they don't eat it all, they will be sorry for the 30,000 yuan. They didn't care before, but after knowing the price, this last piece is his. Ai Shiping got to the point. It's just an ingredient. Why is it so expensive? Although there are ingredients that are more expensive than bamboo, bamboo can grow wildly in suitable soil, and it is sold for 30,000. It is a bit unreasonable. Chef Li, I don't know, the price is set by the boss. She said that if someone wants it, it will be sold for 30,000 per pound. Military students, So to get rid of them? Or is the bamboo shoot worth 30,000? So annoying, curious but don't want to be a sucker. Su Xiaotsai's move is a surprise victory. 30,000 yuan is not much for a group of researchers, but it is not too little either. They usually spend every penny of their research, and the huge losses caused by the continuous failure of experiments make them value money. 30,000 yuan of bamboo shoots are not worth it. The taste of fresh food is like a passing cloud. No one mentions it again. At 8 o'clock in the evening, New World announced a news. The registration time for the competition has entered the countdown deadline, and the training ground is open for free. All participants must meet the following conditions when participating in the competition. The contestants must enter the simulation cabin with real feeling simulation function to start the competition. Refer to the model for details. Participants must register in person and cannot replace others. Please confirm whether the personal information you fill in is true. If it is false, you will be banned for life. The above notice is complete, and there are more supplements below. The system will scan the participants at that time. Please participate in good faith. During the competition, you can display your nickname or use your real name. Team competitions must have a team name, which cannot be repeated. Once the name is established, The number of team members cannot be increased or decreased. Lu Sun clenched his fist. I knew that there would be a day to name it. I've already thought of it. Let's call him Universe Number 1. If you want Master to spit in your face, just tell me. I can call her now. Wu Qingqing scolded him for being high profile and overestimating his abilities. Wu Qingqing questioned, have you picked a nickname for your individual competition? It won't be Junpei Number 1, right? Lu Sun pretended to be shy and raised his orchid finger. Let's call him Fan Fan. Hu Ping will be Fei Fei, and Ji Hung will be Dao Dao. How shameless. Why do we need to use such a pattern of repetition? Feng Wansha and Xing Miao should stay away from them. Hu Ping, you listen to his nonsense? Why would a grown man choose such a cute name? My name is Ah Ping, very down to earth. What about Ji Hung? Ji Er. Ji Hung was not afraid to say it. This codename sounded very pleasant. Teammate, you are worthy of it, buddy. So what is the better name for the team? Why not let the master name it? Wu Qingqing mentioned it, and everyone shook their heads in unison. What's the difference between Su Xiaocai's naming and Fan Fan, Fei Fei, and Dao Dao? Look at her cats, Hua Hua, Hui Bai, Lu Mao, and Yali. The name Wudi Ai Zhongcai was probably something she came up with after thinking hard. Which one sounds like a proper team name? Then, they turned their attention to Ji Heng's brother. Fifan Island was Ji Heng's idea. It sounds nice and appropriate. Hu Ping encouraged Ji Hung to talk to Ji Li in the group, asked Big Brother for his opinion. I'm afraid Big Brother will scold me. Ji Hung knew his position in Ji Li's heart, stupid and cute, even stupid to death. Call Kai Kai to ask Big Brother. Big Brother loves her the most. Hu Ping came up with a naughty idea. But who will tell Su Xiaocai? Su Xiaocai is very busy. Li Shanchun couldn't say anything. He was just here to practice, not to join the team, and he couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Li Shanchun knew that the team in front of him would definitely make it to the finals, and he also wanted to participate, even if he was a backup. Wu Qingqing saw the desire in Li Shanchun's eyes. Hey, newcomer, talk to my master and ask her to ask Brother Ji the name of the team. Once she finds out, we will let you join the team. Li Shanchun tilted his head. Is there something wrong with this group of people? Such a simple condition for joining? If you ask me to go, I will go? In a word, whether I will go or not. Li Shanchun looked around. Everyone looked at the same way, and agreed with Wu Qingqing's statement. Gritting his teeth, go. Knowing that he was being used as a gun, Li Shanchun could only nod frustratedly, and send a message to Su Xiaocai. Su Xiaocai just picked up a needle, and excitement and madness appeared in his eyes. A message was sent. Su Xiaocai covered his forehead. Why didn't they ask Ji Li about this matter themselves? On the other hand, well, in Ji Li's place, they don't have much human rights. They are all younger brothers. She sent a message to Ji Li in the group, telling him that it was the kids who asked him to name them, and ended up finding her in a roundabout way. Ji Li, you won't come to me directly. Ji Hung, brother, we're afraid you call us pigs. Ji Li, we're wrong pigs. Hu Ping, brother, we thought of several names, but none of them seem suitable, and we know you're the best. Wu Qingqing, thank you, big brother. Feng Wansha, thank you, big brother, for your kindness. Let Kai Kai repay you. Su Xiaocai, Xingmiu. Actually, we don't want to announce that you are our coach on the platform with a team name that is too embarrassing to mention, such as the End of the Enemy, the First in the Universe, or the Light of the Fallen Angel. Su Xiaocai, you don't have to say anything, and you don't have to fill in. I am the coach. In the form. I don't care about the empty title of coach. Lu Sun, no, this honor should belong to you. Hu Ping, coach, please don't talk yet. We are asking questions to the big brother. Ji Li, the team name is not fancy. It is not a company name. Just pick something casually. You are Su Xiaocai's students. Just call them rookies. Su Xiaocai, Lu Sun, woohoo. Don't call them rookies. Don't call them peasants. Ji Li, then call them peasants. The 10 people looked at each other. It seems okay. Peasants. If their team gets first place, they will be the first 10-star peasants. This title is interesting. Hu Ping clapped his hands. Just call it vegetable farmer, it has a confusing effect. Su Xiaocai is called Kaiao, fans are called siphon, and students are called vegetable farmers. Hu Ping, as the inheritor of Kai Kai, we should carry forward the spirit of vegetable farming. Calling him vegetable farmer is appropriate. What is the spirit of vegetable farmers? Su Xiaocai thought so, and asked the same question. Su Xiaocai, what is the spirit of vegetable farming? Hu Ping, dedication, selflessness, hard work, growing a piece of green life, and protecting this land. We will develop more vegetable farmers in the future. They all know that Xiaai has been contributing without asking for anything in return. She doesn't ask for anything in return, but they want to remember her. They are students now, and can't do more to repay. Giving money is too vulgar. Xiaai may be willing to accept it, but she won't remember you. Only in the future, if they protect this land well, can she grow vegetables safely in the rear. Xiaai was stunned and smiled knowingly. Her original intention has never changed. It is to grow vegetables in a peaceful environment without insects. Everything else is out of the way, so it doesn't matter whether she is selfless or selfish. She just wants to achieve the future she wants. This idea may be more of a villain, but she doesn't kill or rob, and she doesn't want to be an enemy of the whole world. Vegetable farmers. This team name is very consistent with Xiao's aesthetics, and it looks better the more you look at it. Xiaai, just call it vegetable farmers. The vegetable farmers team was established, and they pulled Li Shanchun into the team, but he was only fit to be a backup, the kind who runs around. Even so, Li Shanchun was very happy. He deeply understood why his roommates looked down on him and Moe. A true friend would not just let you give. Nor would he just say nice things and brag. Moe often ate from him without saying thank you. He was fooled into thinking that this was a relationship between friends, and even worse, he would show him a lot of second-year movies to shape his not-so-positive outlook. These people in front of him would help each other, but also insult each other. They would never tell you what kind of person you should be. Only when he comes for the first time, tell him to shut up and stop talking nonsense. Join. Vegetable farmer, the progress is too obvious. Li Shanchun is ready to lose face and flatter the thigh. Xiao Chun, help me get a glass of juice. Call me to Chun. Li Shanchun pouted proudly. Chun and Chun have the same tone. You don't want to be a little stupid, but a big stupid? Not that stupid? Li Shanchun was furious. You bully me too much. Be good, go get the juice. Otherwise, I will point fingers at you tomorrow. Xing Miao smiled very beautifully. Li Shanchun was scared and got up to get it from the refrigerator. Hu Ping praised, the witch is still dignified. Xing Miao has been directing them behind the scenes recently. Her predictions are very accurate, and she has gradually learned from Xiaai. So they call her the witch. The witch can not only predict danger and let them avoid it, but also trap them in a deep pool. Once Li Shanchun started to talk nonsense again, Xing Miao was very annoyed, so she directed Li Shanchun to enter a dangerous insect area. Then she guided him to run for his life until he forgot his mouth cannon. From then on, Li Shanchun was very afraid of Xing Miao. Feng Huasha smiled, turned on the computer, and did a replica of today. Li Lei turned on another computer. She was responsible for collecting information from multiple channels. She had made statistics on the powerful people in the teams of other schools. Now all that was left was to start the game, find out the hidden strength of each player, and analyze how to defeat the opponent in the team competition. Xiaai put down the communicator, holding a candy in her mouth, and smiled a little sweetly. These little apprentices were sometimes annoying, but most of the time, they were still very heartwarming. Okay, time to get down to business. Xiaai has a box of nutritional supplements on hand. There is also a health monitor next to it, with one end of the probe wrapped around a slender arm. If I have an accident, Xiaai, help me remove the needle, and then call to send me to treatment. Xiaai was reluctant. Can't I find someone else to try, or a rabbit? Xiaai, it's a bit difficult. The rabbit won't tell me how it feels. Don't be afraid. It's not too dangerous. I'm just afraid I faint. Xiaai didn't care that Xiaai always used herself as the first experimental subject. But if Xiaai didn't use herself as an experimental subject, who else could she use? Whether in terms of morality or research sensitivity, it is better to experiment on yourself. Xiaai took a deep breath and began to give herself acupuncture. She didn't give the acupuncture in the order of the small arc stimulation, but tried to relax her body and avoid the places that could easily cause life-threatening. The tiny needle slowly twisted into the skin. She didn't rush to give the second needle. This needle didn't hurt. Only the numbness and tingling of the fingertips can feel the clearer flow of qi from the other end of the needle. It's amazing. After Xiaai took a break, she gave herself another needle in the direction of the qi flow. The third needle, the fourth needle, until a cycle was completed. After the last needle was completed, the whole body was slightly hot, the speed of qi flow accelerated, and entered the cycle in an unstoppable posture. Xiaai observed calmly that these needles seemed to open a mysterious door to the qi channel, constantly accelerating the speed of qi, but without disappointment. This proved that her idea was correct. About 10 minutes later, Xiaai Ji pulled out the needles and threw them into the cleaner. Then she drank a tube of nutrient and started to practice Qigong. After 3 consecutive times, Xiaai Ji finished the exercise. Her back was slightly sweaty, and her hair on her temples was wet, but Xiaai Ji felt better than ever. Her body, that would not get tired, seemed to have found its way back. Tired. She knew that she was making progress. It had not been long since level 4, and level 5 was coming soon. She didn't know if she could use the trick to deal with the insect man after level 5 arrived. 10. Farmers. The highest level now is Ji Hung, who has entered level 5, and is better than others in physical strength, agility and induction. That kind of good is not obtained through training, but is a physical bonus. That is, the upper limit is higher than that of people with lower Qi levels. But it is not absolute. For example, a person starts with a physical constitution of 5, and he trains to level 5. The bonus is definitely not as good as that of a person who already is 10. Ji Hung is 10, so when he reaches level 5, his performance will be better than that of ordinary people. Of course, if a person wants to be more powerful, he needs experience bonus. Xiaai Ji is at level 100 experience bonus. No matter how high Ji Hung's Qi sense is, he can't tie with her. Like General Bai, he has experience and leads in Qi sense. Xiaai Ji can't fight unless she sits on a special mecha. In any case, Xiaai Ji knows the shortcut. After a few more days of experimentation, she can speed up to the level 5 barrier, and then her height will be saved. What exciting news! Xiaai Ji went to take a bath, took a pen, and recorded the location of the needle just now. Afterwards, she slowly felt around her body. She didn't dare to do the acupuncture for the second time, but that didn't mean she couldn't do other things. She used her fingers to feel the places where the needles would not hurt, and then recorded them, and drew dots on the dummy. It would be convenient to try again next time. Perhaps, as Xiaai Wanzi said, she should do similar experiments on rabbits and mice first. There are medical records that piercing certain parts of the human body can easily cause shock and death. On the contrary, it may become one of the new treatment techniques. Xiaai Ji continued to fight until late at night. The next day, Xiaai Ji asked Ji Hung to train the team members, and she was going to teach military students. Everyone's face showed happiness. Xiaai Ji said, "Chibi Maruko will supervise your progress on my behalf. Yesterday, you wore exoskeletons to fight ordinary cowardly soldiers, and died 200 times. Today, you must control it within 100 times." Ji Hung started to deal with the greedy people. Don't think about being lazy. Happiness went away, and hell came. The goal set by Xiaai Ji was just stuck at their limit. Even Ji Hung felt that there was a dark cloud above his head, and he didn't know when it would fall. In the secret room of the New World, Xiaai Ji simulated 10 black wings for the military students to refer to. I believe you have seen the wreckage of the Black Wing before you came here. AI Shiping and others nodded. Yes, Coach Su, we have all come into contact with the wreckage of the Black Wing. Is this a complete Black Wing? Not really, it's a low-end version. It's missing the navigator. AI Shiping. Navigator? Does it mean the co-pilot of the aircraft carrier? Xiaai Ji said to them, yes and no. She snapped her fingers. A cool little boy appeared in the classroom. I'm here. Xiaai Ji smiled and touched Wisdom 01's head. Where did you go to play just now? To watch the ridiculous training of human cubs. Wisdom 01 wore overalls, and his chubby face looked like 2 small cakes. With an innocent expression, Xiaai Ji introduced to the students, this is my most outstanding navigator. It is one of the special artificial intelligences. But the focus of today's class is not it. Let me first let you know that the performance of the mecha with a navigator can be improved several times. They are the most outstanding counselors. Before class, draw a pie to mobilize the students' emotions. The 10 students looked at 01 with burning eyes, as if they were looking at a treasure. Wisdom 01 enjoyed their staring. It 01 is awesome. For a long time, these people didn't know how to restrain their gazes. Wisdom 01 hugged Xiaai Ji's thigh and hid behind her. Kai, tell them to stop looking. Xiaai Ji hugged him, then go play somewhere else. Remember not to play too long, your sister will be waiting anxiously. If Wisdom 01 doesn't go offline, Chibi Maruko-chan can't either. They can just enter the new world together, and then act separately, which doesn't mean they are split into 2 halves. Wisdom 01, I know, no need for you to nag. Xiaai Ji let it out of the room, and Wisdom 01 jumped and disappeared out of thin air. AI Shengping quickly asked, can we learn this technology later? This artificial intelligence is too human. Yes, How much you can learn depends on your ability. Su Xiaokai smiled gently. 10 students responded with emotion. Thank you, Teacher Su. I really mean it. You will be our teacher in the future. If there is anything in the future, just let us know, and we will definitely help. You can tell us at any time. With their status, there is really nothing they can't do. As long as Su Xiaokai asks, they will try their best to do it. Treat Su Xiaokai as the most respected teacher. No, I don't want you to repay me. I just hope that after you finish your study, you will not use artificial intelligence indiscriminately. It's cute, isn't it? Yes, it's like your own child. AI Xingping's heart melted when he thought of Wisdom 01 hiding timidly behind Su Xiaokai. He also wanted to have an artificial intelligence built by himself. Su Xiaokai smiled slightly, but the smile did not reach her eyes. The artificial intelligence had already been handed over to the 022 mechanical planet. It would be meaningless to hide the technology. But she only planned to hand over this generation of artificial intelligence technology. The navigator did not need a more advanced artificial intelligence. It was enough to deal with the insect people. Chapter 128. Su Xiaokai will not make another AI with high autonomy like Chibi Maruko-chan. Even if he does, he will wait for a few decades before considering releasing the technology. Let's talk about Blackwing first. Su Xiaokai explained the shell material and coating of Blackwing mecha. These students have heard 03 talk about it. When they actually use it, they have another experience. When they listen, they feel that it is a bit difficult to realize it. Touching the real thing is not out of reach. They sighed together. The structure of the Black Wing is very suitable for making a system machine. As long as the production capacity keeps up, its overall cost is not high. Moreover, the weapons can be changed. External weapons and internal weapons can be carried without almost no modification. The most wonderful design of the Black Wing is its flexibility. With the new mecha cabin, its manual agility and physical requirements are greatly reduced. However, the mecha master's physical skills and body coordination need to be improved. The military students are experienced professors. Do one step and look 3 steps ahead. Not only consider these, but also consider the impact in the future. The lowering of the threshold of agility and physique means that more people can become mecha masters, and this profession will become popular. The cost of mechas is here, and as more people play, the price will only rise instead of fall. If you play a price war, you must start from saving money, which means reducing quality. It is also good for the public. Not only the military needs mecha masters, but many industries welcome mecha masters. In construction, field research, and space operations, mecha masters play an indispensable role. These inventions of Su Xiaokai indirectly solve many problems. As long as the law is more stringent, and the law enforcement is more diligent, the quality will be guaranteed. Next is the power system. Su Xiaokai also made a big modification. Its energy utilization rate increased by 3%. Although this number is small, it can be regarded as the overall energy utilization rate. The money saved can be used to deploy Su Xiaocai's server dozens of times. Su Xiaokai did not present the real data of the Blackwing used before. Just showing off the low-profile version slightly attracted the military students to marvel. From the shallow to the deep, Su Xiaocai's teaching ideas are very clear, breaking them down bit by bit to explain to them. The military students no longer doubted Su Xiaocai's knowledge. Sometimes they would ask some extra questions, and Su Xiaokai could basically answer them, unless she had never heard of them. If she hadn't heard of them, she would wait for them to explain in detail what the white stuff was. She would think for a while, then ask in detail, break it down, and then suddenly realize it, and tell them about her understanding and in-depth experiments. The military students were so moved. They could be said to be the top knowledgeable people in the world. They wanted to ask for advice, but they couldn't find anyone. Now, although they don't know how Su Xiaokai learned, her knowledge is indeed better than those old guys. They actually think it's okay to be surpassed by a young person. After all, Su Xiaokai has a strong learning ability. She only needs to take a few more glances at their experimental operations to basically know where they are going wrong. These professors, who usually care about their reputation, have been brainwashed into trusting Su Xiaokai in just half a day. The younger generation even showed admiration, and they were not afraid to pass tea and rub shoulders. However, this job was done by Xiaowanzi, so they were not given any chance to show off. After the class, Su Xiaokai went to eat, and in the afternoon, she trained all the vegetable farmers. The military students chased after her and asked in the canteen, "Teacher, I want to ask this, anti-gravity medium, AI Shengping, and the calculation of Shenzhen Airlines insulation materials. The cross-air calculation program occasionally has small problems. The vegetable farmers looked stupid, and their IQ was fine, so why couldn't they understand? Only Feng Wansha and Li Lei could understand a little, but they had a hard time listening, because the knowledge they talked about was out of their scope of study. After Su Xiaokai sat down, Xiaai and Ji took the initiative to walk to the students. He whispered, "Uncle AI, you should be quiet, and don't disturb Xiai's eating." But the chattering questions continued. "All of you are not allowed to talk, eat." Xiaai and Ji knocked on the metal plate with chopsticks, and said angrily, "Whoever disturbs Xiai's eating, I will knock him." The chopsticks are made of steel. The cylindrical robot waved 2 small sticks, and had 2 pink furry fake ears on its head. It didn't look threatening at all. It might be trying to be so cute that it kills people. This might be the common thought of the people eating at the same long table. The military cadets suddenly realized that Chibi Maruko might also be an artificial intelligence. Out of their love for artificial intelligence, the military cadets lowered their heads and ate very obediently. Occasionally, they glanced over and looked at the cute robot. If Chibi Maruko had skin, she would have had goosebumps at this time. Chibi Maruko is a delicate household robot. Don't try to use it. You won't be able to research anything. Used in housekeeping? The old professors were pleased, and continued to read Chibi Maruko-chan with more love. The fact that artificial intelligence can be used in housekeeping first is enough to prove Su Xiaotsai's peaceful mentality, and the desire to popularize it for civilian use. They can't completely replace housekeeping staff, just be a fun little housekeeper. The familiarity and feelings between the 3 parties gradually warmed up, and the competition finally opened. The names and order of the much-anticipated contestants were announced, and more detailed rules and gameplay were also released. The team competition is very direct and cruel. The last place is eliminated every week. The team will have at least 7 competitions every week, with a maximum of 10. The participating teams will join the competition pool one day in advance, draw matching teams, and then confirm the list to compete the next day. The more games you win, the higher you rank. However, the dead team members cannot be revived in the next battle, and need to compete in the next game. Team members must consciously protect their lives, and also consider the number of participants. Teammate retention is crucial. According to the number of wins and losses, the teams ranked at the bottom of the ranking will be eliminated after 1 week. This elimination game will last for 4 weeks, and it will become more intense and cruel as time goes by. It depends not only on luck, but also on overall quality. Another individual competition. Participants will have slightly more opportunities, and can participate in up to 5 battles a day according to the points calculation. Win 1 point for 1 battle, and no points will be deducted for losing. The first 10 million people who exceed 200 points will enter the new arena for points calculation. The rest will be eliminated. Who will fight against whom will be known 1 day in advance, and the audience can buy tickets according to the situation. Since the money from renting the New World venue is enough to pay off the loan, the competition fee is not high, and it is even so low that many people can't believe it. There are 4 fixed ticket prices, and those who watch the live broadcast outside the venue are 1 yuan for 10 games. Whether you watch it on the computer or after entering the simulation cabin, it's the same. Buy the audience seat in the simulation cabin to watch live, 3 yuan per game. The ticket to change the player's vision at any time, 50 yuan per game. The Mecha Master needs to open the viewing channel. At that time, the Mecha Master can get a certain percentage of the share. There is also a 1-week free viewing mode, which can be recorded and broadcasted, but cannot be reproduced, 100 yuan. The live broadcast of the player's vision series does not participate in this event. If the audience likes the player, they can reward the popularity ticket, which needs to be purchased separately. Each person can vote, at most 1 vote per game. A VIP who pays 100 yuan a day can cast 10 votes. The platform will charge 40% of the money for the popularity ticket. After all, it has to pay taxes. The money from the reward is subject to heavy taxes. It is all paid by the platform. It makes no sense to deduct money after spending manpower and material resources. At that time, Thiefin Island will really be unable to make ends meet. The rest will all fall into the pockets of the players. Fans like Thiefin Island's pricing very much. It's cheap, really cheap. My family's Kaikai sells cabbage. In the past, we had to pay hundreds of yuan to watch live broadcasts. Different platforms have different prices, which is painful. I don't want to pay at all, and I often can't see my favorite characters. Now it's good, who can watch whoever I want. Actually, if you calculate it this way, New World may collect more money. It's only 1 yuan, who wouldn't want to spend it? It's not just one person who can watch the live broadcast. If everyone is willing to spend it, then the money received will definitely be more. There are so many people with 10 stars. This is an unimaginable huge amount of money. Thiefin Island has made a lot of money. Okay, what's selling cabbage? It sounds like you can charge 1 yuan when you host this game. I don't understand how some people think. They don't speak human language. If you don't make money, why do you bid? At least Thiefin Island didn't charge according to the bidding price standard. It didn't think of making a profit first, and then talking about it. If you want to watch it or not, it won't cost much. Other companies will definitely charge a large amount first, and then charge per game. If it's less than 3 digits, they will be embarrassed to set a price. Don't mention it, the live broadcast software of New World is really easy to use, and there is also a playback function. Although there is only one visual, it is free to watch. I choose to get it for free first. This scene in the New World is worth the money, okay? 3 yuan per game, buy 1 less drink, and you will have enough money to watch the game today. Everyone in my family plans to pay 10 yuan for a week. I am more generous. I want to watch the conversion vision, hee. I also want to be a mecha master. 50 yuan can give you a real mecha master experience. I will wait until the finals to buy, and see which player is more powerful first. Ha ha ha, me too. Rich people should buy every game. No, I guess few people can keep the vision of a mecha master for a long time. Ordinary people can't, but other mecha masters can. It's easy to steal a master's skills. Hush, don't tell us what you can do if the powerful mecha master doesn't allow us to watch. In any case, the game is about to start. Xiaai Hui announced that she would take a rest today and go to see the performance of the vegetable farmers. The military cadets took a breath and also needed to do some summary and digest the knowledge they learned. The single soldier competition is a 1-day advance reservation time slot, and then a random match is held. All 10 vegetable farmers participated in the competition. Xing Miao, Feng Wansha, and Li Lei mainly tested their own strength, not competing for victory or defeat. Xiaai Hui set a goal for the other 7 people to enter the finals. There are more than 300 million people who signed up for the single soldier competition. They must first enter the top 10 million, participate in the second round of selection, and reach the top 10,000 before they can participate in the finals. The final will be held at a real venue, which is the 3rd game. This competition is terrifying. The other 7 people who fail to enter the finals will face nightmare punishment. Xiaai Hui did not say what the specific punishment is, but they know that it is not comparable to the current training level. Vegetable farmers. The competition time was set, starting between 10 o'clock and 10:30. Xiaai Hui directly turned on the computer live broadcast and booked the 10 of them. She also invited Ji Lei to watch. The two sat on the sofa in the entertainment room, eating potato chips and drinking tea. The first person to officially take his place was Hu Ping. As soon as he came online, his opponent was already preparing. Hu Ping also entered the preparation state. He picked a very common standard mecha. This was not Xiaai Hui's request, but the consensus of the team. Xiaai Hui had already made a star-level mecha for them. Although the mecha cabin was still old-fashioned, it could be replaced with the most advanced mecha cabin at any time. With such a powerful mecha entering the finals, they absolutely could not lose face for Xiaai Hui in terms of technology, so in the initial selection, only standard machines were selected to fight. Hu Ping was counting down 30 seconds to enter the venue. His hands were slightly sweaty. Half a year ago, he had no hope of participating in the competition. By chance, he didn't need to go through school to participate in the competition. Without the school coach to control the team, Hu Ping had a platform to show himself. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. He would not let himself regret it. The countdown to enter the venue ended. Applause from all directions welcomed them. Hu Ping looked up at the audience and was extremely excited. This was his stage. 2 mechas appeared together. There was no streamlined design. They were ordinary and gray. Hu Ping's mecha was light and had not been modified. The other contestant's mecha was modified in some places, and some powerful heavy weapons were incorporated, turning it into a heavy weapon. Before the official start, the two could communicate and introduce themselves to the audience. Hu Ping said with a smile, "Opposite, should I call you Ms. or Mr.? Ping, stop talking nonsense, let's start. I have to rush to the next game." From the sound, there is no voice changer, it is a male voice. Knowing that the opponent is a man, he can beat him with all his strength. If it was a woman, Hu Ping would not be a gentleman. With Xiaai Hui as a precedent, who knows whether the opponent is a human or a genius? At most, he would not make a sneak attack. Okay, let me say the last word. Hu Ping controlled the mecha to blow a kiss to the audience. Remember today's Ping, come and see me more. The sequel will be more exciting. I will win. Opponent, ? Who is this? He is not well known, but he is so arrogant. The audience laughed, another boaster, and those who spoke similarly to Hu Ping were basically defeated. Hu Ping pressed the start button, and the scene changed. The audience disappeared, and the surroundings became an open floating island arena in the air. The huge marble floor stretched for dozens of kilometers, avoiding time-consuming chases. The mechas can only fight within the range of the arena. While the heavy mecha was still starting up, Hu Ping's mecha had already moved and rushed in front of the heavy mecha. The opponent reacted quickly, fully opened his weapons, and launched indiscriminate attacks. The scattered missiles included tracking missiles, die. There are volunteer hosts in the field. They can watch the game for free and serve as commentators for random games. An excited voice sounded, "It has appeared." The unsolvable skill that many people have studied on the internet is named as an ultra-standard killing trick. How should contestant A Ping deal with it? Should I turn around and run to deal with these annoying missiles first, or? Hu Ping slightly pulled away and rushed forward again. There were shells flying all over the sky, but he kept pushing at full speed, turning on the anti-weight device and wind control system of the mecha at full power. The moment he came into contact with the shell, he was like a light leaf, brushing past the shell, and did not trigger an explosion. After dodging the attack of weapons within the branch line range, there were still 5 tracking missiles hanging over his head. Hu Ping threw out a powerful jammer, and the moment the jammer was ejected, the tracking missile turned a corner and chased the jammer. The series of actions were so cool that the host clapped his hands. Awesome, this is the most exciting scene I have hosted today, and Ah Ping did it. This scene can be included in the textbook. The mecha is indeed at the forefront of technology. The mecha master gave it a soul. The enemy heavy mecha continued the second similar operation. Hu Ping took off behind him, and smoothly entered the blind spot of the heavy mecha's attack lock. He opened fire, and easily knocked off a weapon from the left arm of the heavy mecha. These externally suspended weapons, unlike the Black Wing, were not professionally suspended, so they could be removed in one go. He charged forward again at lightning speed. He pushed the gravity conversion hard, turning the anti-gravity into a supersonic fall. The heavy mecha master only heard the explosion he shot out, accompanied by the ubiquitous explosion, and bleeding from his ears and nose. Then a sharp weapon pierced the left arm of the mech, and I don't know how Hu Ping did it, but he actually took it off. The heavy mech master was angry and anxious, and wanted to escape, but he forgot that his mech was a heavy mech, and it was full of burdens. Running in front of the light mech was like a snail crawling. Hu Ping teased, don't run, if you have any tricks, use them quickly, otherwise I will kill you. Madman. The opponent directly clicked the surrender button and shouted to admit defeat. The game ended without suspense. Many people don't think highly of this Ping, so the odds are very high. The host blurted out, I made a fortune. Ahem, I am extremely honored to host this game. It was very exciting. Although it was only a little over a minute, Ping provided us with extremely shocking driving skills. Congratulations to Ping for winning. The audience also clapped along with the host. In the early stage, the shorter the event, the more it can reflect the essence of the mecha driver's driving skills. The evenly matched competition will definitely be in the future, and it will be a contest at the extreme level of human beings. Hu Ping then went to the second round with a smile. 10. Vegetable farmers all finished 5 rounds within an hour. They were all lucky and did not encounter strong opponents, so their performance was remarkable. 5 points were obtained smoothly. The audience was unprecedentedly satisfied with the vegetable farmers race. Brother Aping's driving angle is so cool, I love it. What is his personal account? I want to be his crazy fan. The most ordinary name, the most amazing driving skills. Ji is Ji Hung, right? Why do you have such a cool name for such a cool guy? So handsome, and some of the girls are so cool too. I don't know which school they are from, or where they came from, and they didn't even leave their personal accounts. It feels like their driving skills are very different from those of ordinary mecha masters. It looks very professional to me. My brother is a soldier on vacation, and he watched dozens of the most popular battles now. To sum it up in one word, it's unique. He said that this generation of young people has many creative ideas. I didn't see the event you mentioned, and I don't know when I can watch the replay. Chapter 129. Ping's race was only seen on the race replay software 12 hours after it ended. The more people watched the replay, and the more rewards they gave, the higher the popularity. High popularity not only represents the public's love, but also the attention of the top management. Except for some funny races, the people who ranked high in popularity are almost all very good at driving. The most popular vegetable farmer is not Hu Ping, nor Ji Hung. It is Xing Miao who broke new ground. The reason is simple. Her name in the competition was Shinpa, a nickname given to her by her teammates, so she used it. In the military training forum, Xing Miao was evaluated by many classmates, saying that she had no outstanding advantages except her appearance. She was such a person, not noticed by the coach and not valued by the school. But she shined in the New World competition. In the 5 battles, she did not show her great driving skills, but her terrible predictions frightened her opponents. She knew the opponent's next landing point, set traps in advance, predicted others' predictions, and exerted mental pressure. Every game was like this, which opened the eyes of the audience and made many people in the school reflect on their own combat plans. There are many commanders of the same type as Xing Miao, and there is no shortage of smart people. If they are trained more, they may become the next one. A powerful person with his own fighting characteristics can show his prowess in the competition from the beginning. No need for appreciation, he is popular. Every popular battle video is watched by the military and presented to the military high level. General Bai checked the document given by Colonel Bai. The information behind the which said Xing Miao, and at the end it said the coach column was divided into 2 sections, with the arrow pointing to Shuah Hui. General Bai checked the names again, and he directly filtered the table to see how many people were under the name of Coach Shuah Hui. No more, no less, 10 people. Ji Er, A Ping, Shinpa, Shark Xiao Liuzi Tired, Ming Ming, De Chun, Qing Zai Wu, Fei Yang Yang. These names are very down to earth, and then they formed the Vegetable Farmer team. General Bai laughed. How could Shuah Hui not tell him that he had such a cute little apprentice, too polite? He then searched the replay of their game video on the live broadcast software, and the popularity was in the top 10,000. Carefully watch everyone's replay video. The most eye-catching ones are Ji Er, A Ping and Shinpa. Their fighting styles are very personal. The others are also very good, and their individual strength can enter the second arena. Maybe with a little luck, they can enter the finals. General Bai circled these 10 people and told Colonel Bai, "These are my future soldiers. No one can snatch them." He domineeringly included the outstanding team members in his command first to prevent other generals, or old guys from shamelessly snatching them. Colonel Bai knew that his grandfather was impatient, and was trying to take advantage of Shuah Hui. Aren't you afraid that Teacher Su will get angry? Colonel Bai was 1 generation older than those old academic guys, and he was embarrassed to address Shuah Hui as equal. I just pointed out the talents I wanted. I was naturally happy if these people were willing to follow me in the end. If they didn't want to, I wouldn't force them, but just get them to my side first. 2 of the 5 generals were not easy to talk to. The power brought by strength made them superior. The position of General Bai has a successor, Lieutenant General Bai, who is from the same clan and faction. Just because he has it doesn't mean that others have it, so they are all in a hurry to find a successor. They have accepted batches of apprentices, but there is no one who can be the successor. It's not a problem of their combat power, but these people don't have the cohesion unique to generals. If they can't be the generals, they can't be the generals. They can't convince the public. Once the current 5 generals pass their peak physical strength, they will be squeezed out. If there is no successor, the next wave will catch up. They will lose a lot of what they have. For example, the former general, Mrs. Luo, because she did not deliberately train a successor, her banquet lacked many incumbent senior officials to congratulate her. The power is greatly reduced, and many people will not even give you face. This is foreseeable. However, Grandma Luo is very generous. She chose a businessman as her husband, and later she didn't mind having another businessman's son-in-law. It is precisely because she has no attachment to those rights that she has kept her current dignity. She lives a rich and stable life. But not everyone is as free and easy as her. As far as General Bai knows. Some people, in order to keep their future power, use very dirty means and exert mental control when training successors. The young people trained by Shuah Hui all have strong personalities, so General Bai can't watch them being destroyed. It just so happens that maintaining one's own opinions and correct values is what makes people truly obey. The 2 generals have been sitting in their positions for a long time and have lost their way, but it doesn't matter. The one at the top and those former generals, who are still in some important positions, will teach them a lesson. The 2 generals have also contributed money and effort to train obedient talents for the country, so why not do it? But General Bai will not let the 10 vegetable farmers get involved no matter what. Colonel Bai, I know, if someone comes to ask for information, I will put all the responsibility on Grandpa. General Bai rolled up his sleeves. The bastard is bold and unfilial. Colonel Bai smiled lightly. I learned it from my uncle. And my uncle, you taught him? The loop is closed. General Bai couldn't refute it, pretending to be angry and not talking nonsense with him. His grandson has grown up and looks mature, which is not fun at all. Soon his vacation will be over, so he should have more fun. Before the summer vacation, he should go to Xiaai Hui to see her training, which must be more targeted than the instructors at their recruit training base. Compared with Xiaai Hui, General Bai felt that his nephew was not so good. He had a good brain, could do research, start a company to make money, and could drive a mecha, fight insects, and was still a coach. He remembered that Lu Sun, Wu Qingqing and a few other classmates were not very outstanding before. After 10 days, their flexibility increased by at least 2 times. Does Xiaai Hui have any tactical secrets? Admiral Bai, who was studying the videos of other outstanding young people, was thinking about many questions. His mind was full of strange ideas. After a while, the computer prompted him to check a secret report. It was sent by the Archives Bureau. They found some information about Xiaai Hui's identity. Admiral Bai read it. Xiaai Hui, whose real name was Yu Li, had parents who died in a space pirate attack. The file also gave the death data of the attack. There were a total of 160 people on the ship, and 150 of them died. All the people on the ship were from wealthy families. They were not rich, but they all had high IQs and high school education. Xiaai Hui's parents were a history professor and a mathematics professor. People of this type all knew what it meant to be a wise man who knew the times, and it was impossible for them to collectively offend the pirates. Unfortunately, the starship supplies were cleaned out, and only the children survived. Admiral Bai frowned. There were prerequisites for the pirates to kill people. Either they were fiercely resisted, or there were armed forces of the enemy on the ship, and finally they were carrying a mission and had ill intentions. What's even funnier is that the file hastily says that the space pirates escaped and their whereabouts are unknown. The subsequent law enforcement department did not launch an investigation and explain to the outside world that these people died in an accident. Such a big incident. No one is investigating. This is not dereliction of duty, it is intentional. Admiral Bai is thinking, should this part of the information be shown to Xiaai Hui? The file is not top secret. Xiaai Hui is a victim and has the right to know. But if she sees it, there may be a lot of hidden secrets hidden in it, and it is very dangerous for her to check it privately. Her status is currently at the level of a national key protected person, and he has the right to retrieve this information, all because he is responsible for her confidentiality. Admiral Bai then looked at the following supplement: 10 children, sent to an orphanage on a backward planet. Culinary orphanage? Admiral Bai had no impression. Then, Xiaai Hui met Su Laudi on the garbage planet, and then adopted her. Admiral Bai became more and more confused, and retrieved the Interstellar map, and he compared the 2 locations. Culinary orphanage is on the planet next to the garbage planet. How did she get to the garbage planet? Many things were only mentioned in one sentence, and there were many doubts. He read it, and felt gossipy. No wonder Xiaai Hui was so active that she didn't hesitate to hire bodyguards and detectives to look into the past. The key point is that after Xiaai Hui arrived at the garbage planet, a fire broke out in the Culinary orphanage, and they claimed that they could no longer operate and closed down completely. Is it a coincidence, or was it intentional? Admiral Bai called his secretary, print a document for Xiaai Hui and tell her that she can check it, but not privately. I will give her 2 investigators to help her check it legally. The investigators must be chosen by the secretary. This cannot be told to Xiaai Hui through the communication equipment, so only the secretary can say it. There are too many things that don't make sense on the aircraft carrier. It has been too long. If you want to investigate, you have to investigate carefully. Maybe you can pull out a large group of tumors. Secretary, okay, do you need to buy some snacks? Admiral Bai, do I also take care of her feeding? The secretary smiled professionally. I heard that all her students paid for her delicious food. You are a shameless old guy who took advantage of the situation. You won't be unwilling to pay for some snacks. General Bai, go ahead, buy more. Just think of it as an investment for the future. Xiaai Hui must be rich now, but she must also like others to feed her money. Xiaai Hui was confused when she got a truckload of snacks. The team members who just won 5 singles games were more surprised than Xiaai Hui. I didn't expect that on the road to pleasing Xiaai Hui, it would be like this. Xiaai Hui got the documents and said thank you. No matter how big her appetite was, she couldn't finish this truckload of snacks. You're so thoughtful. Do you want to stay and have a meal in the cafeteria? The secretary gave the things and left. General Bai was just on vacation, but he was not. He still needed to help General Bai deal with many things. How about we celebrate? Wu Qingqing looked at the piles of snacks. Instead of using the space shuttle, she used a truck to deliver them. Was she showing off to them? Your performance is just average. No celebration. Let's go to training. There will be a team competition in the evening. Su Xiaokai drove them away. It was a rare day off. She wanted to enjoy her own space. She took Ji Lei to her small garden. The backyard of the laboratory building was decorated by her to be very cozy. Su Xiaokai sat lazily on the bench in the backyard, quietly looking at the neatly maintained vegetable garden. Ji Lei sat on her exclusive swing, rocking slowly, peaceful and comfortable. He asked, "You don't get along with them. Does it mean that it is easier to get along with me, that we are best friends?" Yes. Ji Lei helped her a lot, and in terms of interests, he did bring her more help. Besides, she is also a human being, and she also likes friends with whom she can communicate without obstacles. Since we are friends, can you take the 2 turtles away? Su Xiaokai said coldly, "That's not the case." What realistic friends? Ji Lei smiled. Xing Miao and Feng Wansha are very considerate. Can't you be besties? Yes, but not now. They are too young and have many things to do. They are not as idle as you. Ji Lei choked. It's his fault that he has money and free time. Before, it was because of genetic problems, so I was idle. I can get busy. I've been waiting for you to say that. Friends help each other. Su Xiaokai knows this principle well. So Su Xiaokai sent him the financial statements of Fifan Island and the expenditure statements of the other 2 factories. Please help me take a look. It's too tiring to look at it by myself. Stunned. Haha, it's better not to be friends with this person. Ji Lixiang stood up and left immediately. Su Xiaokai pointed her finger at his forehead. As everyone knows, this is a kind of action sealing technique. Ji Lei couldn't escape from her palm. Please, my dear friend, I will pet Hua Hua for you afterwards. Hua Hua was playing with butterflies. When Su Xiaokai mentioned its name, it turned around and meowed. It seemed to ask Su Xiaokai why she was calling it. It has nothing to do with you. Hua Hua thought Su Xiaokai was angry, so she ran over with a snort and circled around Su Xiaocai's feet. She picked up Hua Hua and hugged it. Brother Ji, look at me, I am as pitiful as Hua Hua. Where is pitiful? The fat cat's eyes looked more like contempt. Su Xiaokai had no choice but to catch his soft spot. After a while, she sat back on the bench and fell asleep sideways. Ji Lei sighed, resigned himself to helping her, took out a thin blanket and covered her. Then he moved a table, sat on the bench and started working. It is difficult to find problems with financial statements without practice. In fact, Wisdom 03 has checked it once and found no problems. But this may mean that the person who does the accounting is smart. Why can't artificial intelligence do the accounting? Because artificial intelligence cannot go to jail, so the accounting must be done by people. Su Xiaocai's companies are all newly opened, and the subordinates she chooses are relatively loyal. Maybe it was a period when all employees were very cautious, so there was no big problem. It was just that some parts of the sales reimbursement were unreasonable, and they just needed to make a report. Ji Lei looked slowly, and time seemed to slow down. The tomatoes in the vegetable garden showed signs of turning red, and the grape trellises were covered with branches and leaves, thriving. He felt that Su Xiaocai's company really needed to buy a few cars, not to avoid taxes, but to make it convenient for her company employees to go to get off work and travel. There were not many buses to the suburbs, and the time interval was a bit long. Ground energy vehicles are not expensive, and they can make it much more convenient for employees to commute to get off work. No need to miss a bus and wait for a long time for the next one. After a nap, Su Xiaocai's eyes were less dark, and she could not feel danger. Her thinking became slow. It took her several seconds to react to what Ji Lei suggested to her. Okay, it depends on the employee's wishes. The company has few employees, but many accommodations. Su Xiaokai yawned. I remember there is a failed real estate development nearby. I wonder if I can buy it. Even the capital planet can fail to develop the land. Is it because of the bad location or some other reason? Something happened there. It is said that it is a place for a religious gathering and there are forces behind it. Several construction workers were killed by believers. The developer has almost finished the development and would rather lose money than follow. Over time, it became a ghost town. The believers went to cause trouble one after another. Strictly speaking, they are all ordinary people. What can they do if they become rogues? Many families who bought houses were forced to leave. You really know it. Have you ever thought about it? Su Xiaokai knew that he was a real estate buyer, a real landlord. Ji Lei pinched her pink little face. You are really smart. Not that you have ever thought about it, but that you have already thought about it. There is also a house of mine there. No one dares to live there. If you buy it, remember to find out what is going on inside before developing it, and then give the house back to me. Then buy a car. I don't touch real estate. Xiaai Hui pushed his hand away. Don't pinch my face. If you pinch it too much, it will become a big face. The old people in the village of Su's planet all say so. Really? A deep voice said with a smile. Xiaai Hui covered her face cautiously. Seeing that he was helping her look at the financial statements, I can give you the rights of a primary school student. You can pull my ponytail. If it gets messy, remember to help me tie it back. The other way was also blocked. Pulling her hair was equivalent to the behavior of a primary school student. Ji Lei didn't care. If you don't want to pinch it, forget it. He hugged Hua, and it was not bad to stroke this one. After that, they were busy with their own things. Xiaai Hui looked at her personal information, and Ji Lei continued to look at the financial statements. Ji Lei didn't leave at night, and watched the team competition of vegetable farmers with her. Before the team competition, Admiral Bai's secretary sent 2 investigators. Xiaai Hui asked them to contact Xiang Qian, who was a little scared when facing her personal information. 160 aircraft carriers, 150 deaths, these numbers show that something is fishy. It's still the kind of fishy that will cause large-scale deaths involving space pirates, officials who cover up the incident, orphanages. The case is complicated. Xiang Qian is still staying in the illegal armed camp to find clues, trembling with fear every day, and exploring little by little. He didn't dare to use Xiao's things carelessly, fearing being caught, wasting good things, and also fearing death. Sitting in a small independent room, Xiang Qian sighed as he looked at the information, and the flesh on his cheeks became thinner. After memorizing it firmly in his mind, he immediately formatted and destroyed it. If it weren't for the 2 bodyguards, he would have died countless times. But he couldn't turn back. Since he came to investigate, he had to get a result. He was definitely not greedy for Xiao's reward. After all, if he didn't get a few million, he would scold Xiaai in person for being black-hearted. Well, it was a bit greedy. His problem now was that the people in the armed camp were all law of the jungle and suspicious, and they didn't look like a legitimate illegal armed force. The subsequent addition of 2 investigators showed that the incident might be worse than he thought. Xiang Qian's fear worsened, and he thought, if the illegal armed forces knew that he had brought 2 officials in, would they want to kill him? It was too difficult. Chapter 130. Team competition in the evening, vegetable farmers. Versus. King's Contempt. The opponent's name is very impressive, but in fact it is a group of teenagers who formed a temporary team. They love mechas, but their driving skills are amateurish. The opponent must send 7 people to fight, and 2 of them must be logistics, who cannot participate in the battle, and can only do logistics work. Based on the information collected by Feng Wansha, Li Lei, and Xing Niao, the vegetable farmer sent 3 people, Xing Niao, Wu Qingqing and Wu Feiyang. In fact, Xing Niao and Wu Qingqing can take them down. But be conservative, and add 1 more person to increase mobility, and avoid accidents. Everyone believes in the judgment of Feng Wansha, and the other 2, and the variable lies in Wu Qingqing. So they said that if Wu Qingqing loses the first game, she will be asked to clean the men's and women's toilets in the dormitory. Wu Qingqing choked up and pointed at Wu Feiyang. Why am I the only one? Where is my brother? With the witch as the commander, we won't lose. Your brother will just be a backup and won't play. Hu Ping winked, just short of explaining that this was Wu Qingqing's personal show. Don't let me laugh at you. I just learned mechas for fun. I'm a complete ragtag player. No matter how strong the tacit understanding is, you can only win. Don't embarrass your master. Wu Qingqing came to her senses. That's right, in the first team game, she must not embarrass Xiaai Hui. 3 people against 7, although in fact it's 2 people against 7. The logistics will be at a well-defended fortress. If the frontline soldiers are killed in action, the camp will automatically be judged as a failure. If Wu Qingqing attacks and breaks through the fortress defense, she will also be considered a winner. However, the fortress defense of this competition venue cannot be broken by just 1 or 2 mechas. So Wu Qingqing has only one path, to defeat 5 people, or to beat the other party into surrender. Once upon a time, Wu Qingqing only dreamed of challenging everyone. Now, she really wants to do it. Excitement and fear intertwined, Wu Qingqing calmed down, leaving only the ambition in her eyes. The live audience was excited. Today was not the first time they encountered a small number of people against a large number of people, but they did not even need logistics, and there was only one commander. Soon, they noticed who was in the vegetable farmer team. Coincidentally, this team competition still had volunteer hosts. In order to increase the viewing experience, Xiaai Hui gave all volunteer hosts some small money, so college students who wanted to make money during the summer vacation signed up enthusiastically. No matter how unpopular the game was, there were almost always hosts participating. And the host of this event had already held a list and firmly grasped the first-hand hot news. Before the game starts, let me introduce the participating teams, Wang Jisui and Vegetable Farmers. The applause was deafening, and the dynamic music brought the atmosphere to the extreme. The King's Contempt team, average age 25. Ben is the captain of the event, the King. The current win rate in single-player matches is 60% teammates. The host introduced them very simply. When it was the turn of the vegetable farmer, the host said loudly, "This time, only 3 vegetable farmers will appear, the commander, the witch. The warriors are Qingqing Zaiwu and Fiangyang." Every time a name was said, the audience burst into applause and screams. Just at the beginning, the people of the vegetable farmer team have accumulated a group of die-hard fans. The live broadcast room was also very lively. The 10 new players in the top 10,000 of the popularity list are all from the same team. Who do you think is right? I support the vegetable farmer. Are they so confident that 3 people can face 7 people? My husband Jier is also in this team. Don't mention Jier, he won't play this time. Jier is your husband. Who is a ping to you? A ping is definitely your lover. Xiao Liuzi is a little milk dog, Mingming is a bodyguard, and Dachuan is the plumber Lao Wang who comes to visit occasionally. You have such a rich imagination and are so distorted. Women TSK. It's as if you men don't like fortune tellers. The fortune teller is so beautiful in person, Qingqing is so cool, Shark and Tired are also cute. Which one is better? You've missed the point. Let's get back to the point. This is the point. Everyone has a handsome man and a beautiful woman. My Kai can't play, I'm not happy. Why does the company boss limit her appearances? Although Kai can't play, my team can fill in the coaching information. Xiaai Hui is their coach. What's going on? There's a coach thing going on. I go check it out. Really? Thiefin Island is so thoughtful. This move can make even the coach famous. What does Xiaai Hui want to express by calling herself a coach? Why do you care what others want to express? Don't use a magnifying glass to explore other people's details, okay? She is a public figure. Ask her what's wrong. If you call yourself a coach, you have to act like a coach. You can't just call yourself a coach to look good. That's a lie. A coach is a coach. Xiaai Hui doesn't need you to admit that she is a coach. Team Vegetable Farmers has no objection. Xiaai Hui has no objection. A bunch of passers-by jumped out and said, "Xiaai Hui, you need to prove that you are a coach. It's really funny. Watch the game, the game has begun." Xing Miao stood in front of the command platform. She was now in a planetary fortress with rich vegetation. The opponent's fortress was 300 kilometers away. Previous story, the two sides had a deadly feud in order to compete for a mineral deposit. In order to investigate the mineral deposit, Wu Qingqing met 5 people from the other side. At the beginning, the enemy and us faced each other. The 5 men of Wang Jisui were stunned for a moment, and raised their weapons one after another. Wu Qingqing retreated quickly, and in less than 5 seconds, she was out of their sight. But their weapons had already locked, and aimed automatically. Xing Miao saw from Wu Qingqing's image feedback that she was in this situation at the moment, and Wang Jisui would definitely surround her. Xing Miao asked Wu Qingqing, "Do you want to challenge yourself, or do you want me to command and avoid the sharp edge?" Wu Qingqing, "I will definitely avoid the sharp edge. I don't need to show my full strength in the early stage. Audience, we want to see it, please give it your all, Mr. Qingqing." Xing Miao immediately commanded, "At 5 o'clock, throw out the jammer, and retreat 300 meters. Almost when Xing Miao said 5 o'clock, Wu Qingqing had already thrown the small ball-like jammer based on experience, and continued to run. Wang Ji's contemptuous artillery bombarded with a rumble, but all missed. In addition to collapsing a few trees, a dark pit was left, and even the fire could not burn, the humidity was too high. The host said, "See, those powerful contestants like to bring jammers. In fact, many contestants in the early stage like to use tracking bullets. The tracking missile is so easy to crack. If you control the timing, a small jammer can make the tracking missile useless." Wang Ji disdains the 5 standard mechas and chases them without thinking. They have learned about the vegetable farmer team beforehand, but they don't know much about it. They only know that most of them are students in the first and second years of military training. They have also watched the video of the single-player competition of 10 vegetable farmers. There is no professional analyst. They just think that the vegetable farmer's driving skills are simple and their reactions are fast. If they were here, they could actually do it. There was just a mysterious confidence that I could do it, probably because of this kind of inflated emotion, so I didn't care much. Of course, they were just here to have fun, and didn't have the idea of entering the finals. Wu Qingqing retreated so quickly, and they blamed the other party for being too cowardly, sending only one person, so confident, but not daring to fight them head-on. Open the scanner. The scanner was turned on, and the shadow of the mecha did not appear on the interface. Change the radar. More than 10 places have responded, probably jammers. Where's the life detector? There are all living creatures here, and there are hundreds of them that can be detected. Do we have to take turns to search? The king said calmly, look around. Where there are reactions, shoot and test them. The mineral deposit is in the valley, and the entire valley is in a concave shape. The vegetation above is lush, blocking the view of the distant horizon. Unable to find it, the king had to choose to fly. Where is the commander? Can you search for the other party? The king's contemptuous commander. The integrated map does not show that the mecha should still be nearby. You can adapt to the situation. They also sent out drones, but without Xing Miao's judgment, they could only move forward cautiously. Wu Qingqing, who had thrown out more than a dozen jammers to interfere with the equipment, hid in the dense woods and turned off the mecha. Without the energy reactor and various large equipment to generate energy fluctuations, the opponent could not find the mecha at all. Who would have thought that Wu Qingqing was so bold as to turn off the machine to avoid detection? After Xing Miao saw the terrain and the specific environment, she asked Wu Qingqing to stay put. The drone she released had reached the valley. Before the enemy discovered it, Xing Miao said, they are in the air, you can start to act. Snipe the mecha with blue weapons, understand? Understood. The audience listened to Xing Miao's command and looked at Wu Qingqing's current position. How to aim when the tree canopy blocks out the sun? Use a detector? Use an energy feedback mirror? Or a magnetic field sensor? These things will undoubtedly expose your position in an instant. Wu Qingqing restarted the mecha and threw a small ball into the air. It was an ordinary live broadcast instrument, so small that it was difficult for the detector to identify. Then she fired into the air. A super amazing shot, the armor-piercing bullet penetrated the back of the blue mecha with incredible accuracy. The reason why Xing Miao called Wu Qingqing to attack this mecha was to hit the high-temperature firearm solid fuel tank carried by the blue mecha. Many people like it. If I can't find you again, I will use the high temperature to force you out and burn everything. The night is long and dreams are many. Xing Miao simply helps them use it up in advance. After the solid fuel comes into contact with the air, it turns into a viscous liquid and slowly flows down. The mecha master only saw the page issued a warning, and his mind was blank. His teammates immediately realized that he was shot, and they hurriedly fired at the ground to cover him. Unload your weapons. In less than a second, another bullet with sparks was fired from the ground. The teammate raised his shield to help him block it. But this bullet was not an armor-piercing bullet at all, and its range was limited. It was just a small bullet that continued to burn, and it fell down in a parabola. It landed on the side leaking fuel, and along that line, the flame went up. Boom. The flame shot up into the sky, and it exploded. The blue mecha almost lost its mobility, and was in a state of total damage. The person was fine, but was knocked unconscious by the explosion. The system determined that the player's character had lost consciousness, and could not wake up in a short time. Wang Ji despised the team, and one person was eliminated. Mom, there are monsters here. Damn, the live broadcast equipment is used as a site. I seem to see the math master. Master, it's terrible. Xing Miao continued to command. They landed, for people gathered at the valley mouth. Being a commander does not only command those things verbally, the fortress has great restrictions on command. But you can send out drones and land detectors, make good use of information gaps, and make every move well, which is the role of command. Xing Miao quickly circled a few red circles. I send you a marked map, you have fun. Okay. Wu Qingqing smiled with her little tiger teeth. Wu Qingqing turned on the viewing function, and the audience could watch the live broadcast from her perspective. The camera flickered slightly, and the mecha jumped onto the treetops, standing above the valley, overlooking the green surroundings. The tall green plants, like giant hands, held up the mecha. The mecha glided above them quietly, and the leaves and branches seemed to be blown by the wind, and even the birds were not startled. After the explosion just now, almost all the detectors failed. The four enemies kept asking the command desk, where is that person? They can't see it, and the command desk can't see it either. The other side knows our detectors. They were all blocked by the drones, and we can't see the integrated map of the valley. We only know that the person is still there. Of course we know that the person is still there. What's the point of having you as a commander? You can only talk nonsense. What can we do? The commander can't see anything, so we can only rely on you. I commanded recklessly, and you will be dissatisfied later. One commander and one captain, equivalent to 2 people with the final say in the team. Before they even touch the opponent, they start to have problems internally, which is fatal. Wu Qingqing has come near them, and dropped a magnetic jammer and a smoke bomb. Their anti-missile radar imaging showed snowflakes, and at this moment, a gunshot was heard. The panicked 4 people hurriedly retreated from the bottom of the valley. Let's go, don't stay here. Find a safe place to reorganize first. They rushed out of the smoke range and just out of the valley. Their radar finally returned to normal. The captain counted the number of people, including him. There were 3 people. Another one died, damn it. He was still running. This time they wanted to fly at a low altitude and make good defenses in front and behind. The trick of flying close to the tree canopy completely exposed the difference in strength. Wu Qingqing's flight was very calm and did not alarm any creatures, while these people, wherever they went, all the birds flew away. A perfect target. The king also discovered this shortcoming, showing the true appearance of a rookie team. Many times, it's not that they don't want to pay attention, but that they really have no experience. Even if there is a competition field open for practice, it can't make up for this shortcoming. Every team is honored to have an experienced coach. Wu Qingqing defeated a mecha master in the smoke, and the audience followed her sight, and was almost stunned by her handsomeness. Just now in the smoke, Wu Qingqing was like a ghost, catching one of the mechas, stepping down hard, quickly destroying the mecha balance corrector, and then violently dismantling it. The mecha master was sent out without knowing what happened. The second one. After that, Wu Qingqing flew out of the valley and flew close to the ground. She slid in and out of the mecha vision. It's amazing. Who did Qin Bao learn this driving skill from? Bad review? I might die if I sat in the co-pilot. Coach Su Xiaokai. Don't say it. I kind of want to sit in the co-pilot of Kai Bao. I am the only one who can sit in the co-pilot of my wife. Who drank too much water? Hurry him, wake him up. I drank a lot, and need to go to the bathroom. Can I snort him? No, he will get even more drunk. Even a great game can't stop you from talking so much. Stop being disgusting and watch the game. The drone set up a jammer on the road where Wu Qingqing passed. The other side couldn't detect where Wu Qingqing was at all. Wu Qingqing praised the fortune teller Xing Miao. The commander's brain was very useful. Without any worries, she hid behind a hillside and set up a sniper weapon. Soon, 3 enemy figures appeared in sight. There were only 2 of them, and one was missing. Wu Qingqing smiled, "You're quite smart. You know how to walk separately and ambush me." However, their calculations, even Wu Qingqing felt too naive. At this moment, there was an explosion above the place where the 2 passed by. The falling rocks attracted their attention, and Wu Qingqing fired 2 shots in a row. Use the only 2 lethal weapons on your body to reduce the weight of the fuselage. The 2 extremely powerful bombs hit the 2 mechas directly, and the super strong air waves exploded. The 2 standard mechas suffered the power of the explosion center, and the appearance was broken. The 2 mecha masters were still able to move, but they were temporarily deaf and blinded by the impact. The mecha also suffered 80% damage. It was still able to move, but it was disabled. The king, who had been hanging in the back and observing his teammates, finally saw where the attack came from. "Finally caught you, hiding your head and showing your tail." The king said bitterly. He was unwilling to lose, and prepared to make a final struggle and attack Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing sighed to the sky. Didn't this man know that she was showing mercy? I don't let your 2 teammates finish off so that you can participate in the next game normally. The energy shield unfolds for 2 seconds, then retracts, and blocks the missile that the king also fired at me. Wu Qingqing did not accept the king's challenge, but threw a high explosive grenade, which flew cutely towards the 2 enemies who were already seriously injured. The king understood Wu Qingqing's intention. Was he saving his teammates or fighting with her? Despicable. Thank you for the compliment. Xing Miao, you can't even hear what the other person is saying. How do you know that the other person is scolding you? Wu Qingqing, don't you think the guy on the other side looks like Dachuan? Li Shanshun was so bullied that he wanted to turn off the live broadcast and roll on the ground. He was too bullying. He was not stupid, he was just stubborn. The result of Wu Qingqing's finishing blow was that he was defeated. The remaining 3 were sent out, not by stun mode, but by killing. Before ending the live broadcast, she said, Don't be so stupid in the future, I am a relatively gentle person. This pretentious statement received full marks from the audience. While saying that she was gentle, she prevented the other party from playing the next game. The king must have been sick to death. That's right, this man was regretting his blind self-confidence. 2 of his 3 men lost their fighting power. He forgot that this was a team game. He should not attack alone no matter how powerful he was. As long as they retreated, Wu Qingqing would not kill them. Now, there were 10 of them, and the captain was eliminated. How would they play in the next game? While he thought he was unlucky, he was very glad that he had played against the vegetable farmers in the first game, and would not meet them again. Chapter 131. The strength of the vegetable farmer is indeed better than most teams. Among so many teams, their performance can only be considered average. After all, they are playing against a team of amateur players, and their peak strength cannot be seen. Even so, it does not prevent the vegetable fans from bragging about it and gossiping about it. I replayed the team game of the vegetable farmer, and the opponent's winning rate is close to 0. The witch is too magical, and Qingbao is too strong. The combination of the two makes it impossible for the team to find a person to contain Qingbao, and the battle is one-sided. It's wonderful. The whole process is perfectly paced, the witch and Qingbao are in perfect harmony, and Fei Yan has never made a move. How did the vegetable farmers get together? The attraction of the strong? I heard that they are in different grades and majors, and men and women live separately. Their family backgrounds are also quite different. Oh, so clear, who is upstairs, from the military training? It's me. We all said in our forum that among them, only Xiaai and Fei Yang are on the school team. Aren't they on the school team now? Definitely not. Miss Shuah is now under the guidance of the school coach. Do you think Xiaai, who broke off the engagement, will still be in it? Just a breakup? The plot of breaking up and still being friends often appears. It's impossible to reconcile. I have inside information. Xiaai is determined to follow Su Xiaokai. Don't get me wrong, it's not a love affair between a man and a woman. Everyone in our school knows that Su Xiaokai and Shuah Hui hate each other for some reason. If you want to stand on Su Xiaocai's side, you can't stand on Shuah Hui's side. Isn't your military training a holy place for learning? Why do you still have small teams? Su Xiaokai always ignores Shuah Hui, okay? Kai Bao is very busy. I haven't seen her in school for a long time. Please stop talking. I'm thinking about the gap in grades between me and Kai Bao. Kai Bao has taken too many days off, otherwise this year's scholarship would definitely be hers. Don't delve into personal matters. Is there any god who can analyze this battle? How did the witch and Qingbao design the route? I don't understand how the witch calculated Qingbao's route and the opponent's path, and how to accurately set the rockfall point. After saying this, people with ideas came to analyze. Every game has people commenting and analyzing it. Then I made a battle power list by myself, put the favorites on the internet, with videos, and a brief introduction of each player. For people like vegetable farmers, there are not many people in the game, so it is really difficult to evaluate their comprehensive battle power. This battle power ranking is floating, and it seems quite professional at present, with scores given from many aspects. Equipment combination, command ability, team strength and quality, tactical application, number of victories, team retention, coach, etc. The summary of the combat power ranking is relatively fair. The team with the highest combat power value is a team called Yanji. The information of each of them is not a secret, but not much is revealed online. All we know is that they are a team of young mercenaries, with good reputation and no criminal record. It is not clear whether they have committed crimes, but their actions are indeed decent. Today they played 2 team games, all teams played, but they were able to finish the battle within 10 minutes with only 3 or 4 people. They were well trained and very efficient. In summary, they are a team with tacit cooperation, rich experience, and top-notch quality per capita. With the advertisement of the competition, Yunji may be overwhelmed with tasks in the future. The second place was, without any surprise, the first echelon of Junwei Dream Academy. Each of them is very powerful, and has a special personality, and can stand alone in any team. They are truly elite selected from the school. The reason why the combat power assessment is a little low is that they are not very obedient, and have too many ideas of their own. They are not very convinced of their captain. However, they belong to the team of emergency combination. The combination time is short, but they have initially developed a tacit understanding. If they are given a little more time, they will cooperate better. So the people who scored have high expectations. The third place is a team of Junhui Junya, Feng Hui, Yu Shiqing and Junius Ruoding. The team combines the names of the 2 colleges, and is called Huia Staff. The three of them joined forces and brought strong players to suppress Xiaai Hui. When the news of the competition being reopened came out, they didn't know that Fifen Island had participated in the bidding. Later, Fifen Island won the bid and knew that Xiaai Hui would not appear in the competition. They breathed a sigh of relief, and because of the deep level of joint training, they became teammates. This team was rated as the team with the most balanced per capita strength, with a record of killing a large number of insects, and also performed well in the Fifen Island game. As for the vegetable farmers, they played for a very short time each time, making it difficult to figure out where their strength lies. Especially the logistics, they are not like other groups, they only do logistics. They actually participated in the individual competition, not like professional personnel at all. They have not lost in 5 battles today, and the loss of mechas is almost negligible. The team's mechas need to consider logistics maintenance. If they cannot be repaired, they need to buy a new one. Although the mechas in the new world are very cheap, they are also money. The loss problem is also one of the scoring items, but because of this, the strength cannot be detected. The scoring team had no idea where to start, and they didn't know the strength of Feng Wan's support staff. And because the coach was Xiaai Hui, the vegetable farmers were ranked outside the top 1,000. It was just the first game, so the scoring was not accurate. Feng Wan will play against a member of Yunji tomorrow, and many people are looking forward to it. They can more directly count the strength of the vegetable farmers. Feng Hui watched Wu Qingqing's replay video today. This tomboy has made great progress. The live broadcast instrument is so small that it is difficult to detect it with any sophisticated detector. Reconnecting, the situation is still good now. Xiaai Hui didn't participate in the competition. You think too well. This witch must have been trained by Xiaai Hui. Yu Shiqing watched all of Xing Miao's matches and admired her precise calculations. The person hiding behind the scenes is the most terrifying monster. Feng Hui, tell me, why did we think of merging the 2 teams at the beginning? Why didn't we think of merging the 3 schools? Reconnecting and Yu Shiqing, don't say it, I'm regretting it. After watching Wu Qingqing's performance, the teammates congratulated Wu Qingqing. The live broadcast equipment sniping the target must have caught the attention of the army. Even they didn't know that Wu Qingqing had such an amazing skill. Wu Feiyang, you're pretending. Tell me, how did you do it? Wu Qingqing spread her hands. It was hard to explain how she learned it. I don't know. This time we have the terrain advantage. If it's a desert with a wide field of vision, I will be at a disadvantage. As for how I did it, I'm not sure. It was my master who discovered that I have this talent. I can quickly judge the position of others by seeing the overall space. This may be a supernatural power. Superpower? Ji Hung also knew that high-level chi sensors have superpowers. He pondered. I don't know if I have it. You have been training with Master for too short a time. Many people cannot find their own specialness. You can ask her for more advice. Wu Qingqing was very proud. Wu Feiyang was excited. It was a good excuse. Okay, I will spend more time with her in the future. Put away your pig brother look. Have you forgotten Uncle Su's warning? Everyone here knows that he likes Xiaai Hui, but no one thinks that the two are a good match. Xiaai Hui is 1.6 meters tall, and has an aura of 2.6 meters. Wu Feiyang is 1.9 meters tall and strong. In the eyes of petite girls, he is called a strong man, with a strong back and strong waist, straight and rough. It is a fantasy to think that Xiaai Hui will be moved by him. Wu Feiyang, remember, you haven't beaten me yet, so be respectful to me. Wu Qingqing stuck out her tongue and made faces at him. He only suppressed her brother, so it's better not to have him. Xiaai Hui naturally paid attention to their competition, but she was not with them. She was still in the laboratory. What do you think of their performance? A bunch of young people are showing off. Ji Lei hit the nail on the head. Ha ha, Xiaai Hui also thinks that this is true, but young people can't hide it, so there is no need to hide it. Xiaai Hui crossed her legs. She couldn't hide it either. Her technology was too advanced, so she didn't hide it. But showing herself in front of the world is too high profile. It's better for her to be in this state. Show half, hide half. Don't you like to see it? Ji Lei's expression showed yearning and mourning. In the past years, he lacked such youthful memories. I like to watch it. If I were healthy, I would be like them. You can do it now. Xiaai Hui said, do you want to go into the simulation cabin to play? I teach you. Ji Lei patted Xiaai Hui on the head. My body hasn't recovered yet. After a while, do you know how my genes collapsed? Xiaai Hui nodded. I've wanted to ask you for a long time, but you don't want to mention it. Is there something unspeakable? No. The tip of the white ear rose a little pink. The genetic collapse was completely her own fault. Ji Lei was embarrassed to mention it. If you take the initiative to start, you must have an ending. I am similar to you. I practiced Qi Sense when I was a minor. The reason I practiced Qi Sense was just because I wanted to win a fight with my classmates. He never wanted others to know about this embarrassing thing. For a long time, he lived in regret and embarrassed himself in the middle school period. Xiaai Hui was stunned. So did you win? Did you turn to a vicious attack because you didn't win? Ji Lei, you can focus on a little more normal. Xiaai Hui said seriously. So you are so much taller than me? There is no way to talk about it. Ji Lei turned off the live broadcast. Go to bed. You are not tall because you don't sleep enough. Children should go to bed early and get up early. I just slept, and I am very energetic now. Go on and talk about your childhood. The girl was energetic, and her dark eyes were full of aggressive light. As if to say, I am very rebellious, and will not listen to you. Ji Lei knew that he should not talk to her about his personal affairs, or he would be retaliated. Do you want to go out for supper? The money he lent out came back, and with it a very considerable interest income, he decided to treat Xiaai Hui generously, so that she would stop bothering him. Okay. Call your apprentices. Ji Lei called a late-night snack shop and asked for a private room. In addition to the vegetable farmers, there were 10 students who considered themselves apprentices. Then a large group of old and young people, plus the professors with bodyguards, came to the private room of the late-night snack shop. The owner of the late-night snack shop looked at the more than 30 people who came and couldn't help asking Ji Lei, his good brother, who he had known for several years. You didn't say there were so many people. There were at most 10 people in his box. After careful counting, there were 33. More than a dozen burly men who looked murderous. Wearing combat uniforms that were easy to move around in, they didn't look like good people, but like gangsters. Hu Ping heard it and stepped forward and said, It's okay, boss. Don't you have a small table? Put 2 in the box. We just need a place to sit. The owner of the late-night snack shop swallowed his saliva. He moved away from the bodyguards and looked at several gray-haired old men. Even wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts and slippers, he couldn't hide the cultured aura in his bones. He didn't look like someone who came to the night snack stall to eat midnight snacks. He was afraid that the small table was too condescending. Don't worry, they listened to me. Hu Ping, you just take people to help the boss move the table. Xiaai Hui stared at the seafood tank in this store and told Ji Lei, Jida, I want to eat this, and this. I want everything, and I want 10 for myself. Seafood porridge. I don't want small shrimps. I want lobsters, peeled, and large pieces of meat. Xiaai Hui then ordered barbecue, 10 skewers of each. I eat these. Just these? Xiaai Hui's tone was so arrogant that the owner of the late-night snack shop couldn't stand it. Can you finish it? Ji Lei was already showing mercy, saying, just serve her whatever she ordered. Then Hu Ping, Ji Hung, and Wu Qingqing were not polite, ordering whatever they liked, and the main point was to follow their heart. Half of the seafood stock that was intended to last for 2 or 3 days was directly used up. The owner of the late-night snack shop looked like he was looking at a high-end species being taken advantage of. After they ordered the dishes, he pulled Ji Lei aside and said, Over 100,000 yuan bill. Did you make a fortune? You can't pretend to be rich this way. Don't be impulsive. Yes, I made some money. I pay the bill first. For a snack bar, it must be worried that the diners can't pay the bill. That's not what I meant. I know you are rich, but it's too rude to make friends with you. When making friends, you should put yourself in their shoes. At this time, there was no need to argue. So Ji Lei smiled and said, They are richer than me. The owner of the late-night snack shop took a breath of cold air. He immediately put away his persuasion. It was his fault. He shouldn't have guessed that they were educated people with little money just because they kicked off their slippers. Birds of a feather flock together. It's reasonable for people with good family backgrounds to play together. They ordered dishes as they pleased, not because they wanted to take advantage of Ji Lei, but because they themselves didn't have to worry about money. The owner of the late-night snack shop was touched. Thank you, brother. I will definitely treat them well. Let them feel at home, and come again in the future. Ji Lei, serve the dishes the girl ordered first. She's not full and doesn't want to go back to sleep. Your sister? Almost. The owner of the late-night snack shop thought it was a cousin. You're such a nice brother. The owner of the late-night snack shop looked around and saw that everyone was talking to her, and everyone was treating her like an ancestor. Not really. As long as she looked a little unhappy, they would try to talk and laugh to make her look happy. The owner of the late-night snack shop looked embarrassed. Sister is pretty cute. Ji Lei did not stop the boss from misunderstanding, and told the boss to make sure the things were clean. I do my job, don't worry. The boss went into the kitchen. Xiaai Ji was chatting with others, and suddenly looked outside the door. There were several tables of men and women outside, and they turned their heads guiltily. They are secretly taking pictures. Xiaai Ji raised her finger. After being discovered, those people scattered. The vegetable farmer was stunned and very angry. It was late at night, and these reporters were still hunting. 2 young reporters were still there, and they walked to the door of the box nervously. They did not deny that they took the photos secretly, and wanted to use the photos as tomorrow's news. But they had heard that Xiaai Ji liked to settle scores later. If the news was published, they would sue them for invasion of privacy. They were still not quiet when they came out for a midnight snack. It would be annoying for anyone. Because they were afraid that Xiaai Ji would pursue the matter, they came to apologize first. I'm sorry, we are reporters. We have wanted to interview Mr. Su for a long time. We are really sorry to disturb your meal. The 2 reporters had sad faces and just stood at the door, their feet nailed to the spot, not daring to move another step. They looked very young, with green faces. After several days of exposure to the sun, their skin was red, and their noses were peeling. They must have just entered the society, and had not seen the vicious people. Hu Ping raised his lips, without a trace of smile in his eyes, and said coldly, "So you secretly took pictures of us?" The 2 reporters looked at each other, lowered their heads, and admitted their mistakes in a good manner. The company wants us to get photos of Xiaai Ji and 10 vegetable farmers, and then write news. Tell me, what do you want to write? Feng Wansha got to the point. We don't know, we're only responsible for taking photos. But we're from a serious newspaper, Century Daily. We won't write nonsense. At most it's that General Manager Su and the vegetable farmers went out for supper late at night, and the headline adds that a meal costs more than 100,000 yuan. It's hard to say what others reported. They would probably say Xiaai Ji is extravagant, or deliberately cheating men out of money. The more they talked, the more embarrassed they felt. In this world, news is hard to attract people without a gimmick. If this report comes out, Xiaai Ji will have to endure another round of headline storms. People who are prone to hot searches are always the talk of the town. Come in, ask whatever you want to ask, don't be sneaky, the report should be written by the 2 of you, don't write anything randomly. Xiaai Ji named the 2 people for the interview. The 2 were surprised, and then their faces showed joy. They were going to get rich by naming them. As expected, to interview a young boss who is hard to make an appointment with, you can't take the usual route. They rushed in, and sat on a very short stool. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Deng Xianbao from Century Daily, and this is my press card. I'm Duty. Can I record? Xiaai Ji first looked at their press cards, and then checked the reporters listed by Century Daily. They were just 2 interns. No wonder they were only allowed to take photos. Give me the recording microphone. You can't record other people. You only have 10 minutes. Ask. Deng Xianbao, please. Mr. Su, under what circumstances did you think of creating Thief and Island New World? I want a place to play without going out. Such a simple and direct statement, and it is also the first thing most people think of. It turns out that Mr. Su's brain circuit is not much different from that of ordinary people. Chapter 132. The reporter then asked the second question. We have all been to the New World and saw many empty shops related to food. So, will the New World have a taste system in the future that allows viewers to taste the food? This question is very tricky, and has touched the core of Thief and Island's technology. If the answer is yes, the technology is likely to be coveted. If the answer is no, you will be accused of lying when you update the simulation cabin soon. Xiaai Ji smiled without showing his teeth. You want to eat in the virtual city? I want to. Then just think about it. We don't know when the imagined things can be realized. Xiaai Ji did not give a direct answer. It was not like they were going to release a new simulation cabin right away, so there was no need to advertise. It was Duty's turn. Here are the most mentioned comments by netizens. Mr. Su, how many people are there in your technical team? Are you the chief designer of New World? I am the chief designer, and the number of people in the technical team is uncertain. Except for her, they are all artificial intelligence, so I can't tell you the specific number. Are you the coach of the farmer team now? Yes. Many people don't believe you have the ability. I heard that after the first individual match, there will be a friendly match between the military and the players. The top 100 players can name mecha masters to compete. Are you on the list? Will you use this to prove your ability? The farmers all stared at Xiaai Ji. Is there such a thing? Feng Wansha lifted her glasses. Yes. This does not affect the progress of the game, so I didn't say it, and there is no need. That's right. If you want to be abused, you can find artificial intelligence to compete with. If that doesn't work, Xiaai can do it for you. Xiaai, I don't know the list. It's all decided by the organizing committee. The specific list will be announced at that time. The military must use its own people to establish prestige. Why use her as an organizer? It's weird. Xiaai, next. Ding Xianbao glanced around. These 10 are vegetable farmers. So who are the other 10? Are they managers of Fifandeo Company? Good boy, you did it on purpose. They looked like retired old men. After a long silence, Ai Shengping said, "We are the technicians who went to Fifan Island to supervise the smooth running of this competition. But your respectful attitude just now did not seem upright." Ding Xianbao, excuse me, sir? Ai Shengping. The boss's speech was concise and clear, and the two reporters looked at each other. It seems that I have heard it somewhere. Now I check it online. Is it presumptuous? Forget it, the target is Xiaai, so they brought the question back to Xiaai. Looking at the time, they asked several key questions in succession, and the 10 minutes were over quickly. Finally, they took a photo of Xiaai and the vegetable farmer, thanking Xiaai for her cooperation. Just as the dishes were about to be served, Xiaai stared at her pot of seafood porridge, which was almost full of lobster meat, more meat than porridge, and all for her. Xiaai, who only had the food in her eyes, did not keep them, and enjoyed her midnight snack. The two reporters were very satisfied with the interview, and worked together overnight to finish the article. While finishing the article, Ding Xianbao suddenly got interested, and looked up the name Ai Shengping. Oh my goodness! He blurted out. Ai Shengping's personal information on the internet shocked him. Duty leaned over and was stunned. Oh my god, what did we miss? The tiredness of dozing off during overtime work disappeared. He was an academician of the Junhua Dream Academy, and one of the chief engineers of Mechanical Planet Engineering. He also had a lot of intellectual property rights and a great past. A real big shot. They woke up as if from a dream, and immediately checked the identities of the other people in the secretly photographed photos. Each of them was either a big shot in the field of mathematics and physics, or a cutting-edge scientific talent, and each of them was a heavy weapon in multiple fields. Anyone in the box who got a scratch would suffer a huge loss. As a result, they were limited in their knowledge and missed such an important academic figure. My heart hurts. Ding Xianbao slapped himself several times. Look at my mouth, I owe it. He also doubted whether these big shots could do a good job of supervision. They can't do it well, so who can do it well? So why did Xiaai not give an answer when they asked if they were employees of Fifan Island? It's really hard to explain their identities. The two reporters covered their faces. They gave the manuscripts to the editor-in-chief and reported the matter. Xiaai sat with so many big guys, and was able to eat first. It can be imagined that Xiaai is in the first place among them. Editor-in-chief, don't tell anyone. We don't do anything to offend the military. Ding Xianbao and Duty covered their mouths. Smart people would naturally keep their mouths shut. Only the small fish jumped around. The reporter who took the photos last night was anxious to send out the news. The manuscript came out late at night with different titles. Fifan Island's youngest CEO, meeting a young man at night. The photo only captured Xiaai and a tall figure. The CEO of New World has a chaotic life, and comes out for a midnight snack. The word midnight snack is in double quotation marks. The picture shows Xiaai standing with Ji Lei, Ji Hung, and Hu Ping when she got off the car, deliberately making people think wrongly. More than 100,000 yuan for a meal. Xiao's extravagant eating style after becoming rich. At some point, they ran to take a picture of the late-night snack shop owner's bill, and the string of numbers was very eye-catching. Xiaai, the group's favorite, has a really bad temper. Okay, there's no need to think about the attached picture. It's a scene where someone asked her a question that she couldn't answer for a while, and she frowned and thought, while others were looking forward to her answer. The title is similar to the name of the novel. But after a late-night snack, the entertainment reporters wanted to write a novel with 1,000,000 words. Very rich imagination. Fortunately, Century Daily was very powerful, showing an exclusive report and personally interviewing Xiaai. Deng Xianbao and Du Ti are both quite capable, and they did not misinterpret or overinterpret every word of Xiaai. They briefly reminded that those unfamiliar faces in the box were not simple, and other newspapers should not write nonsense. Early in the morning, no one realized that the people in the picture included scientific experts from all walks of life. Netizens only teased Xiaai under the account of Wudi Ai Shongcai. Kai Bao eats really well. Really good, give me one male, and give my brother one female. Ah, he doesn't deserve it, and I don't think I deserve it either, woo woo woo. I'm not picky, anyone can be, give me one. I mean lobster, just one. Haha, you want lobster, I want grouper. GR is my favorite, he has a great figure, and the grouper meat is really white. It's so funny, Saibao's fans are all ordering food. I'm so jealous, surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women, I have someone to dream about for the next few weeks. Each of them is good, how should I choose? Click on the one you want to choose, the list is at the competition venue, just buy the ticket. The witch loves it, Qingbao, Shark and Lei Lei are good, can you not be too rigid about gender? At noon, the situation changed. The comments not only deviated from the channel of watching beauties teasing beauties, but they also laughed at themselves and made fun of themselves, quickly pushing Su Xiaocai's latest food video to the hot search. Wait, who is this? Academician Ai Shumping, the principal said he will not come to school next semester. I thought he was going to do some secret research again. Why did he go to Kai Kai's place to eat and drink? I went to see them. Their awards and honors were longer than the work experience written on my resume. People at the top of the IQ pyramid gathered together for supper, while I was watching the game with a few horses. This time the marketing account won. The Century Daily interviewed the professor seriously, but he didn't want to appear in the news, so he didn't report it. It's a waste to push it to me. I can't remember people's names. No, platform dad, what level am I? You introduced these people to me. Maybe my IQ has improved, so I can see these old treasures. So why don't you leave messages on marketing accounts and come to Kaibao? Because I want to show off my correct values here at Kaibao, I am not influenced by marketing accounts. Those who are close to Kaibao are professors. I have sent a private message to Kaibao. I have a question that I want to solve. Many incomprehensible questions appear in the comments of Wudi Ai Zhongsai. Not only are the symbols incomprehensible, but there are also many uncommon characters in the text, which make ordinary netizens stunned. My eyes are hurt. I gradually can't understand the comments section. This is not my Saibao's territory, come and manage it, kick these bastards out. I want to know what the professors are doing in Fifen Island. Do we need these national treasure professors to supervise the competition? Will these professors participate in the construction of the new world? If so, how are the patent and copyright fees calculated? Why is it that only Fifen Island can benefit from it? 2 of them are professors from our school. They have investments in their projects. I reasonably suspect that they used other people's investments to give to Su Xiaocai. We demand to find out the source of Fifen Island's funds. I'm sorry, I don't understand. What do you mean you have an investment professor, so you have to investigate Fifen Island? You just need to investigate the expenditure of your own investment projects. In the end, it's just that you saw a new world making a lot of money, so you want to get involved. If you have doubts, find evidence yourself. You are asking for accounts from other companies, with a bunch of nonsense and pretending to know. You are really nosy. Do these people deserve bodyguards? They are just ordinary professors, wasting tax revenue. Our tax revenue is spent in this way. Look at the cars these people ride. They don't know how to be frugal. With this money, it's better to donate to one more poor child. Has Su Xiaocai ever donated money? I don't think so. Those who can be with Su Xiaocai are not good people. I can't stand this. What right do you have to slander people? It's as if you have made a great contribution. Su Xiaocai was teaching their old babies, and didn't pay attention to the account problem. Some people just wanted to force several professors to come forward and admit that they only helped Su Xiaocai technically. If they help Su Xiaocai, then they will have the opportunity to invite professors to help them. No matter what their purpose is, they just don't want to admit that Su Xiaocai is excellent. They don't admit that she developed the new world alone. When Su Xiaocai was gradually losing control, Yu Haiming told her about the situation of her account and asked her to make a statement, or let these professors explain it. No need to say, someone will naturally solve it for us. General Bai is not a freeloader. If she has to do everything, then General Bai will make too much money. Su Xiaocai had agreed with these students before they came that if they caused her unnecessary trouble, it would all be handled by General Bai. General Bai lived up to her expectations, and quickly suppressed those accounts that attempted to stir up conflicts. He also blocked the accounts that slandered the professors. The police also arrived quickly to arrest them. All the professors who were with Su Xiaocai had made great contributions to the country. Their cars were provided by the government, their housing was also provided by the government, and their bodyguards were soldiers. If there is any problem, just go to the government and the military. They are not enterprising and dare to criticize everything. They are lawless. In less than half an hour, The comments section of the account that was full of smoke and dust returned to normal. The fans were arguing with each other, and then the people disappeared. Oh, the backers of my own Kaibao and professors have ended. It was so fast. With 2 moves, the troublemakers were wiped out. Xiaai Hui knew that instead of spending time arguing, it would be better to hand it over to someone who can control other people's mouths. With emotion, her life has improved. There are gains and losses. In the past, she not only had to do it herself, but also needed detectives to find people. After spending money, you can't get revenge immediately, you need to go through a lot of twists and turns. Now she doesn't have to do anything, someone will naturally clear her name. It's just that there are a lot of sequelae, and she is too busy to grow vegetables. Xiaai Hui took afternoon tea to watch her roommate's live broadcast of the game. She didn't care much about other people, only Feng Wansha. She was a little worried that she would destroy her Tao heart if she fought hard. Feng Wansha's chances of winning against Yanji's people are not great. I don't know what Feng Wansha will choose to do. The mecha driven by Feng Wansha was modified by herself, and it cost 2 yuan to modify it. In order to face today's strong enemy, she made a lot of preparations yesterday. Today, the professors were not in the office building. Xiaai Hui sent them to observe the computer room of Fifan Island and learn in the name of Supervision. Without the organizing committee, Xiaai Hui didn't mind them learning more. If they were exposed to real objects more, they would not bother her. As for the boys, they went to help her plant vegetables together. Today, Xiaai Hui wanted to plant about 100-minute fruit trees. Because she was too lazy to move, she asked her apprentices to help. Hu Ping took the initiative to take the lead, saying that only men were needed, and the girls could cheer for Feng Wansha. Their work was not heavy. The metal trough was already in place. They only needed to stand the fruit seedlings in the metal trough and fill it with soil. The little robot could not do such heavy work. She couldn't become a robot temporarily just to grow some fruit. There were people around, so of course they would use manpower. In the entertainment area of the office building, only the girls were left to watch Feng Wansha's game. The vegetable farmer shark fought against Yanji's squirrel. Yanji's squirrel players were good at positioning and observation, and were very sensitive. Xiaai was good at information warfare, but her driving skills were not as good as Xingmia's. Squirrels are just the right counter to sharks. Did Sasha say how she plans to win? Xiaai Hui asked. Li Lei and Feng Wansha live in the same room, so they should have talked about this. Li Lei hesitated and said, Sasha didn't say it, but she said that if nothing unexpected happened, she would lose. Xiaai Hui blinked, and saw the mecha modified by Feng Wansha, and seemed to think of something. No way, Sasha sacrificed so much, isn't she afraid of being scolded to death by fans? What? Li Lei didn't understand. The game was about to start, and she focused on the live broadcast. Feng Wansha and Song-Shu nodded to each other first. The game started. They drew a competition venue, outer space. The boundless universe, with scattered broken stars as the fulcrum. Li Lei worried. Will Xiaai lose badly in such a terrain? Don't worry, Xiaai will win. In a sense. Song-Shu's mecha is the model he usually drives, and all the data is much higher than the standard mecha. The gentle push makes the mecha move forward like a meteor. The enemy advances, I retreat, Feng Wansha dodges sideways. The biggest advantage of this venue is that no matter how powerful the power is, the speed of the mecha cannot be too fast, and it can easily hit the meteorite. The squirrel chases again, and the shark continues to retreat. The squirrel frowned, feeling that the opponent did not want to come head-on. Since she wanted to hide, he helped her, cat and mouse. The two mechas kept adjusting and jumping in the sky to chase. Several times, Sasha was almost caught up. Li Lei was so nervous that she broke out in cold sweat, but the audience was confused. Suddenly Sasha attacked. She did not use any weapons, but pushed a small meteorite to hit the squirrel. The squirrel's mech turned sideways, and spun to avoid it, and then the second and third blocks came. None of them hit the squirrel's mech. The squirrel licked his teeth and said fiercely, "What are you playing?" Sasha couldn't hear it, and continued to perform similar operations. In the eyes of the audience, the performance of this event was really lame, with no offensiveness, boring probing, and ordinary weapons. Just as Sasha flashed behind the meteorite, she secretly took a breath. There is no gravity in the vast space. If you look at it for a long time, you will have mental disorders. The unknown fear will gradually increase, and you need some time to adjust. A silver hand stretched out from the top of the mecha and clamped Sasha's mecha arm. That's it, you still want to play hide and seek with me? Sasha smiled, and turned the mecha's power to the maximum. Her last attempt was at this moment. A large meteorite moving at high speed was about to hit him, getting closer and closer, oppressing people's vision. Xiaai hugged him tightly, as if he wanted to die with him. Squirrel couldn't break free by force, so he could only speed up and pile up energy to the highest level to compete with Xiai's mecha master. In the end, his mecha won a little. The squirrel, who was almost hit, was furious and grabbed the mecha of Shark and beat him. Sasha took out various weapons and shields to defend herself, but to little effect. The mecha was broken, but the squirrel was still not satisfied and planned to smash the mecha cabin to create fear in Sasha and see if she dared to do such a thing next time. In the end, Sasha didn't want to play anymore and chose to die together again and wanted to explode with the squirrel. To die together is equivalent to a tie, and there is no score. According to the current quality of the players, if they can't maintain a winning streak in the early stage, it is unlikely to enter the top 1 million. 1 second before the mecha exploded, the squirrel used the golden Zen to shed its shell, removed part of the shell, and escaped from the entanglement. Sasha died, and the audience began to curse. They had been waiting for so long to see the excellent performance of the vegetable farmer, but she played like this. Li Lei saw halfway and understood Feng Wancha's intention. The focus was not on fighting. It's worthy of Sasha. Xing Miao smiled and said, no desire to win or lose. Chapter 133. Xiaai only has a thirst for knowledge and doesn't care about winning or losing. She participated in the individual competition just to understand other people's models and experience the driving feeling. She just kept provoking and was afraid to go up. She was testing the various functions of the squirrel mecha and the squirrel's driving habits. Not surprisingly, Feng Wancha should be able to draw the design of the opponent's mecha. Some smart viewers came to their senses and noticed that Shark's performance was strange. The contestants watched the replay and saw some clues. After leaving the simulation cabin, Song Shu, who thought he had vented his anger, ushered in a dark period in his life. Yunji's analysts and coaches were so angry that they bombarded Song Shu in turns. If he had dealt a fatal blow to Feng Wancha at the beginning and not played a chase game with her, there would definitely not be so many things later. Song Shu was very innocent. It was the first time he encountered such a contradictory player in the game. He was both cowardly and brave. Who knew that the other party was just trying to get information? It's the vegetable farmer who is too shameless. You have a pig brain. Any logistics of the vegetable farmer can make you go around in circles. In the end, you won't even know if you've been sold out. But the vegetable farmer is too good. The coach and analyst of Yunji think that it is not good to look at the opponent with the thinking of ordinary people. The later the game goes, the more players will play tricks, so everyone will try every means to win. No one will play the game honestly. There is no honesty in the real battlefield. In the end, only those who have strength and brains are powerful. Some people on the internet have analyzed and summarized Feng Wancha's intention. Feng Wancha's purpose is to test the mecha data. After the remarks came out, the competition channel was very lively. I finally understand why the logistics staff of the vegetable farmers participated in the competition. It's outrageous. Others are thinking about fighting, but your vegetable farmer team is already trying to find out the information of the opponent. It's obvious. Fortunately, I didn't scold Shark just now. You guys make me look particularly stupid. I felt very frustrated just now. Looking at it from a different angle, I just feel that my IQ is really not enough. I scolded her. I scolded her for not admitting defeat when she knew she couldn't win. My Shark is a mecha designer. He is still a genius mecha designer. Small mecha, good control. Very forward-looking. Use a logistics officer to exchange for the mecha data of other important players of other teams. Why didn't I think of letting the logistics officer participate in the competition and let him touch other people's mechas? I regret it now. As long as the logistics officer can compete with a strong opponent once, the team will gain. In fact, many mecha designers have signed up for the competition, but few of them have won. Without the premise of strength, how can they test it? And it was too late for those who wanted to sign up. So many team players did not want to encounter the logistics of vegetable farmers in the individual competition. Some people started to pray to the gods of the New World. For the competition in the New World, it must be effective to pray to the gods of the New World. This was something Su Shaokai had not expected. It was not popular to engage in feudal superstition. This was just a scenic feature. It was useless for them to pray to the gods. Artificial intelligence would not fulfill their wishes. Maybe it was really useful. Feng Wancha, Xing Miao, and Li Lei's opponents tomorrow did not participate in the team competition. Laughing Mouse, worshipping the gods of the new world can really make your wishes come true. Don't be afraid, the gods will automatically avoid the vegetable farmers for you. Which genius first thought of worshipping the gods? Now every temple is crowded with contestants. Excuse me, I saw the introduction that each god is in charge of different duties. Which one did you worship? Mainly worship the god of wealth. God of wealth +1. I will worship whichever one I meet. As long as my heart is pious enough, my wishes will come true. I like the gods in the new world so much. I don't need to pray to them, nor do I need to fast and worship them every month. I want to recommend them to my parents. This is the God who can truly fulfill wishes. These gods are all fake, you are too sad, only Allah can bless the people. They are fake, but I insist on believing in them. What can you do to me? Your Allah has not blessed you to be rich, he manages too many things, unlike my God of wealth, who only manages one thing. Okay, I am ready for believers to misinterpret these gods, and I will fight on the front line when the time comes. Since Feng Wansha has her own ideas, Su Xiaokai will not interfere. She went to see the progress of the Xining fruit planting in her vegetable garden. The vegetable garden was bustling with activity. Several boys took off their shirts and sweated. Xia Wanzi watched them work, with a fan on her head to cool them down. There was also a short robot next to him, holding 2 fans and waving them vigorously. Ji Lei also came today. He was too bored at school, so he came here to watch Ji Hung train. As a result, the direction of their efforts was a little off. The scene in front of me seemed to have reversed the roles. Ji Lei took a photo of them on the bench with a communicator, and posted it in the group to give the girls some eye-catching material. You're pretty good at it, aren't you? Su Xiaokai quietly stood beside him. You're not going to help. You want to see my abs? Ji Lei joked. Like a white chicken. Su Xiaokai was disdainful. She didn't even look at their bodies. She was only interested in their faces. In the past, everyone in the army had the same body, and the girls' bodies were all beautiful. You don't believe it? I believe it. After all, you want to fight and train yourself to be like this. Ji Lei, this embarrassing thing can't be passed. It's a shame for life. Su Xiaokai held her cheeks and watched Lu Sun carefully protect the fruit seedlings into the metal trough, chatting. If Ji Hung graduates, will you continue to be a school doctor? I am not a school doctor for him. Yeah, you are doing it for your health, I understand. But you are almost well, do you want to stay? No, do you need someone in your lab? 5 insurances and 1 housing fund are all included, and you can only work 5 hours a day. Ji Lei was joking, but Su Xiaokai agreed, okay. There is a rich man in the laboratory, and there are always people to fill in when she is short of money. She is short of people she can trust. You can't sell the technology to your dad secretly. Ji Lei smiled, and looked up at the blue sky. He has been to too many places, and has no life goals. Making money is not counted. He used to make money only for medical treatment. He was willing to spend all his money at the critical moment. The disease is almost healed. Should he continue to pursue his own business or follow Su Xiaokai? Hua, who likes to join in the fun, came and the first thing he did when he came was to scratch the cat board. The alloy perforated board made a pleasant sound of ding-dong. The cat board was covered with crisscross scratches. At first, Ji Lei thought it was the work of some design genius. It was placed in a corner of the bench, with a strong artistic atmosphere. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly lucky. Nothing in Su Xiaocai's house was normal. Life was hard to be guaranteed. After Hua grabbed the board, she jumped onto the bench, stepped over Su Xiaokai, and lay on his legs. Hua was smart. Su Xiaokai was afraid of heat, so she found another cushion. Hua likes you more. Are you touched? I dare not move. Knowing that Hua's claws were so fierce, Ji Lei sat obediently. Su Xiaokai chuckled, leaned over to pick up the claw sheath, and put it in a small glass bottle. Ji Lei saw it all, but said nothing. It took Ji Hung and his team more than 2 hours to plant the mint fruit. The mint fruit seedlings were neatly arranged, and the green leaves exuded vigorous life in the sun. Hu Ping wiped his sweat with his shirt off, and walked to the shade. Su Xiaokai had already called the security guard to bring water, and snacks to prevent them from getting heat stroke. After drinking a few sips of warm water, Hu Ping came to Su Xiaokai. Coach Su, a handsome guy like me is standing here, why don't you blush? Su Xiaokai sneered, take off your pants too, and see if I blush. Flirting failed and ended up flirting. Hu Ping crossed his arms, Coach, you are so bad. Since you are so free, why don't you enter the new world and fight a few rounds with the newly generated Rubik's Cube coach to feed its AI? I am already honest, please let me go. Compared with the Rubik's Cube coach in the new world, the training Rubik's Cube robot in reality can be called gentle and amiable. The training Rubik's Cube robot in reality can only embarrass you at most. In the new world, it is really beaten to death. It has absorbed Su Xiao's fighting moves and martial arts experience. Moreover, General by himself taught him moves, and even Su Xiaokai had to constantly break through to be on par with him. Hu Ping took out a new vest and put it on, covering himself tightly, and felt the creepy eyes beside him. Brother Ji, don't look at me like that. I didn't seduce Xiaokai, I only teased her when I knew she didn't react. Hu Ping didn't have the desire or the guts to do that. Men like to show off their muscles, just like a peacock spreading its tail, like to show off their charm in front of the opposite sex or the same sex. Ji Lei, don't do it again next time. Hu Ping smiled awkwardly and said to Su Xiaokai, your cheap brother really loves you. That's right. Trillions of dollars can be borrowed at will. Su Xiaokai treats Ji Lei as his own brother. Brother, not only do you love me, I love you too. Ji Lei nodded, yes. The 2 turtles in my office have been moved here and placed on the first floor of the laboratory. I will come here more often to feed them in the future. As a younger sister, it's not too much to raise them together. Su Xiao's face hurts. The boomerang flies fast and accurate. It was a helpless measure. The 2 turtles were not suitable for the school clinic. The place was not big, and the tank took up 1/5 of the clinic. Students would come and feed them randomly. He was afraid that they would die and his cheap sister would cry and ask for compensation. So the 2 turtles had to move. Ji Lei originally moved back home, and it was just an excuse to settle down in the laboratory. Among the people who helped to farm, Ji Hung finished work the latest. He helped the little robot fill the soil and check whether the drip irrigation was working normally. The way he worked hard and took good care of the plants was very attractive. Hu Ping smiled. Mr. Shuai has missed the best candidate for husband. Men understand men best. Ji Hung, who seems to be a straight man, is actually the easiest to train. Shuah Hui is devoted to creating a gentle personality, and on the other hand, she uses coercion to make Ji Hung stand out, so the straight man will have strong rebellious emotions. Su Xiaokai nodded in agreement. When Ji Hung approached, Ji Lei rarely cared about family matters. How are your parents recently? Dad is still the same, and Mom is so angry that she can't sleep, and always wants to settle accounts with Shuah Hui. My dad arranged for a doctor to give her psychological treatment. But I think she needs other things to distract her attention, otherwise she will always think that Shuah Hui wants to kill us. Auntie likes to grow flowers, right? Come to my house to play for a while. The old ladies in our village know about mental treatment. Su Xiaokai suggested with a smile. Those who have been to Su's planet know the situation of the old ladies in the village that Su Xiaokai mentioned. Those uncles and aunts never waste their energy, and they can scold everything. When you scold out the things in your heart will be at peace. Don't worry, I can ask them to arrange more work that can see the beautiful scenery and is easy. My mother might dislike it. Ji Hung swallowed his saliva. Who knows if it will work? Ji Lei, I go and talk to her. Very good, Ji Lei is good at fooling people. Hu Ping and others can already imagine what the ant will look like after being sent there for transformation. Ji Lei then asked, have you heard from Shuah Hui recently? Have you returned all the things to her mother? Ji Hung, Shuah Hui was locked up by her family, and some things cannot be returned. She took a lot of jewelry and expensive clothes to pawn. Lu Sun was shocked. Isn't the Shuah family very rich? Hu Ping, you don't understand wealthy families. Not all of them are as generous to me as my father. If you don't believe me, ask Ji Hung how much pocket money he gets a month. I get 50,000 pocket money a month. If you want to buy something more expensive, you have to pay extra. The more a family pays attention to education, the more likely it is that their children will develop a correct view of money. They won't let their children squander money without limit. 50,000 is already a lot. I only get 5,000 a month. Lu Sun counted his fingers pitifully. His family was not poor, but compared to everyone present. Fortunately, he had 2 brothers in distress, Pan Mingjie and Li Shanshun. The 2 did not receive his signal and listened to the gossip quietly. Ji Hung continued, my parents asked the Shuah family to compensate in cash. If Shuah Hui had not secretly sold those clothes and jewelry, Ji's mother would not have pursued this part of the money. She was even more angry that Shuah Hui did not cherish this kindness. Wanting her 2 sons to die was enough to break the bottom line. Such a rich daughter of the Shuah family actually sold things secretly to pay back the money. This kind of behavior would be looked down upon in any wealthy family. Ji's mother would not publicize Shuah Hui's virtues everywhere, but the nanny would. So many people who wanted to marry into the Shuah family stopped their eagerness, fearing that they would invite a wolf into the house. Knowing that the Shuah family restricted Shuah Hui's actions, Everyone felt relieved. She didn't participate in the individual competition? I don't know, probably not. If she did, her fans would definitely publicize it. I don't know what to eat tonight. I kind of missed the midnight snack last night. It's okay to just reminisce. Every time we eat, we spend more than 100,000 yuan. No matter how rich our brother is, we will make him poor. You haven't even had lunch yet, and you're already thinking about dinner? I hope there's some water chestnuts for lunch. No. The topic turned to food. They had finished their games today. They had to train in the afternoon and go to class in the evening, Feng Wancha's analysis class. Su Xiaokai also had to teach military students. Those smart people were all problem students, and they were almost confused. At lunchtime, they walked to the dining hall together. Ji Lei, who was walking at the end, asked Su Xiaokai, "What are the uses of your mint fruits?" "Have you noticed?" Su Xiaokai said, "It has medicinal value. Once its value is confirmed, its origin is easily affected, so we should cultivate it in advance to prevent it. The last time we went back to the spaceship on planet 022, Su Xiaokai muttered about the mint fruits, which was hard not to notice. Ji Lei looked back at the mint fruits waving in the wind, with small and cute fruits hanging on them, which were bitter and unpalatable. Medicinal value? He seemed to be thinking. If you want to increase production, you can cooperate with Mr. Hu. He has a lot of experience in planting and is a trustworthy person. But I want to cooperate with you. With you joining, I will definitely not be cheated. Su Xiaokai said sincerely. You want to find someone to share the pressure. Ji Lei said with a blank expression. You know it. Su Xiaokai tilted her head, then will you follow? Follow. Not to mention Su Xiaocai's relationship with the military. Just the good things she brought out every few days are worth following. Good buddy. Su Xiaokai knew that it was not a bad thing to work with others. The military was too powerful. She was still young, but Admiral Bai was about to pass his prime. What if Lieutenant General Bai failed to succeed her, and the new admiral was unhappy with her? With the Ji family as a partner, she would at least not be defeated all at once. Of course, she now had a lot of students who respected her very much, and at critical moments, she could well contain those invisible enemies. Passing by the experimental area, the military students just mentioned gathered together, looking at the samples sent by Bifu with an obsessed look on their faces. Bifu's production line has been laid out, and the first set of complete samples has come out. Su Xiaokai admires Bifu's efficiency. Teacher Su, can we touch it? The old men are sincere. This work hits their hearts, a great work that is the culmination of all. Every time she hears the old seniors call her Teacher Su, she feels uncomfortable. She is not as old as Ai Shinping in her 2 lives combined, not to mention there are several old professors. You can call me Xiaokai, or Xiao Su, really don't call me Teacher Su. The title was changed over and over again, but it couldn't be decided. The seniors put on their glasses and said kindly, don't be modest, the one who is more accomplished comes first. You have the ability to be called teacher by us. You are better than all the professors. Shouldn't we call you God Su? Su Xiaokai glanced at Hu Ping. You are always outspoken. Don't think you don't have to train just because you won today. Don't fight against the virtual Rubik's Cube. You fight against the simulated Magic Eye Bugman. You can only fight in an exoskeleton. If you can't win, you won't play in the next team competition. No. Hu Ping was pitiful and wanted to give the coach a loving hug, but Ji Lei grabbed his ears and pulled him away. Don't try to take advantage. I didn't take advantage. Hu Ping's fox eyes were full of teasing, and he whispered, brother, you are too tight. I haven't touched who the coach is yet, but I can immediately feel the shoulder throw. Ji Lei, get out. Hu Ping happily pulled Ji Hung to get out, and his rogue look made Ji Lei angry and amused. Ji Hung looked back at Su Xiaokai several times, and saw that she had turned around and stood with the military students, explaining to them the new products that were about to be released. He had no choice but to leave with Hu Ping. Mechanical limb products are only available to the military for the time being. After all, the supply to the military alone is in short supply. Admiral Bai gives Bifu a new list every day. There are too many soldiers who want to return to the team. The Zerg crisis broke out in 10 stars. Even if these people do not return to the team, the army must solve their livelihoods. With flexible hands and feet, it is convenient to go anywhere. Chapter 134. Because each mechanical limb has to be customized, the efficiency is a bit slow. The production line design that Su Xiaokai gave at the beginning only considered the rapid production of mechanical limbs. As for the efficiency, I will update it later. Su Xiaokai mentioned this shortcoming to them. The military student shook his head. It's already very good. It's like this at the beginning, and it can only be improved slowly. By the way, an old friend of mine also lost half of his palm, and can only do some civilian work now. Teacher Sue, I don't want this old face anymore, so I asked if I can get priority in the queue. Old man, you can't be a person without moral integrity. I'm queuing for someone. Xiaai Hui spread her hands helplessly. I don't manage the factory. You'd better ask General Bai. His sister is in charge. Several old guys looked stern and fell into deep thought. They were not targeting Xiaai Hui, but they were thinking about how to talk to General Bai. Although General Bai respected them very much, he liked his own soldiers more, and would definitely give priority to his own soldiers. Ai Shengping whispered and reminded them, let's look at the samples first. If we understand it thoroughly, we may be able to help increase the factory's production capacity. Yes, that's right. The young students agreed, fearing that these old seniors would really go to General Bai to ask for quotas. They are scholars, and although they have some dignity, it is not easy for them to interfere in military affairs. General Bai is also their superior, so they should not give face to the monk, but to the Buddha. The mechanical limb sent by Bifu can be seen to be made with great care. The students only dared to touch the surface and figure out what structure is inside. They were embarrassed to ask, because this involved commercial secrets. Since Xiaai Hui had taught them everything, she simply told them what these mechanical structures are, what materials, and what principles they are operated by. Let's not talk about the synthesis of materials. If these old guys knew everything, they might immerse themselves in experiments and forget to attend classes. When they left, the students were still reluctant to leave. Ai Shengping secretly considered whether to change his job after the competition. If Xiaai Hui wanted researchers, he would move in without saying a word. In the entire laboratory building, except for the instruments and the robotic arms working on the assembly line, there was no trace of human beings. A place without humans always feels lonely and empty. As a result, before Ai Shengping could say anything, a young student volunteered, Teacher Sue, does your laboratory need researchers? I can do odd jobs. This attracted the angry eyes of many seniors. Even if we need to be researchers, we should be the first ones. You said it alone, which is wrong. When people get older, they should be more gentle, but they are very aggressive. After listening to this, Xiaai Hui realized that she should never offend these old professors. They really scold people, without any swear words, but they can scold people to the point of being embarrassed. The young students were not convinced and wanted to argue with them, but they were not good at talking and could not win. They vowed to practice their tongues in the future. Ji Lei, So this group of professors, who are so good at cursing, have their own unique way of passing on their knowledge. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Xiaai Hui had just finished her Qi training. A man who rarely appears here appeared at the door of the laboratory. The tall figure was a little reserved, and the security guard standing at the door glanced at him several times. Ji Hung blushed a little. Xiaai Hui, come in and sit there. There are many chairs in the laboratory for the students to sit on. She also likes it. It's good to have a place to sit at any time. Ji Hung sat down, and without Xiaai Hui's invitation, he made tea and poured it for her. Xiaai Hui just picked it up, but didn't drink it. The black tea was so thick that you couldn't see the bottom of the cup. If it was Ji Lei, he would probably only choose pure chrysanthemum tea. Just say it if you have something to say. Don't be so nervous. I came to you so late, you won't tell my brother. Ji Heng's cold face really makes it difficult to associate him with a brother's lover, but he is just like that, afraid of Ji Lei, listens to Ji Lei, and admires Ji Lei very much. Do I have so much free time? So why did you come so late? Xiaai Hui laughed. Ji Hung took a deep breath. I want to have superpowers. I want to have superpowers as soon as possible. I didn't expect Ji Lei, whose driving skills have surpassed most people, to have this idea. Xiaai Hui was quite curious about Ji Heng's thoughts. Superpowers are not something you can have just because you want them. Most people can't activate superpowers in their entire lives. Would you feel disappointed if you couldn't have them? Ji Hung knew the answer would be this. Some people are more powerful because they have special abilities. So he was very determined and hoped to become a superpower. He was afraid that he would deny the path of having superpowers without trying hard. Although Ji Hung was a brother, he had his own ideas, and Ji Lei never controlled him. At most, he would say that he was stupid after doing something. Therefore, Ji Hung wanted to fight for a chance to grow. I haven't tried hard yet. I don't know if I will be disappointed. Ji Hung sat very straight and said seriously, I hope to get your help. Regarding training, he only believed in Xiaai Hui. I'm willing to pay any price. Xiaai Hui didn't agree immediately. She thought of the acupuncture needles in the laboratory. Your Qi sense is about to be upgraded. Ji Hung, no, I feel it's still a long way off. Then why don't you try to speed up the process? Su Xiaocai's voice was neither slow nor fast, like a devil's whisper, full of temptation. Speeding this up, is it related to whether I have superpowers? Ji Hung looked at her intently. No, but if you want to show more superpowers, you need to upgrade your chi sense. Must I improve my chi level? Ji Hung was confused for a moment. Will my superpowers be more apparent? Yes, you already have superpowers. During their training, Su Xiaocai asked Wisdom 03 and Xiaai and Ji to review their training together, to see if they showed any special abilities during the training. Not only Wu Qingqing and Ji Hung, Su Xiaocai found that everyone else should have superpowers, but they were the type that was more difficult to detect and required the chi to be upgraded to a certain level. Someone had suggested that she take a certification exam at level 6. Perhaps for this reason, if she had superpowers, she would need to register and manage them. I have some special ability. Ji Hung didn't notice anything unusual about himself. Coach Su, do you have special abilities? Yes, but I don't fully master it. Like I said just now, I need to improve my chi level to further highlight it. Su Xiaocai spread her hands. My age is here, chi needs time to grow, and I have only recently studied chi. I only recently discovered how to speed up chi operation and upgrade. Since Ji Hung is Ji Lei's younger brother, let him go. Su Xiaocai said truthfully. Also, my research on special abilities is not the most professional. You have to think carefully. There is one more thing you must know when conducting this experiment. Ji Hung was nervous. What is it? The chi sensation should be cyclical and gradual. Once it exceeds the limit, it will inevitably cause gene collapse. I have medicine that can stabilize the genes, but you know that drug testing is a risky thing. You must explain this to your family and your brother. Su Xiaocai was not trying to scare him, but to make him understand the pressure and risks he would have to bear. The word gene collapse made Ji Hung's face pale. He had seen his brother's pain, and there was no medicine to relieve it. Every time the pain comes, the situation gets worse. Although this situation will last for a long time, who knows when it will break out completely. Ji Lei's disease is a scar on the heart of his family, and it cannot be touched. Ji's mother wanted to find a way to treat it, but her son didn't want to, so she could only let him spend the rest of his life happily. What is commendable about Ji Hung is that he can remain calm in dangerous moments. His mind is clear, and he thinks a lot. Did my brother also use your medicine? Ji Hung stared at Su Xiaocai. Su Xiaocai's eyes are very clear and beautiful, and you can't tell that she is a scheming person at all. She is somewhat similar to Shuah Hui, but also very different. Shuah Hui has strong desires, greed, and power, so she can't hide it. What Su Xiaocai desires is very pure and peaceful. She is very frank, so frank that there is no need to hide. Yes, your brother also took the medicine. Is he better? You can ask him yourself. Su Xiaocai is not convenient to say, that is someone else's privacy. She is very clear. Ji Hung took a deep breath. If his brother could really recover, then the appearance of Su Xiaocai would be a miracle for Ji Lei. No wonder his brother was willing to listen to Su Xiaocai and lend her all his wealth for gambling. Money can be earned again, but life is only one. The reason why Ji Lei was close to Su Xiaocai could be explained. It must be that his genes were stable. If the result was the opposite, Ji Lei would definitely stay away from Su Xiaocai. I come to see you tomorrow. Before leaving, Ji Hung bowed deeply, clenched his fists, and trembled with excitement. Thank you. Thank you anyway. Su Xiaocai waved her hand. Go find your brother. If you are sure you want to do this experiment, come to me tomorrow. If you don't want to, don't come. I won't mind. Ji Hung, okay. Knowing that Ji Lei had used drugs, Ji Hung left overnight, and went to find him in the suite where Ji Lei lived. Ji Lei lived on the top floor of a building near the school, or rather, a 3-story duplex suite. Ji Lei had just finished a shower, and was wearing a bathrobe. Why are you here? Ji Hung rushed into his room sideways. Brother, I'm going to stay here for a night, and talk to you. If you have something to say, just say it. If you don't, get out. Hey, this sentence is familiar. Ji Hung is bold, and no longer reserved, making full use of the rogue style of vegetable farmers. He lay down on the sofa, and would not leave even if he was beaten to death. Ji Lei rubbed his eyebrows. His younger brother has learned bad things. Tell me, what do you want to talk about? I just went to see Su Xiaocai. What did you do with her? Ji Lei poured a glass of mineral water, and took a sip. You have changed, brother. You didn't care who I went to see before. Every time Ji Hung went out, and said who he was with, Ji Lei would just nod or say him to dismiss him. Business. Ji Lei was impatient. Ji Hung briefly explained the reason why he was looking for Su Xiaokai that night. Brother, are you almost healed? Ji Lei put down the cup. I don't know when I will be completely well, but my body is no longer in pain. Really? Ji Hung smiled like a child. That's great, that's great. I will go back and ask my mother to go to Su's planet later. Ji Lei, how can you persuade her? Don't you need me? No, I just need to tell her that there is medicine on the Su planet that can cure you. A friend of mine has almost recovered from a genetic breakdown. She will definitely run over to find out without hesitation. As expected of her mother's second baby, she was born to restrain her. Then I leave this to you. Call 2 more people to protect her, talk less, and don't mind the atmosphere in the village on the Su planet. Leave it to me. Ji Hung was so happy that he ran over to give Ji Lei a big hug and let go. His steps as he left were full of joy, and it was obvious that he was really happy for him. Ji Lei shook his head. Second idiot. The matter of the mechanical limb. Lieutenant General Bai reported it slowly, and applied for the return of the soldiers with mechanical limbs. General Bai's position has reached the top, and this achievement should be done by his nephew. The other 4 generals learned about this, and slammed the table, and angrily accused General Bai of being insidious and cunning. He was able to get the sample just after the technical patent was issued. He was definitely hiding his own interests, and doing research privately, to win credit for his nephew. After the report was submitted, a meeting was naturally held. This is not something that can be decided by a single person. It is okay for 1 or 2 people to return, and some people are really powerful. But for such a large number of people to return, a meeting must be held to discuss. A high-level military meeting with thousands of people was held, and government officials who manage medical care, high-tech managers, and the highest leaders of the country attended at the same time. The return of disabled soldiers to the army is a big event. Whether it is denied or recognized, they actually discussed it once internally, and the mechanical limbs do have the effect of improving the strength of soldiers. Initially, they all agreed. But to agree, there must be a legitimate reason, there must be a charter, and laws and internal rules must be established. This is related to military expenditure, training process, and reemployment of soldiers. The meeting was held in the New World for the first time. The location was set in the designated area of Planet 022 in the New World of Fifan Island. The server in this area is independent. In other words, it can only be accessed through a special network. The management power is in the hands of Lieutenant General Bai. There are only facilities here, and the artificial intelligence that belongs exclusively to the 022 mechanical planet, so confidentiality is very high. The conference room is magnificent, and all materials and styles that cannot be used in reality can be used here. Lieutenant General Bai likes stone tabletops very much, and the area where he sits is made of all white jade. It is beautiful but not exaggerated, and feels warm. Lieutenant General Bai feels comfortable to enjoy his favorite things openly. Many people know this hobby, but this thing cannot be given away due to the large production. In reality, it is too heavy, and can only be used as a park chair at most. Lieutenant General Bai's family firmly does not allow it, so Lieutenant General Bai has never bought similar furniture. Others were not optimistic about Lieutenant General Bai's aesthetics, but when these white jade tables and chairs were put together on a large scale, they had a sense of sacredness and solemnity. Lieutenant General Bai sat on the left side of the first seat of the white jade table and chair, nodding and smiling very friendly to the people entering the meeting room. War God Bai, you are so free and easy. First there was the record of Huang Yongqing, then you secretly built this place, and finally there was the happy event of the mechanical limb. All the good things this year fell on you. Lieutenant General Bai, it's all thanks to my colleagues who gave up. Thank you so much. When doing internship training, in addition to choosing the school, the base also needs to be selected. Although the 2 schools in the capital star are very good, there are too many students from wealthy families, which makes it difficult to deal with accidents. Junhua Dream Academy has more students from the 10-star systems, with different identities and status, which makes it easier to establish prestige and integrate. Because it has been the top of the list in recent years, it is also the most popular. 022 Mechanical Planet was a step late, so it had to catch Junpei. However, Junpei has turned to innovative technology and research, and the Mecha Master's technology is not as good as before. Who knows that by chance, the military training sent a god to the door, and the 022 Mechanical Planet must be worshipped. The one who talked to Lieutenant General Bai was Iwensi, who had a scar 1 finger wide on his cheek, left by the insect warrior. He did not repair it, and regarded it as an honor. As a soldier, Iwensi deserves respect, but he always confronts the Bai family, and Lieutenant General Bai is fed up with him. In many previous quarrels, Iwinsi was in the upper hand because he had more credit. Unfortunately, he is limited by his own strength. In the next few decades, if he cannot break through, his position will also end. Iwinsi was furious. Yeah, relying on luck is not a strength. It's just scientific and technological talent. We also have it. I wish you find it soon. Lieutenant General Bai was proud in his heart, but he showed no emotion on the surface. Iwinsi snorted coldly and sat down in his seat. People came to the conference room one after another. In the middle of the meeting, the whole conference room sounded an alarm. Unknown spiritual body detected. Target XXX. Please capture and inspect. Lieutenant General Bai's eyes flashed, and he did not log off, but used the communicator to contact his subordinates and ask them to handle it. It goes without saying that the unknown spirit is most likely a bugman. The people present sighed that this space could actually catch a bugman. It was a great achievement. The girl named Xiaai Hui, if she missed it once, she would regret it for the rest of her life. They tried their best to meet him, but they were either blocked by General Bai or she didn't want to meet him. Her position was so firm that everyone thought she was raised by General Bai. It wasn't mainly because Xiaai Hui was firm. She stood with General Bai because of her father. After Su lost an arm, he was stigmatized for a while. Only General Bai helped him to clear his name and apply for subsidies. General Bai was not a general at that time, but he still withstood the pressure to help Father Su. Xiaai Hui is independent and capable now, so it is only right to repay him. If General Bai does not agree with her values, she can change her partner at any time. It is just that it is not appropriate to be a fence-sitter at the development stage. Either you are strong or you stand in the right team. Xiaai Hui has no power, so she can only stand in the right team. At this stage, just concentrate on being her businessman and coach. As for the future, Wu Qingqing, Ji Hung and others will be her power and connections in the future. Her technological strength will also be her security guarantee. Lieutenant General Bai was calm, and the others were even less panicked. The average quality of those who could come to this meeting was very high. It mainly reflects courage. The insect people are just disguised as humans. Privately, they have come into contact with similar cases much more than ordinary people. The topic of the return of mechanical limb soldiers to the army is the key point. In the meeting room, a large number of people disagreed. They had not seen the effect with their own eyes, and felt that Lieutenant General Bai was too young and his ideas were too beautiful. The meeting started, and the top leader began to read out the resolutions to be made today. Speaking of mechanical limbs, people straightened their waists and listened carefully. You must admit that a mature soldier is much less labor-intensive than retraining. And we have tested that soldiers with mechanical limbs can be competent for more positions. Lieutenant General Bai argued, I have already shown you the video, and they have no problems. If you disagree, then use the 022 mechanical planet as a pilot. We are willing to do the pilot. Chapter 135. The key is that Xiaai Hui doesn't sell these mechanical limbs for expensive, only 30,000 to 100,000 yuan each. It costs at least tens of thousands to train a qualified recruit who can go to the battlefield, not to mention the salary. This does not include special arms such as mecha divisions, command, and artillery. Lieutenant General Bai knows very well what they are against. They want fresh blood, some fresh blood that is loyal to them. Pick those younger generations they like. Soldiers who left the army and returned. So what if they have combat power? They will not be able to produce mechanical limbs. The only one who gets the advantage is General Bai. When the benefits are unevenly distributed, even if the organization is fair, opinions will be biased among different people. If you use soldiers with mechanical limbs, then you shouldn't pick people from the competition. You are talking nonsense. We are discussing whether we can use soldiers with mechanical limbs. If your soldiers are missing arms and legs in the future, don't use these mechanical limbs. You want retired soldiers to return. How are they the same? How are they different? They have only been retired for a short time and are in perfect condition. Lieutenant General Bai and those who opposed the meeting were arguing with each other. The meeting was very lively. Fortunately, this place was completely virtual, and people could not touch each other. Otherwise, they would have started to quarrel. The 5 generals sat very still, and had no intention of participating. The promotion of mechanical limbs is imperative. The only bad thing is the formulation of rules. The return of retired soldiers will damage the interests of some people. After all, they have been compensated, and it is highly likely that they will not be able to get the money back. But General Bai believes that the money should be compensated. There was a top leader above the admiral, who quietly watched them quarrel. His wise eyes were always smiling, as if he would never get angry. When the people from the parties were quarreling the most, he spoke up, There's no point in quarreling. Come up with a plan that everyone can believe in. His words suddenly calmed down. Everyone had vented their anger, and no one was so angry anymore. A neutral person raised his hand and suggested that a few soldiers with mechanical limbs could be used for security work in the last game of the competition. In this way, the public will be more accepting of these mechanical limbs. It can also establish in front of the public that the army has not given up on these soldiers, and they are actively solving the soldiers' problems. In the future, soldiers with disabled hands and feet will have more choices. The top person in charge looked at the opposing party. Do you have any objections? It's just to arrange a few more people to serve as the organizing committee security. What opinions can they have? The real strength will show. They don't believe it. A complete person is not as good as a person who has adapted to mechanical limbs again. Admiral Bai and Lieutenant General Bai both breathed a sigh of relief. If we had proposed to place soldiers with mechanical limbs in the competition at the beginning, there would have been another quarrel. The competition for interests and power is very exhausting, and it is a good thing to achieve the goal by retreating to advance. The competition organizers were very troubled when they learned that they would have to arrange a group of soldiers for security in the later stage. But the competition is no longer something the organizing committee can control. This competition is the world of the army and Fifen Island. Soon a week is about to pass, and today's team competition is Hu Ping's turn to command. He is very excited, and he keeps talking about playing more dirty tricks, being shameless, and opening people's eyes. None of the vegetable farmers paid any attention to him. They even prayed that he would not be chosen to play a dirty trick in the competition venue. In order to prevent other teams from finding out the routines of the vegetable farmers team, they all took turns to be the commander. Today, the second echelon of Miracle Patch Academy was not the strongest team of Miracle Patch, but its strength was not much inferior to that of the first echelon. In particular, there was a forward with a very crazy playing style among them. Feng Wansha had analyzed that the forward strength was equivalent to Pan Mingjie, but when fighting, Pan Mingjie, who was famous for his patience, could not contain him because he was crazy enough. It is best to give this person to Li Shanchun. Li Shanchun was called to play for the first time as a reserve for the team. He pointed at himself and said, "I am only matched with a madman. Do you want to play or not? If not, I will call Pan Pan to play," Hu Ping said with a smile. Li Shanchun drooped his shoulders. He almost lost the individual competition because he had too much fun. His teammates scolded him for half an hour, and he bowed his head to atone for his sins. It was a rare opportunity for him to play in a team competition, so he must not retreat. Go. Xingmiao, we have to hide our strength this time, so we can only send stronger people, and it is best to suppress them instantly. But Hu Ping's style of play is too vulgar, not everyone can cooperate with him. Hu Ping, hey, can you say something nice? I'm just shameless, not vulgar. That's about it, don't interrupt. Feng Wansha continued to give them the personal information of the opponent's team. The players they will play this time are Xiangcha, Jasmine, Peony, Green Chrysanthemum, Cat Grass, Fengguizi, and My Pants Are Red. When the last abrupt name came out, Hu Ping felt that he had met someone in the same industry who would give such a name to a decent person. Li Shanchun, wait, that lunatic, is it my pants that are red? Feng Wansha, according to him, well, I searched online, he originally wanted to choose red underwear, which means good luck on his planet. The artificial intelligence judged that he had a tendency to engage in pornography, and did not approve it. So he changed it to My Pants Are Red. Li Shanchun scratched his head. What's the difference? The artificial intelligence is stupid. Su Xiaokai, there is still a difference. What's the difference? Chibi Maruko, tell Hu Ping about it. Hu Ping raised his eyebrows. Yes, Xiaowanzi, what do you think? They are both artificial intelligence, so there must be something in common. Xiaowanzi's eyes turned into circles. If it were me, I would not think that red underwear is pornographic. I guess the New World artificial intelligence cannot judge, so it puts the blame on Xiaoji. Logically, red underwear is not controversial. The content of red underwear focuses on underwear, so Xiaoji does not approve this name. Pants are different. Pants mean shorts, but it focuses on red. Red can refer to the color of shorts, or it can refer to other things, or hemorrhoid blood. Anyway, it does not constitute pornographic suspicion. Everyone, your understanding seems to make sense. But hemorrhoids, has Xiaowanzi learned bad things? I can't look at this name directly. Xiaowanzi, how did you think of hemorrhoids? Xiaowanzi, because I read a lot of books. Because Su Xiaokai often tortured herself, Xiaowanzi read more medical books. In Xiaowanzi's mind, there is no sense of shame as humans say. Hemorrhoids are such a normal disease. Dachuan, you can't lose to that madman, otherwise you will be defeated here. The sense of shame increased instantly. Can you please not mention this name? Li Shanchun looked pitiful. Okay, I chose this name for good luck. Stop making fun of me. Let's continue discussing who will go up to fight. Su Xiaocai's words stopped them from joking about the name. If friends don't mind, this kind of joking is fine, just be as friendly as possible to others. Feng Wansha continued to analyze, and the two had already decided to command Hu Ping and contain the crazy Li Shanchun. Li Lei, the logistics, plus Ji Hung and Wu Feiyang. There are 5 people in total. It depends on the situation whether Hu Ping, the commander, can be used as a combatant or just a commander. There are only 5 people on the field. As long as Hu Ping is a player, and does not stay in the safe point for a long time, this identity can be replaced. As for the command desk, Li Lei can complete the transmission of the picture and help Hu Ping connect the communicator. In the face of technology, the role of commander can work anywhere. The key is to look at the rules of the competition venue. Sometimes, the camp is not safe. Before the start, Hu Ping encouraged his teammates, brothers, follow your brother, do whatever you are told to do, and don't fall behind. Li Shanchun was sad, and pretended to be a melancholy boy looking at the sky. Hu Ping's words were so nice, but his actions were so weird. I don't know what he will do at that time. All the team members entered the new world. Su Xiaocai turned on the live broadcast and did other things at hand, such as studying animal reproduction. It was time for Shuah Hui to breed the next generation. The team competition began, and everyone had a prelude to say hello. The captain of the second echelon of Miracle Patch looked at the 5 mechas on the opposite side, and his mood was heavy. The vegetable farmers were too arrogant. Did they look down on them? Hello, who is the commander? Xiangcha's command position is unshakable, and they only know the list of vegetable farmers. Who does what specifically no one knows. Everyone hates them for being all-powerful. At the same time, they are also very curious about Su Xiaocai, the coach. To be able to make a group of geniuses willingly serve her as a coach, she must be very capable. Different people commanding is not a good thing in itself, because each team member has to adapt to the style of each commander. The vegetable farmers did it. Among them, Su Xiaocai must have a relationship. Su Xiaocai is the key to their mutual obedience. The key is that they only use simple modified standard mechas, and they change their weapons every time, which makes them unrecognizable. You can't guess who will face off against the 5 people. The only thing to be thankful for is that there is no witch in this team. Her judgment of things is too amazing, just like a general who can predict the future. The witch is the opponent that many commanders value the most. They want to fight with her, but they are also afraid that she will make them look like a bunch of things. After asking who is the commander, Ji Hung pointed at Hu Ping pointed at Li Lei, and Li Lei pointed at Ji Hung. Only Li Shanchun was stupid and didn't point at anyone. Huh? Isn't it possible to reveal the command at will? Li Shanchun turned his head to look at his teammates, and was once again impressed by their quick nerves. Good guy, he is the only idiot. You all have gone in circles. Li Shanchun changed his mind, and simply pointed at himself. Miracle Patch second team, bastards, go to hell. The audience laughed. The vegetable farmers are the clear stream in the competition field. No matter what means, they may use them. Light up the adjective various tricks. Everyone likes to watch them fight. It's as fun as watching a silly drama. The vegetable farmer is so funny. Dachuan is just as stupid as his name. They are just tactical. The brainless fans are so convinced. Speaking of the team competition, Dachuan is the first time. The team registration did not state who was the backup, so the audience did not know Li Shanchuan's role as a runner in the team. Dachuan is also a hot favorite in the singles competition. Tenacious, my teacher said he likes such students. If he is willing, my teacher is willing to accept him as an apprentice. Who is your teacher? Zhang Jili, a retired general, is now the deputy director of the Institute of Inhumanity. He is very strong in both theory and practice. Wow, so amazing. Did you participate in this competition? I participated, and the record can be checked. I won all the games. But he trained with Su Bao, and won all the games. It's not that the coach is better, whoever is stronger. Su Xiaocai put down the e-book, and her eyes fell on the Institute of Inhumanity involuntarily. This research institute seemed to be quiet for a while. How come it came out again? That's not right. Didn't Zhang Jili say that he had a genetic problem and needed treatment urgently? Why did he go to the Non-Human Research Institute as deputy director again? Has his genetic collapse been cured? Can the Non-Human Research Institute cure genetic collapse? Yes, the Non-Human Research Institute has developed drugs and instruments to cure genetic collapse. The cure rate is very high, and the current data has exceeded 50%. Really? I have a relative who also has a genetic breakdown. How much does it cost to treat it? I have a mild genetic problem myself. I am afraid it will become serious. Now I have stopped practicing Qigong. Can this mild problem be cured 100%? Mild cases can indeed be cured quickly, with a probability of more than 80%. The price is not expensive. Severe cases will cost only 1,000,000 yuan, and minor cases will cost only 100,000 yuan. I guess this guy is here to advertise. Su Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharpness. Xiaai and Ji, help me check the patent results recently applied for by the Non-Human Research Institute. Less than a minute later, Xiaai and Ji replied, the Non-Human Research Institute has not published any papers online. According to online data analysis, the Non-Human Research Institute has never liked to release patented drugs to the outside world. Su Xiaokai has also heard similar remarks from the Non-Human Research Institute, which has released similar information again and again, but just adjusted the data. What's worse is that those who are desperate will really go with hope. Posed a barrage, questioning the student of Xiaai and Ji Lei, asking him what the other 20% is like if the cure rate is 80%. Then ask him, what is the basis of the paper? What are the ingredients of the drug? What is the instrument? Okay. Chibi Maruko went to Wisdom 01 to make trouble. As soon as these questions were posted, the student Xiaai and Ji Lei disappeared. It was silent. The sober barrage audience made a few jokes. Running to other people's barrages to advertise, has the Inhumanity Research Institute fallen to this extent? The drug experiments he did are said to be not so humane. How humane can drug testers be? He actually wants to drag my Dachuan into the fire pit. Although Dachuan is stupid, he has smart teammates. Xiaai and Ji Lei will never succeed. The advertisement about the Non-Human Research Institute was put to rest in the vegetable farmers competition field. The vegetable farmers were too sensitive and too rational, so this person went to another stadium to fool people. The intelligence of Wisdom 05 has been trained for several days, and has begun to have the legal cognition of Wisdom 03. It quickly recognized that this person was advertising medicines, which is not allowed. It reported to the AI of the Law Enforcement Department. The AI of the Law Enforcement Department has been very busy recently. After seeing the report of Wisdom 05, it directly banned the person who advertised. And this student of Xiaai and Ji Lei, he really exists. He smashed the table in anger. He was telling the truth. Why should he ban the account for spreading false advertisements? He may not have known the law. All drugs, even prescription drugs, cannot be advertised on the public network. That is responsible for human life. After all, some people cannot distinguish the efficacy of drugs and buy drugs indiscriminately. Although the account was only blocked for a few hours, it was enough to make him angry. The match between the vegetable farmer and the Miracle Patch Team 2 just started. Their competition venue is a little special, so they need to understand the rules first. The competition venue is in a certain planet, surrounded by rolling foothills, a red area, with little vegetation and little food. At the beginning, except for the mecha, everyone has no weapons. The sky will drop support supplies, and they need to grab the supplies first, or they can use the surrounding environment to make weapons. They need to kill all the opponents, destroy the camp, and make the opponents surrender to win. This rule is very disadvantageous for teams with fewer players. The audience has an illusion that many games of the vegetable farmer team start with such an unfavorable situation. With fewer players and complex terrain, they rely entirely on the player's own strength and tactics to regain the advantage. Looking at the individual strength of the vegetable farmers, there is no crushing level. The individual competition is displayed on an open stage, and their playing style is at most more varied. Once it comes to the team competition, their sharp teeth will be revealed. They are looking forward to how the vegetable farmers can turn this situation around. Entering the venue, Li Lei was teleported to a leaky cave. There were only a few simple equipment in the cave, 2 movable mechanical arms for repairing mechas, but they had to be operated manually. Geological detectors, rainwater collectors, water purifiers, and then universal devices to expand signal coverage. This is the most unfavorable situation for the vegetable farmers group, with insufficient logistics. Entering the competition venue, the speed of time is different. They can stay in the virtual world for only 2 hours, while 3 or 4 days may pass in the real world. Therefore, if the audience watching the live broadcast on the computer uses the normal playback speed to watch the video, the experience will be much worse than watching it in a simulation cabin. You can watch it at a slower speed, but it takes too long. When encountering such a team competition, Those who watch the live broadcast on the computer usually adjust the speed they like. It is impossible to wait for the replay. If you don't watch the live broadcast, you will watch the recorded broadcast. If you replay it, it will be edited, and there will be many fewer clips. Therefore, those who watch the live broadcast on the computer will lock themselves in a soundproof room with a few friends to watch the game. As long as they block the news from outside, no one can spoil the spoilers. The bad thing is that the camp is out of contact with her teammates, and she needs to find them to give them information. This is a test of the logistics responsibility. Well, the faster we complete the communication work with our teammates, the better. The audience discussed in a low voice, as if they were afraid that their side would affect the performance on the field. Ji Lei was alone. She was very calm, and almost without hesitation, she rushed to the exoskeleton. The old exoskeleton was not very flexible, but it was enough for her to repair the communication in a hurry. She carefully scanned the field, ran to the universal device, turned off the past device, and then restarted. Shuah Hui said that sometimes don't think too much about the instrument. Restarting can solve 90% of the problems. If restarting doesn't work, find the cause and repair it. Then, if there is no accident, the communication is restored. Chapter 136. At the same time, the two logistics of Miracle Patch were also very professional. Jasmine and Feng Shuazi divided the work. One checked the problem of the communicator, and the other checked other instruments to see if there was any way to repair it. They wasted about half a minute here, and finally used the restart method. As soon as the contact was restored, the location information of the material delivery was received. Ji Lei turned on the scanner, and scanned the large life forms nearby first. Cabbages, did you hear it? This is a code to prevent the information from being sent to the enemy. Guzi is here. Hu Ping reported first, and the others answered almost at the same time. Finally I contacted you, Ji Lei. The four of them were in 4 different directions, not very far apart. But without the camp communication, they didn't dare to connect to other signals at will. Who knows if the enemy will invade the channel? I tell you the location where the supplies are dropped. You be careful. The situation in the camp is not optimistic. There are only 2 maintenance mechanical arms, and some parts. We need to see how to assemble them. There is another problem. There are large beasts nearby. Beasts that are dozens of times larger than your mechas. Li Shanshan, what beasts? Ji Lei, I don't know. They are similar to mutant centipedes, probably giant crustaceans. I can only be sure that they are not insect people. Because there are still many plants and some small animals nearby. If they were insect people, they would have devoured all the surrounding life. Hu Ping looked at the distance between the drop site and his camp and said decisively, for the time being, we will only grab the drop materials from these 2 places. My mech isn't at full health. How about yours? Not full health, only 40%. Wu Feiyang, 60. The most is Ji Heng's mech, 80. We fight for A and C supplies. Ji Heng and Li Shanshan will be in one team. Wu Feiyang and I will first see what supplies are there, and then decide how to play. Ji Lei, don't play crazy. You don't know me yet, I'm also a very good commander. SOSO, ranked 3rd in the team. So confident? Humph. To say he was confident was not entirely true. He was not 100% sure of defeating the other party. But Shuah Hui said that commanders must be confident, trust their own judgment, set a good example, and always maintain a positive attitude. The launch was not accurately positioned, but was launched, some far and some near, scattered. Driving the mecha to a nearby location, Hu Ping and Wu Feiyang hid in the ravines and valleys of the mountains. The mecha's scanner was the worst, and it could only scan creatures within a 3-kilometer range. I guess Miracle Patch has only retained some of the mecha's functions. The scene setting is really poor. The landmarks here are almost all sandstone, which looks red from a distance. The surface temperature is more than 50 degrees, and occasionally you can see the twisted heat waves shaking. Soon, Wu Feiyang said, I saw a mecha here. I don't know if there is anyone behind. Last night, Xingmu and Feng Wansha analyzed Xiangcha's command together. Cautious, very stable, in the first 9 games, not a single risky move. Almost 1 move, and 3 steps ahead. To deal with him, it is best to surprise them. Ji Lei, according to their arrival time, circle the approximate location of their camp. Hu Ping said, You want to raid their camp? It's difficult, right? Hu Ping said nonchalantly, No, what are you thinking? We don't have weapons. It won't hurt to calculate it. You are the captain, you have the final say. Ji Lei turned on the geological detector and calculated the location of the enemy's camp for them. Then Hu Ping said to Ji Heng, If you don't see anyone, send Li Shanshan out to test and grab the supplies back. If you have weapons, equip them first, let him go back to the camp. Ji Hung, you go to the farthest supply drop point from the camp at full speed to observe, and grab the supplies back. Got it. Li Shanchun, got it. So pitiful, why did he go to test it? But Ji Hung went to the farthest point alone, which was not much better. Li Shanchun sneaked out quickly, looking around while walking, and his acting skills as a thief were better than his. When he touched the supplies, he looked back at Ji Hung and explored the surroundings again. Li Shanchun was surprised. No one? Ji Hung understood Hu Ping's idea. The other party was commanding to play it safe, so they would definitely prioritize grabbing weapons. There must be a place where 2 or 3 people were gathered. The other party had to give up at least one of the 5 drop packages. This was the place they gave up. The moment he realized it, he rushed out and cut open the package. The contents of the package scattered. There were boxes of nutrients, 2 folding cold weapons used by mechas, a magnetic blade short knife, and metal ropes. Ji Hung threw one weapon to Li Shanchun and one to himself, and then used a parachute to repack the things. Ji Hung reported their gains. Hu Ping, Dachuan, deliver the things to the camp, and then come to me quickly. The order was issued. No matter the reason, it was right to execute it. Li Shanchun flew back quickly. Ji Hung went to other drop points. Li Lei in the camp was analyzing the parts. The parts were very old. If Su Xiaokai hadn't been specially trained, she wouldn't know that these old parts are still circulated in many poor places now. Because of the special training, she recognized at a glance that they were parts of drones and terrain vehicles. If they were placed on the capital planet, they would only be toys. She assembled several drones, as quickly as possible, and drew the terrain nearby. She monitored whether there were any enemies around, fearing that the enemy would come to explore first with their large numbers. The camp was located in a very hidden place, and the mecha could pass smoothly between the foothills on the ground. There was no need to worry about the enemy's ghost monitoring in the sky. Li Lei sent the map she had discovered to Li Shanchun's communicator face-to-face. Remember to give it to Hu Ping. Li Shanchun put down his things and immediately turned around to support Hu Ping. Don't go, come here. Li Lei said. Didn't you notice that the energy situation of your mecha is not very good? She controlled the mechanical arm to replace the new energy device for his mecha and took the old one to recharge. While operating, Li Lei told Hu Ping about the problem she noticed. There are some problems with our camp. It's too hidden. Li Shanchun was puzzled. Too hidden is still a problem. Hu Ping understood that in order to balance, the other camp must have advantages. Also hidden? Unlikely. I see. The mech changed the energy source. Thank you, Lei. Li Shanchun didn't dare to stay any longer and reunited with Brother Ping as soon as possible. As Hu Ping expected, Miracle Patch's people happened to send 3 people to take one of the dropped items, and just by chance, they were on Hu Ping's side. Miracle Patch only detected relatively large creatures nearby, and could not be sure whether they had mech masters. Xiangcha was very cautious and said to Mao Chao, who went out to grab the supplies, make a little noise. Mao Chao let out a roar. Xiangcha compared the scanner to see the direction of the moving creatures and whether there was any smoke or dust. The movement of the mecha must be accompanied by a relatively large movement. The cleverness often backfired. Xiangcha was wondering if the vegetable farmers had no common sense in this area and pretended to be animals to move. Xiangcha was disappointed. This sound did not cause many creatures hiding in the dark to run away, and it was impossible to tell whether there were people nearby. Get the supplies. Mao Chao picked up the supplies, looked around, and made sure there was no one, then turned around and walked back. Xiangcha, is it really possible that someone is lurking here? Except for the wind blowing up the sand and making noises, everything was normal. My pants were red and I was impatient. Molly and Feng Weizi solved the communication quickly. They can't be as fast as us. Let's go to the second location to support Mutant. Do you think we will use it if you restart Dafa? Xiangcha always felt that the vegetable farmers were not simple. Mutant and Luju didn't send any news. Do you think they are so lucky that they just happened to avoid us? There are not so many coincidences in the game. They have waited for 2 or 3 minutes before taking action. There are only 5 people on the other side, so one person must be left in the logistics area. Otherwise, the communication cannot be restored. When playing chess, he considered that the opponent would disperse their strength, but they would definitely not go all 4 of them separately, so he planned to wait for 3 people. Wu Feiyang, I saw who they sent out. The one who took the things was Mao Chao. Mao Chao was neither good nor bad in the second echelon of Miracle Patch. The weakest one was Xiangcha. Hu Ping made a bet. There were 3 people here in Mao Chao. In order to suppress them, there must be a red madman among the 3. At this time, Ji Hung also arrived at the farthest drop point, and the thing's drop fell on a steep wall. Layers of red rocks were dotted with a few green plants, and the green parachute was tilted on the crown of a crooked tree, tangled together. It just stuck the supplies. Ji Hung judged that he needed at least 2 minutes to collect it. The gray mecha was too conspicuous compared to the red rocks, and it could be seen from a distance. He looked at the surrounding environment. The terrain in front of the steep wall was flat. A muddy river crossed the land, and the surface was covered with oil paint. At a glance, there were a few bare trees and a few shrubs. He made a prompt decision and chose a safer approach. He quickly set a trap near the material delivery point. The place where Ji Hung was a little special. Due to the terrain, it was difficult to find a place to hide, but he still hid. Ji Hung reported the situation to Hu Ping. Hu Ping, you can do whatever you want. If you can't beat me, I can only say goodbye to you. I won't help you. Ji Hung said through his teeth, good brother. You're welcome, I believe you. Hu Ping really didn't care about Ji Hung. In Hu Ping's mind, Ji Hung was a pervert. He could absorb whatever Xiaai Hui taught him. He was getting stronger and stronger recently, and could already fight against the insect warriors for several rounds. Just a few rounds, it means he is going to be a god. Ji Hung, This is related to his superpowers, which is unfair. The audience with God's vision couldn't help but hold their breath as they watched them about to fight. The host analyzed Hu Ping and Xiang Cha's purpose. There were 2 hosts for the team competition, one for each role. Hu Ping had been a commander so far. No one knew his command style, but they knew that his thinking was more jumpy. It's hard to guess. Logically, they should have taken advantage of the time difference and collected more supplies. Xiang Cha is as stable as ever. They have the advantage of numbers. With a combination of 3, 1, and 1, they can get at least 1 supply no matter what. By the way, Ping and Ji have a really good relationship. They can even joke during the battle. The 2 hosts teased the vegetable farmers' team's mode of pitting their teammates. The audience also laughed. Lei Lei's predictions are really accurate. Imagine yourself on the field. You can't think of anything. I admire the command of each team. My brother Ping is too steady. When the cat made a sound, I subconsciously thought they needed to move to cover it up. If there is no coach, they may move. After all, they are not conscious. A team with a coach will basically not make such a low-level mistake. In fact, Xiangcha looks down on Xiaai Hui a little. After all, Xiaai Hui is only in his teens and has little experience. It is possible that there are helpers behind him. Experience? They actually mentioned experience. They don't believe that the chief designer of Fifan Island is Xiaai Hui. That's not the case. The team coaches I hired sometimes miss some things. Or they forget after the lecture, so the competition depends on their own awareness. It's not like playing games, where you have a chance to start over. Hey, it seems that many players in the audience came to peek at the screen. This battle is definitely worth watching. Everyone's quality is not bad. Mutant and Luju have returned to the camp, put down their things, and are rushing to the farthest supply location. 1 against 2, does Ji Hung have a chance of winning? During the patient waiting period, Lei Lei was not idle. Besides assembling the drone, she never stopped monitoring the creatures underground. What's more explosive is that she was actually testing the monsters hidden underground. Using the fluctuations of geological instruments to see what frequency the monsters are more sensitive to, this test really gave her some results. Because Lei Lei's side was relatively boring, the audience rarely paid attention to her side, and the god's perspective could not see clearly what Lei Lei was doing. Here I come. Li Shanchuan's flying noise was so loud that everyone in Xiangcha noticed him. Pants. Xiangcha. It's red pants. My pants are red, and I scolded the captain. The team members didn't want to call me, so how could the captain be ashamed to say it? Hu Ping's words were no less than the madman on the opposite side, and he made a bold statement. Dachuan, seduce him. Audience, ? Seduce, such a niche word. Li Shanchun, I'm here. The standard mecha carried an umbrella cloth filled with sticky and clumped things. When the 2 of them met, Li Shanchun threw the umbrella cloth directly. A large pile of poop spread out, and it covered my pants with red. It was called poo, but it was actually a combination of water and mud that I had just squeezed. The red mud was mixed with nutrients, and it looked like the poo that had just been pooped, which was very disgusting. Xing Mu and Feng Huasha, who were watching the live broadcast, covered their faces. It was indeed Hu Ping. Even a middle school boy like Li Shanchun turned into a foot-picking man in a second. The audience speculated whether Li Shanchun had a beard. My pants have read and dodged quickly, The mecha tilted and bounced away. But in the end, it was no match for the scattered range of poop. The side of the mecha was covered with a lot of poop, dotted with stars. My pants of red and anger rose. The mecha is the wife of the mecha master. Wife. Is dirty. What is the difference between this and being cheated? I can't stand it. I can't stand it. The vegetable farmers are a bunch of shit sticks, specializing in playing with organic fertilizer. Xiangcha, pants, don't fight him, come back first. Unfortunately, this sentence is too late. My pants have red and decisive fight. Everyone has no weapons, and my pants has a red mecha, so it definitely has the upper hand. But Li Shanchen has been abused by so many seniors, so he is no pushover. When pants came up, Li Shanchen stopped, flew back immediately, and then jumped behind a big rock. His mecha couldn't beat him, so he couldn't hide. Pants sneered, and the detector showed that there was only one life behind the rock, and it was useless for Li Shanchen to hide. He flew up and chose to attack the ground from the air. As soon as the mecha left the ground, a strong alloy rope came from the side and tightened. The mecha stumbled for a moment before it stabilized. Where did the rope come from? The mecha quickly broke free. Wu Feiyong had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and he threw the mecha, who wanted to break free, to the street. Li Shanchen took the opportunity to rush forward bravely. Fragrant tea and cat grass could not be taken care of. The mecha was the strongest force. Without it, it would be very troublesome. The five-man melee was quite ugly. The audience all had the expression of a subway grandfather looking at his mobile phone. No matter how serious the team was, it became funny when it met the vegetable farmer. My pants are red, and I cursed, and the cute little Dachuan opened and closed his mouth. Despicable and shameless, you vegetable farmers should stop playing tricks and compete openly. What kind of coach trains what kind of players? Loyalu, go ahead, I can't beat you, but I can't disgust you to death. I can win, I just want to win. Li Shanchen kept hypnotizing himself that there was nothing wrong with his practice. As long as it was not cheating, any means could be used. All is fair in war. Hu Ping, on the other hand, was fishing in troubled waters. They sneaked around a bit and took away the supplies. Xiangcha and Wu Feiyong and Li Shanchen gradually got angry and fought fiercely. Li Shanchuan's weapon made several holes in their mechas. Pants was restricted by ropes. He had no weapons and was at a disadvantage. He could only untie the ropes. When Pants was ready, the supplies had disappeared, and Hu Ping also joined the fight. In a close combat without weapons, Miracle Patch could not get any advantage. Even my pants were red, and I was suppressed by Hu Ping. Retreat. Xiangcha gritted her teeth and tried to save her strength first. Luju and Mutant had already taken back the supplies, so she didn't need this little time. But Li Shanchen was obsessed with his opponent, and the three of them chased after them relentlessly. Suddenly, Li Leilei's voice came from the communicator. She shouted to Hu Ping to leave quickly, because the monsters underground were coming out. Hu Ping and Wu Feiyong slid and pulled Li Shanchen away. They pulled him one by one and ran back at lightning speed. I saw this and wanted to chase him back, but Xiangcha realized something was wrong and stopped him. Go! The vegetable farmer was clearly in the upper hand, but he didn't chase. There was only one reason: there was danger of force majeure. Xiangcha's intuition was right. The ground was shaking. The thick soil was rolling like boiling water, and something seemed to be about to come out from the ground. A supergiant beast drilled out from the ground. It looked like a bobbit worm, and its deep white teeth were particularly hideous under the light. Wow, wow, wow! Li Shanchen and I, who were originally being pulled, had red pants, and we cursed at the same time. Then we pulled our teammates and ran as fast as we could. Host. Ha ha, a few savages are unhappy about fighting, and a few giant creatures are disrupting the situation. Is this a calculation generated by artificial intelligence? Audience barrage. I am almost laughing to death. Every time the vegetable farmers play a team battle, they are so funny. Xing Miao asked Feng Wansha, what do you think? Feng Wansha smiled, what can I think? We will definitely win. Chapter 137. There was a sudden obstacle, so Hu Ping had to change his strategy, and said to Li Shanchen, Wu Feiyong and I will go out for a walk, you go back, and give the clip you just recorded to Li Leilei. Li Shanchen suddenly remembered something. Do you have enough energy? I can exchange the energy here for you. It's enough for now, I've used 2%. Hu Ping looked at the meter. How much did you use? 3%. Why are you using up energy so slowly? Because we have special driving skills. We will teach you when we get back. Take the supplies first. Li Shanchuan's eyes sparkled. There was such a good thing. Okay, as you say, brother, You can see what weapons are in the supplies first. The audience expressed curiosity. Brother Aping, don't go. Tell me what skills you have. I beg you to tell me energy-saving skills. Do all vegetable farmers know them? If everyone knows them, it is probably Xiaai Hui who taught him. How can Xiaai Hui know everything? I also want the same coach. That's probably difficult. Xiaai Hui is so wealthy now. If you want to hire her as a coach, you have to be her friend or she saved your life. Actually, I want to know what happened to Xiaai Hui on Huangyang Star. It seems that she has been awesome since then. Or I said, maybe, she fought against the insect warriors and survived by luck. How lucky is that? Don't talk about unscientific things. Have you heard about it? In addition to the artificial intelligence and virtual world funded by Xiaai Hui, there is also a new technology, mechanical limbs that move like normal human limbs, which will be released soon. What? How come I haven't heard of it? The patent office has announced that the mechanical limbs will be put into use soon. They will be installed on disabled soldiers first to see how well they can adapt. We will probably see these people in the third actual combat match. I thought I had already placed Su Bao in a very high position and looked up to her, but it turns out that she can be even higher. So there is no problem for her to be a coach, right? She has the best brains, and coaching does not necessarily require force. The military is going to release some news first, so as not to let it burst out all at once and cause adverse effects. The feedback is okay, but ordinary people don't know what it means yet. Soldiers are too far away from them, and disabled people are not common. When mechanical limbs are truly available, they will understand what epic-making technological progress is. Hu Ping flipped through the package and took out a plain magnetic blade long knife, and then a sniper rifle with only 5 armor-piercing bullets. The armor-piercing bullets are good, but the sniper rifle has a terrible range. Wu Feiyang was disgusted. Go back and ask Lei Lei to modify it. There are only 2 weapons. Li Shanchun said, how stingy. In reality, the material delivery of this planet is like this. At most, you can get cold weapons. If you are given hot weapons, they will definitely be eliminated. Hu Ping had listened to Su Xiaotsai's class a long time ago. It is wrong to rely on the delivery of materials at this time. It should be adapted to local conditions. We cannot limit ourselves to materials. Opening blind boxes and taking chances are things that vegetable farmers will never do. If there are no conditions, create them. There is nothing else in the package that can be used now. It was either boxes of small parts or nutrients. Li Shanchun packed them up and carried them back to the camp. Hu Ping looked up. He had very good eyesight and a very accurate intuition. There was a drone above his head. He asked Li Lei, are there any drones above our heads? Li Lei, no, you don't need them. All the drones I made were released to make maps. Wu Feiyang immediately picked up the sniper rifle and wasted an armor-piercing bullet to fire it. The reason why he didn't fly into the air was that he was afraid that the other side would also get a sniper rifle and ambush them at a specific location. The enemy is moving very fast. We have to speed up. Hu Ping frowned and let Li Shanchun go. Before the enemy drones come in full force, give Li Lei something first. Hu Ping holds the magnetic blade long knife. He is the commander, so his safety is the priority. The two of them wandered together, like street urchins. They wanted to see if there were any resources around that could be used. The two seemed to have completely forgotten that there was a good brother who was fighting 2 against 1. Ah, my husband Ji is so handsome. Oh my god, I declare that Ji heir is my destiny. Just when Hu Ping was walking on the street, Ji Hung attacked Mutant and Luju, who came together to get supplies. 2 minutes ago, Luju saw the supplies on the cliff and became alert. There was a red river in front of the steep cliff, flashing with colorful oil. It was obvious that the heavy metals exceeded the standard, and it didn't look like it could hide people. The detector only detected a few lizards and desert cattle around. It's bad to have no energy detection equipment, but fortunately the terrain vision is good. There is nothing in the river, don't worry. Mutant complained, this is not real at all. How can a real competition be without energy detection equipment? Energy detection equipment mainly detects energy reactors. In fact, your mecha has limited carrying capacity and limited information processing. If you are exploring a deserted planet like this, it is indeed more beneficial to bring a life detector. Luju expressed her own opinion. You go and get it, or I go and get it. Mutant looked at the supplies and said, the boss had a fight with the vegetable farmers, the mecha was damaged, and the energy had to go back to replenish it. It is impossible for him to support us now. What are you afraid of? Even if someone comes, it's only Ji heir. Luju didn't believe that the 2 elites couldn't beat Ji Hung. At this time, Ji Hung closed his eyes and recalled Su Xiaocai's advice to him. I found that you disappeared from the detector several times during training. Maybe you have a supernatural power to play dead. Use it well. His chi sense entered the 6th level 2 days ago, and he could also use his supernatural power to become a dead object. Not only did he become a dead object, but he also covered a certain range of the mecha. If he was promoted again, his coverage would be even larger. With this skill, he can even go deeper into the insect area than Su Xiaocai, but this ability consumes the energy stored by the chi. He can't hold on for too long at present. After Su Xiaocai developed Ji Heng's ability, he was also surprised. He thought it was some ability that could avoid most detectors, but who knew it would be even more awesome. The triangular protective device used by Huang Yongxing before was shattered in front of Ji Hung in seconds. He was impressed again and again in his heart, and finally understood why Shuah Hui was reluctant to let go. Isn't this a perfect military merit collector? After knowing that Ji Hung has this ability, Su Xiaocai can imagine the future position of Admiral, and Ji Hung is a sure thing. Ji Hung entered this state when Muten and Luju came. In the end, Luju went to get the supplies, and Muten defended. The supplies were entangled in the crooked tree, and Luju wanted to cut down the whole tree, swinging the magnetic blade dagger in her hand. Be careful, Muten said. A huge rock rolled down from the cliff. Luju tried to dodge, but the simple trap covered by the parachute was triggered, and a metal rope trapped the mecha's hand together with the crooked tree. Ji Hung jumped up and flew out of the river, and the magnetic blade pierced Muten, who was facing away from him. Muten was shocked, but did not hesitate to shoot. She was shocked that Ji Hung actually avoided the life detector. You cheated. The magnetic blade with full output directly split half of the mecha's mechanical arm. Even now, she did not find Ji Hung on the life detector. It makes no sense. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he cheated without hiding. Ji Hung dared to do this. He must have been able to use fair means. Could it be the new technology of Fifan Island? Ji Hung moved quickly, like the death god who was asking for his life. The first strangulation, the mecha strangled the other arm of Muten's mecha at an incredible angle. This was a skill created by Wu Qingqing imitating Su Xiaocai, and Ji Hung used it for the first time. Hu Ping said he was abnormal, without any water. Ji Hung snatched Muten's weapon and shot her in return. Ji Hung was not afraid of his trump card being exposed. This ability was more suitable for dealing with insects, not humans. He relied on his stealth-learned driving skills to hold down Muten's mecha tightly, and fired continuously at close range, making a dent in the outer protective armor of the mecha cabin and pressing the mecha cabin. Muten couldn't even eject to escape. The magnetic blade still had a little energy left, so he mercilessly left it in the mecha cabin. A voice rang out over the competition field, Peony is out. As soon as Lu Ju broke free and tried to save Peony, Peony died. Ji Hung stood up and put on a heavy metal-colored mecha, which was gorgeous and colorful. In the audience, the women shouted wildly, saying that he was so handsome. The men almost slapped their thighs, and also liked Ji Hung very much. They put Ji Hung in their own shoes and couldn't be more happy. Oh my god, so handsome, the boyfriend power exploded. Su Bao can watch handsome guys eat every day, so envious, I can eat 2 more bowls of rice. He's divorced, so he's second-hand. You can be jealous. What's second-hand? I've seen the real person. I've been through so many men. I can tell at a glance that Ji-er is very innocent. He should not have been opened yet. Oh my god, what did I see? Is it something I can see? Even if he's a scumbag, I'm willing to be scumbag. Why is Ji-er called Ji-er? He's stupid. He's a straight man. Don't use a filter. Lu Ju's scalp tingled. She was no match for Ji Hung. For the first time, Lu Ju hated herself for realizing this gap, and not being able to fight against Ji Hung fearlessly. Xiangcha, what's going on? I tell you when I get back. Lu Ju chose to retreat. Both groups didn't get any benefit from the first encounter with the vegetable farmers. Before, they thought they could fight the vegetable farmers to a draw through tacit cooperation. It seems that they can only outsmart them. Ji Hung is more like a bug than Yunji's people. His combat power is too strong, and he has a hidden effect. Muten complained to Ji Hung about cheating as soon as the game came out, but she was slapped in the face very quickly. The artificial intelligence submitted a complaint immediately. After Xiaoji saw Ji Heng's own ability, he didn't know whether to report it to the military or the law enforcement department. Because Xiaoji has a rule that when encountering a superpower, the military should be reported first, which is beneficial to protecting geniuses. But the agreement states that any cheating complaints must be reported to the law enforcement department. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiaai Ji asked the big brother Wisdom-03 how to solve it. Wisdom-03 really thinks Xiaai Ji needs to upgrade, and its intelligence is very problematic. Does the other party's behavior count as cheating? No. It's just a deal. Just report it to the military. Xiaai Ji thinks it makes sense, thank you, Brother Sonda. Xiaai Ji's push scared the 5 generals. The second son of the Ji family actually has such a supernatural power. He is simply a cheating machine. Wu Qingqing's amazing shot has made the 5 generals very greedy, and want to win her over. However, since General Bai has already taken action, they are not in a position to do anything. Now that Ji Hung has the supernatural power of death transformation, even if General Bai stops them, they will fight for it. Xiaai Ji is still waiting for the military to reply. General Bai replied first, tell the complainant that everything is normal. He turned around and contacted Su Xiaokai, asking what happened to Ji Hung, whether other people had superpowers, and whether she had a way to stimulate superpowers without causing genetic collapse. Su Xiaokai sent him 6 points, and then told him, as you can see, after he joins the army, just take care of him. And whether I have a way to stimulate superpowers, what do you care about me? This is not a charity organization. General Bai touched his chin. Well, Su Xiaokai started to ask for things. She didn't say what she wanted, so you showed sincerity. As expected, free is always the most expensive. He had to figure out what he could exchange for what she had in hand. Xiaai Ji gave feedback to Muten, and Muten was so angry that she smashed the simulation cabin. If it wasn't for the reply from Xiaai Ji from the law enforcement department, she would have thought it was the work of the artificial intelligence of Fifan Island. If complaints don't work, you can only ask the coach what's going on. Miracle Patch, who always pays attention to the students' live broadcasts, is studying how far the students in the first echelon of his team are from the vegetable farmers, and wants to pull them back during the competition. But his information collection was not enough. He did not know the background of each vegetable farmer, and it was very vague. Now there was a cheater. Although there were people in the first echelon who had cheating means, that is, superpowers. But superpowers do not mean that you can win. It can be said that among the superpowers discovered by humans so far, it can be said that among the superpowers that Miracle Patch has seen, there are very few that are so obvious. Ji Hang's mecha driving skills are impeccable. He is a student that all coaches like. With superpowers, Miracle Patch coach wishes he was his team member. Muten explained the situation to him. She said that there was nothing wrong with her words, but not everyone knew about supernatural powers. Even if this matter was told to others, it would be difficult to explain. Because this was a magical change in the human body. Don't worry, it's not cheating, just play normally. Muten put away her indignation and sat there woodenly. Such an excellent person, if he were trained by Coach Yu, he would definitely be even better. Su Xiaokai buried Ji Hung, Muten thought. The coach of Miracle Patch chewed gum and felt sour, yes, very sour. He also wanted to confirm Muten's statement, but he couldn't. What are you thinking about? You can read more reviews online. My team members have special abilities, but I may not be able to discover them. In her team of 10, there are 2 people with special abilities, or even more, which is enough to prove that her vision of people and training direction are not wrong. Muten pouted. She just didn't want to admit that the gap between the second echelon of the school and the military-trained vegetable farmers was so big. She went back to the cabin to watch the live broadcast when she had nothing to do. Luju ran away in fear, and Ji Lei threw away the useless magnetic blade dagger. The bluff really worked. If Luju didn't leave, he might not be able to win the fight with him. There seemed to be some problems with the 2 energy devices of the mecha, and the energy was used up a little too quickly. If the energy can't hold up, he will be killed. Pack up the things and carry them back to the camp. This time, you can enter and exit the camp at will, and there is no limit on the time you stay. Sure enough, the competition venue is balanced. The more advanced the camp is, the higher the defense is, and the entry and exit time will be strictly controlled. Like the simple camp now, you can stay as long as you want. After Ji Hung returned, he put down the delivery bag and looked through the contents. Relatively speaking, there were more weapons than the previous package. There were 10 tracking bombs, a ballistic launcher, a magnetic blade long knife, and high explosive grenades. Then, there were a lot of nutrients and parts. My mecha energy device has a problem. Can you fix it first? Ji Hung said to Li Lei, what can I do for you? Li Lei, assemble the drone. Come on, assemble it and release it. The drone was a disposable item that did not require any technology. It just needed to land with a terrain detector. The terrain detector is a tennis ball-sized roller that can send special wavelengths. Through feedback, Li Lei can complete detection at farther places. There are a lot of things in the camp, and it is a bit messy. Li Shanchun doesn't know how to assemble, so Li Lei sent him to sort the supplies. He likes weapons of mass destruction and asked, "Can we get some chain mines? Put the things in order first, don't mix them up, otherwise it will be easy to blow ourselves up." After giving them a warning, Li Lei asked them to record the video. Watch the playback at 5 times the speed. Li Lei's expression was serious. Ji Heng's was nothing special. It was Li Shanchun's turn. Seeing him throwing mud poop at my red pants, Li Lei asked Li Shanchun, "Where did you get so much water? This area is not rich in water resources." Only when Ji Heng went to the farthest delivery point did he encounter a river, and this river was polluted. "I used the nutrient," Li Shanchun said, as a matter of course. It gives so many nutrients. With just the fight between the two teams, can the game last for several months? A few months refers to the competition time, not the real time. The communication was always open. After hearing it, Hu Ping secretly gave a thumbs up. He was just giving Li Shanchun an idea. Li Shanchun actually learned to use nutrient solution as water, without any instruction. After the replay, will the vegetable farmer team be scolded by many backward planets? "Dachuan, you are invincible. You are our best teammate." This compliment made Li Shanchun very proud. He puffed up his chest. "You can praise more." Li Lei watched Hu Ping's video twice. "Dachuan, you really did an amazing thing." Being praised in person, Li Shanchun became shy and blushed. "Even if you praise me, I won't be proud." Wu Feiyong sneered. Okay, you are not proud, you are just arrogant." What are Hu Ping and Wu Feiyong going to do? Of course, they are going to find their camp in the direction where Lu Ju and Xiang Cha retreated. The rules of the game are very simple. Either kill the opponent until he surrenders, or destroy the camp. Based on the direction of Lu Ju's escape, it can be basically determined that their camp is in the same direction. The route is similar, but Miracle Patch's camp seems to be located in a large old building. A large city hidden underground. From a distance, there is a strange building higher than the ground, but it can be seen that only a part of it is exposed above the ground. Hu Ping did not dare to go forward. They got off the mecha, hid in the cracks of the rocks, and used telescopes to look at the underground city in the distance. Chapter 138. Hu Ping complained, "It's so unfair. They are in the city, but we are in my jungle. There are so many things that can be used." Wu Feiyong sighed. The drones flying all over the sky are almost forming a regional blockade. The jungle also has its advantages. It is difficult for drones to find traces. But Hu Ping also thinks that the city has too many advantages. In the early stage, Miracle Patch only needs to defend. If the vegetable farmers choose to attack, they only need to survive the first round, and they can completely achieve dimensionality reduction in the later stage. The farmer found the enemy camp, and the audience suddenly realized that with such a start, those who said Su Xiaofai cheated were mentally ill. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the situation on the farmer side was even worse. Once the second wave of deployment began, the gap would be even greater. The only thing missing in the city was repair parts and tools, and there was nothing in the wild area. Hu Ping's face was serious. "Go back." The mecha didn't have much energy at the beginning, and it seemed that they didn't want them to start fighting in the early stage. This place was not suitable for talking about things, so the two of them went back quickly. In Miracle Patch's team camp, my pants were red, and I looked at my teammates to help clean the mecha. It was dry here, and the dried mud clumps condensed on the surface. There was a lack of water resources, so teammates could only help him blow it off with a strong wind machine, but it was still not clean enough. "Captain, the enemy seems to have touched our territory. Should we chase them?" "No, look at our mecha." The energy consumption was huge, and there were only 2 new backup energy sources, which meant that the other 3 people needed to wait for recharging. "You can use drones for a while. We have a lot of drones." "Did the drones you just released work?" "These crude drones have no tracking function. Mutant is dead, and their numerical advantage has almost disappeared. There are many usable materials in the city, but if these materials are to be used again, they must be processed. Everything takes time." The 2 vegetable farmers actually have the mind to go out for a stroll. Is this the difference in mentality? The coach said that many of the vegetable farmers have participated in the Battle of Huangyang Star. As for them, at most they suffered from a few days of suffering and hunger. So when dealing with a crisis, their mentality may not be as good as that of the vegetable farmers. Xiangcha has never agreed with this statement. He does not think that he is worse than the vegetable farmers. As long as they are given a little time, they cannot lose. Xiangcha took the initiative to join the logistics work with Lu Ju, and there was red guarding nearby. Both sides are now in a state of balance. The audience relaxed, some went out of the cabin to the toilet, and some went to order supper. The two hosts smiled and expressed their opinions to each other. I was stimulated by Ji Heng's attack just now. I'm not a professional commentator, but I like to watch the battles between mecha masters. I've seen a lot of real-life ring matches, but they are never so fierce. Online battles are a pioneer. Haha, I didn't notice Dachuan before. When I saw him fighting desperately, I saw such an obedient teammate for the first time. They all consciously didn't mention the mud poop thing, which was really insulting. Vegetable farmers sometimes make people speechless to the point that they don't want to be fans of them. Every time they watch, they have to be impressed by their shamelessness. On the other hand, netizens have criticized and condemned Yi Sun-chun's waste of nutrients. There is an overabundance of nutrients in the current arena, but I don't think the concept of wasting nutrients should be promoted. Well, the current situation is not good. You call this a waste? They got the supplies back. Isn't it their right to use them as they please? I don't mean to say that Dachun wasted nutrients, but I think the venue is unreasonable. The allocation of resources is too far from reality. No, these nutrients are all inferior. The wholesale price is only $1 per bottle, and it tastes terrible. Any bottle of mineral water is more expensive than this, okay? In reality, this is how supplies are delivered. As much food as possible, and a small amount of weapons to maintain livelihood. If you still have doubts, you can really go and experience life on the mining planet. It hurts me to watch it, but you know this is a virtual world, and you can't blame anything. Everything has two sides. It's good if it can cause us to reflect. Why should I reflect? I am so poor that I have to measure the water I use every day. Although I don't drink nutritional supplements, I can cook 2 dishes with 1 carrot. What can I reflect on when I am so frugal? The ones who reflect are never the people who care about waste in the comments, but the rich people who have no awareness of waste at all. Don't get excited. People in some places live too hard. If nutritional supplements are delivered to them, they can be sold for more than 10 yuan per stick. That's why I think it's unreasonable for Dachuan to use nutritional supplements. It's only used in competitions. Who would use nutrients as water in real life? Just when everyone was discussing about wasting resources, Li Lei explained something to Hu Ping, who had returned to the camp. We can't give the other party a chance to grow. Hu Ping nodded and made a prompt decision: attack at night. He rubbed Li Shanchuan's head. You are very good, you have a bit of luck. Unlike our Jier, he relies purely on his strength. Li Shanchun came out of the shyness after the praise. What does this mean? He was going to be angry. He really was going to be angry. Get lost. Ji Hung shook his head. Tell me what we're going to do tonight. We don't want to play. Hu Ping chuckled. Change someone else to play. The audience was confused. Change someone else to play. So Li Shanchun was sent to play with mud after moving the things. Brother Ping, are you going to make your pants sick to death? Maybe, probably. As night fell, Hu Ping and the other 4 set out again. Xiang Cha, who had similar ideas to Hu Ping, did the same, and sent out any mecha that was full of energy to patrol. Knowing that Hu Ping had been here during the day, they guessed that they would most likely attack at night, which was the best opportunity for the vegetable farmers. As long as they could defend successfully, tomorrow would be theirs. The host was amazed at the agility of the 2 chess players. Miracle Patch processed many long-range weapons in just one afternoon, including a large crossbow that could not be detected by instruments, and a superpowered laser gun that could hit the target with 1 shot. Being hit meant losing most of the combat power. On the other hand, the vegetable farmers really had a lot of fun, distributing weapons, making drones, mini drones, and land vehicles. The host found it hard to understand what they were doing. What can these drones that fly randomly on fixed routes do? A ping is off. They are going to fight again. Let's wait and see. Will our Xiangcha win, or will a ping take them by surprise and succeed? The audience was disappointed and impatient with the vegetable farmers' bad behavior. The live broadcast screen darkened, but fortunately the stars were shining, covering the earth with a layer of light silver light. Under the silver light, the red land looked like a warrior cemetery, bloodstained for thousands of miles, and strangely beautiful. The audience praised the meticulousness of the competition venue, and the gravel and rock layers all have their own unique charm. Look at this light and shadow. It's amazing. Thiefin Island Company must have an artificial intelligence dedicated to designing scenes. It can be comparable to the cooperation of many artists. Artificial intelligence can never replace human creativity. I don't believe that there is no one behind such a scene. Didn't you watch the news? The chief designer is Su Xiaokai, and the scene arrangement is all her idea. I believe in Su Xiao's aesthetics. Her Fifan Island games always resonate with me. Many scenes seem to happen around me. She also makes me see the cruelty of war. The 4 vegetable farmers acted separately, bringing the anti-heavy bee swarm drone to quietly approach the Miracle Patch camp. The bee swarm broke in disorderly, and when it collided with the Miracle Patch drone, the alarm sounded throughout the night sky. There were falling flames in the starry sky. The drone died bravely. Xiangcha gritted his teeth. Sure enough, we are here to avenge Muden. In the next team competition, Muden can't participate. I rub my hands with red pants. Don't let anyone stop me from beating the kid who threw shit at me. Jasmine is his girlfriend. She smiled and said, "Can you recognize that the mecha is his? You are encouraging others again." My pants were red and angry. But his voice was very soft. Obviously, he was a henpecked man. While talking, Xiangcha and Luju had already driven their mechas to fight. But no one came from Huping, and there was no one around. Molly, Xiangcha, their mechas are at 2 o'clock in your direction, too. The other one is at 9 o'clock, 3 kilometers away. Only 3 mechas? Yes. At present, they only need to defend, but in the dim environment, it is difficult to see what tricks they are doing. The mechas turned on the night vision mode. No matter what they were going to do, they were not afraid. Laser weapons were prepared. This type of weapon consumed more energy, but dozens of rounds could still be fired. For a moment, there were explosions and laser weapons responded to the alarm. The night sky was as bright as day. The carts and drones sent by the vegetable farmers were quickly pushed away. These weapons with terrible attack power forced the mechas on both sides to dodge, and could not get close. But what they didn't know was that there was a large catapult, a manpower-powered thing, throwing a huge object in the direction of the underground city. 1, 2, 3. Mud that can only be seen with the naked eye fell from the sky. My pants were red, so I quickly deployed the energy shield. A big, really huge lump fell directly on the energy shield. It spread when touched, and the pace slid down, which was particularly challenging for human vision. Would the other party dare to use this trick again? Xiangcha, they threw shit again. Where did all the shit come from? It's mud. Don't be hypocritical. Let's see what they want to do. It can't be seen, and the detector can't detect it. We need to calculate the orbit. Jasmine answered. The mechas on both sides were meant to attract their attention. They didn't use any advanced weapons, but they made them run around in circles. The vegetable farmers must be sick. Why use such a dirty trick? What's the point of disgusting them? Soon, they knew what the use was. When the drone entered the Miracle Patch defense network, it dropped a lot of not very sophisticated jammers, which lost their effect after a while. Feng Shuazi hurriedly said, "Xiangcha, they made a low-frequency sound for some reason, which lasted for a long time. Most of the drones were attacked." Xiangcha, can you guess their intention? No, this fixed low frequency is like summoning something. Xiangcha's face changed drastically. He thought of the monsters before. Are they still human? Please ask for help. Instantly, rumbling sounds came from all directions, and 10 monsters broke through the wall. These monsters have a very clear target, which is the location of the mud poop. Although they look ferocious, they are blind, but their tentacles are sharp, and they can accurately locate where there is food suitable for them. The soil full of nutrients is their best food. As the overlords of such a desolate planet, they don't eat fresh meat. They swallowed half of the wall covered with nutrient soil in one gulp. Because the nutrient soil is extremely scattered, the monsters are rampant, like bulldozers. The wall, which has been partially eroded by time, is like a domino. It collapses here, and then the other side collapses. But Xiangcha couldn't stop it. The weapons that were supposed to be used to deal with monsters were used to attack drones. All they could do was watch the camp being destroyed. The system announced that the vegetable farmers won. Seeing this result, not only Xiangcha was dumbfounded, but the coach was dumbfounded too. It ended too quickly. The host couldn't help but raise a question from the soul on behalf of all the audience. Can it be operated this way? So the artificial intelligence came out to explain, making good use of everything that can be used can have unexpected results. If you have heard of the Battle of the Flat Meteor Bugs, you can be inspired by it. One of the leaders of the Flat Meteor used the beasts on the planet to deal a fatal blow to the invading bugs, creating time for military support and evacuation of civilians. Few people know about this battle because it happened on a remote and poor planet. Every battle is actually recorded in history, but few people read it. The beasts can delay the Zerg for a while, so it is also easy to destroy a city that is about to weather. These beasts are mutant species, and still survive on the flat planet. They are called guardian gods by the locals. After hearing the explanation of the artificial intelligence, the host suddenly realized that they told people about this battle and let people search for it. So you can use all the items given by the competition. It's so shocking, it ended so quickly, there really are such beasts in the world. I have some doubts. Xiaai Hui knew there was such a scene, so he let the farmer win. Don't doubt it, it's true. That's not right, there was a similar competition in Yunji, and they also won by taking advantage of the environment. You are allowed to have a city behind you to support you, but the farmer is not allowed to take advantage of the wild. Even if you can't find it, even if I give it to you, you can't say it's a hint given by the farmer just because you can't find it yourself. You think the farmer cheated. The military has already stationed professors in their territory. With the farmer's strength, why would he cheat? There is really no need to cheat. The third game is a practical exercise. If there is cheating, it will be seen immediately. Why ruin your reputation? The performance of each of them must be seen by the higher-ups. The AI of the law enforcement department is still there. I don't believe no one has complained. Okay, the organizing committee has come out to clarify that the layout of the competition venue is in compliance with regulations, and there is nothing wrong with the farmer's approach. Someone else got a similar map before, but they didn't know how to use the geographical advantage, so they blamed others for being able to use it? Many people were indignant and spoke up for Miracle Patch, but Xiangcha closed her eyes and accepted the result. Losing is losing, there's nothing to say. Someone summarized it. The vegetable farmer's tactics of adapting to local conditions are amazing, down to earth, and creating a new combat mode. It is estimated that in the next stage, many teams will know how to use the environment. We won. After Hu Ping left the cabin, he boasted about his excellent leadership this time. Not only did he show off in front of his teammates, he also logged into his account and wrote a very pretentious sentence. Simple and simple. When his teammates found out, they wanted to beat him up. What simple and simple is that? Without Li Lei's efforts behind the scenes, Li Shanchun triggering the feeding of poop, and Ji Hung killing Mutant to eliminate the advantage in numbers. He is nothing. There is a lucky factor in every step. However, Xiaai Hui did not blame him, and quietly increased the difficulty of training a little bit. Hu Ping complained bitterly, woo, Coach Su is inhuman. The next day, the list of eliminated teams in the team competition was released. 1/4 of the teams were eliminated at once, nearly 1 million teams. Analysis of the results. Needless to say, the last ones almost never won. Those who were just eliminated were all helpless, as they all won more than 5 games. But they couldn't complain, the teams at the top of the ranking were really amazing. Yunji was the most dazzling, and never lost in either individual or team competitions. The most aggrieved one was the match between Song Shu and Feng Huasha, which was not easy to win, and they were also tricked into obtaining mecha intelligence. The Junhua Dream Academy team quickly adapted and began to fight in harmony, and their individual strength could crush many of the players below. Hui's staff performed well. However, the most popular and anticipated team was the Vegetable Farmer team. Every time they played, the team never had all the players. In 10 games, the Witch played 4 times, and Ji Hung, Hu Ping, Wu Qingqing, Feng Huasha, Li Lei, and Lu Sun took turns to command. The variety of commands is admirable. Each of them is an all-round talent. Other teams had no idea who was in charge of the future games. And their mechas were all standard ones, and had not been improved. You can imagine how much strength they had saved. Every audience member felt that this week had passed very quickly, and they were still not satisfied. Every game was very good, and the key was that after watching it, they could go to the next mecha field to rent and play for a while. After playing, you will understand what a blow is, and you will understand the gap between amateur and professional mecha masters. People discussed the competition everywhere. The more often the vegetable farmers were mentioned, the more attention the student teams from the military training school received. In the second round of the team competition, only 9 teams from the military training school made it, one of which was the vegetable farmers. Other schools, such as Junhui, which was often compared, entered 25 teams, and Junhua Dream Academy, which ranked first in the last session, entered 38 teams. This is incredible for military schools that have always ranked high. Anyway, I don't know which person did the statistics, but among the double-digit numbers, Junpei is the only single digit. In other schools, teachers will go out of their way to help with some training, but only Junpei is like an orphan. The school coach only takes care of the team he has formed, and the vegetable farmers have Xiaai Hui. Other teams can only grope their way through. Chapter 139. The principal has no targets, and the teachers can only tell them about the competition when they are free, so 9 teams can enter the second round, which is actually a reflection of the high quality of the school's students. The principal looked at the data and understood that it would not work to leave it alone, but it would be better to ask Mei Lan than to rely on the school coach. He went to the teacher to guide the students. Mei Lan went from having a bald forehead to having a bald top. His bald head was so shiny that the students were on vacation, some went home, and some stayed in school just to borrow the simulation cabin. But the principal gave the order, and he had the responsibility to do it well. So he could only call the students who entered the second round of the team competition to the new world for a meeting through the contact information. There were more than 3 million teams, and only 9 of them were military training teams. The principal didn't care much about this proportion, but he felt embarrassed after seeing it. In the evening meeting, Mei Lan also notified Xiaai Hui and the teachers of the mecha department. Xiaai Hui yawned. She stayed up late again last night. Ji Heng's advancement task had been completed. Finally, she didn't have to worry about this kid. She also got a successful case. In addition, she designed an assembly line for woody sunflower to extract effective substances. She has always been a very energetic person, but because of too much, she suffers from severe sleep deprivation. The New World classroom is bright and clean, with a sense of unreality, but it can change its appearance at any time. As long as you pay a little money, you can freely display your artistic talent in the classroom. Obviously, Mei Lan didn't spend so much time on this classroom, and kept it in its original state. Mei Lan's image in the new world is very similar to reality, with a little less baldness, which makes him look much younger. Many students came online and thought they were in the wrong place after being approved to teleport here. Wu Qingqing, Professor, it's really you, are you wearing a wig? Mei Lan was annoyed. This is my real hair. What wig should I wear in the new world? Yes, teacher, what do you want us to do? Let's talk later, Mei Lan said. Wu Qingqing shrugged, and seeing that he didn't want to talk now, he sat down and sat in the row next to Xiaai Hui. Xiaai Hui was sleeping on the table, and Feng Wansha and Xing Miao were both keeping quiet. Wu Qingqing whispered and then greeted the people in the front and back rows, all of whom she knew. There were few people in the mecha department who were not on her contact list. The senior in the front row spoke to her softly. Did you see the number of school teams that entered the second round of the team today? Single digits. All the players were given a day off today, and Wu Qingqing stayed in bed and didn't have time to see it. So the principal immediately asked Mei Xiaoguang to come? No, now he should be called Mei Dogguang, the unlucky one, who is unlucky to meet students from our class. The brilliant record of single-digit results would make Jun Ya's gang laugh for a long time if they were told to others. Wu Qingqing, don't you feel embarrassed? Her face was very hot, and she really wanted to show Jun Ya's people that Jun Pei was not a coward. With our crazy mental state, I feel blessed to be able to enter the 4th round. Our team has won 8 games in a row, and the last 2 games will be against Yunji and Jun Yu's first echelon. The senior sister shook her head and said, with our luck, we may face you in the 2nd round. When that happens, I will definitely surrender and admit defeat. No, people will think we cheated. Haven't you been thought of cheating many times? Wu Qingqing, That's right. Soon, Ji Heng and Hu Ping came and sat next to Wu Qingqing. He asked them, has Coach Su eaten yet? Lunchtime had passed, but Xiaai Hui was still sleeping, which proved that she didn't know what she did last night. I don't know, it's best not to wake her up. Xiaai Hui, who was hungry and not getting enough sleep, was a little scary. Shuah Hui's teammate came online at this time, and their team also entered the 2nd round, but they ranked around 10,000 on the battle power list, which means they just stepped into the elite team category, but they may fall out of the elite team, which is a very dangerous number. The coach and many mecha teachers also came online. The moment the math teacher saw Xiaai Hui, his eyes lit up, and he wanted to come over to say hello. Wu Qingqing and several boys put their fingers to their mouths at the same time. You can talk, but don't push her awake. Xiaai Hui is a rational person, but she doesn't get enough sleep, and she will be a little depressed when she is woken up by unimportant trivial matters. She could sleep in her seat, which showed that she didn't care what Mei Lan said, and she was just giving face to the principal's relative. The math teacher said regretfully, okay, I find her later. At this time, Xiaai Hui also got up. The classroom was getting noisier, and she couldn't even take a light nap. She saw the math teacher in her peripheral vision. The math teacher smiled gently. Xiaai Hui rubbed her eyebrows. Her face was slightly cold, and she half lying on the chair, not to be violated. The feeling of a boss came over her. It might be the boss's halo, there might be. Vegetable farmer. As a coach, no one dared to talk to her the moment she opened her eyes. The surroundings fell silent. "Hello, Sue." The math teacher smiled. Xiaai Ji raised her eyes and smiled slightly. "Sorry, teacher, I really don't have time for the time being. Can you come to me after school starts?" Okay. The math teacher smiled and said it was okay. Xiaai Ji was still the polite Xiaai Ji, but she didn't dare to ask any more questions now. Today's Fiefan Island is not the Fiefan Island of yesterday. If it was just a small company before, it is now a behemoth. As the boss, Xiaai Ji's worth doubled. The math and physics teacher looked at Xiaai Ji again. Xiaai Ji had a half smile on her lips, and her eyes were no longer as clear as before. It could be seen that she was hiding a hint. The math and physics teacher had realized it. Xiaai Ji promised to help when she had time after school started, but it was not selfless dedication. Her research team had to show sincerity. This is an unspoken rule. It's not that I said I would help, and you don't have to pay anything. Xiaai Ji didn't ask for compensation before, so she kept refusing. Once you agree to participate, it means that you have to pay enough. The math and physics teacher returned to his seat, thinking about what the laboratory could offer to invite this master. Not a master, but better than a master, the price is hard to determine. "Student Sue, can you sign your name?" "I want one too." Xiaai Ji didn't want to leave a signature in the new world. "It's useless to sign now, wait until school starts." Okay, remember. Remember to come find me." Shuah Hui looked at everyone's eyes focused on Xiaai Ji. She leaned back in her chair, her face calm, her heart bitter. Xiaai Ji is on a glorious path. She grew up in a wealthy family, followed the rules, and received elite education step by step, but she is about to be forgotten by everyone. She has no outstanding works recently, not because she doesn't want to show them, but compared with Xiaai Ji's achievements, they are nothing. Shuah Hui is somewhat self-aware in this regard. So she has been selecting candidates for her fiancé recently, hoping to raise her social status again through the powerful husband's family. She didn't listen to a word of Shuah's father and mother's teachings. Shuah Hui, who grew up in the lower class in her previous life, has been unable to escape the vicious circle and curse of relying on others to get to the top. She subconsciously wants to seek external forces, not rely on herself. She thinks that her knowledge is not enough to become a superior person. Her inferiority complex makes her extremely jealous. The follower around her found out that something was wrong with her at the first time, and put his hand on her shoulder. "Everything will be fine. She won't be glorious forever. You are the daughter of the Shuah family. You have to learn to endure." Shuah Hui had a stern face and hated the contact with the follower. Recently, the follower has become more and more presumptuous and has started to control her. But she was under all-round surveillance by the Shuah family, and only her followers could help her buy things and pass on messages. The agreed time came, and there were only 2 contestants, who did not come because they could not come for some reasons, and had already asked for instructions. Meilon began to speak, and his meaning was very clear. Only they entered the second round of military training, which was a very embarrassing thing. For this meeting, he contacted all the teachers, and would help them with centralized training. See if they have any good suggestions to save the existing number of people, and not be eliminated easily. Wu Qingqing raised her hand. "We have our own coach here, so we won't participate in such training." Meilon looked at Xiaai Ji. "You are their coach. What do you think?" Xiaai Ji said firmly, "Of course, I think my training method is fine. The results of the vegetable farmers have proved that I have the ability. If anyone can beat me in theory and practice, then I will give up the position of coach, and the vegetable farmers can go wherever they want." Xiaai Ji almost pointed at Meilon's nose and said, "Others are not as good as me, so don't talk to me about centralized training, which will affect the progress of my team." The vegetable farmers straightened up unconsciously, and they were sure that Xiaai Ji's good temper towards the math and science teacher was all an illusion, and her mood was still very low. At this time, it was time to stroke her in the right direction. If she was pushed against the right direction, she might be knocked off the line. Meilon seemed to understand this. "That's not what I meant. I just wanted to say that the vegetable farmer's achievements are obvious to all. If possible, you can occasionally participate and give guidance to the students." The contestants were cheered up, and felt that teacher Meilon was worthy of being the school dog. When she was thick-skinned, no one could beat her. If Xiaai Ji could really come to give guidance occasionally, they would definitely report on time every day. Xiaai Ji was poured with cold water. "I don't have time." Xiaai Ji was very aggressive when she became tough, and no one dared to refute her. Meilon was worried that she would be impatient again, so she tried to be polite, and the attitude of controlling students completely disappeared. It's okay. This meeting is just to ask the teachers and coaches for their opinions first, and then train the players according to their characteristics. If teachers and coaches participate, they will receive a salary, and if the team advances, there will be extra bonuses. That's about right. Some teachers are not happy about being called here to help train students. But if they hear that there are wages and extra bonuses, that's different. The bonuses for military training are always generous. Everyone glanced at Xiaai Hui and laughed secretly, laughing at Mei Lan for finally meeting a master and being defeated by one thing. Xiaai Hui didn't say anything. As long as you don't bother her, she's still easy to talk to. What other suggestions do you have? Let's discuss it now, and we decide on the spot. Mei Lan said. The contestants didn't have any suggestions. Targeted training can only improve a little bit at most. They had a lot of concentrated training at school. The only adjustments the teachers could make to them were to add knowledge and teach them some personal skills, which was not as useful as Xiaai Hui's guidance. While others were discussing, Xiaai Hui was playing with a small ornament, and it was obvious that she was thinking about something. She was thinking about when the woody bamboo shoot extract medicine would be available. 2 days ago, she contacted General Bai and asked about the Inhuman Research Institute. General Bai only revealed a few words, but it was enough to make Xiaai Hui sick. They charge money for work. The more money you pay, the faster you get better. You will become addicted to drugs and have to take them for life. General Bai summarized these words. Other drug testers have also complained that the free drugs from the Non-Human Research Institute are painful to take and the injections are painful. He couldn't stand it after trying it once. If he doesn't continue, his genes will collapse faster. If he leaves the identity of a drug tester, he will have to spend money to buy legal drugs. He can't take them for 2 months even if he empties his family's savings. But this drug testing model is legal. Without drug testers, there will be no new drugs on the market. As a result, many drug research companies need to ignore the topic of ethics. No matter how much they ignore it, there must be a bottom line. The Inhuman Research Institute has no bottom line at all, and it is doing some extreme experiments. Xiaai Hui only found out about it last night. Lu Qin found a channel to get a pill and an injection for the test subjects. Xiaai Hui knew what was going on with these things as soon as she tested them. These drugs are like a whole apple that was broken into fine puree, added with other things, and made into the shape of an apple to make a portion dish. Not only has the taste changed, it's not even apples. The Non-Human Research Institute wants to do mutant research. If Xiaai Hui didn't come from a more high-tech place, she would have no idea what these drugs and injections do. If the Non-Human Research Institute doesn't behave like a human, then she teach them how to behave like a human. After all, her medicine just happened to compete with the Non-Human Research Institute. If she doesn't teach the Non-Human Research Institute how to behave like a human, they do something to her. The Non-Human Research Institute somehow found out that a new pharmaceutical factory was going to open, and wanted to buy the prescription, no matter what the prescription was, and offered a price as high as tens of billions. Fortunately, Lu Qin is General Bai's man. The temptation of money doesn't work for him, and fortunately, Mrs. Lu went to the Su planet and was fully protected by Father Su. There are commissions on the dark web to find Mrs. Lu everywhere, and trick her to a certain time period and place. This is not right. If I can't get you, I will destroy you. Xiaai Hui hates the practice of the Inhuman Research Institute. You can compete, but using this kind of threatening routine is not competition, but trying to monopolize. Wu Qingqing and the seniors are chatting about everything. The seniors enter the new world and want to train on their own. Sometimes they will hire some retired soldiers to help with sparring and guidance. Such sparring is effective. The seniors asked Wu Qingqing how she trained. Wu Qingqing was mute because she didn't know how to speak, what parts she could say, and what parts she couldn't say. So Hu Ping took over. We are similar, but we rarely practice with others. When we practice, we use some copies of Fifan Island. Hu Ping was not talking nonsense. These copies were generated by artificial intelligence, the chess player Xiaai Hui. She would collect many generals' command styles to play chess. What they have to deal with is multiple personalities, Xiaai Hui and powerful artificial intelligence. At the same time, the chess player is also their mentor, teaching them how to play chess. If you want to improve, you can't just be a chess piece, create a chess player, and take the lead yourself. Hu Ping talked a lot, seemingly saying everything, but there was not much substance. After listening, the seniors were envious, backed by a mountain, so many resources. How do you usually exercise your physical fitness? Now the new world generally gives a certain amount of physical fitness, according to physical fitness. If you enter the finals, you have to exercise endurance, speed and strength. It is impossible to achieve success overnight, so you must start training now. Wu Qingqing and Hu Ping didn't dare to say anything. They didn't know how to lie. They said that they relied on high-tech and daily exercise. They couldn't say it even if they were beaten to death. But it is a fact that their physical fitness has been greatly improved. When it comes to the finals, it will definitely be a secret weapon. The senior sister saw that Wu Qingqing was embarrassed. Forget it, there are some secrets that I won't pry into. Do you have any good suggestions? We are all in the same school, and we don't want to lose so badly. With their current strength, it is difficult to enter the finals, but it is good to have more students from the same school enter the finals. Yunji itself is not a big threat, and their number is limited. The finals will never be like now, where one team advances through field matches. It is more likely that the championship will be won in a big melee. Junwei has estimated that 3 teams will be able to enter. If the big melee is as expected, Junwei will have a great advantage. The classmates all glanced at Su Xiaokai, sincerely hoping that Su Xiaokai could help, or even give some suggestions. Why are you looking at me? I can't help you. I don't have time. I really don't have time. I'm sitting here, thinking about the company's affairs. I don't have any more energy. If you don't mind, let the vegetable farmers practice with you. They have some time after 9 o'clock in the evening. Really? It's a great opportunity to practice with the vegetable farmers. Su Xiaokai doesn't restrict the wishes of Wu Qingqing and others. Who doesn't have a few good friends? As long as they are willing to practice with you, I don't care about anything else. The senior student held Wu Qingqing's hand. Junior sister, please, practice with us more. I want to see your live broadcast shooting trick. Wu Qingqing was a little shy, not that good. She touched her nose. Ask others if they have time. I can't make a decision alone. There are prerequisites for practicing with us. Ji Hung thought. He didn't continue, but handed it over to Xingmiu. Xingmiu, we can only communicate with you for one team battle every day. After the team battle, we can also explain the shortcomings to you. But you know, 7 teams, taking turns to play one game a week, is not very effective. I suggest you pick 2 teams to focus on. 7 teams means to completely kick out Shuah Hui's team. The senior sister understood it immediately. The elite plan focuses on the 2 teams that may win, rather than dispersing them. After all, there is not much time left for military training. Another point, you must make a confidentiality plan. The content of the sparring must not be leaked, and it cannot be expressed in writing. After the game, it will be another matter. Xing Miao thought about it. Maybe a rich man will treat him to a midnight snack one night. Added, if we cancel the training temporarily due to something, you can't complain. Chapter 140. That's for sure, they know. They can't be ungrateful. The senior's surname is Fu, her face is plump round, and she has 2 dimples when she smiles. She is a junior, because the coach selected her before, not the school, so her ability is not prominent. She is very good at calculations, and she can use any long-range weapon in 2 minutes. But her strength is not in the top 10 in the grade. Until she participated in the competition, she discovered this advantage of hers, and shined in the competition. It's not as good as Wu Qingqing's spatial concept shooting, but each has its own advantages. Senior sister Fu's team performed well, ranking around 13,000 in combat power, and is the most likely to enter the finals after Shuah Hui's team. About 10 minutes later, Mei Lan asked them if they had any suggestions, and senior sister Fu mentioned increasing strength through sparring. She has already made an appointment with the vegetable farmer to spar for 1 or 2 hours at 9:30 in the evening. Mei Lan smiled when he heard that the vegetable farmer could lead the other 2 teams, but he was a smart man, and would never involve Shuah Hui. Okay, they are all good kids, just discuss this. The vegetable farmer and senior sister Fu both thought it was okay, but the school coach thought it was not. He stood up, nearly 2 meters tall, blocking a piece of light. The other teams are weaker, and we should focus on training the teams that are capable of entering the finals. How can we let them arrange it on their own? Mei Lan coughed twice. This is the student's own decision. The school can't interfere too much. They are friends, willing to help each other. It's a good thing. So you want to treat him differently? You are still a student, but you are so petty, and have no overall view? The coach was angry that his team did not preserve their combat power, and perform normally, and was ranked 10,000th in combat power. He was very unwilling. He did not want to admit that this temporary team was weak. His training was useful, but the players' talents had a limit, and could not be broken through in a short time. If Ji Hung and Wu Feiyang had not left, causing others to form their own teams after asking for their opinions, his team's combat power would definitely be among the top 5. Xiaai not only snatched away his good players, but also openly confronted them in front of so many children, clearly questioning his vision. The fighting power of the vegetable farmers was only ranked 50th after 10 games, which was not great. These players were given to him, and he could help them achieve greater success. This coach had a lot of authority accumulated every day, and he was also a teacher, controlling their final grades, so no one confronted him for a while. Xiaai didn't know what this coach was thinking. She sneered. Being polite to the enemy team was cruel to himself. Xiaai is not afraid of having her grade stuck. With her patent and current social status, as long as she doesn't act like a bad person, she will definitely get her diploma. The evidence she has collected recently is similar. And she found that Shuah Hui might not be as simple as rebirth, so Xiaai has to take some action. Xiaai said softly, yes, I treat her differently. Then coach, tell me, help your enemy, let her grow, give her resources, and when she succeeds, slap me in the face and suppress me. Is that the so-called overall situation? The school coach frowned. How can we confuse them? School is school, and personal grudges are personal grudges. Why not? School is also part of society. Personal grudges affect my future development. What's wrong with me drawing a clear line at the beginning? If you have the ability, help your good players more. Why do you have to pay for it while we sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor? When did I sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor? You Ji-hung, Wu Feiyang, Hu Ping, all of these people were taught by me. The school coach was furious. How dare you say that you trained Hu Ping? Xiaai said coldly, I don't deny that you have trained them. But they can improve so fast. First of all, they have their own efforts, and secondly, I have paid attention to them. They know how much I have done for them, and there is no need for you, a former coach, to question it. Hu Ping clapped his hands for Xiaai and scolded the school team coach for being shameless. Yes, our progress is because of Coach Su, not someone who took advantage of school resources and insisted on taking the credit for himself. The school team coach pointed at Hu Ping. You. What do you mean by you? Anyway, at school, you don't like me and I don't like you either. Saying that you trained me is pure bullshit. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Xiaai gave Xingmu a hint with a wink. Xingmu nudged Ji-hung under the table. Ji-hung reacted and held Hu Ping down to continue. Their graduation results were still held by this teacher. Unless they could win the championship, this coach would definitely have many excuses to control them. Xiaai took over Hu Ping's words and said firmly, I'm publicly declaring in front of so many people that I won't help the team with Shuah Hui, even if it's as small as a hair. I know exactly what kind of person she is. She's not worth helping at all. She has corrupt morals and bad character. She'd better not meet my team in the competition, otherwise, she will be eliminated in the worst way. There was complete silence. This was no longer just an enemy. It was a mortal enemy, the kind that would fight to the death. What kind of bad things did Shuah Hui do to make a popular public figure issue such a solemn statement? Xiao's authority is increasing day by day. As a coach, she also protects her shortcomings. She knows that Hu Ping was forced out of the school team by this coach. She knows what kind of temperament her apprentice has. He looks weird, but he is a good kid. So she has no burden to criticize the school team coach, and she will not show mercy to Shuah Hui. Xiaai turned around, and a smile suddenly bloomed on her serious face. She said to Mei Lan, don't call me when Shuah Hui is around in the future. I find it annoying. Mei Lan swallowed her saliva. Xiaai was really bold. The school coach was furious. You are vicious. You are a big boss, but you can't be more generous. Shuah Hui is a little girl. What evil can she do? Didn't you just say that I was petty? What evil she did doesn't need you as a coach to judge. The law should judge. Woo woo. Shuah Hui covered her face and cried as she left the line. Her innocent look aroused sympathy from some students. You don't have to say such harsh words. What's the difference between this and bullying? Someone murmured. Xiaai said, there is still a difference. After all, if someone dares to go against Shuah Hui, they either have mental problems, drop out of school, or get killed. Even the people around her are not spared. I am more powerful, safe and sound, and I fight back. Do you have any objections? You can hear such a small voice? The murmurer shut up. No one disputed Xiao's decision. Xiaai handed over the sparring to Feng Huasha, who was responsible for connecting with the team's logistics. The team decided on the follow-up matters and handed them over to her, so there would be no mistakes. After arguing with people and going out of the cabin to look for food, Xiaai felt refreshed. She went to the canteen to see if there were any snacks. Chef Li was talking to others about the company's game movie. Xiaai leaned closer. It's going to start shooting so soon. Have you said which star will be used? Yes. Hey boss, you don't know? I don't know. Boss Yu is here, ask him. Yu Haiming is too lazy to wear a suit now. When he doesn't see guests, he wears shorts, shirts and sneakers, calling it company culture. The culture of Phi Island's office is flexible working hours and freedom of dress. No one cares even if you come back in pajamas, as long as your clothes are not revealing. So in Phi Island's office, many people can only see their heads. Wear whatever is comfortable on weekdays, prepare a set of decent clothes in the closet, and change clothes when there are important guests. I heard that you are going to make a movie. Do you plan to invest? The plan was not ready, and Yu Haiming would not present it to her, so Xiaai asked here. Yes. Yu Haiming took several pieces of mochi from the snack window and stuffed them into his mouth. He was starving. Boss, do you have any ideas? No ideas. I plan to be a big gold customer and squeeze 2 people into the crew. Puff. The mochi choked his throat, and Yu Haiming hit his chest. Chef Li handed him water. After Yu Haiming drank it, he swallowed the mochi with a complicated expression. Could it be that Xiaai has learned to support a gigolo at such a young age? He asked, what stars do you know? In our plan, we require the quality of the movie, and the stars can't be too bad. Xiaai smiled, don't worry, they are women. I met them at Wu Xiang's party last time. They took the risk to tell her something, although they had their reasons for climbing up. But that's how people are, they can only climb up by making good use of resources. She is not afraid to give them opportunities within her ability. They look good, but I don't know how good their acting skills are, just give them a minor role. Yu Haiming suddenly realized that Xiaai actually remembered these 2 marginal figures. He immediately checked the information. The 2 little stars, Luo Min and Fair, are still good without makeup. The company they signed with happened to be one of the partners. Okay, I will give feedback to the director on this issue. Should you tell them about your help or not? Of course I should tell them. I don't do things that are ungrateful. But I remind them that I am just giving them a chance, and I won't be their financial backer or backer. I won't be their backer, but they can pretend that Xiaai is their backer. Isn't it like this in the entertainment industry? It's true and false. Once you have a high status, who will care who you used to have as a backer? Yu Haiming, I understand what you mean. During the preparation of the film, Fair and Luo Min received the interview notice from their agent. They were very surprised. For such a big production, they would only hold an audition, and would not specifically notify them to go for an interview. It just so happened that they recently terminated their contract and signed with the same company. What a coincidence that they still had the same agent. The agent asked them if they had met any sponsors recently. If so, they should tell the truth and not hide it, so that they can do some public relations. It doesn't matter if stars fall in love, but when the company intends to promote them, they cannot have any character problems. For example, being a third party, attending a gathering of multiple people of bad nature, someone has their dirty laundry to threaten, etc. This time, Phi Island invested, and they said that people with moral defects are strictly prohibited from participating. Both of them were very surprised, and suddenly they both thought of someone. Oh my god, is it the opportunity given by President Su? Is it her? It must be the movie that Phi Island Company participated in investing in. The agent was puzzled. What President Su? Please explain clearly. We know President Su from Phi Island. Fair spoke her mind. Luo Min held her down. We have some friendship with Mr. Su, the boss of Phi Island, and we didn't talk much afterwards because of the contact number. The agent had no doubt. A little friendship can win you 2 likable supporting roles. You are lucky. Hurry up and read the script, and seize the opportunity. The interview is just a formality, but the audience's response is the test for you. Okay, thank you, agent. After the agent left, Luo Min glared at Fair. You should keep quiet in the future. We can't show off with Xiao's identity. Do you know how we got to know her? Gossip. Fair covered her mouth. That gossip would kill people. Luo Min, got it. The process of our acquaintance must not be known to others. We only need to tell others that we added Mr. Su's contact number at the banquet. Fair nodded desperately. Then when we join the group in the future, should we tell Mr. Su the gossip we know? Luo Min, speak, why not? A little gossip can be exchanged for resources and deepen friendship. Let's not tell anyone how we know Mr. Su. Don't mention Mr. Su's name too much. Let's keep a low profile. The 2 little stars are determined to cling to Xiaai. As long as they have the words little stars introduced by Mr. Su hanging on their heads, they can be considered to have something to rely on. The little stars happily accepted the generous gift and decided to tell Su Xiaokai some big gossip in the circle that night. Su Xiaokai was amazed by what she saw. There are so many strange things in the entertainment circle, but it can't be read as a bedtime story. The more she read, the more excited she became. Just when Su Xiaokai was eating all kinds of gossips in the entertainment industry. Senior Sister Fu's team and another team led by Senior Chi participated in the evening battle training. Draw lots to see who comes first, and then the other team watches. Su Xiaokai lent them her private practice field. The training facilities here are more complete, but they need to be matched with a dedicated simulation cabin. Senior Sister Fu thought they were all decorations. You are quite ceremonial. Hee hee. Wu Qingqing laughed dryly. What Senior Sister Fu thought was a decoration was a sweat output machine for them. Senior Sister Fu and Senior Brother Chi drew lots, and Senior Sister Fu had better luck and won. Senior Brother Chi regretted that he could only watch them play against each other through an invisible wall. In the line, of course, you have to use real combat power to see the difference clearly. The Vegetable Farmer team had its first full team, using the highest standard 7-person team to compete with Senior Sister Fu's team. Obviously, the Vegetable Farmers underestimated their own strength. Less than 5 minutes after playing, the Huakai Fugui team was completely defeated. When the team name appeared in the mouth of the artificial intelligence referee, Senior Sister Fu collapsed inexplicably. We are flowers, you are vegetable farmers, you must be better than me. Let's play again, I won't be so careless. Seeing that so little time had passed, Xingmu agreed to play another game. Huakai Fugui lost at a faster speed. Fu Xuejia doubted her life. The vegetable farmers were so scary. How did they know their actions, and how did they organize the attack? She didn't know anything. Xingmiao gave her another chance. This time she reduced one person. But even so, Fu Xuejia still lost within 10 minutes. This was not a competition, it was a one-sided fight. Huakai Fugui team had no chance of winning. When Senior Chi's team saw Huakai Fugui lose a game, they were still grinning. When they saw the second game, they looked solemn. In the third game, they were just fainting. All the members of the vegetable farmers obviously let up, and they still couldn't last 10 minutes. It was outrageous. This gap is not a small river, but a chasm. After 3 games, Feng Wansha and Li Lei analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of Huakai Fugui for them. The advantage is obvious, the information collection ability is not bad, and everyone's cooperation is okay. The disadvantage is that Senior Fu's command is too easy to be seen through, and the individual strength of the team members is not good. Feng Wansha said, you want to improve your strength quickly now, there is only one thing, Senior Sister Fu, try to improve your command ability. It is difficult to improve personal strength in a short period of time. You can start by increasing your knowledge. Reading is what students are best at. By making good use of the environment, they can fight longer and turn the advantage of information collection into a winning chip. Xingmiao, teach me, even 10 minutes a day is fine. Senior Sister Fu said she could not repay him, but she could teach herself the experience of calculating the range and how to quickly get started with weapons. Xingmiao, okay, I tell you for 15 minutes every day, and you tell me for 15 minutes too. Senior Sister Fu held Xingmiao tightly. Thank you, beautiful lady. Senior Brother Chi was unwilling to be outdone. He wanted to learn from Ji Hung. Xingmiao's divine woman's rule was not suitable for him. To make accurate predictions, one must have strong psychological qualities and calculation abilities. So he wanted to ask Ji Hung for advice. The competition went on as scheduled, but the military kept placing orders for mechanical limbs. Because it was custom-made, the maximum output per week was only 1,000 mechanical limbs. With such a low output, it would be difficult for her to popularize it to the public in the future, let alone satisfy the military. Su Xiaokai had no choice but to go to the factory to optimize the production line. She brought 5 old professors with her. The military students had a big fight over this. Only a fool would miss this opportunity to enter the factory and watch Su Xiaokai draw pictures to optimize the production line. In the end, the old professors were the best. They reported directly to General Bai and let him make the decision. What could General Bai do? The old professors were stronger and had more famous titles. Of course, General Bai also asked for Su Xiaocai's opinion. Su Xiaokai didn't care. She couldn't just go there once. She could just take them once. The factory building of the mechanical limb is named Yuyi Yinsai Machinery Company, Ltd. She simply named the pharmaceutical factory Sushi Yushian Pharmaceutical Company Limited. These names were all thought out by her with great effort. The two factory managers suspected that Su Xiaotsai's forehead had just been pinched. But they didn't refute her. They didn't need to think of a name. They were also bad at naming. When they arrived at the factory, the employees in the factory were all retired disabled soldiers. They had already installed mechanical limbs, and were working normally. Hello, boss. Boss. The worker smiled brightly, happy to have priority in getting mechanical limbs. What's more gratifying is that their wages are 2 or 3 times higher than their previous jobs, and their benefits are the same as those of many large factories, which can take care of them in all aspects. The previous wages were barely enough to make ends meet, but now they have extra money to save. The survival of disabled people has always been difficult, and the same is true for retired soldiers. The country has done its best to help you find a job, and it is almost impossible to live like a normal person. It's different with mechanical limbs. Even if you change jobs in the future, you won't be stuck with the identity of a disabled person. Of course, as long as the machinery factory doesn't go bankrupt, they are willing to work here for the rest of their lives.